every single time. I want it to stay spicy. I want some crazy new teams in here. I mean, we got like Rise, Pioneers, LG all making it into the main event. I think if you looked at this ahead of time, people wouldn't even expect, yeah, even TSM, I mean, kind of an upset that they're in the main event. So I think that it's already been some big surprises just to make it in here through the opens and through that last main event. And I don't know, it's going to be exciting to find out who those top four are.
It definitely is. We're going to get into the matchups here. We're going to get straight into the bracket. So let's go ahead and break down the matchups. And we're going to be starting out here with Gen G versus TSM. So I'm going to ask you both to present the teams to me. First of all, let's talk about Gen G here. Tell me about Gen G here, Mimi.
I mean, for Gen G, it's a team that they used to be one of kind of the biggest names that we were talking about in this region. They took that third place at the first Masters. They were looking really good there, and then they kind of started to fall off a little bit. Now they've lost out on Win, are kind of bringing in a bit of a new roster, but this core has been together for a long time. This core has been playing together for most of Valorant, and it's a team that I think has a lot of opportunities for success because they have been grinding as this main group of players. They have that synergy. They have that teamwork together, but I think they have a tough start to their bracket. They face off against TSM, but it's a TSM that's not the same as their old form. It's a TSM that's been stumbling, that's been making a lot of changes, that has a very new roster in way of Bang and Leviathan, and I think that for Gen G, if they can just keep up with their consistency, I think there's a really good chance for them in this matchup, and I think that they're a team that, well, maybe there's been some disappointing results for them recently. I could see them making a bit of a deeper run in this one.
All right, well, on the other side of the coin, we have TSM, a team that we've already joked about in our introductions here. So, Sam, tell me what's going right here for TSM.
So TSM is a team that for a long time we're kind of building around Wardell, and we're kind of expecting him to pop off. And something we spoke about last week in one of our pre-shows was that one of his biggest weaknesses has been his rifling. So there's a lot to make up for the rest of the team. But as Mimi says, this is a very different TSM after bringing on both Bang and Leviathan. Now it feels less like it's the rest of the team making up a deficit, and it feels more like they have these really strong specialists. So you got Wardell going for the round 3 operator, then you've got Leviathan and Bang just absolutely dominating. You've got Hayes playing a fantastic anchor, and Sabrosa, who's changed roles, not recently, it has been something that's been happening over time. We still talk about the Rosa showstopper, but he barely plays the Raze anymore. He's playing more those kind of Omen Smoker roles, and it's working. This team is looking so much better and stronger than they have been previously. The real question is it enough? It's gotten them this far, and yes, that is a very surprising result. I think a lot of people had started to lose faith in this TSM roster. We'll see. Is it enough? Are they going to be able to make it through to the other side?
We'll find out. Now I'm going to ask you what you think about it. Do you think they're going to make it through to the other side? It's time for predictions here, Sam, so tell me who you got.
All right, I'll be honest though. As much as TSM have started looking so much better, I am of the opinion that it might just be too little too late. At least for this very first matchup. Gen G have been looking very, very strong recently. The fact that they've been here waiting for these next 4 teams to arrive tells you a lot. They were good enough to make it through in the first challenges. They've been a little dormant, I suppose, for the last couple of weeks because they haven't been able to play in these matches, but they've proven their skill already time and time again. They hit a little bit of a lull, but they're one of those teams that's managed to hit those stonks again. So for the first matchup, they're going to be my prediction.
What do you think? Agree or disagree here, Mimi? Who's making through?
I think I'm also going to have to hop on that Gen G train. I really want TSM to be something bigger. I want them to return to that form, especially with Levi coming in. He's a guy who I've been watching for ages in this game, since he was on that original EZ5 roster, and has just been grinding it out in some of the lower tier tournaments. Now he gets the opportunity on a bigger signed team, and I don't know. I wish I could have full faith in that, but with how TSM has been looking recently, I think Gen G is just going to shine through with consistency. They took a map off Sentinels in that previous main event. They were looking good there. Unfortunately for them, they fell short in the lower bracket to Envy, but I feel like they've had their time. They're going to come back stronger, and they're going to be able to take this one, but I think it's in that 2-1 fashion. I think it's going to be very close.
I'm going to go full Gen G all day, baby. #1 drum beater here for MCE-led teams. I have full faith. I'm excited to see Gusta in this matchup as well. I think this is going to be a really exciting one. I think it's going to be fun, but I'm going to go ahead 2-0. I'm going to say 2-0 for Gen G. They make it through in the upper bracket. We'll see if TSM can make a lower bracket run. Moving on into our next matchup here. This one's version 1 versus T1. Version 1 finally playing with their full 5. T1, a team that has been talked about a lot here. So let's talk about version 1 first. And Sam, why don't you tell me about them?
Well, version 1 needs no major introduction. They were, of course, one of NA's representatives. They did get smacked out by EU, so not as good as they think they are, but pretty damn good in the North American region. And as you said, they are at their full 5-man roster now. Of course, when they were in Iceland, they had a sub in Jammies, who in his own right is fantastic, but we're finally seeing the full 5. It's been so long since we saw them together. Now, this is kind of one of those double-edged swords. Are they back at full strength? The Rock Lee anime weights are off and they're just going to absolutely explode? Or have they been apart for a little bit too long? There's a little bit of maybe some rust to set in there. Maybe they're not quite going to have the full fluidity that they had previously. I don't think that that's going to be a major issue. We saw how well they could do with a stand-in in Iceland and with a stand-in in the first challenges. So now that Zelsis is back, I think that there's going to be no major issue here. They're looking strong. They're looking really, really good. Better than ever, I would think. And yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing their new matchups.
I do want to take issue with you saying smacked out against EU here. I'm just saying with a stand-in,
I mean, they did, to be
against
fair.
the world's best.
They beat Liquid. What do you mean
But
they got smacked out? They beat Liquid. No. They took Fnatic to overtime.
I feel like we're digressing.
They took
we're going to get back on track here. We're going to get back on track. NA best region. Anyways, let's talk about some more NA matchups here. Let's talk about the other side of this matchup. Let's talk about T1. Tell me about them here, Mimi.
Yeah, so T1, they are a team that I think I have clowned on. I think a lot of people have clowned on because they had so many huge players. They had so much potential, and then they lost everything. To be honest, they never really found their success. They made it into one main event early, like very early on in Challengers, and then they bombed out of it almost immediately. But now they have this awesome new roster. Curry has picked up the calling for the team, minus Brax, plus Brax. He's back into the mix, which is exciting. And I think that there's so many big players like Skadoodle, Automatic, 2 major winners in CS. You have Brax coming in. He was like that prodigy who never got his opportunity. Like on paper, this should be a roster that's huge. But my question is, can they get it done? I think their play style, it's interesting for VALORANT. They're one of the slowest teams I've watched. Even with Days no longer calling, they still love their defaults. They love playing really lethargic. Play that default, work out the utility, and try and just play for those late round executes. Play for those retakes. And it works for them, but I don't know how it'll work against some of the teams in this main event because it's a style that's kind of easy to read into because they're doing generally the same thing in most of these situations. They do have a very diverse agent pool. There's always changing around their roles across maps, which makes it maybe a little tougher to predict what they're up to. But T1, they've had their rough spots. However, on a much more positive note, they've been looking good thus far in this set. They have taken home some good games. I think it was just that loss out to Envy, but they've qualified into this event, beating out BBG on the way there. But we really haven't seen them recently besides that Envy game up against other kind of like top tier competition in our region. I think this is like the proving grounds for T1 to show us if they're going to make it into, well, that T1 zone or if they're going to stay a team who's kind of in the troubles, in the weeds. I think that there's an opportunity. I think this new roster is the strongest we've seen them, and I think they can pull something off here.
Well, do you think they can pull something off in this first round here? Because I'm going to ask for your predictions. Who you got in this matchup here, Mimi?
No, I think they lose to V1. I think V1.
No.
I think they get wrecked by V1. To be honest, I think V1 is looking really good. I think Vanity's calling style is very adaptable, whereas T1 feel pretty stagnant at times. I think V1 is going to be able to kind of run around that style of play and shut them down. I do have faith in them down in the lower bracket, but I think that in this first matchup, it's not the best of looks for them. My V1 stocks are high.
Well, Sam, we've got V1, we've got T1. Who's going to be the one to make it through.
Ha ha ha, get out. Listen, I've been a V1 stan since day one. Unfortunately, my cat ears are in a box on the way to South Africa right now. But if they weren't, I would be wearing them as I have been for most episodes. They are definitely going to take this first matchup. T1, I have to agree with me, particularly with a player like Automatic. Sheesh, scary stuff that man is able to pull off. But it's just not enough. V1 have just looked so clean. I see them taking this first one.
All right, well, moving on here. Actually, you know what? I got to give my prediction here. You probably know what it is. Version 1, baby, all day making it through this matchup. Headed on into the next section of the bracket here. Our matchup to talk about here. This one has some interesting qualifiers, but it is the Kansas City Pioneers taking on Luminosity. And let's talk about the Kansas City Pioneers here first. That's going to be Mimi to tell me all about them. What do you think of this roster?
Yeah. So KCP, they have been around the block for a while. They started out as Serenity, get dropped off by that roster, then they're picked up by E United, and I feel like they were never really performing to their fullest potential on EU. They never were really making close calls, they were never getting it done, but then they drop out of that squad, they get picked up as, well, just a free agent squad. They're just FPLC, and they start making some moves. They start doing really well in some of these Nerd Street Summer Champs events, they start doing well in some of the Knights events, and they get noticed. KCP picks them up, they have a coaching staff change in way of bringing in Fraud, a very, very experienced coach from his time in CS and from a lot of his time in this game as well as a few roster changes, right? They bring on in Scuba. He plays a lot of the Astra. I think he's starting to pick up more of the Omen now as well. And it's just a team that's been looking fantastic. For Pete's sake, they knocked out V1 in that first main event, man. Like, that is insane for them to pull off an upset over one of the qualifying teams for that Masters Reykjavik event. And I think they're still kind of a dark horse. I think they're still an underdog in this one. They definitely can pull something off, but the one thing working against them is that, sadly, JMO is suffering from some health issues right now, so he's not going to be able to play. But who's subbing in? It's the super sub. It's Jammies. He played with V1 at Iceland. He was looking so good with them, and now he's coming on into this KCP roster, trying to get it done. My biggest question with this squad is, what are our roles going to look like? Because JMO was a hardline jet op. He was just a jet player, a fragger, an opper. And then Jammies, I mean, he's a fantastic player, but he's not that. He was mostly playing the Viper, mostly playing more of the supportive utility-based characters, and I'm not sure exactly how much time they've had to practice with him, probably only a couple of weeks. So how will that shift their roles? How will that shift the way they're set up in the server? It's going to be interesting to see.
Now, the other side of the coin here, Luminosity, a team that maybe we all didn't see coming, Sam.
Yeah.
But what are they going to be able to do here in the VCT?
Every single one of us, you mentioned it on the podcast, all three of us, you, Ryan, and myself, we counted them out. We were like, C9, baby, they take this one. And Luminosity absolutely destroyed them. This is a team that has really gone from strength to no more strength and back up to strength. And they're kind of climbing a little bit more. Those stonks are increasing. Some of these really standout players, your boy Dre dropped so many kills in the previous week. It was absolutely ridiculous. Then you've got Ban Aswell coming in massive. Dazzle has been performing out of his mind on that Sova. There's moments where he absolutely clutches it out, where you need him to be that stellar standout player. And there's moments where he's just quietly in the background being supportive, which is super, super important. And it's a similar storyline with a Proto, where he has opportunities to be that clutch meister, but he also has those opportunities to just help create space for the rest of the team to do phenomenal things. And then, of course, Tig as well, very much so a supportive role, playing the smoker more often than not, and not necessarily always up there on the scoreboard, but more so being that like gentle hand helping to push the team forward. This team has been looking so good, and with your boy Dre at the helm, I don't think he's the IGL, but at the helm, the tip of the spear, as Tanner Metro likes to say. With him there in that position, this team is terrifying. I counted them out. I didn't think that they had it in them, but man, did they impress me.
Well, I guess my question now is, are you counting them out here, or do you think they're going to make it through? Who you got, Sam?
Honestly, I'm not counting them out. As good as Luminosity, as good as the Pioneers have looked, I think that Luminosity, and this is a lot to do with my counting them out previously, I'm trying to correct that error. I just think that they look too good right now, and I'm giving it to them in this first matchup.
What about you, Mimi? Who you got here?
Uh, I mean, I know we said we forgot about Dre. You forgot about how good this team could be. You forgot about a Proto, but I feel like people are also forgetting about Scourge. This guy, in my opinion, is one of the strongest aimers in NA. He is so good on that Reyna. KCP is such a huge team, but I think having the stand-in is just going to be tough. They're going to be forced to switch around their roles a lot. They're going to be forced into a tough situation, and well, if they were at full strength, I think I take them over LG. I think it's still going to be a close match, but I see LG taking a 2-0 here.
This is getting so boring now because we're all making the same
know.
predictions. It makes me want to throw a wrench in the works, so I am going to. I do think that my gut says that the stand-in is going to be enough of a limitation that Luminosity is going to have a very good chance to take this. But you know what? I'll put some faith in my boy Odorous in the KCP squad to continue to surprise us, to continue to turn heads. And I'm going to go ahead and pick them in this matchup. I think it'll be tough. I think it'll be a 2-1, but I think I'm going to go with the Pioneers. You know, gotta keep things interesting here. Moving on to our last matchup here of the first round. We got Rise versus FaZe Clan. An established name, a newer name, but they didn't qualify in the order you might expect. Rise, of course, coming through from the last Challengers event, and FaZe just making their way up from the qualifier. So let's talk about FaZe first off here. Sam, tell me about them.
So FaZe is a team that we spoke about a little bit last week in the pre-shows. We spoke about them a little bit in the podcast as well. And so I'm just going to touch on them a little bit here. And they're a team that they've had their lackluster moments, but they're starting to look a lot stronger. I said this about them a couple of months ago as well, where it felt like they were starting to rein in that crazy explosive play style. And it feels like it's just getting better and better each time we see them play. They brought on Baby J as well, who almost rivals Baby Bay in terms of smeeging. So, of course, that confuses the hell out of casters. Who's smeeging? It's one of the babies. We'll never know. But we do see that the scores continue to rise. And speaking of rise, I do believe that was their opponents in this next one. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm really impressed with the improvements that we've seen from FaZe. And I'm really happy to see that they are on more of an upward trajectory than what we'd seen previously.
All right, and the other side of the coin, Rise, a team on the rise here, Mimi. What are they going to be bringing to the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, Rise, it was another team that I feel like similarly to LG kind of came out of left field with a 2-0 over C9 Blue. They took that 2-1 over BBG, 2-0 over C9, made it into the main event. Then they took a map off of Xset. Xset, who was looking better than ever qualifying their way on in to the playoffs, pushing the Sentinels down to the lower bracket. They also took a map off Gen G before Gen G knocked them out in that lower round one. They went out pretty early, but they went out in two very close games, and that's what's pretty interesting to me. I mean, in way of the roster, generally, you have Shanks previously of NRG. He's a really good jet up. He's a really strong player. Superman, the newest addition to the squad. You have Derek as well, who I think is a fantastic Sova player. I mean, on paper, there's so many big names. There's a lot of veterans coming over, like people who are very experienced in Overwatch or back in CS. You have Neptune, you have Poised, and you have Anger in the coaching role. So I think it's going to be very hard for them, but there's always a possibility. They don't really have that much to lose.
All right, well, let's talk about what they do have to lose and who's going to be losing, because I want your prediction. Who you got in this matchup here, Mimi?
I'm not putting stock into Rise, to be honest. They're a good team. I think they're gonna put up a good fight against FaZe, but I think FaZe is taking this nice and cleanly.
Okay. On the other side, Sam, do you agree? Do you disagree? Who's gonna be taking this?
I thought I had Spice. I don't have Spice apparently. Yeah, I've been on the FaZe train since they formed, and that's never changed throughout all of the unfortunate changes that they themselves have gone through. So yeah, I'm still on the FaZe train. I think they take this one.
God, I hate Unity, so I'm going to have to throw a little wrench in the works, and we say, you know what? I will have faith in Rise. Rise going to be able to take it through. This definitely wasn't what I was preparing to predict going into
Prove
this.
yourself
you know
in
what?
Rise.
I'll mix things up. There's no fun if we all win or all lose. That's boring. So we'll take Rise going through here. We'll make their way through the upper bracket, and now we come to the big question. We come to the wrap-up here. We come to our predictions overall. 4 teams are moving on. For 4 teams, this might be their last run in the VCT if they don't have circuit points already. So this is huge. These matchups are going to be huge. This bracket is going to be huge. Who are going to be your 4 teams to make it through, Sam? I'm going to start with you.
So version 1, of course, FaZe Clan, because I just love that team so freaking much. Luminosity, because they really should have been on my radar a lot earlier. and Rise, because I think of all the teams that are left over, they have a really, really solid lineup. I love these players, and if I got to give it to somebody, I think they kind of edge it out a little bit there.
Okay, well, that's a pretty interesting matchup, pretty interesting draw here. Mimi, who are you for?
I feel like this is definitely a hard one. This is a close one. I think V1 probably my biggest shoe-in. I think with their full 5 back in action, they're gonna be able to make it on in my second. I'm also gonna have to agree with Sam in way of FaZe, but this is where we differ a little bit. I think Luminosity is gonna look good. I don't really see them making it into that main event. I think in the second round, they're going to lose out to FaZe and get knocked down to FaZe T1, and I'm actually putting a little bit into T1 here. I've always been a doubter, but they have such crazy players. They've automatically, we're talking about, they have Skal on this team, they have Brax, like, they should be winning. They should be doing well. They haven't just yet. I think this roster, if there's going to be a recipe for success for T1, here it is. So I'm saying they make it, and TSM, I know I was doubting them as well, but I think that they're going to at least make it into the top 4 here. Leviathan is a great addition. Bang as well. I can see it happening.
Now, I think I may have to mix up my 4 because based on my first round predictions, I may have made it mathematically impossible for my original 4 to make it through. But I'll give you who I got. Gen G making it. Version 1 making it. No problem there. No concern. Easy peasy. That top half of the bracket is easy to run. Now, there's some questions. I think Luminosity making through. I'm feeling good about Luminosity chances. I'm bullish on Luminosity. And then our last team, man, I don't even know if this is possible. But you know what? I'm going to actually give it to TSM. I think they're finally going to make good on the promise of that roster. Again, based on the bracket, I'm not actually sure that's possible based on what I've said. But I think it would be pretty spicy if they did make it on through. So that is going to be our predictions. That's going to wrap up our show here, folks. And if you enjoyed this show, do tune in to Press Forward to Diffuse every week at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Wednesday. With nothing else to talk about, without further ado, let the games begin! Take it away, folks.
Show me what you got. Back that up, 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 back that up.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Stage 3 Challengers Tour, soon to be called TSM Twitch Chat. I'm Simo, joined with me is Bala, as we're about to tee up a great day filled with activity. Before we do that, Bala, how you feeling today, buddy?
I'm feeling great, man, and so are all the TSM fans. They've been waiting for a long time for them to be in a main event, and they're like, where's TSM? And every main event, where's TSM? Well, they're here finally, Simo.
Yeah, and that's actually the match that we'll be starting with a little bit later. TSM fans are going to have to wait a little bit, but let's talk a little bit about some of the teams that made it and, of course, didn't make it through Challengers 2. We got teams like FaZe, T1, TSM, and Luminosity, but most importantly, I think for me, Cloud9 Blue not making it, and I think that one was a little bit of a shocker. What about you?
Yeah, that was the big one for me against LG, and there are a lot of teams that, there's two teams specifically, Cloud9 is hoping that basically everybody else now they're looking at them and they're saying, oh, I need you guys to fail right here, because their hopes rely on the future, whereas some other teams like TSM, like T1, those guys who have made it in here still have, you know, their control over the future for their chances to champions, last chance qualifier, all the things ahead.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And of course, well, if you did miss some of that action during the open qualifier, don't worry. We've got you covered. Little recap video just to show you what you may have missed.
One enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Be faster.
One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
A-take. Zachary. Around the corner. It's remaining. Saw with another kill. Very low HP on pretty much everyone. Hayes now in a firing range. Gonna be able to get
and beyond that, the shock dart gonna put a little bit of extra damage. Spam it on in. Find a double. Why not? One more. Oh my goodness.
Gonna do a little bit of Goomba stomp there on the Ryan. But
What? This would win! Tries to go over the top with it. Don't know if it's fully actually connected. Finds Bordell though in the corner. The operator, bold to say the least, finds the kill. Sabrosa trapped up in nanostorms, but still fights his way through a couple. How about not going to happen? But Zach with the cross avoids most of the guiding light. Finds two.
seconds left. BBG is 4-2 deep. In goes Dawn again. He got the lineup. Where did the second kill come from? And Dawn.
So if they get this off out of the hands of boys, it's just a nice bonus. And while he's on 23 HP. What, boys? Now the Owl Drone, nothing to punish. There's the swing. Dre good for one. Dre good for two. He's good for four. Is he going to get another ace in this game? Yes.
Oh, and it's gonna be Zeppa that can only get one. Mitch coming out from Cat with the spray now and getting another one. And now Mitch gets the kill back onto Dre. The spike will be able to go down. With the no, never mind. Mitch,
Seeing those replays makes me feel like it's not only Cloud9 that we missed. A lot of teams didn't quite make the cut to make it here to Chal 2. Having a look at the bracket, what do we have for you today? Gen G versus TSM, version 1 versus T1. Later in the day, Pioneers versus Luminosity, and then Rise versus FaZe. What are we looking at here, Bala? What are you expecting as one of the highly contested matchups of the day?
Honestly, I'm looking at the one on the top right here that we're going to start with, and then the one on the bottom, Rise and FaZe. It'll be the second game on the B stream. Those two games are my favorite, just personally, because I'm very excited about those. Rise is basically Baby Bay against Shanks, which is just an exciting, electric op-v-op battle, and then Gen G versus TSM. This is a historic matchup that has happened before in literally this stage of a bracket in a main event. And we've seen multiple times these guys go head-to-head in elimination matches, too. So this is something that we've seen before, and I want to see more and more of.
Yeah, you know what the crazy thing is this is really just to qualify for the Challengers playoffs. Like, this isn't really, you know, for a lot of teams, this is not only life or death, but they had to crawl through the open qualifier. They had to make it in here. Particularly, I'm looking at TSM and T1 in our first two opening matchups of the day. Let's have a look at the schedule for you, what you can expect to see on the main stream itself. We've got Gen G, TSM starting us off. You and I will carry over onto Pioneers and LG, and then the loser of both will be facing off later this evening on the B stream, whatever you prefer. You can find version 1 versus T1, Rise versus FaZe, and of course the loser of both of those matches at the end. Someone's going home today, Bala. And we already lost a lot of great teams in the open qualifier, a lot of great teams. We're going to lose some more today.
Yeah, and that will come with hopes of champions for some of these teams, like completely. I mean, the ones that basically have no VCT points, one of the teams that hasn't made it to any of the playoffs prior to that, or the regional masters, like TSM, like T1, like KCP, they are literally fighting for their life for this entire year. If they don't make it through to playoffs, then they don't have a chance to make it towards the last chance qualifier or towards the champions at the end of the year. So this is it. This is the last stop, the last chance to get on the bus, the plane, or whatever you're riding towards champions.
Yeah, maybe even a horse or something. I don't know. Whatever you've got booked here for your ticket to champions. We can start, pulling back away from some of that heavy depression that some teams might be feeling if they don't quite make it, and start looking towards our matchup here today. Gen G versus TSM. This may be one of the hottest matchups of the day, just based on, of course, TSM likely rioting in the Twitch chat already. But Gen G, these teams are not strangers to each other. They've faced off against one another so many times, it is impossible to count how many times one team has come over the next. Let's start with our first roster. I don't know which one we're going to be looking at first. Gen G. And of course, the main thing to know, Bala, is of course Nature being one of the most recent additions to this team with the drop of Win, and Kusa kind of filling in that jet op role to fill in the shoes that Win kind of left.
Yeah, and he's doing a good job at that. This is going to be the first time TSM has faced off against Gen G with Nature's addition, so that definitely brings a lot into the mix on how this is basically a new matchup, because Nature brings so much to the team and changes how they play in such a significant way that I definitely think that, it's not the same as the TSM that played against Gen G and, might have gotten knocked out before, or the one that even played up in the main events as well. So this is completely new, fresh. We might have history, but we also have new stuff too.
And we're very likely going to see KO, I think, kind of embedded in this team as well. We didn't get to see it throughout Challengers 1. They did end up losing to Sentinels, and then later on Envy, which were two of the highly contested teams in Challengers 1 anyways. So this team still rock steady despite what TSM fans might be thinking or might be praising in the chat. And speaking of the devil, let's have a look at the TSM roster, because there's been a couple of changes since you may have seen TSM of last. And particularly, TSM went after Challengers 1. Oh, I want Noble. No, son. We've got Noble at home. So then they just bought Levi straight from the Noble roster. Noble knocked out TSM in the round of 32 to get into Chal 1, and here they are back. And they've got Levi to help them get through that process.
Yeah, you can see no jersey, so this is really fresh. This is really fresh because he's, joined up with Bang, who's also kind of fresh in terms of TSM coming in. He's playing the primary controller, sometimes subbing off for Subrosa and playing Reyna, for example. But Levi is a full-on Sova main, and if any TSM fans were listening to what their players were saying, they were saying, hey, yeah, this is the issue for us. This is why we're not necessarily at our peak form that we used to be and what you might expect from us. It's because we don't have a Sova main. So maybe Levi fixes this, maybe he doesn't.
I mean, TSM fans are hoping it does. And their journey to get here was not an easy one as well. Two very close series. First one against Nbox in the round of 16, and then later to qualify against Dark Zero Esports. The Nbox series in particular, one of the matches, I believe on Icebox, went to 7 overtimes, 2018 the final score. Nbox, another one of those teams that we just wish was here. Let's have a look at the head-to-head. Of course, we've been talking a little bit about Levi. It would be a shame if we didn't include a head-to-head for him. He's done a phenomenal job. I know that the sample size is a little small. He's relatively fresh to the roster. He was in the Nbox series. He across the series second fragged alongside Wardell. He's really just been a solid addition. You highlight that TSM kind of needs that role filled. Yep. This guy's the man to do it.
Yeah, and the funny part though is that he also brings a little bit of variety too, because they have revolutionized their split. I guess not revolutionized. It's not like they changed it for everybody, but for them specifically, they're playing Levi on Viper, and he has gotten the most ridiculous flanks off and the really nice plays that he's actually working with, and it's been working. So no Sova on that play, and it actually is nice for TSM. So potentially we'll see that today. Maybe we'll see it tomorrow. Who knows when split will come up for TSM, but that's definitely something to look out for too, that flexibility that Leviathan brings.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that Viper players are like the creme de la creme of Split. Like, no duelist can take that spot. They're just out there popping off. We'll hopefully get to see that as we get to see our map selection come through. You talk a little bit about Split. That's one of the maps that's going to be in the pool. But to no surprise, this pick and ban was very contested. We see the first map here being selected by Gen G to Bind, then to Split for TSM, and then we finish off on Icebox. But the big key here is, Bala, is that the bans were so specifically targeted. Gen G not playing Ascent, banned it away. But Gen G plays a lot of Breeze. TSM, maybe not so much. They take it away from the pool as well.
Yeah, TSM has been perma-branding Breeze, so maybe not necessarily as targeted, but I do think that Gen G has been banning Ascent frequently, but also Split frequently. And that's the two maps that TSM has been picking most consistently in the last two challengers. So that's something that kind of works in their favor, but on the flip side, they haven't really been playing that much binds. Gen G has. And then they end on Icebox, which Gen G has historically been beating TSM on pretty much every single time. But we'll see how things change.
Well, I mean, they beat Andbox on it, so if that's any consolation prize for TSM, they might have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder. And of course, with the addition of Levi, there's a lot that we can't anticipate yet. And of course, KO kind of coming into the fray. TSM throughout the qualification process to get here, not really playing much KO, if at all. But Gen G, since we haven't really seen, we've been kind of in the dark since they've just, they didn't make it through to Challengers 1. They got put into this event. They might bring out the KO as well, and that's going to change a lot of things, particularly on Split.
Yeah, I think Bind is one of those maps as well that definitely could see a change, but we'll have to see. I mean, like you said, we don't just have no information. You keep bringing up this OT game that TSM played against Mbox. Guess what happened in the last open qualifier where Gen G made it to Challengers 1? It was literally an OT game on Icebox against Mbox. Similar styles where they went to multiple OTs too, so hey, maybe that's not necessarily a talking point for TSM.
Well, the podcast is officially over. The fans that have been rip-raring, ready to go, finally get their just desserts. We are heading on to Bind, and the picks are starting to come through.
Yep, hazed on Viper. This is definitely kind of what we're expecting. Sabrosa's going to play that Brim and Bang on Raze. Wardell's still playing on the Jet, where Gen G has kind of phased off the Jet on Binds since the days of Quinn. So this will be very interesting, and definitely one that they've been playing. This has been the deciding map in some of their series, so I think for sure if the rivalry between Sabrosa and his former French-Canadian teammates of GMD and Mikael, if that is still standing, they kind of know their playstyles a little bit. This one will definitely be interesting.
Yeah, no KO, which doesn't, it's not a surprise. It's just it would have been interesting to see, of course, on a map like this. The Sky is going to get locked in, I believe, kind of. I don't know if I'd say instead, but KO is an initiator, and that's what he's looking to do, and that's what Sky is going to be doing as well. And of course, Gen G will be starting off on the attack and the defense here for TSM. Interestingly enough, it's always interesting to see the double controller, the Brimstone and the Omen with the kind of Viper in tandem and see how it pans out.
Yep.
So Broza has been picking the Brimstone quite often on a map like Bind, and I think even some teams play Brimstone on Breeze as well. Considering a lot of people have been really critical of him falling out of the meta, TSM like to bring it up, and it's interesting to see how they utilize it in comparison to something like Gimon's Omen.
Yeah, I think TSM was always kind of on the bandwagon of the double controller in the first place, so them, going over towards what you likes to do a little bit more kind of makes a little bit of sense, because that's where the double controller really started. Either way, pistol round underway, Gen G versus TSM. It's a quick control for Gen G up towards the B-long area.
Ooh, Levi able to get out to safety. Quick shorty engagement there. Wardell is down, and of course the fight continues as Gen G just blast their way onto the site. It's going to be the retake for TSM.
That initiation from GMD's Paranoia was so good under Wardell. Can't use the shorty at that range.
Ooh, that's crazy. And they push elbow as well. That's going to at least nullify that frag. And Sean, like a turret just on the double stack, finds frag. I almost feel like the win came up before that last player even died. But regardless, the pistol going to Gen G. What a quick hit onto B.
Yeah, I think you're right when you're talking about the win positioning before. This felt like the round was over off the first two kills, right? They took out Wardell. Ace got the first one through the smoke, but after that, it was kind of raps. They had the sight. The rotators were very late. I was not expecting that burst to come so fast. I thought they were just going for control, but then that paranoia came in through Hookah, and everything changed. And TSM got unawares as well.
Yeah, he's still, you know, Wardell might have even been able to get a one and done position as we see the eco round for TSM. Weapons are online for Gen G, and they've already found 2 picks down the long side. You know, Mikhail's a little low, Gimon's a little low, but it's just business as usual.
Sean getting deep in the front of Hookah after they spot 3 players on long B. That's just beautiful, cutting off the rotation for Wardell not to get out. Good anti-eco play, and fundamentally sound.
The Broza just, for some reason, wants a lot to work with, you know? He wants to be able to swap in and out with the shorty in the classic. Pain shells are likely to push him back. A's very late through the wishbone. I'd be looking for the exits here. He's going to be in a good position to maybe find a pick or 2. But Kusta's around the bend. He's going to catch Hayes before the other catches him, and just like that, he's gone.
Look at the space that Kusta's actually gains. It gives them the ability to exit out of the long area rather than, you know, seeing Hayes and being like, oh, they might be playing for exits on this side of the map. Instead, Sabrosa gets nothing with that shorty that he was juggling to play the smoke.
Listen, it's the attempt that counts, okay? He was like, he wanted the flexibility of being able to choose his weapon of choice, you know? But gun round here for TSM, this is where we kind of can start to expect them to hold a little bit stronger, Gen G to respect them a little bit more, or not. Gen G could just come guns blazing. I mean, they have the tools to do so. That paranoia you pointed out on round 1, that could happen again, and Wardell does not want to be in that position. You'll see now Bang now take that Hookah position instead.
It'll be interesting if that initiation factor will come into play again, because that's definitely something that combo allows. A quick skirmish here, though.
Ready with the paranoia. A little bit of initiation as well, but the paranoia is a little bit... It won't be quite in that same area. They actually just walk into Hookah, and Kusta gets into the corner. A lot of injured members here for Gen G. Still waiting for the execute.
Oh, 5 still here. Gets tagged. He's going to get followed up on. Nothing there. There's the poison over in the back line. And the execute is on.
Oh, Wardell is so low. This is very tricky for TSM. Gimon just sprays through, runs and guns, finds another one with the Wardell back sight. 3 members strong now for TSM. Hayes late to the party, but now Sabrosa's coming in hot, finds 2 on the trade. 3v2 with Spike still not down. Hayes now has finally arrived. Levi poking around the elbow. The Spike is not down. Levi waiting for them to make a move. Snakebite available. There it goes. Going to stop and delay, but still has a position to do so. They know Hayes on the other side. Levi comes out from elbow. Now it's just down to Hayes, and they are just playing and toying with him at this point. A great round for Gen G.
That was fantastic from the beginning, where they immediately pressured Bang inside of Hookah. Meanwhile, nothing else on the other side of the map. They were very, very ready to use their 2 drones and follow up on those drones and really get into positions. You saw how long this execute took, but before it, TSM thought it basically looked like a normal default, right? Because there's 2 drones used, and then anything else nobody really sees because they're executing through a smoke. So info not gained from TSM. They didn't push the extremities on A, and Gen G capitalized. I love that on a bonus round from them because that was just Spectres, and now they look very, very good going into the next gun rounds.
Not to mention how much conditioning they can start to develop for the B-side hold. You see, yes, I'm not really changing much. Still 3 strong on this B-side, but this time they'll walk out.
Nice.
Wardell not going to spot anybody there, and he'll be behind that double stack there, so
I don't want
conditioning's not going to work.
I don't want Bang to show himself there, because if he does, they might kind of feel that there's somebody aggressive pass towards that box. If he doesn't show himself, they can play the crossfire a little bit, and Wardell can dash. So default for Gen G. This is the first time, though, they put their wall over towards A, so that might actually indicate, yes, Spike's starting to walk over there. Will be Sabrosa and Hayes to defend, and they actually have 1 molly at least to use, 2 mollies.
Hunter's Fury as well to engage, maybe clear out U-Haul in the process. Paranoia is going to be able to do that as well. Everything's in combination, but look at this from TSM. The flank coming in from Market. We'll have to pay attention. Uh-oh, Mikhail in trouble. Still manages to take them both on. Hayes finds one on the way out. Just down to Levi. Close, but unfortunately no cigar. Unless Levi's got some moves. He does not. 4-0 start here for Gen G.
Just solid anti-eco there. The default to kind of figure if they're going to push past inside of sand, but they ended up not until they rotated over. Good timing from TSM, but that flank. But Kyle just catches it, both of them. They're gone. After the Hunter's Fury, they're like, oh, we have to chase him down because he's part of this execute right now, and he's really, really far back, so he's not going to be able to get traded. But they just don't capitalize on the kills. That hurts. It's going to be a boost quickly here for TSM up on top of Truck, which definitely could catch them off guard because this is 4 players over Gen G on the A side. Definitely different from what we've seen before. They might go for that basic pressure control into execute very fast.
Avoids that very well. Something to highlight, Wardell with the op. Gonna be rotating back over towards A. That's an important factor as Gen G are being delayed. They'll grab the orb and back away. With the Twitch chat prediction, 51% to 49 in TSM's favor. That was a lot closer than I anticipated. You know, I'd imagine Twitch chat would be like 80-20 for TSM, but you know, here we are.
So that Viper's pit there in bathroom, they actually used the Seekers to counter it, and they wanted to push FaZe out past bench. They didn't manage to do it because the Viper mollies were just in the way. GMD's already up, and with this Viper wall, he has no support, so Rosa's got nothing to trade with him.
Ace is still here, though, and that's a problem. They've got to be knowledgeable of this. Haste still not spraying as the spike will go down. Finally, the spray will connect. The swing out. Haste for 2. Wonderfully done, but it's even. 3v3. TP over towards bathroom, and Guimond is going to enter from the backside as they set up the post-plant position with the mollies.
As this toxic screen. There's 1 molly, so this won't delay for that much, but GMD's position also playing through that Viper's pit might do good. Ace actually refreshes it though, and he gets him. So that's not a worry anymore. They just have to worry about short. Shock Dart also connects.
Goodness.
Leviathan showing his impact so far. It's almost to half. Not to half. But it should still. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it.
It's close.
I can't believe it.
No way. They actually stalled. They stalled for enough. 1 little molly and, you know, a recon bolt. And it was enough. That is insane. 5 rounds, a Red Bull clutch here for Gen G. And you saw TSM were doing the right things. They were trying to fight for short. They're trying to push them back. There was a shock dart that came in, killed Nature.
Ace refreshes his ult, you know, like so much went right there for TSM. It's just the timing. The timing was perfect for Gen G. So like, how to fix that? I don't even know. Maybe you're pushing the Viper off in that case. Everything going wrong for TSM right now. It's not like they're playing poorly, like you just said. I love what Hayes did, the delay with that Viper ult. Everything was good.
TSM a little aggressive this round, and so far it's working out. These positions that they've held, they found multiple frags, particularly around A short. Broza and Hayes working together. Wardell finds some action over towards B. Now it's just down to Nature. That's a little bit surprising. They just kind of caught Gen G a little bit by surprise. You saw Gen G defaulting early. They left the spike really deep, hoping to get some information first, and they were stacked heavy towards B, but the 2 players, looking around A, got punished real fast with some sheriffs.
Yeah, that one was repositioning from Gen G. That was good from TSM. They just got all the way down short and just waited for them to rotate back in. And I think they've noticed that they're using the drones. They're using their Trailblazer over towards Hookah in the beginning of the round. And because of that, they can take a lot of space before they're going to use their drones back on short. So far, it's been on bathroom one time, and then the rest of the time, it's been up long B and in through Hookah. And Wardell's got the op online for the first time. This is usually his initial peak, though. Find anything just yet, and Nature's backing off as well, so not a big concern, especially because they're coming up that right side.
Ooh, so Broza moving fast, but still MG behind the smoke. Now Tailwind has to go, and they'll spray the double stack as well as he's on the retreat. Out's still gonna stay up on the truck.
Genji's used both their drones now. So they don't have space to retake these positions. Bang will be crucial here. There's nobody to support him. He's got paint shells, he's got the drone, but that timing has to be really, really good for him, and nobody to initiate with him because, well, GMD has a flash still. That fight will be crucial. That's a lynch point. And then they've got the crossfire on site too, so Bang winning that could mean the round.
A little delay here from Hayes as they start to rush in. One goes down, 2 for Hayes. Will he spray down one more? No. Nature takes a little bit of damage, but Bang still holding off the push from Hookah. Meanwhile, a lot of space has been gathered by Kusta. All the way through U-Haul. It's going to at least allow them to plant, but...
They have orbital strike, though. He has orbital strike. It's going to go off, and he goes through the port. He goes up away. Does he have time to plant? It's going to be close. No, with the recon bolt. That's just gorgeous. That's gorgeous. Kusta in the back line like he was the entire time. He doesn't lose a gun here. Oh, no. Hello?
Oh, no. That is so expensive, Kusta. My goodness. Talk about a round that went to TSM's favor and quite handily. Kusta at least survived. Let's have a look back at the replay. It was really just hazed on this hold so strong. Really not letting them into the site and then stopping just by being there for Bang at push over towards Hookah. But Kusta definitely made it costly for TSM.
The one thing Wardell did keep his op though, so Kusta didn't really do the damage that was very important to do. So that's still in play right now. Oh, they've got a tag. That's such a good dart. Leviathan's gonna pop it early and get some damage done. Very nice.
Controller down, that's very key. Still have Gimondo, but they'll be using the showstopper to try to get a little bit more space. Bang is out of there.
Okay.
And he finds one with the paint shells. Nuts. Now Gimon trying to recover what was lost. They're all stuck there, but Bang for 3. Just down to Mikael. Finally stops that train, but you know who's right there around the bend? It's Wardell. What a round from TSM.
And the new guys showing up, man. Leviathan has had so much impact in these last 3 rounds. You remember the one that they almost won with the post-plant Viper Molly? He actually contributed so well with Hayes. Hayes was there. You can see the confidence that he has for the dart to come in. That round, also, Bang is up close in front of Hookah, and the ult and the dart split that fight up, so Bang can take it as long as he wants, and he gets a kill. What more could you ask for? Leviathan definitely showing up in his first main event game here with TSM.
Wardell, second time in this close position. Battle over towards Shower. Hayes doing well. Uh-oh.
Dangerous.
Can't quite land that one. And he's going to switch to the Phantom. Just mow them all down still. Just down to Mikael, hoping to pick something up, but Bang's right there, ready and waiting for him.
The reads are good there. I can't imagine why they all of a sudden are switching to 3 starting off on A, but basically Bang is using his Boombot to take control of Showers in that case, and he's there in time to help Wardell dash away from trouble after Haste falls as the first pick. Usually that spells disaster, right? Because you lose your Viper, he has no mollies to delay on the site, and there's only one extra person there. This time, they've got the cover because they know they want to continue to go for this aggressive play by Wardell. This time he's in Hookah though, so let's see what he can do.
Ooh. Little jump peek for Wardell. Finds Gimon. That's controller down.
Yeah, that's huge. Controller down, the Omen's gone. That's massive. And the other thing is that's not what you want to see if you're Genji. Wardell heating up is the last thing you want to see. In 4 rounds in a row now, they have the opportunity to make it 5. That is how TSM gains momentum and gains confidence going forward, because at the beginning I thought that they were not having that. So this is very nice.
I mean, if TSM win this map, like it's gonna spell a little bit of trouble once we get to split, right? Like it's a map that Genji have been trying to avoid. Levi just as good as producing Hunter's Furies as he is dodging them, but Sean gets right up there with the backstab, but has to reload the clip. Ace still finds one through the toxic screen as Wardell's posted up here in heaven, and boom! That's the Sova down, just down to Nature. Bang right through the cardboard. And TSM ties us up 5-5.
I just want to point it out again. Levi there dodges the ult, then gets the dart in time for FaZe once again to have control of the back of site and to fight through his own Viper wall. That's the critical factor. And also Gen.G's, of course, too. But yeah, things are starting to get messy here for Gen.G. How do they recover? Because I thought that their rounds were very, very good, the way they're using their double drones and getting into positions. But as soon as Wardell's got this op online and as soon as FaZe really starts to get rolling with his Viper ults, things have gotten out of hand.
Behind every great AGL or IGL is potentially even greater Sova, and Levi is definitely making FaZe's job a little bit easier. But look at this.
It's against pistols. They're all there. FaZe only gets one. The bank's got the ult.
Oh,
Doesn't matter. And that's the danger. You get too close to pistols and they'll bite.
We'll find a couple of upgrades as well. And Viper's Pit on the site itself. This could be the round that Gen.G needed to try to bring us back to 6. Pushing towards elbow, getting all that space. They've got control of the site.
First time we're seeing the benefits of the Viper ult on the attack side. So how do you break through here? No drone available for Leviathan, and there's a big flash, but Wardell full blind! Full blind with the knives! He's able to get that still. Recoverable round now, because they're out on site.
Still though the spike ticks. Sabrosa out the swing, but the pit is still up. Of course, Nature has to back away. There's going to be the tap. Levi ready to pop right out. Spray still good though for Nature. As Wardell's very low. The knives are good. He knows where he is. Pushing him fast, but no! Nature's got the thrifty and the round to Gen.G.
So good from Gen.G to recover there. And it was just pistols. So just before the half ends, Gen.G has a little bit more to show before they give up on this side. And it might be a fantastic half when all is said and done. Yes, TSM did bring the momentum a little up in this the latter half of this first half. Sorry for the wordplay there, that's terrible. And now it's a very even game. So what is TSM going to bring on the attack side? We still got one more, so let's see how this goes. Wardell for the first time picking over towards bathroom. He's paired with Leviathan. And they should know that at least one is here. They hear no boombot either, so could be Wardell and no smoke up there or wall up.
Needs Levi to take this out. So that Wardell has space to still hold this angle. Shock darts to try to get close, rid of that close 50. They'll back away.
I think that shock dart is kind of a tell there that something's up, right? Because normally Levi's been playing over towards B. He has never played over towards A. And without putting that Viper wall up, I think that they know that Wardell's opping there, and they're backing up for good reason.
The first time that we've seen both teams just hold the default on the last round of the half.
One smoke popped over towards B, actually, and nobody's actually there to receive that, so that information is not doing what Gen.G thinks. They think it's a fake, but it's not actually. TSM is holding strong. They know what's up.
DP to heaven. Will it be committed to? Himon does stay to it, but Sabrosa was there waiting in the smoke. Wardell finds one in the process. Another shot comes in for Wardell, just down to Nature, and he is dead to rights. TSM tie us up at the half after what looked like a gruesome start. 5 rounds down. And now here we sit 6-6.
Yeah, that is just such a good half for them. I love the entire thing from start to finish. I mean, those beginning rounds were a little dicey, Simo, but hey, they made it work down the line.
Well, make it work they did. We'll be right back after this to continue the second half. Welcome back, folks, as we dive into the second half. TSM now on the attack. They're preparing for a very similar B hit, what we saw in the first round of the first half.
Ooh.
Of course, no Omen, so it's going to be a little bit different.
Yeah.
Still could be just as explosive.
This is very interesting. The wall is already kind of indicating something different, right? They give that wall, maybe that gives them a little bit of octagon control, but other than that, it's blocking elbow in a weird way. So you can have Kusta playing in that shed where he's at right now, but playing through the wall might be a little difficult. I'm not sure how that's angled, if you can actually play in the front of it or not, but that could be a big point here for TSM if they end up going through it. They could also just push towards elbow as well, which also could catch them off guard.
Nature setting some controlling utility. Sean going to be posted up here in hookah. Kusta's playing close, not towards the shed like you said. Likely ready for the swing though, actually. A quick shot. Sabrosa's down. Quick dirt nap for him as they take the engagement long range and they'll work together. Fight through the pistols. Sean just waiting for the push from hookah. Finds one as well. Wardell's the last man standing as he tailwinds up onto the box. Trying to take this duel with Sean. Has to reload the clip. Running out of ammo, but still finds one on the way out. What a great round from Gen G. Great play there from Kusta.
They countered that completely. The flash and the molly behind it, so it split up Sabrosa from the rest of his team. And usually the people in the back of the line are going to get flashed. They're the guys who are not turning as fast because it's just much harder for them. But in either case, that molly split them up. They're falling back, and Sabrosa's left in a really, really awkward situation if he doesn't turn that either. And then they continue to swing. So completely maintaining control of what they wanted. There, the round wraps with some questionable aim on both sides, I think, with the classics. But sometimes the classic giveth, sometimes it taketh away.
Right here.
Been kind of paying attention to the other side of the map. You know, I'm interested to see the A side default and see how that impacts some of the future rounds. So far, it's just been Mikael and Guimond, while the rest of the team have been working on this B side together, holding it down. Who's just been playing this long side? He's going to have to hope that ADS works out quite well. Sean and Nature, everyone's just helping out Kusta survive. Down to the two final players, Levi and Wardell.
Revealing area.
They're out front of sight and under hookah as well. Mel gets the orb, and that's about as best you can do. They're going to TP away, but Mikhail's already here down short. And I love the position there because he could take some damage on the people teleporting out, and he could see which way they're coming. But at the same time, he could fall back to safety really, really nicely. So that's exactly what happens. And Gen G take the first two rounds very, very cleanly just on the first half, just like on the first half.
Yeah, I don't exactly know if we're going to get that 3 more round combination that Gen G pulled off in the first half, because that would be a little bit more impactful in the first half. You know, first half you can, you know, lose rounds, whatever. We saw it end up being 6-6 anyway. This is where those 5 rounds strung together would be very impactful for the success of this map. So let's have a look. TSM guns online. Thinking about that early B default again, but Kusta's been a menace over here. Thankfully, he's just got the frenzy, so TSM might have a little bit of better luck.
Oh, nice turn. That's good stuff. I'm very surprised.
We'll get the ult anyway.
For that. Still a point available here, though, to feed to Sabrosa to get the orbital strike as much as possible throughout this half. I really want to see him take it, not Wardell. The knives, at least Leviathan, but they're clearing out Octagon, making sure everything's safe, and it will be towards Leviathan.
Nicely timed little paint shell there. They actually won't even go for the orb. That's so unfortunate. One little paint shell. Mikael, though, has pushed up, similar to last round, but this time it's the gun round, and he's down. No success on that hold, and this A site is wide open for TSM to plant.
That's good stuff. Trying to take advantage of the no sentinel, but Bang is there, and they're actually going to trade him no matter what in that situation, pretty much. But Sean finds another one. There's Leviathan doing all the way back by himself there, and he falls back too. So now they actually have to pay attention to the flank where it's not really coming in due time.
Yeah, and there's going to be an upgrade as well for Sean to pick up, but let's have a look at the battle here at hand. Nature finds an opening pick here on the hold onto Hayes, and they're all very low. here for Gen.G, so anything is possible for TSM, but their goal is to just get these weapons out of the hands of TSM at all costs necessary. Molotov to delay once more. John waiting for it to tick as he's positioned down short. Iman on the swing, finds one from range. And now you can see Wardell has to escape, and guess who's right there to accept him? It's Sean. Little upgrade for him. The round is won, but at what cost? TSM, so many weapons lost in the process.
And don't forget the bonus was the anti-eco was very good, so that was a bonus. Kusa only with a frenzy, things like that. Not as damaging as you think. TSM with only 2 guns carried into the next round. This will still be very fine for them. I mean, they brought it at 7 rounds. You're going to take anything, no matter what. But money-wise, yeah, you can see hurting a little bit. Some people don't have their mollies. Exactly.
Yeah. Ooh, Mikael. Playing with fire, my guy. That is dangerous. Still survives and looks for more. Wants those seconds. Paranoia to push them back. Cabbage is out here to pinch them in from behind. Hayes tells him to sit down. Kusta's out.
2 rounds in a row where Kusta gets very risky with those plays. The Seekers popped out of the teleport. Oh, nice shot from Nature, though. Wardell going to try to peek with him. Or Sabrozer's going to try to peek with him, but seeing his head get chopped off that fast, he's backing away. Still a 4 versus 4, though, and all smokes available, so this execute could be pretty powerful. Both players in sight, though, Sima.
A little dangerous. Here comes the Levi recon. Both spots, one out, and boom! Alley-oop for Sabroza. A 1-2 punch takes the second. 2 players remain here for Gen.G. 1 player flanking in from Market.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
TSM in a pretty good position to close out this round, but you have a lot of injured members. Rosa, Bang, both not as healthy as they would like to be. And Gimon's going to make that a little bit of a problem as they pinch in from the elbow combo, but Mikael is down, so just down to Gimon here. Feels like the impossible for him.
Feels like deja vu for some reason. I don't know why I'm remembering GMD in a position against TSM and Hookah. I don't know. Either way, he'll back off. He's not going for the round. Sabroza first. Won't get it. Bang, swinging as well. Oh, GMD just destroys almost everybody. And once again, expensive. How does that stack up? We'll have to see. Gen.G lose 2 in a row now as well, so they're not going to have that much either in the bank.
That's tough. Gen.G doing such a great job. That's 2 rounds in a row. Not in a row, rather, but this half
with
that
economical
it is a row.
Right?
It is in a row that they've done some heavy damage. Now, mind you, Gen.G are unfortunately in economic disadvantage themselves, but at least look, Wardell's with the shorty. I know he's going to pop the knives, but again, utility slowly starting to stack up. Of course, with winning the round, they're hoping for everything. Mikael comes running out with the shorty. Does get traded. Gimon wants to pinch in Levi, and they're actually going to pinch in with Kusta as well, who teleports in. But of course, Levi sidesteps, looks for Gimon here as well. Okay, hold on. This is starting to slowly slip away from TSM, just down to Levi. And Gen.G pull out another thrifty round. Well, not another thrifty round, but they do some heavy damage and clutch things out.
Hey, that is another thrifty. That was the 6th round that they got was a thrifty too, don't forget, on the first half. So there you go. And GMD's starting to feel himself. That's 2 times in a row he goes crazy with it. And that's just with a Sheriff. So very well done off the back. So who was that who just ran in like a psychopath with a shorty? He's just like, yep, this is my smoke now.
Mikael.
Mikael, my goodness. Talk about put your life on the line for your team. That is so nice. Big walk up here. Here's where the econ hurts, right? That's multiple rounds in a row with damage, and now they lose one, and all of a sudden they're reset. Nature gonna fight them though, and Hayes gets the first pick. He's alone. It's Kusta and Long. Takes out the spike. There's an ult pops. not able to take out Bang with it. Sean is trading. GMD through the smoke! And he gets 3 once again! Talk about on fire, there it is!
You know, controllers don't get a lot of love, but Gimon is getting a ton of love right now. This is just dirty. It's a little bit unfortunate that Bang walked right into the crossfire. Levi was just trying to get those plant credits, man. That's all he wanted, just to feed his family. 10-8, as Gen.G are reaching a point that they could potentially slowly start thinking about how they want to close this one out. They've been doing such a great job in this second half. It's like, feels like a different Gen.G that I'm looking at.
Well, be a little bit preemptive because Wardell has not got that op out yet until now. So it'll be a nice recon again, and Levi's just good with it. He's just going for the Hunter's Fury. No matter what, if he gets a little bit of a tag, that can find value. And most importantly, look, it's pushed everybody out of bathroom. They have to spend the drone to try to get back in. No, they actually give it up and play it in the smoke. But things like that add so much control to TSM, or to TSM right now.
Unfortunately, as every second passes, that control is a little bit lost because it just goes back to a default. TSM, or rather Gen.G, haven't quite moved. Still waiting for TSM to make the first hit, and Showstopper to push back the Viper Spit, but it's going to maintain the control, I believe. The Showstopper did not hit Hazed.
I think, unless it's not showing up on the radar.
Might just not be showing up.
Yeah, that happens sometimes. Either way, they drone back up long. Kusa denies that. Nature's here in the back of sight, though he's got teammates.
20 seconds, though. TSM have to make this hit fast. Then Mikhail's waiting on the opposite side. Hayes manages to cross through. That doesn't mean the rest of TSM. And he hears a herd of wildebeests running through, getting into the off angle. Paranoia to try to help him out. Doesn't matter, though, because he still finds one anyways. Now Gimon waiting for his moment to shine. A quick tailwind. No, not going to survive. And Sean with 2. Gimon now's going fishing, and he comes up with a silver bass just down to Sabrosa. And he is down and out. Round 11 for Gen.G.
What is that from Sean? Like, how does he get that second kill? I am mind blown. Just running with the Phantom. That's just Phantom things, man. That's just Phantom things. He's trying, like Bang is trying to get through the wall there. He's like, come on, let me in. No chance. And that saves the round too because they're all so focused, right? When Wardell takes contact there, he dashes away. Sean's still spraying his gun. Bang falls as well. All of a sudden, they have to put a lot of attention over towards the U-Haul side. So nobody's paying attention to the flank that GMD is coming through the smoke. He takes out both. That's crazy.
And now Chet has to talk to his team, corral them back. What do we do? How do we fix this problem? And I think really, to be fair, for that last round, they just didn't have enough time. They couldn't flush out that A side fast enough. And Mikhail, you know, being the first responder, heard them all coming, and he could just call those rotates early. And Gen.G didn't really feel like playing for retake. And that, I probably shock and awe TSM. We weren't prepared for Sean just running out, Mikhail running out, Gimon hopping into Poisonous Cloud. Gen.G have been, I think, playing a little bit surprising or shocking TSM at certain points with just how aggressive they'll pop out at a random moment. They're not always playing aggressive. But it can be a little surprising, just catch you off guard when an Omen's running at you. A Phantom.
Well, got to come up with something. I honestly think that their default has been working very well. I think that round they take Wardell's op and try to clear Hookah with it, with nobody backing him up. And then they don't even really gain anything off of taking Hookah either because they're playing in the back of sight and hiding from Wardell's op. Gen.G's doing a great job denying anything from that. And only got it one time in the round. Probably only going to get it twice.
That's unfortunate. Broza finds a pick. Nature waiting for them to maybe pick up that weapon and try to find a refrag or something, but they'll pick that one up. Drop that over to Sabrosa, and he's going to start the entry. Raise a little bit into elbow. Nature survives, and they will get complete control of this site. Retake will have to come in for Gen.G.
It's a little dangerous. no big ults unless Nature gets onto the site. And he's playing all the way back at elbow as well, so he's down to TSM right here hitting the shot stream. He's gonna flash quick at Wardell, but Dart's not helping. Sabrosa with two. He's inside the two, but all of a sudden it's all up to Levi.
Dart's available. He can get sprayed here as well. Econ goes in. Now he's got the shock darts as well. He gets sprayed here very dangerously. Another one goes in, finds Gimon, but still the spray. Just tough territory. Lots of sprayable material there. Defuse will come in, and it's match point for Gen G.
That was close. That was really close. They didn't get half there. Leviathan manages to get away from that box just slightly. All of a sudden, he has to start playing the time with him and, you know, faking the defuse, faking. There's not enough time for that situation, so that could have gone very, very differently. Good attempt from Leviathan, but better from Gen G. And I honestly kind of like how they just sat in the shock darts. You know, they're both full HP, kind of tank them. Let's get this defuse going. And that's match point now for Gen G. Wardell has the op.
Nicely timed little Roomba there as Sean, placing it a little bit later, buys himself a little bit of time. They actually have to send another drone in just to clear out Hookah. And they'll see Sean retreat back. Orbital strike to clear out the Octagon from Kusta's shenanigans. That doesn't really matter to him. He's posted up in the shed, ready to go, has those birds on command. Viper's Pit from Nature all the way over towards the A site and playing it a little bit passively. Ooh, great first pick here for Wardell.
He just waits for it. He knows. Oh, look at this. They took so much space and there's nobody there this time. Last time it was Sean, you know, popping the Raze ult and whatnot. Hayes has gotten all the way up. They're kind of playing like they did against, or like Gen G played against them, which was just to take short when there's a bathroom ult. But this one is different, right? Bathroom ults is kind of in the site rather than inside a bathroom. This would go huge. There's one. Yes, that's a massive frag.
Yeah.
30 seconds
Follows it
left.
up. Ooh, baby. Operator down. Great ADS there from Sean, or great presence of mind to check that quick. Iman on the flank is a little bit troublesome, but a great TP as well. Knowing that this may be a lost cause, leave Hayes behind, but they need to worry about Sean, who's running fast. Hayes manages to deal with one, but they need to deal with the planter. Zabrosa gets in. There's going to be the TP as Gimon will take him down. One more comes in. Gimon! How? Stop this. 2v2.
Last player standing.
One player remaining, just down to Gimon. They could swing off this together, but he's in the sight. Now going to start playing it. The running, coming, the one, the two, but bang! Manages to clean that one up, and TSM stay alive still in this map.
That dude, off a great lurk from Hayes. Getting himself 2 kills. One of them was free. The second one, I'm not sure how it went down because they were all TPing back to the other site. GMD could have caused issues there, but everything ends up working out for TSM in the end due to Sabrosa getting a 2K in the back of sight. That's something we didn't quite see because we were so worried about the flank from GMD causing massive damage. 12-9.
Standing ahead.
G match point still. They've got the economy for weapons here, and Kusa has his ult. You know he's done some weird stuff with that, so be aware.
And he's ready. He's Elong ready to hop right in. This battle seems never ending. They're still fighting for this control. The Cabbages can make that pinch even more greater, but they have to respect the potential short push, and especially with Sean falling like that, that can make things a little troublesome. But Bang gets tagged by the drone. Now he's going to pop through with the Cabbages. They're just going to rush them down, and it works so well for Gen G. Now they'll get the plant down. Won't be allowed to leave the showers, but at least TSM know that a lot of players are stuck here. Good shot, though, from Hayes to take out Kusta. And a Viper's Pit as well to try to keep things in contention here. Gen G, they're slowly inching forward, want to take care of the Viper, but Hayes survives and takes down BMD. Just down to Nature and Mikael. Wardell with the op and the knives, and Hookah as they're just taking them around and around and around the pit they go. Hayes with 4. TSM, 2 more to take us to overtime.
Oh. And that started off like, you know, kind of kind of weird in the bathroom area, but eventually we called it out that Kusa might end up going through that TP with the Seekers like he did in the prior iterations of when he had that Seekers. This time he does it, but GMD is playing very close to the bathroom, and he goes with a big flank, and it works. It works great. They regain bathroom control, but TSM does the right thing. Wardell with knives in the back line, plus the ult, allows them to cover. Very nice. FaZe as well, kind of using the ebb and flow of where they're going to go when they're chasing down Wardell inside of U-Haul and whatnot. He's popping out of his Viper ult, getting himself some kills.
Ooh, nicely done from Bang, especially to track him through the smoke there. Great opening pick. And of course, that was the only Spectre that came into this round. The rest of Gen G down to just Sheriffs.
A little bit readable, I'd say, for Mikhail, because that's the second time he's pushed bathroom on eco round. There hasn't been many for Gen G, but that's why Bang is playing so far back on the default.
But do they expect the second flank?
Oh, the third from Kusa.
Oh, Guimond, what are you up to? What are you up to? You crazy, you mad lad. Only finds one. Bang will put a nail in his coffin. Nature's still on the site, though, as Kusta is flanking around. Sean laying in wait around the bathrooms, and he's going to find himself a little hazed. Waits for it. Finds a 1-2 punch as Bang will be able to stop the bleeding temporarily, but this is a 2v2 and very dangerous as well. Sean manages to find a showstopper, which means Wardell's got to be very careful with this op posted up. The boost out. Shot as well. They don't have a lot of time. The flank from Kusta. This could be it. Sean! Gen G with the thrifty closeout map number 1.
What is that final round? The ults are popped. Wardell's holding and holding and holding. They don't plant the spike, and then eventually they have to kind of go crazy with the ults on the other side. Bang, almost, but just not enough time. That was really, really well played from Sean in bathroom there, and Gen G takes map 1, and I don't know, that was back and forth. I saw positives for both teams, so I'm really excited for the rest of the series.
Can we just take a moment to highlight GMD and FaZe, who had a phenomenal map? Like, GMD was playing like a beast unleashed. He was entering on an Omen, just popping in and clicking heads. And of course, FaZe as well. Those utility pieces and set plays that he had developed. Viper Spit on the first half, having it over towards the showers area, and then in the second half, really using it very well on the plants. Man, we got to give credit to those two controller mains. They did a phenomenal job on that map.
Yeah, that was good stuff from both sides. Either way, map 1 done. It was a close affair. Might have felt a little one-sided at some times, but either way, map number 2, we're going to split next, and we'll see you right after this break.
I'll just say straight up that people that think that we're playing or not playing tactically and we're just holding W, that's like bullshit, because you're obviously not looking at like the little like fine print of how we play and the small details. You're just looking at surface level, like, oh, like gun go burr, shoot heads. Like I like really you have to really like look at what we do, how we react together as a team, and then you'll realize why we've had so much success that we've had. And that's like one thing people don't notice, and like a lot of people in the community just like, oh, these guys are just like outskilling everyone, that's why they're winning. No, that's not it.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tense.
Born, this is where Reynas are bred. 1-4. Yep, now the duelist is starting to come through.
Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starting to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Hey guys, welcome back. I'm excited to hop into map number 2. Simo joined with me is Bala. Before we do that, none of this would ever be possible without sponsors that help make events like this possible. And of course, we have to shout out Zowie. With exclusive technologies like dynamic accuracy and color vibrance, Zowie monitors make it easier than ever to track your enemies, control weapon spray, and secure the site for your team. Check out zowie.benq.com for more information. If you'd like to learn more about how dynamic accuracy can affect your gameplay, just search for what is DYAC or DIAC to skip right to the good stuff. And Bala, we're about to skip right to the good stuff ourselves as map 2. Before we get into that, though, we have to break down what happened during map 1 because that was a very interesting battle between Gen.G and TSM.
Yeah, it was. I think both halves had lots to learn on both sides. Or not necessarily learning moments for them, but learning moments for us, the audience, you know, because there was so much good in this. And of course, there was some flashy plays too. I think GMD takes the cake for the amount of craziness that went on in that game, specifically the 3 rounds in a row where he just went insane, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Hayes had a couple of shining moments as well. Talked a little bit about that, but I think what was most interesting for me was kind of the play style here from Gen.G. They kind of took the map control whenever they felt they had the ability to do so in comparison to what TSM were showcasing on their default. We saw often Showers control be a point of contention on both sides for Gen.G. And sometimes they won it, sometimes they didn't. Sometimes Kusa would pop out and join the party as well. But at the end of the day, here's what we've got. TSM more damage done than Gen.G, and it did kind of feel like that. Gen.G members would sometimes survive just by a sliver. Still managed to take out TSM members.
Yeah, and then there was the, you know, the post-plant round that went in the way of Gen.G, so there's some of those things as well, where it just doesn't end up cutting it. But either way, it was a close match, and if you guys like that one, I think we're gonna like the second one too because of the Viper lurks that are gonna come down here for TSM. If that's the way that they end up going, Hayes with the MVP here, and he has been, in my mind, the shining, like, two things that I've been like, okay, TSM is kind of back, almost back, or maybe they're going to be coming back in the near future, has been Hayes has been playing out of his mind over and over and over. His positioning has been great, and he's always been in position with his teammates. So every time they're playing around him is very, very good. Secondly has been Wardell. However, in that game, he just was not there with the op. He was not working with his teammates. He was not really necessarily getting into the space until the very end of that game, and maybe a little bit on defense too. Where on the other side, Gen.G, very clean the entire time. They really, especially on defense, they had a game plan clearly. I mean, the way that Kusa was pushing through Long B and also through the TP really made me think like, oh, maybe this is kind of random for him. I don't necessarily like these ideas, but then boom, you see the brilliance in them down the line.
Yeah, well, we'll see what kind of brilliance comes into the second map. Let's have a quick look at the map selection once more. Get a little bit of a, recap of what we've got ahead of us and what we had before. Of course, Bind was the map that we just saw. We're going to Split and then Icebox to follow. Things can get very, very tricky here for Gen.G as these two kind of remaining maps are, a little bit in the TSM territory, might I say, for some of the cases. And really going to boil down to, I think, maybe the future of a potential agent comp if or KO is in or not in the agent selection here for Gen.G. It doesn't really have to be that way, but it could play a factor that TSM may not be prepared for, whether they've played it in scrims, whether they haven't, whether they've practiced with it, against it, all of that. So for Gen.G, shock factor is now. You want to clean this up and move on? This is your time to do it.
Yeah, well, I think this is the map that they ended up losing against Rise, and they've been kind of like teetering on the edge of banning it in most cases, but they choose Ascent here instead to ban. So Split gets left through, and TSM has been picking that. So things are playing in their favor in this regard, but I kind of disagree on the Icebox type of way. I think that ends up, in my mind, going for Gen.G because I've just been very impressed, especially since MCE has joined as a coach with that play for them. I mean, it hasn't necessarily always gone in their way, but I do like that. So we'll have to see. I think Split will be very interesting, most of all, how they're going to deal with Leviathan and what other value they can get around the map against this.
Yeah, and particularly for me, my question is always going to be around the agent compositions. I think Gen.G, the last time they showed Split, had a very interesting composition that doesn't really fit kind of the norm of what you expect on Split, and that could, of course, be ever so changing with how the meta adapts. But no more speculation. We get answers to our questions. Agent select around the corner. Map number 2, Split. And here we go. Nature with the KO hover.
Ooh.
And it's going to get locked in.
There you go. You called it. You said it. You said Gen G was going to be cooking something up with KO, and I think this is going to be really, really nice. Every time Gen G brings something new, it is you have to pay attention to the types of stuff that they're going to do. So that will be nice. TSM is running with the same old, same old. So Rosa on Sky is something that everybody gets excited with every time. But in the past, it's been disappointing. I think the last 2 times he's played it and been playing on Split, it has been actually not disappointing on the other side in official matches, of course. It kind of feels like he's bringing that Battle Sky out and really working with it and finding value, not only for himself, but for his teammates as well.
It'd be interesting to see how they play around this KO particularly. You know, for TSM, we kind of understand what the game plan is going to be. You know, with the Viper lurks and kind of the positioning with the Sky and how they play off of Wardell in comparison, in relation to Sky swings and whatever, Jet swings. But how does Gen G play around this as well? Because I think they've played with Sky in their lineup before on Split.
Yes.
So now it's gone. Now they're playing with the initiation of KO. That's a little bit of a different beast. You know, the flash doesn't fly as quite far, and you know, you can definitely self-flash and play a little bit closer contact, but it's a different play style than Sky altogether. So we'll have to keep our eyes on it. TSM, of course, on the attack. Pistol round underway. Let's see what they've got cooking up.
Already a bunch of stars in mid right now. That's going to indicate that they're going to take that over with Sabrosa and Wardell down the line. For now, though, taking B main control, making sure there's no pressure there. And early on, Hayes stays over towards A to get a little info. A couple taps on the Bank's feet.
Be a little bit painful. Still, the pinch hasn't come in from the mid side. It's going to be a heavy B main push. Okay, Kusta on the swing, but you've got 2 really low members here. Frag comes through, and that's it. They got to back away.
I just got to say, Kusta's a crazy man. The amount of times I've seen him, from the last map too, just going for it. This time, I thought maybe there was a flash from Nature going to be coming through where he can be ready, because you could tell his intention was to push through that. And hey, sometimes it got value last map, sometimes it didn't. A lot of damage done on TSM though, but they work their way back over towards A. GMD is here. He's got a paranoia. He should be able to get out of this. He might have a paranoia set up with the camera. There it is, a big flash. He gets, he's going for more.
Oh, he's getting close too. He's maybe feeling himself a little bit too much. Does eventually get taken down. Mikhail here on the site finds one right through the sliver there of the cage, and Nature just waiting to pop out. No utility available, waiting for, of course, the members to run in. Just down to Wardell, finds one, but of course Mikhail down below can swing off of that. The pistol round going to Gen G. TSM haven't won a pistol yet. It's a little bit troublesome, potentially.
This one comes off of Mikhail though. That cage was brilliant. Look at this. It's out in the open. Everybody's like, oh, there's a gap here. Why are you putting this cage down? No, that is purposeful. You get the little gap and make it look like there's not going to be anybody pushing there. Instead, Mikhail gets 1, 2, and 3 off of it. His teammates arrive and everything is hunky-dory for Gen G. You're right though. 3 pistols now. That is a little bit worrying. But it was only 13-9, even though 2 pistols were lost. That is crucial, I think, on TSM's attack side to convert these pistol rounds. Because how do you get Wardell and up? By winning the pistol round and starting to get rolling with economy very early. Without that, you end up like the bind game. We only had the op twice.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to pay attention to that. And particularly for me, position here of staying in ropes. Some teams kind of forgo the control of it, and some teams hold on, and you see Sean here holding on. He's got Guimond as well to back him up. Paranoia locked and loaded. They might be ready to swing off of this. There comes the Roomba, comes through. One player down low there. They'll try to push him away at the blast back. They're just sending everything onto Broza, and that's actually the spike. That's a little bit troublesome, as they would hope to convert, maybe even at least get this plant down, but of course, Wardell will fall, and it's an easy round. Great bonus conversion here for Gen G.
Exactly like the first couple rounds of the bind game as well. And there you see a little bit of KO action there. You see the knife. Wardell can't dash in that situation. He has to run away like normal. And everybody's coming through at the same time on mid. A very basic mid collapse, but with a little bit of added spice. The KO knife is there. So that's something that people aren't necessarily used to as much.
Okay, gun round. Very important here for TSM. Operator online for Wardell. No armor, one smoke, one updraft. It was expensive to get this weapon online. It's a very important round here for TSM.
Main control. Is Krista? Oh, I thought he was going to try to put his orb down, but that wall's really deep in mid as well. That indicates that they want to go for a lot of mid crunches, but right now, I mean, you can see, right? Just one trailblazer from Wardell, and they've gotten full control. A couple smokes from Bang as well. Stars placed, and now this wall's kind of useless. Except for B main.
I kind of like how Genji like to hold their ropes control, because it forgoes a lot of crazy scenarios where teams just funnel into A heaven and they take control of the site instead of going kind of through the choke point way, through A lobby. And because it's going to be a 1-2 punch, they can at least fight off these players first and probably do a lot of damage. Ooh, your point comes through. Throwing the frag as well. Unfortunately, your comrade has fallen. Throwing another flash in to just delay them. And he's buying time. 30 seconds left. They got to move fast. Players are coming in from behind. Nature finds one. You see Guimon. He's running. He's gunning. He walks in. A great pinch as well. One more around the swing. Hayes at least finds one on the way out. It's just down to Kusta. Bare minimum. Op still in the hands here of Wardell. Spike being planted. Onus now on Kusta. He's going to pick up a weapon. Maybe not the one that he would have hoped.
Oh. That Molly doesn't actually tag him. It could have been vulnerability. Wardell's trained on A main. If he stays in heaven, this would be a very difficult thing to cross on. And that's what he's going to have to deal with next, because Hayes is down.
Kusta has to be very careful. Oh, he jumps out. Great. Great position there from Wardell. Right on the swing. That's the only weapon that survives. I mean, that's the bonus conversion for Genji.
Hey. I have my hands up because you're saying, oh, this is the only weapon that survives. But that's the op, man. I'm fine with that. As long as you say the op in the next round, I'm chilling. I'm big chilling. And that round is won, too, because Wardell goes for glass cannon. You don't expect that on the third round. That's only available because of the patch. So glass cannon op, and he's got it.
Their secrets. That goes there.
Making all the TSM fans feel better. Like, yeah, it doesn't matter. He's got the out, baby. That's all that matters.
Hey, if you're a TSM fan, that's the one thing that you could hold on to is Op Academy standing strong.
I don't know if I'm the biggest fan here of Guimon's position. It's a little aggressive with the utility that TSM are throwing his way. Thankfully, he does have the support there of Sean, so it won't let them in. And I really love the mid control that Genji have been fighting for. TSM have expended a lot of utility to try to push them back and try to take this control. Oh, this is a little dangerous. Oh, a little dangerous. And it is Sean with 2 big kills. Nuts. Crazy. What a start. Another one comes in for Mikael. Pops the cage. He is feeling good now.
Wow. That's ridiculous from Sean. Jimdy's still aggressive.
Oh my goodness.
He'll take out one as well. That's Bang. 36 seconds for Wardell to work with, and the map is spread for Genji. So the best he can do right now,
30 seconds
actually,
left.
might be able to get into B because Jimdy's going over towards A right now. Kusa's definitely pushed up. That gives him a lot of time, but yeah, he's not going to go for it. He's slow peeking, trying to get into spawn. That's about as far as he wants to go in this round.
Are you gonna tell me again that the op being saved is the
10 seconds left.
I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying. Out of all
got the op,
things,
it's okay.
I'm just saying, man. It's my one hope. And they got it again, so everything is fine.
No, that's just Kool-Aid, man. At some point, it's just gonna become Kool-Aid for sure.
You're right about that. You're right about that.
This was crazy though.
Yeah, I mean,
insane.
I already love the fact that he's clearing the smoke that they just put up. you know, and he's making sure that he might be able to get a clip off. Oh, is this opportunity here for me to go out on the back left because the smoke is slightly misplaced? Yes. Oh, look at this. All of a sudden I can creep through, and he does. And that's the type of value you see. Opportunities like that, you check for them, and if they are there, you go for them. That is basically what Sean just did in a nutshell. What are these trips? This looks like a secret agent movie.
Well, James Bond Wardell is leading the charge. It's a little bit aggressive peeking with 0 point on because something like that might happen. Spray right through, and it's just decimation for Gen G. Caught in the choke point, Wardell. Unfortunately, the villain will finally take down James Bond. It's all up to Sabrosa now. 15 HP. Has his ultimate, has a little bit of utility in his back pocket. Unfortunately, can't heal himself.
And they've got the setup too. Nature's here. As soon as Nature makes contact, Mikhail can swing too. Sabrosa should not be able to get out of this. 45 seconds too. And it's just buying time for everybody to rotate on him. The spike is down, so they all want to get into good positions. The other thing that it's doing though is it's costing them the map control, right? He can go out and oh, fake flash. Nice try. That could have kept Mikhail off for a little bit of time, but no, it doesn't work. Nature's just trained on the angle, and he knows Sabrosa's tricks. He knows what's about to come. The sky step is coming out.
He picked up the op. He gave it to Nature. So Gen G now with the operator. Nature, let's see where he ends up posting up. Towards mid. Off the ramen peak. Okay. There's a smoke there. There's a concuss there. There's the toxic screen from the defense. But Nature with this op picked up from Wardell.
I'm telling you, man, that op getting to the next round is value. The awkward part here is Wardell's only on a frenzy. Everybody else has got guns.
He's hoping for knives.
Yeah, the orb. That's the worst feeling. Pop knives and then you get knifed. They've got time to wait it out though, so
Uh-oh.
Hope is not lost.
Ace is in a really good position. This is the first round that Gen G have really, like once Nature got that pick, they don't have that same mid control that they've had round after round. That could be troublesome if Hayes finds a lot of value. Mondo in a good spot, finds one! Almost on the second. Bang gets taken dangerously low. Mikhail's going to go back sight so he can have a little bit more time to work with. I believe that's the null that does end up getting popped. Bang's ready on the swing. Good spray. Wardell finds himself a phantom, and they're going to quickly run over to B. It's going to be the retake for Gen G.
Okay, just for Hayes to use it to get into this position, and now they're getting a little aggressive here. I think after spike plant, Wardell joining Hayes and spawn would be nice. They really not expect that this was possible. I guess given that Sean's position is so far advanced in that attacking spawn that they just were like, there's no way they could get out of this, but I don't think they realized this was this deep. Look at how they have to clear things. They're playing very isolated here though. Hayes has to get out. If he gets one and get out, that's massive.
Wow. That's amazing. They managed to survive that, but still the spike ticks, and that means that they don't have a lot of time. They'll drop down. One is already down, and unfortunately Wardell not expecting a great paint shell. Very nicely done. Gen G win round number 5. 5-1. Not looking real good right now. Not looking real good at all.
Gen G looks good. Every setup I've seen from them, I've been very impressed with. The mid crunch, the double mid playing in male with Sean playing inside of that smoke.
Amazing.
The GMD playing very close up heaven, very late in the round, able to shut that down on the anti-eco. There's the one round there where they're actually pressuring in towards B, and then they give it up and re-clear a little bit as TSM takes space over somewhere else. So they're really playing reactively here and also going into every round with something new and something good.
And back to it. Mid control again. You see TSM this time not really even fighting for it. They'll maybe send a guiding light in just to get the intel. Okay, they're there. And then maybe they'll hope to try this B main play once again. They tried it on the pistol. And Kusta did get punished.
There it is. I love to see the value. Like, that didn't work, okay? I'll give you guys that. But Sean getting up in that position is something he hasn't done, and is based off of the fact that the wall that they're using gives him the ability to do that without being punished. And there he went past it, which kind of hurts. Hayes gets the ult off too, so he'll actually know what the setup is.
Oh,
that's nice.
I like
Gets
that.
past the TP. This Astral Wall, though, is very difficult to deal with because look at Kusta, he's isolated.
Yep, they're running in. He's still alive, though, and that's kind of problem. Nature's ready. The cabbages come through. The swing! It's so fast for Nature. Finds an initial pick. GMD has dropped down, ready on the swing as well. There's a Viper spit, but unfortunately, GMD's waiting on the opposite end. The problem is that this is tricky. He can't hear anything and finally drops. Oh, but do they expect him to be so close? Sabrosa faster on the jump, though. 2v3 advantage for TSM. The spike hasn't planted, though. They can still delay. Now it officially goes down. Levi deep in the pit. It's Mikhail down on his lonesome, but still able to survive. Wardell, once the pit falls, will manage to pick him up, and TSM grab that up again, baby. Wardell's got it, and it's a round for TSM.
I mean, hey, that's much better. Already 2 more rounds that he's added than he had it on bind attack, right? So hey, I'm just saying. It's well done, though, for TSM right here. Leviathan getting his Viper's pit off. Based off of the Astral Wall that came out, the Cosmic Divide, that one is just really hard to deal with. They started off strong, but then they have to overcommit to save Nature. Or not Nature, who was in the back of sight there? Nature was the guy who swang through. Okay, Kusta. They have to swing to help Kusta so much that eventually you end up getting caught. That's something to pay attention to. The Astral Wall off of Bang in the future. They might opt to do basically the exact same thing, because look how hard, how easy it was for them to isolate the backside player. They're instantly, you know, giving him a gravity well. It's so difficult to stay alive.
This is going to be an interesting round because they're defaulting early and they're leaning heavy towards B main. They might even be trying to sell a hit, and then they're going to wait for the rotates and go A instead. But it's like impossible for Sabrosa to fight for mid control. There's a pit there. They're throwing utility.
Yeah.
A little bit of a mid-round Roomba. It's like, it's a nightmare.
Yeah.
You can't even split.
And he's safely tucked in nail too, right? So, oh, nice from Levi. Usually it's him doing this on the A side, but they switch it up, right? So Genji looked at the Vaz and they're wondering, where's it going to be? Because he's going to spam him though. Very nice. The rotate has been already happened though. So all up to Mikhail here. He's been a good anchor in the past. Well, he's going to have to give it up. Nice. Hayes stopped there to break the tripwire. He knew that was a thing coming, so good for him.
Dell's all alone though, and that was almost going to be a problem with this Gen G force that was ready to go down the ramp, but they're instead going to go pop out of heaven. Blast packs are ready. They're ready for the combo. 0 Point's going to make things even more challenging as they can't really fight back with their utility. Not that it matters, though. Quick trade, though. Now they'll go back towards the elbow. Showstopper here as well. We'll find another. Paint shells off the backboard make it difficult for Hayes, but he's got to push through. Now it's just down to the 1v1. Or 1v2, rather. Kusta's going to keep him at bay. Swaps to the pistol. And Gen G take another round. Man, KO is so annoying. Because that worked so well for Gen G.
Yeah, Bang's not able to place any stars. The tripwire was down for quite a while, actually, so they could run out of screens. And Wardell was not even in position to fight back at screens. This is what I'm talking about right there. Sean's in front of it, so it doesn't actually work. Or it doesn't give them anything. And then Wardell's not able to get the shot on Nature as he comes out, and also Kusta, who's fighting a ramp. And at this point, the round is over, right? Because it's planted backside. He can't even get there in time. Tack timeout from TSM.
Yeah, that was in that replay. The one thing I was paying attention to was Kusta just trying to keep Wardell at bay. They didn't know that that's where Wardell was positioned, but once Kusta started to go down the ramp to try to see what, you know, where other positions could be, keeping Wardell out of the conversation, like you said, wasn't able to get the shot on Nature, and that's ultimately who closed out the round.
Think about it. The KO knife spotted 3. There's only 4 alive. Where's Jet? He's not in sight. Oh,
true.
Okay. He has to be ramp, right? He's either in dark or he's in a ramp.
True.
Genji has been doing a fantastic job at not giving anything to Wardell.
Yeah.
At all. I mean, you look at the past matches from TSM where they start to roll a little bit. It's because people are shoulder peeking. They're trying to jump peek a little bit, and they're giving too much. Haven't we seen basically an early first kill, first blood from Wardell off of a shoulder peek like that? Not really. Not in this entire series so far. So how to change that, I'm not sure. And it's an eco round for...
That's what gets Wardell rolling, right? That's what gets TSM the win normally is first bloods from Wardell. It opens up a lot of opportunity. So you're exactly right. A bit troublesome for Kusta, though. He usually bites off more than he can chew here on this B main push. And once again, he'll be back in that spot. No ultimate, though, for TSM to kind of use and push him back. They're going to use a lot of this utility. But look, frag down. Sorry, everything you popped up, everything you propped up. And again, a snake bite. Just so many great delaying tools. Not let TSM be super confident in their pushes.
Oh, and they got all the info.
Yeah.
And a reposition too. Although this gives up the setup that they had with Nature pop flashing for him, so it should get dangerous still for Kusta.
Ooh, that's a little troublesome though. And unfortunately, the position that was one and done is done. And now it's down to 3 here for Genji. Hazed in the mid does eventually fall. Genji will have to play the retake. He'll have to respect the space.
Leviathan with a gun, Sabrosa with a gun. They put it in 2 different positions now too, so it's like they can cross off of each other and other people can play in this as well.
Ooh, setting up a paranoia. Let's see how this pans out. One player's already dropped, and it's the Op who swapped over to the Phantom. Okay, paranoia comes through, trying to get rid of that double stack. Mikhail out the swing. 2 picks come easy. Now it's just down to Nature, all on his lonesome. 1v1. Wardell right behind his own smoke, waiting for Nature to prop through. And right underneath the toes, Nature finds the frag. That was a little dicey, a little tricky, but you know, TSM didn't come in that round with a lot, and they made it very, very tricky for Genji to navigate. Finding that pick onto Kusta, finding the pick mid, but still the round for Genji.
Yeah, I think one of the smokes there, I'm not sure if it was Bang, it was an Astra smoke, or yeah, it was actually Bang. That smoke right there that Nature's playing through actually cuts off the ability for Sabrosa to spot when they're pushing him down on that pillar side. So he can't really help them come out of heaven, and that's what ends up taking down Leviathan. Leviathan was up close, he gets the 1 kill, but then they come swinging out of heaven. Sabrosa's supposed to be there to be able to help, but that smoke ends up costing him a little bit. And because of that, he's uber focused on that rather than swinging on the left side too.
I have this toxins going up.
I do think that TSM found a opening. Like the B hits have been working, particularly through B main, because I don't think you're getting mid control for the rest of this half. Genji have done a great job of stuffing it, but now that they've got the B main control, it has to be telling that it might be the A push. Because that's what they were, at least Genji were concerned with. They're like, okay, well, all 5 of them were B main last round, and some of the other successful rounds. Let's try to take this control back. And now that they have it, it has to be A.
Good bird. Good trade. Mikhail ends up he put all his stuff up on heaven because I think he's expecting that lurk to come through heaven instead of over towards B or out ramp. But this time it works out. There's a Viper's Pit too. This retake is much more difficult, but they have the no command.
Yeah.
Doesn't break the Viper's Pit though. That's very important. Just the abilities.
Nature is playing a little bit further back from the rest of his team as he pops out. It is going to be Wardell that is going to be anticipating his entry. John finds one on the lurk, and now Wardell has to be careful because he could be pinched in from ramp, but he's so focused on the swing from Nature. But the jump peek, no! And he takes out Wardell too! That has to be the end! My goodness, but there's no time! Genji find all the members of TSM, but it's the spike that does the job for TSM in the end. 7-3. Wow.
That was still, that retake was almost, if it was a little bit faster from Sean on the flank, because basically Nature has to wait there because he doesn't know where Wardell is. And because of that, he has to wait for Sean to clear out the rest of it so that he can get Wardell to start turning whoever's up at the top of A ramp and they could start working together to clear that. But because it took so long for that flank, they're just not ready for Nature, and Nature's not able to throw his knife into sight. They can't execute off that at all, and they haven't cleared ramp yet, so they're worried about fighting out of screens. Only thing spotted there was Leviathan.
Here.
They know it might be the default unless everybody's just kind of backed up behind him. The dog goes all the way up heaven. I think it might have spotted Nature, and they're just going to walk out with it. Leviathan's got value out of this before, but how much?
Uh-oh. This could get a little tricky. Null command is up, and they're pushing it from heaven as well. Kusta's actually able to stop players coming through. Now, Nature's going to need a chug jug to get back up. So Rose is getting in deep. He's even got the flash as well. And just right there, Kusta ready to accept him with his open arms and just trying to find a weapon, something to survive as Levi. He is down for the count. Another round here for Gen G.
Last round in the half.
This is very nice from Gen G. So the way that they're fine with them walking out. They're fine with TSM walking out past the wall. Look at the space that Leviathan and Bang have.
Spike down.
The pinch is coming in at the same time, but
One enemy
the
remaining.
no commands give so much time for Kusta because they can't clear him. There's no, like, this nade comes. Oh, that's Sean's nade.
Get set up.
Yeah.
There's nothing there to clear him out, so he's literally sitting there. So Bros is pushing spawn with his flash instead of trying to clear Sean in the back. And that cost them. That cost them dearly, but all the delay works out very nicely. They might go for a similar style.
Yeah, they're going to go again, but once again, the Viper is down, and they've got the pit as well. They're just hoping that they can hold on for Sean at the bare minimum. Kusta able to find another one in the process, and this pit is just going to delay for the rest of Gen G to rotate. And TSM, you see they have to deal with it because the spike is in the pit itself. Kusta with another, now just retreating. 1 HP with the Sheriff, and it's Hayes that puts him down. Still, 2 players remain. Rosa finds another as they're waiting for Gen G to rotate in. 1v2, down to Hayes. The Nature has been unstoppable. 9-3 the half. And Gen G are looking fierce.
Yeah, that they are. So many different players showed up in that game, or in that half. Kusa inside of B, his anchor. Mikhail anchoring down on A as well. Nothing really working out for TSM except a couple of rounds. 3 only? That's a very different scoreline that we saw on Bind. And I mean, you could see it in the demeanor, right? In the demeanor of the players themselves. The defense was better for TSM, so we'll have to see if that's going to be the same way it was here on Split.
We'll have to see that, of course, after a short. Welcome back. So we're preparing ourselves, as I'm imagining TSM is preparing themselves for the comeback. 9-3 is where we finish the first half. As we move into the second, TSM have a lot of work to do, and it starts with this pistol. A pistol that would mean the world if they won, because they haven't won one yet in this series.
They're going to need more than that, of course. But that's the starting block. And they've already got a setup here. Wardell and Leviathan. Oh, and it looks like Genji wants to go B at the beginning of the round, at least. They've got a Cypher Cam and a Tripwire over towards A, so it indicates to me that they're not necessarily fully sending on that, rather than, you know, maybe putting that camera on B main or mid for information throughout the round. How many did that spot?
We got
can't
tagged.
quite tell, but yeah, Wardell got tagged, and so did, of course, Leviathan, who was with him very close. So instantly they're away from that, because I think Wardell playing close to B main gives them the idea that, hey, he's probably going to be playing aggressively here, so they don't want any of that.
Rosa ready with the flash, but a couple of members that are very, very close. He's going to be caught with his utility out. There's the flash, though. Instant cage. Rosa waits within it, pops through, almost takes down Sean. It's Bang, though, from the rope that finds the frag, and it's a fast break to A. You see FaZe rushing to try to keep up. It's just Mikhail.
The spike's all the way in spawn, so they're kind of having to run back through that. No smoke assist to Mikhail's either, so. And they're flipping it again. Genji, a little uncertain on this pistol round. That might give a little bit of room right here. GMD's going to walk up. The wall is obviously only being used for B main right now. GMD a little bit of jump spotting through. Bang is there as well, and not much damage done, so they might get into sight. GMD gets one, though, and Wardell and FaZe will combine for 2. It's an even trade in the 2 versus 3 now.
Not a lot of time left. They'll at least get the spike down, and another pick. Okay, but there's a player concussed, and that has to be careful! Somehow! Genji, Nature, and Kusta. I thought TSM had it. But concuss, player back sight, 2 swinging from heaven. How?
Yeah, that's what happened. Look, he's gravity weld, so he's got the vulnerability, and he's got the concuss too, and he still gets the classic burst off on a Sabrosa. I mean, on whoever the last player was there. That is just ridiculous. And that's, you know, when you get that off on somebody and you know you got it off, you're just like, oh, I'm rushing this guy until he's gone. A little bit of a thing that ends up punishing. Oh, look at that lineup. I didn't realize. Look at that. That's all the way in towards pillar in the back of sight. That could be devastating against a Sentinel player. Bang is here. He didn't get suppressed, but they're already in sight by that time.
Nice little lineup. Frag as well to follow up. Wardell finds another one in the mid area. 3 players main, and this is looking like a TSM victory. Just down to Kusta, and he's all on his lonesome. Has to reload the Spectre at some point, but he doesn't really have the time to do so. Finds the 1v2. And Wardell from heaven. The force up for TSM comes up fruitful. They'll clean up that round.
Did you see that wall? I don't know if we're gonna see anything from that round, but did you see the wall? I think it was a little bug there on the stairs. I don't think it made it all the way up. The wall that Genji was throwing over towards B. Pretty sure that glitched out. And that gave them an angle in towards spawn where they were not ready to fight that, because they're fighting.
They're pinging it. They're pinging it. You can even see. Maybe they're questioning the angle of it potentially.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he's just trying to line up his wall again.
Well, hey, that's great from TSM. That's a good way to clap back. The players in dark and everything. There's a tripwire here. FaZe might be able to take control off of the one-way cage, but he lets him out. And minimal damage done until then. Sean gone.
Spike down B.
Down to 2 players here. Kusta just trying to make it across. Wants to plant the spike. The one tap onto Wardell. 4 HP versus 2 very low members of TSM. Hazed on the crab walk swing. TSM clean up another round.
I love how FaZe there. You talk about the crab walk swing. When he's down inside of underneath heaven, he starts at pillar, he gets the one-way cage off, and then he continues to swing over towards the safety, over towards his team, and over towards the cubby where he can hide. And that actually buys time for other people to get involved with it. Just immensely impressed with Hayes' patience over time. And we will have a little bit of a tech pause, but that's 2 rounds now for TSM. This is the big test. And it's only 1 Spectre for them, so should be okay in terms of economy and how the guns advantage actually plays.
TSM can close out this round, this upcoming one.
What?
Could really be sitting in a good position to paint together some bigger economy plays, because the economy is not really a bounce back. This is where Gen.G put it all on the line.
Yeah. And so far the attack has been very similar to Bind. The game plan is like kind of, I mean, obviously they got ecoed in the second round, so you can't necessarily see what their bonus ideas were and whatnot, but
yeah,
so far it's been kind of chaotic. I mean, you could see the run through mid on the pistol round, for example, the half-second decision that they made, and that ended up being relatively indecisive. That, if it shows itself more, could be very dangerous down the line. As we wait for this too, I continue to give a little bit of props towards Hazed. But more importantly, I think on the other side is Nature and his KO. The lineups here, I think, could be very dangerous. Keep paying attention to where the 0 point is going in the beginning of the rounds. This time he's positioned over towards mid, but that's twice now that he's had some nice darts, or darts, you're calling them darts, but some nice knives, the 0 point. One in the front of B main, and then also one lining up over towards the backside of site.
Gen.G not very interested in A. Seem to play this B main round after round, and maybe they're waiting for TSM to get a little bit antsy, but because Hayes is the anchor here, they're never going to peek B main. It's never going to be a thing. So Wardell, on the other hand, very advanced position. Backs away.
Nature uses 0 point very early to clear close mid, and it did get value where they know that nobody pushed up, but then he kind of backs off, and right now I'm worried. Oh, Hayes, no, the timing doesn't work out. Sean's gonna pounce on this too, so they should have sight if they could just force Bang off the position. It's a Viper's Pit too. They get him,
wow,
and that's the sight locked open.
That's crazy, but there's a player in the smoke. It's Sabrosa. He's about to pop right behind him. He finds one. Now they know exactly. Oh my goodness, Sabrosa. Oh, 4 frags come through, down to just Wardell and Nature. This is insane. Sabrosa was in the best possible position. Wardell hears Nature sprinting down through. Who's going to get this frag? It's good for Wardell. TSM for the round.
Oh, that was so close. Sabrosa got so much down to the back of sight, but Sean got even more almost in that situation. The way he was able to knock it open after finding Hayes for free. Viper's Pit comes up, and Sabrosa once again taking these opportunities. We talked about it in the first half with Sean. This time, Sabrosa goes huge for 3. And you talk about favoring the B site. That one, I don't even think Gen.G wanted to end B. I think they purely went off of intuition there. Here's a lineup I'm talking about. It's just an eco round, but this could cause problems. Wardell's on the op. And Dash with this.
Oh my god! 4 kills for Wardell. Yeah, this round's over. Pack it in. TSM fans yelling in the chat right now. This is what they came for, the Wardell show. This is what they bought tickets to see.
That is absolutely nasty. The smoke falls, and so does Wardell's shot right on the heads of Kusta and Nature. That is an outstanding op play. And if he starts to get rolling, that is a big key. Has to do it more than just once. And here it is. He's going to play aggressively here. Gen.G's reading this. They're going to paranoia instantly. And with the knife too, Wardell might be in deep trouble.
Oh no. He's in a little bit of trouble. running away right into a paint shell, playing behind the flower pot. He's low. They know, but a quick null command as well. Hayes finds one, but that doesn't matter because Nature's backed up. Boom, no problem. Sabrosa on the run though, knows that he's got to swing through, and Nature right back up to form, finds Sabrosa. And they're in a really good position now. TP out from the close 50, doesn't want to be stuck there, wants to be with his team. Bang and Levi now have to work together. Kusta on a great angle to anticipate somebody dropping through or walking through, can calm anything at any point. And watching the flank for ramp. 2v4 though. There's the drop. Levi's in, he's down. One player remaining, it's Bang, and he is stuck behind screens. And he's running.
He's got to. He's got to. He's gonna try to find some damage, because don't forget Genji's economy is definitely weak. Starts off with Nature, a cam out. Actually spotted Bang going for more, and he wants to take everybody with him. Won't be able to do that though as he runs through. The decay is on, and yeah, Genji's just looking for him.
Good call out on the Wardell anticipation. That is what turned the whole... They used Null as well, the Null command. That was just a set play to take out Wardell. That was targeted.
Yeah, they just knew.
Targeted.
They knew. I mean, he played past him the previous round. They went for it, and then they can kind of anticipate Wardell's gonna do something different here. And most of the time, he likes to be in these aggressive angles. But you just get punished. I mean, no command instantly. He can't dash away at the safety. The best he can do there, if he realizes what's coming, is he can go into sight, and maybe he can do some damage there with Hayes. And that almost happened because Hayes was there with the crossfire, so chasing down Wardell, but it's not enough. And all of a sudden, Genji really wants the sight. It's open. Satchel's through. This could be a tripwire, but he's not even really playing it, and he can actually send it heaven. No, he's going to send it screen, so no value there. It's going to be a 5v5.
Oh, Hayes. Be careful.
He's got a cam up still. What I worry about is everybody's in sight for Genji.
Yeah, this is a little bit problematic, and there's 3 ultimates available, particularly the Cosmic Divide, that can make things a little bit troublesome. They can push forward. You see Mikhail's got to get out of that close 50, and the knives are out. Here comes the push! Wardell and Bang now in combination, down to just minuscule players here. GMD's the last man standing. Oh, man. They'll get the defuse. They'll get the round. A beautiful retake as Genji were stuck in the site.
3 rounds in a row they go for B, and twice it ends up failing. This time on a full 5v5 retake. Where can you get the value for Nature there? He's full blind. Oh my goodness, he's literally in a Viper Molly and the gravity well at the same time. And all that's happening, he's blind from a flash. He's also getting updrafted on by Wardell. So everything in combination works really nicely there. There's Bang's contribution. You talked about the ults. They used 2 of them. Still Cosmic Divide up. Back to a default thing, though, for Genji. So things slowed down. Another line. Oh, that's actually... I'm wondering what the value for that knife is. I think that's for screens, but maybe missed a little bit because I don't even think Wardell got tagged for it. He was full peeking it. I have to say this is the best use of KO I've seen yet, outside of like a couple EU games. And NA, obviously, this is the main event. This is the first time we're getting to see the top teams play it. And it looks so good. Flash gets no info for Sabrosa, even though they are mid, so maybe some false information even. And we'll break the trap wires over towards ropes and also get a smoke down in towards the heaven, which forces Sabrosa to play over towards spawn instead. They might be able to lurk through that, but I don't think that's going to be the play given what we see over with the spike over towards A. They're going to split A through heaven, or through ropes, and also a ramp. Timing.
Paranoia in. Ace in a little bit of trouble. The Wardell on the peak. Oh, Ace has to second guess himself, but he finds the frag anyway. But 2 quick punches. Wardell's, though, still alive backside, and that's a problem.
1 enemy remaining.
Nature does end up finding the frag. Has to get the spike planted fast. Does he have enough time? He's going to die instantly.
Oh, that sucks. Imagine having to be forced by time to place in the front of sight. That's what happens when when, you know, you go all the way towards the end of the round and then you execute with 20 seconds left. I mean, when something goes wrong, it goes wrong. If something goes right, sure, you look like a genius planning with 4 seconds left. But if it doesn't, you really don't give yourself room for any errors. And when Wardell's playing on the A site, that gets dangerous. So indecisiveness there, actually, that looked like they wanted to do that the entire time. They're just a little slow on the uptake with the fake on towards B and then the switch over. But the idea was there instead.
Even though Gen G only need 2 rounds, it feels like it's like the most insurmountable task. And now Wardell has swapped over towards B site, keeping things fresh. Hit down the middle. Nobody playing on A. TSM maybe reading. They're not going to try A that many times in a row, especially with how unsuccessful has been.
Walk through the pit.
Oh no. Oh no. They're all stuck, but they're actually going to be start to rush out of B main. Quick trade though, as the Viper Spit can now start to fall. Bang, up above. Doesn't get taken down. Now it's just down to Nature with the Sheriff. 1v2 has made it expensive already. He's got some options.
Both one shot from the Sheriff. No guns available for him to pick up though, because they're all scattered in heaven. That's a clear to spawn. Hayes is out though, and he doesn't recognize this. Wardell's still in heaven.
Oh, he's right behind him. Hayes has got this. Yeah, there's too many places to look, too many places to think. Nature was doing everything, thinking maybe that they were going to come from the alleyway. Spent a lot of utility to kind of clear that left side of the pillar, at least from our perspective. And the commitment of that allowed Hayes to get a lot of space, move up. We're almost tied up, 10 to 11. This is a crazy map.
From 9 to 3. From 9 to 3.
They won the pistol from 10 to 3.
Sheesh. 24 and 12 for Nature. Wardell's keeping up. 22 kills for him as well. Right now, it's all about the pace that Gen G can keep up. They can surprise them. I think in the next 2 rounds at least, they're going to get a very, very surprise win, similar to what they did with the round on A where they used the no command on the Wardell. Here it comes again. But this time he can get away. He's going to actually go for... No, he misses it.
Oh!
What?
Ow.
The Sheriff shot too, and he gets away eventually.
Oh, and they're just pushing them back, using all the utility that they can. Michaela funds another snake bite to not let them in from the alleyway. The plant will go down, but this is problematic because they need to fight as soon as they can. A great snake bite from Kusta to push the Brusa out. Now 3 players remain. Wardell just checking his backside just to make sure the spike's ticking. The onus is on TSM to act. 2 players stacked up behind. HP coming back up for some of the players that were affected by the poison cloud and the toxic screen. Wardell pushing up forward. Smokes are down. He's got to play close with this op, and that's a problem. Hayes finds one initially. GMG's just looking for him. Where is this guy coming from? There he is! GFD for 2! And it's match point for Gen G.
Oh, they did it again. That no command is shutting Wardell down when the time comes. He had to be pushed all the way out of sight, and then the utility to follow up is so good. I mean, you see the player, I believe that was Sub Rosa down underneath heaven, mollied out, and you have the team swinging. You don't just use the utility in places and then end up not using, like swinging on it and getting the peaks. They really, really capitalized there, and it's another tack timeout for TSM. But out of all these rounds so far that Gen G has won, they've really relied on finding something onto Wardell with a 0-point knife or a no command or whatnot. And when it slows down for them, it just has not. They've not been able to find the gaps, even though they're creating them, if that makes sense.
Yes. Yes, it does. But at the bare minimum, we get. I feel like we could get to that overtime. It depends on the economy for TSM. Yeah, it's looking enough. Bros is in a little bit of a tight spot, and of course, Wardell's going to buy down. I think they'll be able to make do. And Ultimate's on the opposite side. We've got the Shadows and Neural Theft, but particularly Kusta 1 away from the Viper. That could be a big factor if they fight for Orb. If they look for that Viper's Pit for Kusta, that could be a big factor. And on the opposite side, they've got a lot to work with, especially for the retake. The Cabbages, the Cosmic Divide, a lot on the table here for TSM. To also bring this a couple more rounds in.
Backside knife to start. Mikhail is basically looking like the pistol for Gen G. Difference was, okay, he didn't actually toss it. He toss it as GMD gets a little closer. So Bro's gotten some info in mid. And this is when they start to take it. So already 20 seconds down in the rounds and really nothing has happened. Every time it feels like Sabrosa's flash is a little early, at least on the timing for Gen G. So he gets the info anyways. Sean ends up shooting. They're playing 3 over towards B. This is actually a lot. Look at Wardell.
Yeah.
Look at that position. He's so advanced and he can get out of there. They're never going to knife that.
There's a trip though, but it doesn't matter. He has the information that they're developing a B hit. Knife does come in. Some of that utility is going to fall down, flash in, and 40 seconds left. Gen G have to make a move. The Cabbages come through, which means they're delayed even longer.
The timing there too. As soon as the knife, it got value, but they already have put their molly down. So anticipating TSM. Very nicely done. Gen G, they pivot to a B split here. This could work out, but the time is an issue.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Levi's going to be the biggest problem. The smoke starts to go down. The sprays through. GMD finds 1, 2. How does he find them? Sabrosa up close and personal. Will punch right back. TSM Hayes finds another. The sprays from heaven. Not enough for Sabrosa to finish off GMD, but it's enough nature now in a 1v2. 30 HP. Not a lot left remaining. And he's not going to find Sabrosa. Great hold from TSM. 1 away from overtime.
A stunning round from Sabrosa, shining again on the flanks. The lurks around this pillar on the B site. Twice now. Similar situations. He's playing inside the poison orb of his teammate Leviathan. And all off of a read, essentially. Not even necessarily a read, just knowing the fact that, hey, A is free. There's nobody coming here. There is absolutely nobody here. It's going to be B. That call coming from Sabrosa, and they put themselves now on a chance to make this to overtime. Gen G still has the opportunity to close it out, though. And some of these rounds get dicey. I honestly think that that execution was fantastic. If it wasn't for the info that they had from Wardell, that should have worked.
Scout destroyed.
I know the added layer was as they were pushing in from the split, GMD was holding heaven, and the players pushing alleyway from TSM side just got annihilated because GMD was holding up above. But you're right. There's a lot of elements to that play that could have worked out for Gen G. Now, and they close it out with a little bit of a rougher buy. Utilities looking a little scarce. They'll try it again.
Same plan. This looks identical. Look at Wardell again. The difference here, Leviathan's not there. Does he have his poison orb over there? No. The wall's been used on A.
They're afraid. Just the cage. Waiting for the spray from Hayes. Finds one, at least to start. Banks participating as well. Nature's the only one that finds a consolation prize. But now he's in a 1v3. And TSM is moving fast back to the site. Sabrosa's first on the docket. And it'll be the tie game for TSM. TSM in overtime. Name a better combination, because that is where we are headed.
After a 9-3 half, they lose the pistol 2. They bring it all the way back through. And playing for their life against Gen G right now, playing to starve off elimination at least a little longer. And not have to go through the lower bracket run of the ages. I think they'd play the loser of T1 and V1, which is not something they want to do. So right here, right now, they've got to win their map pick of split and take it to Icebox. And even then, they still have a tall task. Gen G right now, they've got to be kicking themselves because they had this in the bag. They absolutely had it until that thrifty round from TSM. Sides have swapped, so we're back to the dominating half of Gen G, but it was just as dominating from TSM when it came down to it.
Also have a glass cannon build here for Wardell. Mikhail's going to spot the players that are going to be pushing out from here. Cage goes up. Great spray from Mikhail. Even gets a little bit of damage onto Wardell. He was a glass cannon anyway, but that hurts. 43 HP. fly with a pistol could take him out at this point. The smokes are down. And the spike is in a really tough spot. Bang picks it up. Okay, thank you very much. I'll find another. And they'll just keep spraying it. Eventually, the spike will get retrieved by Levi, but at what cost? You lost 2 members already.
Oh, I like this. After the knife, Wardell re-peeks. He thinks they're already past, but the smoke will end up stopping him from getting anything more. And they're going to try again. They're going to try to walk through again. Mikhail with this camera twice. This has already happened. He's just spotting the feet. Like, how good is this camera? Eventually, they'll take it out when their heads can actually see it. But Gen G know everything that's happening.
They have 2 players on site too, right? GMD and the flower pot, nature backside. So even if they pop out, GMD's just ready. 0 point. They don't have a lot of time left. 13 seconds. And it's well timed too! Wardell's the last player standing. He's got the pistol, yeah, but once you drop down, he was looking for the knife. He was looking for it. But the round goes to Gen G.
Yeah, I mean, hey, the last resort type of thing, so I'm not... We're in overtime still. Honestly, I think the way that this is played out, coming to overtime is a disadvantage for TSM simply because Gen G's starting on the defense. So even if, you know, based on how defensive sided this map has been for both teams, even if they brought it to overtime, which they did, Gen G is now playing defense first every new overtime. So advantage them, opportunity to close this game out, to close out the series. But it is on their attack, and here's the big part. They were reliant. 2 of the rounds that they got on their attack side was no command.
Look at this 3 players mid. This is very different from TSM. And Wardell's here as well. 4 players in and around this mid area, anticipating probably just the default from Gen G. Whatever the defaults look like. They've split it very rarely up through mid.
Walk through the wall. Leviathan's going to rotate off of that. They didn't really have that much information in B main, so they can't really push past, but sprays through smoke and an NA. Name a better combo right now. Leviathan gets 1.
Oh my
Hayes
God!
Gets another. That's a Vandal, though, but it's vicious.
That is crazy. Spike will still go down, means the onus is on TSM to act, but they are already here, and these trips are about to be activated. 2 players stuck on the flank, and Kusta's ready for them. Unfortunately, the Trailblazer is going to make that very difficult for Kusta. Shot right in the back as he walks up the ramp. But GMD, alongside Mikhail, looking to get this done. GMD is just trying to survive, avoids the flash for the time being, finds one initially. And on the swing, Sabrosa's got it. Back to, once again, another overtime.
Really, really well done there. I'm a little confused on whoever was a rant there for Gen G. I think Kusta. That was basically he sees the Trailblazer come in, and then he turns his back on it because he wants to escape. But it was so close that you kind of knew it was coming. The swing from Sabrosa, and he takes that out, and now they have control to retake the site from all angles. A very critical point when you talk about these A retakes is A ramp control. TSM does it very nicely because of the mid flank that came up that you called out. So we go back for a second overtime. And again, Gen G on defense. I think TSM saw something. There's attack timeout right now, so they're trying to find something else, but clearly there was an idea at the end of their attack half and here on the first overtime. Let's walk out A main. How many times did they try it? It worked out a couple rounds in regulation. This time, not so much. That kind of was the only thing that was working for them. It was the lurks for sure. Remember, it's Leviathan and Bang walking out of B main, or it's Hayes walking out of A main with Wardell. So one of those 2 options definitely look nice, but Gen G should be aware of it now, and that camera specifically was just so good to shut something like that down.
I just think the A side is much stronger here for Gen G than the B side is. They actually got plants down, and they were able to overwhelm Kusta a numerous amount of times on the... That doesn't mean they won the round, but they got into the side at least, and they could get the spike down. But Mikhail on this A side is just a monster with his positioning, and the fact that you can swing off nature, then you've got the 0 point that comes in as well to not let them use their utility to get into the site. There's just so much working in favor here for Gen G.
Yeah, I think you're right, but another thing is, again, the ults. That was what won attacking rounds for both teams. It was Cosmic Divide in one case for TSM, and Gen G is the no command. So who is the first to break the pattern? Honestly, the first person to do it should have the game in the bag. Whew. So far, it's not working out for TSM to do just that. Leviathan damaged very much, and they're starting to work their way back over towards A. They've already used the Viper Wall too. It's not like they can pivot and use that on A.
Paranoia through. Not good enough, though, and Wardell just waits. Great patience. Comes up big. This could be the beginning of the round for TSM to just chain out of this overtime.
I think that's the first time we've seen on their attack side here on split that Wardell gets an opening frag like that.
Yeah.
And it's on the primary controller too, so they don't even have smokes to re-smoke on a main or anything like that, like they did in the previous round where the spike was down multiple times. Mikhail playing in front of his trips too. Gotta go big.
Oh my god! The reaction time's crazy. Sabrosa's looking for more. Sees him around the bench, just waiting for the flash to time out. But Nature's got it. Great frag though, but still 3v4. Nature's alone here on the site. Somehow, Gusta's now left to deal with Haste, and he's taken down. 3v2 advantage here for Gen.G. They're starting the plant. Bang is waiting for the swing, and Nature's just sitting tight. Doesn't need to play any more aggressive than he needs to. The pre-fire spray for Levi. Nature just has to wait. Finds the frag just down a Bang. Has to re-guess his aim, rethink his life choices. Gen.G find the defensive round. We knew that was coming, but I liked what I saw from TSM. Find the pick, almost find the round.
Yeah.
Switching sides.
I mean, honestly, Nate, 33 frags so far. This man has come up huge for Gen.G and probably the best KO performance we've seen yet in VALORANT. It just looks so good in his hands. Back to defense for TSM. They cannot crumble here. I have to say, some of those B attacks that you're talking about that Gen.G used were saved by Sabrosa and his way, how he's working around Leviathan's utility. They're switching it up so hard. Look how much utility is on that B site, and they're playing a lot in heaven. I think they're expecting here an adjustment from Gen.G to start playing towards mid, but those adjustments have really come late in the round when they do. Again, it's happening.
Oh, man. This is a little bit tricky from TSM, playing a little bit of a different style on their attack. Waiting for the Ramen peek. Sees Sean. Sees the shoe first, but he might be anticipating the swing. He wants the flash first. Oh my goodness, Sabrosa leaves some for the rest of us. Almost sees the last player, and they're starting to run for B, but they're ready. They're waiting in heaven, waiting for them to pop out. They're stuck.
0 Point clears the back site. They're going to re-clear Sabrosa, but he's still here waiting. He gets another one.
Oh my goodness.
He gets the fourth too. He's going to go for the content play, but it doesn't work out. 1 versus 4 now for Nature. And he's been good, but not quite that good, so we go again.
Oh my goodness. So here's what's going to happen. Once we go to the attack again, there's like, Gen.G's going to be looking, okay, we got to figure out what the hell's going on in the mid here. TSM might be adapting since they have this kind of momentum built up on the attack. I feel like they're in Gen.G's head. Gen.G are trying to play the default, and they're just stuck. B main, A main, wherever they are, they don't make those commitments fast, and it allows TSM to have so much time.
I'll tell you what, that mid attack is not going to work one more time for TSM. So still need to think about how the adjustment is going to work on defense. Either way, you're right. We're back on this attack. We're dealt with the glass cannon. That's what worked last time. But again, Gen.G's not giving them anything. No room, no peeks, nothing. They're just playing off their own angles and not looking to take... They're not being greedy. That's basically what I'm getting to. They really aren't. So far in this overtime, TSM looks like the team is going to break the pattern first. But I do wonder about their defense as it goes forward. Either way, on the attack right now, Wardell's deep. Oh! There it is! Every time you give him a piece, he goes for it, and the flash is good for Sabrosa. But Sean, what?
How does he find that one? Doesn't matter, though. Kusta's down. They've got control of the site. 2 players remain. This is the break in the chaos that you said TSM needed. Wardell now dropping down. Sees the TP, finds an easy pick just down to Mikael. Shot's good from range, though, but not enough to take out 3 more players of TSM. And now Gen G have a very difficult task to win on their attack.
Another pick from Wardell, and that is literally some of the craziest prediction that you can ask for, right? They clear all the way through B Heaven. He's cleared the angles up in the rafters and whatnot. His teammates come through behind him. They scale very well, and then he's looking for the jump peak. Who looks for the jump peak, Simo? Who but Wardell? That is ridiculous. In a spot that is not, like, you're expecting jump peak in ropes, you're expecting it on pillars. In Heaven? Oh my goodness, he's pre-aiming that. And they've gotten breakpoint here, and Gen G is just going for it. 2 flashes over top, the execute is through, but TSM's hiding for now. Bang will swing and get 2.
My
This
God.
might be starting to call it right now. Sabrosa gonna go for the bank, and he doesn't get anybody.
That's big. The fact that usually Sabrosa has come up with a multi-kill when he's been in those pillar situations. Now GMD sees Hayes. Wardell ready for the peak, but you got to be careful. Shot does look like it tags GMD. Wardell's down. Gusta takes him out. 3v2. Players are all locked and loaded, but the spike needs to be planted, and they're anticipating Levi with a little bit of antics. You see the flank now coming in from Hayes as well, coming in from B main. Nature a little bit unaware of it, gonna recheck it here again. In a pretty decent position, spots him out, and now it's just down to Levi. No utility left, and he has to walk through the fire and the flames here as well. Nature's got the angle, and somehow they just Gen G running back the same B pillar, burst in with Sean, and that time it worked.
We're getting scrappy now, too. I mean, what a round to pull off what I've been asking for the entire game. A different pace here from Gen G, and with a full-on execute from the beginning, right? They're using the flash drives. The flash drives from KO over top of B main. That is not a flash that you're used to, and that's popping without you having any information. So you saw how far back Bang was. He was playing all the way back in CT and has to push through his own smoke to find any value. Gets 2 from it, but there's nobody to trade because they're all pushing back through their smoke. So back on the attack we go, and somebody has to break the pattern first again.
Has to walk through the molly. Does not survive. Now that's a lot of controller utility gone. They really rely on Levi to get safe passage to B. You even see Hayes starting to prep A. He's walking over, gonna start checking it out, and you might see the split through ropes. But guess who's ready? Mikhail's cam, Nature, they're prepared for this.
Yeah. Oh, that barely missed. All it got was Hayes. Hayes is always in that position. And they're not expecting them to. Okay, the camera will spot them, so this isn't a big of a deal as I'm starting to make it out to B. Sean with the timing on the Sabrosa and a good peek there. GMD's peeking as soon as Sean is coming up the ropes as well.
Flash drive out. Sprays are starting to come through. Mikhail finds one. Nature's just goddamn robot. Bang will be the last to fall. Great hold there on the A side. And once again, that A side is difficult to puncture through. Mikhail and Nature are a disgusting combo. And if GMD decides to partner up with them too, even better. He sits behind the flower pot, he plays a little bit passive, and he swings off of contact. It's insane how well their A side defense is. But once again, we go back to TSM's tried and true, their defense.
Hey, that's twice in a row now, number one, 2 times in a row, 2 rounds in a row, but they've also broken the mold. They won their T-side attack, and then they win their defense. They have to break one more time and win another attack round, though. To end this, send TSM to the lower bracket. Oh, Mordell's already given 1. That's Mikhail trying to go in front of his cage for some reason. No smoke down. Leviathan also repositions off this too, so Wardell takes up Heaven and Leviathan takes up Ramp.
Well, they might be thinking about going down, but Sabrosa's here. Gonna see the toes. That's spiked down. That is horrible for Gen G. Hayes is already in Ramen. I was about to say Ramp. Don is like, well, this is a scary sight. I've got to go through mid. Hayes is ready and waiting for it. This was prepped since minute and second 1. Now Sabrosa's in an advanced position because he got the smoke from Bang. Whoa, he checked camera, but still sees Nature crossing through. Roomba in.
Awkward.
To make things a little bit more troublesome. Hello. See you now.
Surprised he's not giving this up, but hey, it's a spike, so throw it with your body. And you already got man advantage too, so I'm fine with this. Plus the control they have on the rest of the map. I mean, they can't come through, so it has to be Sabrosa taking the contact. And he's delaying them a lot because they think there's more. 25 seconds now, and they have to get through Wardell, Bang, and Leviathan.
Yeah, working with the buddy system though. Sean on first contact finds another one. Okay, things are starting to look looking a little bit easier, but with Wardell on the angle, Levi up above on the rafters, there's just no way to come back from that.
Switching sides.
Man, again we go.
5 overtimes, man. Both of the teams have gone through overtime, just in the open qualifiers at least. But here on the mainstream, I think we're being blessed with the amount of overtime games that we've gotten in the last two main events. I'm thinking back, V1 versus 100 Thieves. What was that? 20 overtimes?
Oh.
Starting off here, and it doesn't look like anything is gonna break anytime soon. It looks so even.
Speaking of that series, that one's gone to the third map, V1 versus T1. Third map is where that series will end up, as we are just finishing our second. Again, Genji on the defense, similar hold, but this time Mikael's a little bit more lonesome. Spike, though, not in the hands of any TSM members, so just the default to start, as we've praised TSM for their success rate based on picks found.
They've been having to get Wardell into deeper positions than against any other team, I think. So look at this. They're using the cages for him to cross, and then they're going to peek up a ramp. And even then, they're not going to show much. Like, Nature's not peeking here, unless he uses some sort of utility with a flash or something. Leviathan and Haze, the two lurkers. Nice. Only shoulder peeking the one way, not committing that fight. That's good. Dude, Sean is like being pulled in all sorts of directions right now. 30 seconds left. They're still on the other side. There's a flash through from GMD too, and they shut it down on this side. And the rotate's not even fully been pulled.
Wardell looking up above, looking from heaven. Banking so low, but still the sprays don't quite find him. The flash through has to run, but Sabrosa just uses that to get safe passage to elbow. Flank goes down, 4v3. Wardell's waiting for them to peek from heaven. And in the meantime, Sabrosa, he's pushing up. Still has the flash, can still pop through, but he's in the smoke. He's gonna wait for them to pop in. Has the flash out, catches one. Can he find another one? Nope, does eventually fall. And somehow the paint chills. Now it's just down to the op. 1v2, finds one through the flash. Now it's Sean chasing him down. And another round for Genji.
What is going on? You already knew Sabrosa wanted that. You saw him with his bird getting ready to flash through from the moment that happened, and he needed to. Why? Because Nature was coming with the knife, and if he caught both of them backside, they had no retaliation whatsoever. So he goes for it. Wardell tries, but it doesn't matter eventually because they still hit the shots. And then this is just gorgeous from Nature, or from Sean, to recognize the opportunity he has in front of him and go for the satchel charge. That is just so difficult to deal with when you're an opper. So Genji, again, advantage, but you've got to break the mold on when they have advantage. And neither side has been able to do that quite yet.
Oh, Levi. It's a little bit more advanced than he normally plays it, and they're moving fast. We know this. We know that this is the execute that Genji have been trying to push to, but this time TSM doing a great job of stopping them and find a great opening pick. It's not Wardell that finds it, but it doesn't matter. Sean is down.
Did that feel a little weaker, the execute there? They used both their flashes, but it didn't feel like the follow-up was there. Paranoia is still up. They didn't use stake bites or anything like that, so it wasn't the full execute. They were just trying to maybe get a pick, but that just completely backfired. And I think already that execute is something that TSM is ready for, right? They're going to be playing anti-flash because they know that that's in the pocket of Genji. So not quite sure about that one. But a split is what they always end up going for. This is different though from Kusta.
Oh, this is just so ballsy. He's got the spike. He's got the spike. This is so dangerous. Mikael's down, trying to peek mid. Kusta's down. Yeah, this is like clockwork for TSM. Genji needs something else, because this B hit is so telegraphed, and they're 5 stacking B main. 5 players. until Mikael decided to wrap around through Ramen back through mid. Well, they sent GMD with him too, but they start 5 B main, 5 people. This is starting to get out of control.
That's been a problem, but not like a significant problem, right? Wardell has gotten the information in past rounds, but information is just one thing, you know. There he shuts down the split entirely, and there's nothing to push him off the angle or anything like that. Oh, okay, this might be actually a fast push here because Wardell's not opping. He might end up using dashing on a site with a wall, quick, very quick here from TSM.
Still have a lot of utility to work with. He's pushing up. 2 agents have been suppressed. Wardell. Let's take down that camera. They know there's players ramp, and they're trying to play it safe. One player does get sprayed through the toxic screen, but it doesn't mean the round is out of the woods quite yet for Gen G. One player jumps up. Wardell on a very tight angle here. Not going to let them push through. He has an angle into screens as well.
There it is. That was slow from Bang. They need to get the spike down. Okay, he planted for Heaven too. Sean actually takes out Sabrosa, but it is planted for Heaven. So Wardell could have a big impact if they manage to get their way back over. And Leviathan's playing post-plant. Delay, delay, delay. That's the key for Wardell now.
Here's the execute. One player pushing through. They know that at least Wardell's there. Sprayed through the wall. Just down a Bang. And of course the post-plant situation. Spray. Sean is down. Okay, but still Bang will survive. Now the post-plant comes in. They will at least get it to half, I'd imagine. But they know that Levi's playing post-plant. He's down. They should be able to get the defuse at least. This is going to be a little bit scary. Okay. That could have been... If he died there, that's the round for TSM.
And Nature's not close enough. Yeah, wow. I love the idea. Hey, Gen G has been so slow on their A retakes. You remember, they actually lost one of the rounds because their A retake was so slow. Because Sean was really, really late on the flank. This time they didn't have that flank, but that is a good idea from TSM. I'm loving it. I'm really, really liking it. They just don't get a break though here. They really don't.
Yeah.
Defense rounds for Gen G have been so good, so they're consistently, this is what I'm saying, when you come into the overtime on the side that was better for both of you guys, and that is almost always the case. It's just so difficult to break.
This A hit has to be fast because they obviously are trying something a little different. B play hasn't quite been working out, but once again they slow down. They spend all their utility. They use the paranoia. They use the 0 point, and they're stuck.
Look at Wardell again. If this isn't telling, I mean, he's all the way up B main, and this is what ended up costing them regulation. It was Wardell peeking A main instead, so they can rotate everybody they want over in this direction. Hayes going to use a cage to get across as well, although this is risky, going for Sean.
Oh, that's unfortunate. An opening pick for Gen G does not spell good news. Now, the big raid boss, though, is Sabrosa. He can find a multi-kill on his way out, no problem. So
he doesn't have support, though. There's nobody here to support. There's no poison orb, nothing. And Bang and Wardell are just sitting in B main. They're actually going back into this. Oh, no. This could be disastrous for Gen G. They have the opportunity to end this game here, and the indecisiveness is costing them. Back towards B they wanted to go, and now back towards A. And Leviathan's gotten the wall down for Sabrosa. Wardell with the pick as well up into Heaven, and it's a 4v4.
Bros is in such a tough spot. Levi, of course, now about to be pushed in. He hears them coming through. There's not a lot of time left. They've got to get the plant. One is down. Sabrosa finds another. That's the spike carrier. He's going to find another. They have to get the plant down. It's just down to 2 players. The plant is finally being executed on 2v2. This is about to get scary, Bala.
They don't want to go aggressive here. They want to play together. The knife is up. Wardell's still with the dash. He uses it already, so he's going to have that up. Smoke down on screens as well. Bang, with 1 star. I'm not sure if he could use this. He's got to go for the gunplay.
And he's so late, too. Wardell is going to be peeking this alone. The gravity well through. The swing! Oh, it's good for GMD! Just down a Bang. He's good for 1. One more player. 1v1. Controller v controller.
Time.
This could be it! Shots good for Bang and TSM! Will they stay alive? Yes, they will. Spike defused. And ladies and gentlemen, we go again for the Red Bull clutch.
7 overtimes. Bang with the Red Bull clutch to save the series for TSM. For the new player. on the biggest stage yet that he's played in with TSM. And he does it. Potentially saving their hopes for map 3, saving their hopes to not play a second game today and face elimination against one of T1 or V1. 7 overtimes, mainstream blessed. When will the pattern end? Who is going to crack this? TSM did it one time all the way back, but then they lost their own attack round. But Gen.G, look, since then, they have looked solid as a rock on their defenses. They really have. Even with TSM's good ideas.
Yeah, the stamina of the series hasn't gotten to Gen.G yet, which you can imagine after playing so much here, that could happen, right? You could start to get a little sloppy with your defense, but it's a good point to make that it's still sturdy.
Oh, they didn't put the trip in ropes, and Bang's lurking behind the wall. They're actually expecting, so this is from VOD review right here. The tripwire is up on the heaven entrance rather than ropes when they see this wall, because Leviathan was lurking behind it and getting into ropes, but Bang is lurking in front of it, and he might be able to catch. Nope, there's the camera. Peekaboo, I see you.
Oh, and he's
Kyle's already here.
Can't find the frag though. That is dangerous. GMD's alone here. You can see all of TSM. They're prepared for a B plant though.
This position from Sean is going to be dangerous. They've already cleared this, TSM has. So they think it's empty. So Bros has to check it.
Ready for another peek. There's an injured Bang. One more. Levi does manage to find a frag, but now Nature is popping up. Kusta still on the B site, waiting for them to pop through. Guess who's caught right outside? And of course, the glass cannon finally works out just down to Wardell. 1v2, he can get this done.
Oh,
but of course, the frag's going to make things very challenging. 51 HP. 0 point coming through. Misses that shot. That could have been crucial. They're already out on the ground. Sees Nature. He's just trying to body peek first. And the style points with the jumping classic. Gen.G win another.
Switching sides.
Oh, man.
Match point.
And remember what happened last time. It was a 1v2 to say it. You don't want that situation. Right now, TSM looks the weakest that they've looked on their defensive sides. This is the biggest opportunity that Gen.G has had so far. They just need to capitalize when they get those early entries, like they did on to Haze in that round. A little bit cleaner, and all of a sudden this series is over. After so long. And it's not the same aggression, the same B main attack, or anything like that. And this time, Mikhail is there to greet Wardell on this A aggression that has gotten them so much information in the past. He won't take it, actually. So they should know what's happening.
I was just thinking, if they just keep Mikhail there, you know, Wardell doesn't get that for free. Round after round after round. And I'm sure that when they go back for VOD review, they'll be able to tell, wow, Wardell got a lot of information, and that's why we kind of weren't able to execute on a lot of things. And you see how slow they're moving. They're not really even into heaven yet, and they're just spending the utility to get the space. Still, anybody's game, 0 point as well, just to clear the corner. Haze is already here, pinching them from behind. It's going to cost them even more utility to get out of the mailroom, which is where they're stuck in right now. There's the swing. Sabrosa good for one, almost good for the second. He will fall.
Leviathan and Bang, they've got the setup. One Raptors, one Pillar. Leviathan's going to give it up, though.
30 seconds
and the split is coming. Wardell's finally here, though. So he can push through at the same time. Bang's going to get one. Leviathan as well. Kusta, though, he replies with 2 of his own in the 1v4, but Wardell is there again. 19-19, we go once more. I'm starting to lose track. 8 overtimes at this point.
Yeah, for context, the N-Box series was 20-18, so we've already surpassed maybe one of the longest maps in the history of North American VCT. I don't know if this will take the record, or I don't know what the record is, but this looks like it. This is what a record looks like.
The 100 Thieves game against V1 was also 19-17, so this is so far the longest I've seen in a long time. TSM with the opportunity to do what they did in overtime number, what was it, 3? And take the first round of the overtime. Since then, both sides have stepped up their defense game even more. Leviathan with the very, very aggro.
This is crazy. Because
Farther than
Kusta is
he's ever
completely, yeah, this is real. And he's got Wardell here to kind of help him out as well. They have no idea.
Look how easy Sean will be able to be picked off. Kusta too, as he comes back around, he's going to start shouldering this.
This is dangerous.
2 free kills.
He only finds one. Can he find the second? No, Sean comes up big, but he does get punched on the opposite side. Paranoia, GMT drops down, finds 2! 2 big kills. 2v2 now. Nature and Mikael popping right out. Hayes is down. It's up to Bang. Popping through. There's a stack waiting for him. And Gen G, are you surprised, Bala? They won a defensive round.
I mean, what is going on, man? Nobody's going to, like... I think the actual ratio of rounds won defense to attack that we had in the regulation 9-3 has held up in overtime. Like if you go over the 12 rounds, we played that many at this point, and it's held up. It really has. Although I think it's actually slowing down on attack, so I don't know what's going on at this point. I really don't. Once again, a big opportunity for TSM, but
somebody breaks. Somebody's got to break. We keep saying that, but it sounds like we're just saying nonsense at this point. Wardell, though, fast peek. Not going to get stopped early. This is going to be dangerous. Still here.
Same situation that happened before. He falls back into sight, though. And he doesn't get knifed. So everything's still fine for him. They know where he is now, though, so they can actually knife specifically at him, but they won't. They'll wait for it. Retake map control and then maybe go for it, but at that point, he might have already repositioned, too.
I think this is the first round that, or this is like one of the very first overtime rounds that Wardell is not getting that free space, right? He's stuck waiting for the players to move in. So TSM have to default. This could actually benefit Gen G because if they can overwhelm, they found a lot of success, but usually they are greeted with like 4 TSM members.
Kale's playing a dangerous game. And he ends up falling. Bang as well will get one. I mean, how many rounds has Gen G gotten to first blood on this in overtime? When they come to attack. One time, and they didn't even win the round.
30 seconds left.
Toxins going up.
That was the 1v2 post plant. They found a pick on Hayes, I believe, early on. 3v5, doable, but very, very challenging considering kind of the nature of how this has panned out. Bang finds one lurking around. Levi just spraying through the toxic screen. 10 seconds remaining. Gen G have to act. Nature finds one, but you know there's a lot of TSM players waiting on the opposite end of this, and we go again, 20-20. I've never seen those numbers there in my life, and
we played 40 rounds of Valorant. Like, what is going on? And at this point, we're gonna have to take a tech pause for a quick moment. So we get a little bit of a break of our heart-pounding rounds over and over and over. Who's gonna break first? We still don't know. We still don't know. Come on, man. 9 overtimes. We played 8 so far. 16 rounds of overtime, and we're not any closer to finding out who will be the victor here.
Valorant devs are like, we didn't design the game to go this far. We don't know what it looks like when it says 30-30. We've never seen that before.
I mean, genuinely, I think that's what the tech timeout is probably about right now, because I've seen so many situations where it's just like, okay, well, so being careful for that. I like it. I really like it. It's funny too, because this is uncharted territory for everybody, right? Production's like, I don't know, like what's gonna happen when
At like 9-3, they're like prepping. All right, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna roll the ads. We're gonna do this, and then here we are, 20-20. Production's like, yeah, we kind of thought we'd be, you know, in Pioneers versus Luminosity at this point, but here we are, 20-20. TSM just don't want to be down a losers bracket, but I mean, even if they get stout down there, there's going to be the lower bracket buff, you know? Once TSM drops down, I'm pretty sure if they drop down,
Yes.
you know, the buff
right now.
the buff will be activated. I'm mind blown that it's literally, you know, tit for tat, defense for defense. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, what more could you ask for after that half, after coming all the way back? That is just ridiculous. Yeah, I'm shocked. I'm sure TSM is shocked, but they're playing out of their minds right now. And Gen G is also shocked because they're sitting there like, how did this happen? How are we here in this position at all? And they even tried some of their like most aggressive executes. I probably pulled straight out of scrims like, hey, we're not ready for this yet. Let's pull it out. Let's go for it because we got to do something, right? And just not finding anything yet. Some of these rounds are coming down to the wire, but honestly, I think they're mostly won from the first 2 kills. From that point on, you can kind of see how the rounds are coming, and it's not necessarily, there are some hero plays coming out every once in a while, like Bang's 1v2, for example, or GMD's Paranoia dive through the smoke in the last round, for example. Those are the types of things that have been saving, but for the most part, it's just solid play all around.
I think we got replay. I think we got some footage to look at. Maybe something to review. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
we got something. Give us a lifeline, anything at this point. Man, I just, you know, at the bare minimum, what I'm seeing in this overtime is that TSM is still trying to break that curse, that attacker side curse. They're trying different things like you've highlighted. Even in the most recent attack round from TSM, get Levi, get all the way backside, and they still lost it. Like, that is no flame to Levi, but that's crazy that they're trying all these insane pushing the limit strategies.
Yeah.
And Gen G's defense is just that tight. We're having a look at a couple of the replays here. Crazy.
Yeah, these are some of the overtime rounds too, right? So it's not even like regulation or anything like this. This is the adjustment that TSM had on defense that kind of took Gen G by surprise. It worked twice, and then they kind of stopped playing it because, yes, it probably played out its hand. And since then, Gen G, at least since the executes that they tried to run on B, has played much more consistently, a little bit towards mid and stuff like that. This is the 1v2. That is so clutch, man. So clutch for your first main event.
To be fair, you know, I feel like this Wardell that we're seeing, we haven't seen it in a little bit, you know? It's not that he hasn't picked up the op. Of course, there was like a giant meta where the op was just too expensive. It was difficult to get online. But now he's got a little bit of a better window with the economy changes, and you can see how impactful it is for him. He doesn't mind going glass cannon, and that is something that I think a lot of op players would not prefer to do, take that risk, but it pays off. It pays off for Wardell in dividends.
Yeah, I think on defensive side specifically, I mean, the way that he's able to clear the angles and take those information plays on towards A main or B main has been crucial. However, on the attack sides, when he's going for that glass cannon, not necessarily finding the same impact because Gen G's just not giving him anything. They just aren't. The only rounds that an attack side has won in overtime was that crazy flick, not flick even, he was pre-aiming the jump peek from GMD in heaven. Like, who does that again? But you can see how far, like, that is all the way up mailroom. If Wardell needs to get there, that is a very difficult thing for TSM to actually get him into those positions, but that's what they need to do in my mind. That is literally what they need to do. How they do it is the big crucial point. Maybe work Subrosa with him, maybe work off of Leviathan's wall. That's been how they've been doing it. Just every time I feel like he runs in the camera or something like that, where it just doesn't work anymore.
One of the things that I had noticed in one of the pre-overtime, it almost feels like a century ago. Pre-overtime, what's that? There was a round that they had, Gen G particularly on their attack, they had 0-pointed A pillar.
Yeah.
And Wardell was in an advanced position, and he got stuck. He got suppressed. He couldn't tail when he ran back behind the flower pile, and they just chased him down. And I know that for Gen G, it's difficult to replicate something like that. But I mean, like, you and I have called out, like, oh, there was like one round recently, like, oh, they know where he is. They could try to overwhelm him. They could try to wait for that 0 point or try, you know, whatever they need to do. And I think that Gen G are using the 0 point very, like, frugally. They're just trying to, like, hey, we don't know what's around this corner. Let's just 0 point this corner and see who's around the other end. But then they don't have it for Wardell when the actual battle comes for it. So that can be very tricky to kind of battle.
Yeah, I mean, trying to target him did work in regulation basically, but the difference was they had no command, not the 0-point knife, right? So,
True.
hey, maybe that's an idea, right? Let's double orb control for KO. Let's double orb control for Nature on T side and see how that goes. But he still needs to get I'm not even sure. I think it's three orbs to get an ult for everybody, no matter what you start with or how many ult points it takes. So maybe it's an idea. He still needs to get an early kill to actually make that work, though. So like you're counting on a lot for that to go. It might be the key though, because even on these defensive rounds, Simo, I don't think Wardell has been like, I'm saying like, yeah, sure, that worked on regulation because they kind of knew they were making the reads ahead of time. That's the difference. They can't make the reads right now because he's all over the place, right?
Yeah. Not to mention, the only op, at least for this particular setting, is Nature. He was opping last half, and that is another option. Now, he would have to go Glass Cannon, and they would have to... and Genji would have to put him in a position to do that, but I'm pretty sure they prioritize his utility over his potential as a Glass Cannon opper, and I would agree with that. His utility is way more pivotal than him being an opper going up against Wardell, trying to close this out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, we're here theorizing as we're waiting. I'm assuming the lobby has to be remade or something like that just to, like, make sure the game doesn't break. But it's just, it's difficult. Even you and I sitting here trying to figure it out, like, I can only imagine. Now, one of the things that I think Genji hasn't taken attack timeout, that is something that could be helpful for their coach to kind of chime in. I know that, you know, he's kind of the brains behind the brawn, and that could help because TSM has used almost every single attack timeout that they possibly can to regroup, strategize, and hit hard.
Yeah, it's 2 timeouts in regulation, and then you get 1 for all of OT. Like, that's brutal, number 1, but also, yeah, like that's how it works. So yeah, Genji has not used any. Honestly, I haven't seen them really use attack timeouts in the past, so it's like it's not necessarily like a big thing. It's like, oh, maybe they just don't like it, right? Maybe they just don't. So, and plus, you're getting 10 extra seconds in freeze time too to talk about it. It's like, yeah, whatever. Like, at this point, there's ideas are flowing, man. Ideas are flowing. You've had so many times where you're just sitting there dead, waiting for the round to end, thinking about stuff. Like, the ideas are definitely flowing. It's just about, honestly, you brought up the stamina point, and especially now that we're sitting here waiting for the game to be remade so that we can go and make sure that it doesn't break down the line. Now that we're here, yeah, stamina becomes a big factor. Stamina plays a big factor. Who's going to break first? It has been a question, but really we've been talking tactically who's going to break, who's going to be able to like overcome the odds that they play against. Now, yeah, people could end up tiring out, that's for sure.
And the crazy thing is even furthermore in regards to that stamina, we still have another map. If TSM somehow inch it over, we still have Icebox. It's like, just because you are the victor when it comes to that half or that map, sorry, with overtime, that's what I mean.
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. We're gonna hop back in the game, score 20-20 because we need to get the game going. Just pay attention right now. 20-20, as if overtime was happening, and we're gonna play it out from here. So it's attack side for TSM again. Ignore the score, 20-20 in our 9th overtime. Let's see if we can make it to 10. At this point.
Yeah. Here's open. Imagine, is that TSM win kind of like? Is that what you mean? Like we're reset completely? Yeah, Genji's on the defense, so we are reset. So that TSM one.
This is reset. Yep.
Yeah, don't mind that TSM one. Don't pay that no mind. Again, back to the defense, back to the glass cannon, prepared for a B hit. Oh no, they're looking for that mid control. Okay. Same stuff that we've been seeing before for TSM's attack. Let's see what we've got.
Leave no trace of them.
It's more towards the default that they were running in regulation, honestly. The two stars, 1 in mail, or 2 in mail and 1 on ropes. Jump spotting again. This is fast. This is fast. Leviathan already working and acting like it's gonna lurk out. But they could quickly end up into a B heaven split where they take a lot of control. That could be dangerous.
Good little Roomba. One-way smoke to slow things down. It's just been Kusta versus Levi this whole time over towards B, but One time he managed to get a lot of space. I don't think Gen G are going to let that happen again. But you see Kusta's in a really different position. Like they're very passive on the B side, maybe playing for the retake. In fact, they're passive across the board.
And here's Sean and the information. Normally, Cerberus is diving on him. He's gone, but the nade is good. GMD still for more. Cerberus comes back up the ropes. He falls. Sean too.
Wow, he finds two on the way out. That is insane. 3v2 though now. As Wardell still alive, has the spike, needs to get it planted. Bang is going to push up forward, but GMD's just laying in wait. Oh no! Now Bang on the retreat still survives, and Nature is going to be dealt with facing off against him. 0 point. Spike still not down, and TSM do not feel safe to get this planted. Bang without any of his utility. Dell still with the op, 12 seconds.
Same situation that happened before where Wardell was just waiting so long, but now time, and they're going to be able to push Bang by himself. No!
Oh no, the frag. Oh, he makes it out. No way. Now the op. Nature drop down. They don't know.
Like this?
They're waiting. Good shot there from Nature. Now they wrap around the pillar. They know Wardell's backside or Mikael's down. Now it's just down to Nature, and he finds it. Wardell was low. He was the glass cannon, but Nature taking us to another overtime round.
Oh my goodness. So 21 Gen G to 20 for TSM right now. Advantage Gen G in the 9th overtime. But this is just the same old at this point, guys. Like, this is literally where we've been. And Wardell had a chance, but just not. He didn't have his dash in that, so the situation was very difficult for him. He had to hit the shot, and Nature also, to give him props, he had to hit that shot too, and he did. A small sliver of Wardell too, and he's just been on one this game. Nature has been on one. He's been so good, so consistent, defense after defense. Now an opportunity to close this series out.
Ooh, Sabrosa taken down a little low. Roomba to follow. This time Wardell's in a little bit of a tough spot. They're pushing up through the split. The players that are stuck in A main still kind of have to deal with Wardell as he's about to pump through, but of course the 0 point. Ooh, wow. Quick pick onto Kusa. That's troublesome, and now he's backside. Gen G again stuck. Unsure of how they want to hit this site. They're going to go through heaven instead.
Smoke down for the top so they can actually cross, but they're crossing into Wardell, who's got a free head to shoot at. That's GMD. And no more smokes to adjust here, so Hayes has got a big opportunity, but shot win so far. Only one as Nature trades.
Now they got to fight for Sabrosa, but they line up right for him. Man.
There it is.
Gen G just can't get the confidence to like breach through. They're just stuck. They get corralled. They spend all their utility, and then they can't quite push through. There's a lot of respect for Wardell here. A lot of respect.
I mean, hey, they've been respecting him in all game, and honestly, that's why Wardell has had a quiet game. But he's not able right now to take it over. He just isn't, because it's just so oppressive when you're playing against Nature, who's hitting shots like he did in the clutch. It's so difficult. So we run it back. I think one thing to note is that TSM has a little bit more explosive power, I think, in the hands of Sabrosa, and the fact that they have a Jet compared to on the other side, they don't have a Jet, right? Who can like literally just change around completely because of his dash up drafts, whatever, like CNED style.
Yeah.
So maybe that gives them a little bit of an edge in the overtime when it comes to the attack rounds, but even I'm just reaching for straws at this point. Like,
oh, Hayes. MD's ready for you. A little bit late on the reaction, but that's okay. But they're actually going to be punching in from the opposite side, and now GMD has to be a little bit careful. Kusa finally finds Levi in the age-old battle. Nature spots out at least one player. Now GMD can react off the flash, maybe. Paranoia as well. They flash him back because there's flashes galore, and GMD will fall. They will double back, and whoa, the tailwind right in. This is dangerous because this is another player. No, the late move. Kusta will find Wardell, and they'll just drop into sight.
It's scripted, bro. Like, how is that happening where you said trade? It's scripted. This is ridiculous. Spike gonna go down. They actually pushing this into spawn though, so Broza could make a big dent in this because they've all gone heaven. And do they expect the flank? Usually, always when you come through heaven, there's an opportunity for this, and Bang actually gets away too. And it's planted for heaven and main.
No charges. Shutting them down.
0 points can give a lot of strange information that nobody's really playing around the pillar. Now you can see that the combination's starting to come through, but Kusta was looking back there for a quick second. Still going to be watching heaven just to be sure that if you starting to come through, Gravity Well, of course, going to stop that. They can play for this post plant. Now, of course, they have to start to act. If you starting to come through, spraying in. Now the push coming in from Sabrosa. He finds one. Can he find two? Sabrosa breaks the curse. Gen G, life on the line. Not really, though, because we still have one more map, but...
This is the first time this has happened since the third overtime. Since the third overtime, we finally have an attack round win. 22-21 right now. In the 10th overtime, TSM, opportunity to extend the series. If they can close out Gen G, they're primed for the same execute. Leviathan's gonna get information. The nade is coming through as well. It's happening. But they slow it down. Only throw the flashes and they're not going with it. Because I think they're trying to bait something to happen on the rest of the map. But it's just not happening for TSM. They hold strong.
Wardell as well, having this angle to a lobby. Really, you know, is going to give him more than enough information. And he's going to start moving up. This time I like Mikael staying back here, though, because he can maybe anticipate. This battle was potentially the game ender right there, or the game winner, and Wardell wins that frag. So this is going to be a very troublesome hit now, and they're going to have to try again. 0 point coming through. Levi backside, the spray through. Just doesn't matter where, doesn't matter how. Frag backside. As you see Bang here laying in wait. Gen G looking real rough here.
All comes down to this. Sabrosa with another one. Nature falls, and there it is! TSM bring us to map 3 after a ridiculous map number 2. 10 overtimes. Finally, they managed to get it done. What a game. Honestly, one of the best games of Valorant I've watched. And it wasn't even like it was scrappy. That was just some good Valorant on both sides of the game.
Yeah, we saw definitely, you know, I'd probably argue a lot more different tactical decisions when it came to regulation. And then once we got to overtime, it was just like, who can do what they are trying to do the best? And to be fair, TSM did kind of come up with a lot of very different, interesting things in kind of that last round. The way that they played the post plant, utilizing the Astra to what she was designed to do. Gravity Well off the spike, and then, of course, Sabrosa on the flank. Worked out masterfully.
Yeah, that it did. I mean, every single time the defense was solid no matter what anyways. So we kind of expected that, but either way, just not really something for Gen G right there. And we're heading to Icebox next, Simo, and we've definitely seen a lot from Gen G on this map. I expected it's going to be just as contentious.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, no more further ado. We're going to throw things to a quick little break. When we come back, the last and final map of this series, who's moving on and who's moving down.
Got the money in the bank. Hit you with the bank. Hit you with the 808. Money in the bank.
Welcome back. I don't know if you're alive, sitting in your chair. I frankly don't even know what we are anymore, Bala. But we made it through 40 rounds minimum of Valorant. And now here we sit, map 3, as we're about to into what could be the decider for someone to go home tonight or to move along. But that map that we just experienced was insane.
Yeah, that it was. I mean, you might be right. I think people who are watching at home are skeletons right now in their chair. You just see them like, oh, I'm still watching TSM at this point. My wife was asking like, oh, are you gonna be done tonight? I'm like, okay, I got 2 series. It's gonna be like, you know, like 8:30, maybe 9 if the games are like pretty long. Nope. So the first series, it's gonna go to 10 for these first 2 games. That is ridiculous. So that was an insane game. If you missed it, well, go back and watch it, honestly. Don't just sit here watching the replay. Well, actually, stay with us because we're going to watch map 3 and then go back and watch that because it is a must-watch.
This was a very interesting map. You know, it started out 9-3. You and I probably thinking in the back of our minds, man, they win the pistol, which they did. Like, Genji could close this out, right? Like, there's surely they can close this one out. I mean, they've got a pretty good comp to do it. Once we got to that second half and we saw it in overtime, Genji really struggled on the attack. Just couldn't quite figure out, very hesitant, very frugal and safe in their utility placement. And they couldn't control Wardell at all. Not that he really needed controlling on the other half. The defense they were able to use quite well. But Genji's attack really did suffer on this map. And that needs some butter.
You say that's harsh, bro. You say it like it's like, oh yeah, they couldn't control Wardell, and while that might be true, like in the long term, you know what I'm talking about, like over 12 rounds or something like that. In general, it was okay, right? I mean, it's not like, oh, this is a must fix, because in my mind, they were playing him fantastic to counter how he plays. You know what I'm saying? Like what I was saying, the entire game, how far they have to push for him to get value is just like ridiculous.
I guess the point that I'm just trying to make is that, you know, you had asked them to have some fast plays, some fast hits. I think we saw 2 out of 40. So, you know, or rather 20, 2 out of 20. So that's kind of the point that I want to make if I did sound a little harsh, that I think their attack just could have been a little bit more brisk, a little bit more fast, particularly because you have the Raze, you've got Sean, who's very comfortable with Rari peeking. And then you've got the KO, which is a perfect combination for fast, explosive play. 0 point in, flash. Like, and they had a beautiful attack execute where that worked out well. Yep. I guess I just wanted to see more of that because I think that Genji could have won the map if they had faster play.
Yeah,
Maybe.
For sure.
We would never know. We'll never know. We truly will never know. And now we're on Icebox where things are completely different.
Yeah, this is so fitting. I mean, this series to go 3 maps, number one, for it to go 3 maps, which it has historically been going the last couple times they played each other, and for it to be such a historic matchup, right? They've played each other. Both teams have eliminated each other once from an open qualifier in the final qualifying rounds. Both teams have done that. And then TSM has also beaten Gen G in this exact round in stage number 2, or stage number 1. So you have to kind of think that these guys are definitely feeling it. Obviously, the biggest thing that it's new, and this split game was new for both sides. I mean, I've never seen TSM be resilient on this map with it. So the addition of the players so far, it looks good. Gen G also coming in with Nature. And that man was phenomenal. We didn't even look at the map stats yet, by the way, because we're just trying to skip over to get to map number 3. But if you look at it, this guy, what was he on that game? It's something ridiculous. That's all I got to say.
It could be just the KO buff. I'm pretty sure him and Wardell probably had
kills.
80 kills together. Wardell and Nature, for sure. 80 kills together, no doubt.
Yep,
so
86 together. That's unbelievable.
Now we move on to Icebox, and that is something that we're going to have to tee up because when it comes to a map like this, the agent compositions are going to change a little bit. The playstyle is going to be a little bit, and the stamina that we talked about. We've already been through 100+ rounds of Valorant, and now we got to go through 24 more. That is, you know, for Gen G, I'm wondering which team is slowly starting to get drained here.
And these aren't regular Valorant rounds. These are Icebox rounds. These are much more draining, in my opinion, much more draining than I think any other rounds could be. So to do that after overtime, I mean, already credit to the players in the server because this is ridiculous. The length that they're playing at and the just how difficult it is to play this game on the regular. I mean, to do 43 rounds or something like that, and now have to play Icebox, and it's probably going to be close as we probably had in the first 2 maps. I mean, it was 13-9 on Bind. It didn't feel close, but it still was close. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And you know, I think when it comes to stamina, at the bare minimum, one of these teams is going to have like a second wind. For the sole reason that if I was in any of these players' shoes, I would not want to be playing the best of 3 after this, and I've got to wait for it too. So you want this to be done. You want to be waiting for tomorrow. You don't want to be dealing with the rest of the day. So, you know, we talk about stamina. I think there's going to be a second win. Players are going to be like, I'm just going to push through. So we might actually get a pretty bloody map on Icebox in that regard. But again, waiting and kind of considering, at least for me, again, the agent composition, what's going to get brought in. Do we see the return of the KO? Is that something that is even worth bringing back? Because Nature did so well. And, you know, whether or not they have it in the bag, that it might be just worth putting it out, even if they don't have set pieces with it.
Maybe. I mean, the issue, I think, with KO on this map is null command is going to be really, really difficult to actually use because the ranges actually are, like, playable for the defensive side. So if you see that null command is up, you just play really far back as Wardell with the op, you know? Because he could do that down the B lane. It doesn't reach all the way. And then the knives can probably still find value with lineups and whatnot because you can throw that all over the place. It's just implementing that is a difficult thing, and they've not had much time to do so. So
yeah,
I mean, already seeing it on one map is enough for me to be like, I don't think we're gonna see it too much more, you know?
Yeah, and it does feel like the Killjoy does have a little bit better utilization on a map like this, which is what, you know, Nature might be bringing forward instead. Again, I don't really know what players might be just getting into the lobby where, listen, you think about it, you manifest it, it's destiny, boom, match is ready.
So we will get an answer to those agent select questions as we head into map number 3. And I'm honestly expecting the same old from both sides. I think we're gonna get Kusan Viper, we're gonna get Nature on Sage, you know, we're gonna get the Raze from Gen G, which is actually something that not a lot of people are playing these days, which is Raze on Icebox. And then from TSM, the same thing that they played against Sandbox and Dark Zero, which is Sabros on Sky, and Bang on Sage, like all that stuff. It's exactly the same. Cool. So no surprises anywhere, which means we get the best because both sides have been prepping this map significantly for time, right? It's not like a pocket pick, like not a pick from Gen G, but like a pocket let through that they kind of knew that TSM was going to play, so they prepared something new with KO because they knew they would have to play it through this main event. This is standard old Gen G.
Oh, you know, we get a little bit of a breather, even though we had a break. We had all us take a deep little breath.
Don't bring the energy down. You know why? It's because as soon as you bring that energy down, it's never coming back up. That's a problem. Not for us. I'm not even. This is for. I'm thinking LG and KCP right now. They're waiting. They're waiting for this game to end. They are absolutely waiting. And they had a 9-3 half. You know what they're doing? They're popping their Red Bull. They're like, all right, let's go. Like, it's time to go. It's time to go because we're about to get in this game. And now they're crashing. You know, that's the type of thing. So don't bring that energy down because you're going to crash if that happens.
Wardell's looking to crash right into Gen G. Has to back away because the recon bolt does spot him out. Smoke to give him safe passage back through. But they're actually pushing in fast. Shots are once again connecting. Wardell finds the opening pick, and that might be a little bit problematic as Hayes finds another. Still moving up. Quick jump up. GMD. My goodness. 3v3 now as the rest of TSM starting to rotate from the B site, and they're pushing in. Sabrosa finds one, but the Goomba stomp from above from GMD. He's just untapped. An animal unleashed. Still, though, the spike has not been planted. Levi's the last player standing, no utility, and of course the snake bite as he pushes through. The ace for GMD. Wow.
What a way to start off a game after just playing 43 rounds of Valorant. He's got the energy to do this. This jump shot already started things off. He's spraying. He knows what's happening. He's like, yeah, this is a corgi exploding. Here's some shots exploding in your face. And then the fifth one there. That is ridiculous. And that's the GMD I want to show up. He wasn't quite there. I mean, he was definitely still positive on split, definitely contributing in a lot of ways. But bind, he was insane. This is the one that I want to see. And already, hey, we got an attack round on the board and another pistol round for Gen G.
Yeah, that's a phantom for GMD as well. That's got to feel real good. Especially if he's feeling himself. Fast move on towards the B site. Of course, a lot of toxic screens. Get used to this. We'll see this a lot.
Basically fighting for control of yellow. The yellow comes, and then they have to wait for, you know, secondary smokes and whatnot and try to get the utility out on the Viper wall rotations. This is actually something that people go for a lot on the anti-eco, especially when they get rifles, is just play these long-range fights at yellow, because this gives you the best chance of keeping this gun in play, even if the player falls. So they opt to do that. Here comes the hit. The wall. And the pressure. Sean's going for it. Behind him is bang. The bunny hop. And I love how nature follows him through that, too. That's the sign of a good teammate. Leviathan through the smoke. They might not know.
Oh, wow. Quick trade, though. Down to Hayes and Wardell. Wardell's on the flank. Shot's good from range. Hayes next to fall. Sprayed through. Good bonus for Gen G, kind of all things considered. Yeah, lost some armor, but only really losing Mikael is a really good bonus. And this Phantom. The potential to convert onto a third round with a Phantom in your second, that's got to feel good, especially with a GMD who's feeling himself at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, when you have a bonus round like this one that we're about to play, basically, where they have a Phantom already, it's like, okay, well, is this even a bonus at this point? It's like, we're just playing a regular gun round, and you guys, we got money in the bank, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And it actually gives Mikael the ability to just full bonus, go for the share type of situation. Make sure you can buy next. He didn't get armor, though, which is a little bit worrisome for me. Given the potential for... Actually, there's not much damage dealing abilities, minus the mollies from Hayes and Leviathan, so maybe not as big of a deal as I'm thinking, because they don't have a Sova.
Really well from Bang, waiting on the opposite side. Sean gets through, but Wardell's there to greet him, and now they'll try to chase down Wardell. He will fall. Now Sabrosa will try to stop the push, and this is looking disastrous for TSM. Fast way in. The rotators are going to be late to the party. The standard wall here to block off anything from below.
How do they fight into this? They really don't have many tools at all, so I think they're just going to play for exit, save the Phantom, save the Vandal. That's what they will do. That one kind of given up, I think. You know, they placed the early wall with Bang, and then the execute was coming, and they actually had in their protocol to break while, like, after they threw piece of their utility for the execute, which is really nice to see from Gen G. And it felt like it's not quick enough there for Wardell with the smokes to get out of that situation. It's not like a regular situation for him. Like, usually he's out of there, you know? He had dash up, he had multiple smokes, even updrafts if he wanted to. It's not quite working.
Maybe he thought Sabrosa was coming in faster than he actually was to kind of help with the crossfire.
Yeah,
because he did kind of swing on in right after. But Sabrosa fell right after Bang, so he didn't really have that support. And speaking of support, Wardell's been farming those A orbs, and he's got Bladestorm ready, so that's you know, at least something to work with this round. But again, not going to be the defining factor, but just important to know that he's been farming.
So one thing interesting here, you see how instantly Mikhail is droning from that spot? Usually you can't do that. Usually you can't do that because you're playing a Sova and you're double shock darting that a lot of time, just maybe one shock dart or whatnot. So you usually delay that drone. And because of that, that actually gives GMD a lot of early control by himself. Wardell with the knives down mid though. Dang, what is this?
Wow. Sean is feeling really good on a map like this. The Rays definitely starting to come to fruition here. Weapon retrieved by Sabrosa. Not yet.
This is Nature saw him jump across, so GMD knows, and Sabrosa expecting this to be like easy for him. I actually back off with this though. Going to the hands of Haze, he has a Phantom. Wardell and Leviathan nowhere near though. The big thing, Nature still has his wall. I thought he spent it on A early, but that was actually Bang who was about to spend it. So no, he has his wall ready. He could place this and plant safely. If he didn't, Haze might have an opportunity to delay a lot. And no mollies on the spike either.
Yeah, he's going to start spraying now, but of course that wall is up and might just be looking for info at the moment. That little crack, maybe seeing if somebody jumps across the yellow, but Toxic Screen's not going to give him that vision. Two rifles and some knives. ESM can get this done 3v4, but of course they don't have the advantage. They're moving a little bit slow. Wardell still waiting for his swing into orange. There's the first contact play. Knives don't connect with GMD, and he hears something whizzing by his head. Let's get taken down by Haze, then ESM likely to back away. Wardell's going to go hunting for exits because he can, and he might as well find the value out of his knives.
He needs to die. I mean, get the kill. Yeah, if he kills him there, he's going in the next round with... Oh, Spike was down. Spike was down, so... Things are just... chaotic. I do have to question why Wardell isn't a little bit more aggressive there and trying to find space for Haze and Leviathan to save. And Leviathan's all the way down mid in that case. Because obviously he doesn't have a weapon of his own. So now they're... We got the full buy because it was a save last time, so everything is fine, but the bank is not really building up. Here's the drone I was talking about. They have no way to punish this.
Uh-oh, GMD's in a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, you can... Oh, he has... Okay, he has ult, which is how he can get out of this if he needs to, but he could also just smoke and cross. Meanwhile, it's a threat now, because that wall is up for now, but it will break, and they really don't have information on whether he's crossed or not. So it's a threat. They have to have a body on kitchen.
Ooh, Haze. Oh, he's got a beautiful spray here. Oh, he's going to spray. No, cost him his life. Wall goes up. Now the spike to follow as well. But Sabrosa broke through. Oh, that's a little bit problematic. The flash in finds one. Can't find the second, or sorry, yes, he does before he falls. 3v3, TP here from GMD to try to get a little bit of a different position. Oh, and he's going to find one very fast. Now just trying to get to safety. Operator is online, but here comes the pit.
Oh,
it's going to allow them to plant.
I thought they planted while JMD went for that. That actually bought enough time for them to get it down with the pit, and that should nullify Wardell. How do you play close with this? He doesn't have knives. He has a classic, yes. You can do Wardell things, but this is so difficult. Bang has to be the key factor here with his Phantom, and they're not making any progress.
Got slow orbs. Not that that's going to be like crazy, but it can definitely benefit. Player starts to walk through. Oh, but he backs out of it. Mikael will be able to catch him, but Wardell just trying to flank around the yellow.
I like it.
Get close enough. Mikael, ooh, does he spot him? No, now he's on the run. Here's this updraft over. Mikael trying to catch him, but tailwind out. Wardell is not spending any situation.
Yeah. Good. You saw how Wardell was walking in the Viper's pit, and he was looking down. That's very important if you haven't seen Viper's pit. If you're playing in it, you're wondering how people are so quick with the frags as the players come up, because you're basically in a perpetual smoke haze on your face. So he's looking down to see the feet first. And that almost got him the kill onto, was it Mikael in the smoke? But a really, really well adjusted round. I think GMD buying the time, and then the Viper's pit coming down. Good stuff from Gen G. And hey, look at this. It didn't take 21 overtimes for them to get 5 attacking rounds. They've broken the record from last game. Last game, they only got 4.
Oh, wow. Oof. A little troublesome for FaZe. But again, this is the eco. What I've been very interested to see in the development of this defense for TSM is this Trailblazer mid with Wardell following behind it. Happened one of the knives around. Again, it seems like it's an eco piece, at least for the time being. But they're trying to nullify the drone that you're talking about, because the Trailblazer seems to go that direction. And they actually found Mikael on one of those ecos, and they tried to get a weapon from it as well. Kind of in the process of doing so, GMD has gotten so much space. Does get nullified, but Wardell's on his lonesome now with an op.
1v4. They are very, very split right now, but I love how Kusta plays this. Deep into spawn, should be able to take him out no problem as soon as he wants to come around screens. Look how far he is.
And Wardell's not really going to think about this. I mean, Kusta's not even really looking at him.
Hello, Kusta? He was expecting that Wardell went under tube and went down mid, but the only reason Wardell would have looked over there if he didn't kill GMD, because GMD was the guy who potentially could have been in that position. That was hard. That was a really good play from Kusta, and now
it's take a double take. He's like, wait, what? That's Wardell? Okay, you say so. Pack timeout. 6 rounds in a row. Gen G. Showstopper online. Hunter's Fury online. The Cabbages on the other side. Almost a lockdown. Actually, TSM is not too far away from a lot of different ultimate pieces that could be chained together here.
Chained together to win the round is the big key, though, because Mikael and Sean both have ults that can shut down a Viper's Pit if it comes online. And I mean, the Seekers is like, whatever. Like, you're not countering that really. You're just playing with the knowledge that they have it. So you're not going to see GMD lurk, for example. That's something that's not going to happen, because they can, at some point, the Seekers could be popped in kitchen or something like that, and they'll find out where the lurkers are and be able to peek them from there. The lockdown. Actually, I've been very impressed with the way that FaZe specifically has been using his lockdowns more so than anybody else. He's not using it in the normal positions, right? And on A retakes, it can be very, very good. It pushes you all the way back. You have all this time to get into the site, and it can be really, really nice.
Oh, I love this combination. They drone early, TP up from GMD, and they try to make them dance on the hot coals. They'll find a pick as a result of it. Know that maybe one is still remaining, and GMD's going to get a little bit more space. Showstopper as well. Oh, my goodness. Bang still finds one, though. That's the spike carrier. In the meanwhile, Sabrosa and Wardell pushing up with the Cabbages. They know where the location of this is. And Sean's going to get in an advanced position alongside Kusta. Kusta has to be a little bit safer. Has a lot more to cover in the kitchen.
Last player standing.
Shot from Sabrosa. He's in kitchen by himself, but they also lost a last player as well. His teammates. These rounds are just clean. I mean, from Gen G, they are absolutely clean. They're not giving any space down the B lane. And now they have like a three-point crossfire. I don't think Sabrosa has an opportunity here though. The sky step. Oh, that was almost clean. 7-0. Ouch. Big ouch.
Well, listen, we saw 9-3 and we said ouch as well. And look where that ended us. Okay. 23-21. I don't know if the same is going to happen, but
it could. It definitely could. I mean, the problem is I've never seen TSM have, like, outside of the obviously the games that they played recently against Dark Zero and Ambox, those games were scrappy more so than anything else. It's not like using Sabrosa on Sky or anything like that. It was just slightly off kilter, having a Killjoy slightly off kilter. It's not like those brought anything crazy to me that I'm like, yes, this is something that is nice. Whereas Gen G has always had that for me. And 2 rounds now, they've shown me some fantastic stuff. GMD is okay, never mind, that was too much. Right as I speak.
oh, Sabrosa, this could be dangerous. Sabrosa. How does he get himself in those positions? It's insane. Kusta still finds one, but this might be a lost cause. 2v4, unless they can use the pit against TSM somehow. But you've got Levi up above. It can be a challenging task. Broza, even on split, he was doing that, like using pit to his advantage so well. This time it was his teammate's pit, but dirty.
I mean, yeah, Leviathan and him have been playing very well together. That is definitely something. I think this is the most time out of any TSM like expedition through challengers, through VCT. This is the time where I've seen more support for each other than ever. Yet it's still leading to a 7-1 right now. How to proceed? Can't rely on a Viper's Pit every round. Is it Wardell's knives?
Spike down A.
Okay.
You're crazy. You're actually crazy.
Jim has been my favorite Omen altar of all time, easily. These last 2, I'm like, never mind. He's in a really, really good position. He can peek off the alarm bots. Sean gone.
Wow.
Nature gone. Here we go. Here we go. Good adjustments. The really cool part about that alarm bot for FaZe too is that that's after GMD's already been lurking. 4K out of all that. So he put that down after GMD lurked, right? That's the really cool part. It's an adjustment mid-round to get that alarm bot into a really, really, really good spot.
It does look like it was there before, maybe?
Yeah. I think I'm thinking of the last round. So many rounds. So many rounds.
What's interesting is how Wardell plays the A side. He's never going B. And for Gen G, B has been working, but Wardell, either alone or with Sabrosa, always on the lurk through A. Last time it was the knives. Look, they're already moving up again because they know it's going to be the B hit. Toxic screen telegraph. It's up to Levi to stop them. Oh, they can't.
Back to what works for Gen G. Bang! Over top of the wall. Viper's put in. He might be able to deny fast, but it's just solid play from Nature expecting that.
Oh, the paint shells for the lockdown. Yes. Beautifully done. My goodness. That was so annoying. Oh, the up. Gone. Up. Out of commission. 2v4. 5. Mikhail looked dead to me for some reason. Spike planted. Viper spit as well from Kusta to make matters even worse. EMD avoids the turret.
One enemy remaining.
Fired off though, so he's still kind of new, but even still, Jim is able to win the fights. Just more proof how he's playing very well. Sabrosa 1v5. Spike's ticking. More exits. More of the same old, same old.
One day.
This is ridiculous.
This is he could have he had the potential. I believed in him, but those paint shells for the lockdown, that was probably the best part of that round. That was crazy how fast that was reacted to, and the fact that Nature sprayed up to bang. I don't know how many times I've seen teams just like not spray that spot just in case.
Yeah.
Those two things in combination really put them in a good
Expecting
spot.
that. Also the beginning part of that round too, instead of droning, I mean they're droning in combination with a boom bot that keeps them stuck, right? So Nature's able to take the fight on them on the left side of this because that's the only place that gets them the fight. Big mid split coming.
You will not kill my
Hayes only gets one and the rest is quick.
Now Wardell's gonna be in a little bit of an awkward spot though, but this engagement is very nice and long for him. The push through, shot's good onto Sean. 3-4 as Wardell backs away, and this mid split was a good idea initially, but now with the res committed, they're losing members left and right. Shot doesn't connect there. Will there though, as Kusta's the last man standing a flawless here. Nope, psych, that's the wrong number. TSM winning round number 3. I like the idea, but good on Hayes for being in that position.
Don't we all like the idea of mid splits? In theory, right?
In theory, they're like, wow, this could be great. We've got this tactical idea, you know, and
I never see this happen. I've never seen the poison orb that Kusta just threw that actually lets them plant in the mid lane. It's like, wow, so cool. But I'd love to see some stat nerd go through the games. Like go through EU's like FPX crazy takes in mid and Fnatic's takes in mid and stuff, and the times that they plan and nest and stuff, and give me the success rate of those rounds compared to let's just go away. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, it's good to mix things up and throw in some curveballs every once in a while, but I have to wonder. And it's my favorite round too. Every time I see a mid split, I get so excited because it's always new, and that's honestly my favorite part of watching Icebox these days. But it's just they feel weaker. It's so difficult to take good advantage of them.
Oh, Wardell, shot missed, tailwind gone. As this round we are not seeing a mid split. Wait. Thought that weapon dropped for some reason. Wardell still has it though. Good shot there onto Mikael. Still they have the control of the site. Sean is trying to figure out where Sabros is going. He's going to drop down. He's in a really weird spot looking for Wardell, and he's not going to find him, but that doesn't really matter. Gen G still punch back. Spike's in a little bit of a tougher spot, and you could see TSM kind of backing away. Sean gets spotted. This is going to be round number 4 potentially here for TSM, just down to Nature.
Up the rope, on the wall. We could peek Hayes. But Leviathan was on the flank as well. And that was not something that you could really deal with. It was a crossfire across the map. Like, that is absolutely insane. So as soon as we started talking about, you know, the worst possible outcome for TSM, it's like, yeah, here we go. We got a couple rounds. 8-4 is not the worst. It's still probably not really what they hoped for, but I mean, 9-3 was where we were at on split.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a huge comeback that came back from TSM. They lost because, you know, we've been there, okay? Now, of course, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to throw things to a quick little break. When we come back, the second half of Icebox. Welcome back, folks, as we enter into the second half of this final map. The other series on the other stream, as you and I were just talking about, is over. And T1 moves on over V1. That's right, folks. T1 over V1. I know how those can get confusing, but I have to watch that back because that sounds interesting. T1 with the victory? Pretty sure the betting odds probably would have been in version 1's favor. Maybe.
Potentially. I think everybody's excited about T1. I'm not sure that Gen.G and TSM are happy to see that, though, given that you know how this is going to go. They end up playing the loser of that series. So whoever loses this one ends up going against version 1. Such a tough opponent. Given their recent success in Reykjavik. But we're into the pistol round here for Gen.G and TSM. And it's all quiet right now for TSM. They're playing this very slowly. Oh, that's such a good nade.
Yep. And it's going to get a lot of damage as well, at least onto Sabrosa. He's going to start healing up with the Sage, of course, and that's kind of the combination here. Sean finds one into Sabrosa early for healing. Unfortunately, nullified very quickly with the loss of his life. Still, not on the site. Toxic screen here from the defense working very well. They're starting to pull back. They do see a couple of players here, though, so they will kind of stick around. Spike carrier officially down. The second set of paint shields not going to be ready in time. But all these members from TSM are so low, and breaking onto this site is going to be difficult.
GMD, the pistol god. He's here too with the classic. Already uses paranoia, though. He's going to swing on the haze. He's ready for that. The kill with the trade, though, and it's all Leviathan and Wardell. They're trying to through the wall. That's just brilliant. Wardell's going to plant behind it, too, so good use of his environment. Smoke available as well, but even if he uses smoke, I mean, Mikhail's there with a burst, too. Another pistol round win for Gen.G, and that is now, what is that? All 6.
That's all of them.
That's all 6 pistols.
In the series.
That, I mean, might be a new TSM roster, but hey, the pistol round curse does not end. They just, it's... How many rounds has that lost them? I mean, over everything, that has lost them so many. That's close to 11 rounds, except for the one where they basically were able to thrifty them. This time, we'll see if it happens again.
Oh, the force up. That did happen on Split. That did net them a positive conversion, but if they lose this, series gets very dicey for them. Once again, they'll try A. Wardell with the Marshall, and we haven't really seen a lot of it. It is very, very potent. Nature's got one as well, holding down the B site, so he's going to be a little bit late to this hit.
Oh, they're getting all the way up into Maze. This smoke is actually... They're taking massive advantage of this. Usually it's so good as a one-way and you're playing down on Gen. But Sabrosa's through and Sean's paying attention though.
Oh, that's a great pick. Sabrosa does take a little bit of damage, starting to heal up. Bang trying to get the wall up. And of course, GMD spray doesn't really quite find the mark onto Bang. Now, of course, the spike will be planted. Levi is on the flank. This is something we theorized would happen on Split. Didn't quite get to see it, but now we get to see Levi in a really good position. And all TSM need to do is buy time. And that's really what Sabrosa's position is. It's one and done as Levi calms it all out, starts to spray. Oh, no! Finds one, finds two. Paranoia to try to answer back. 2v3 now. As TSM can play off the site with a lot of their post-plant utility, particularly the nano swarms.
None. The wall is up. They have to break. They have to break fast. Smoke also on that spike, and if GMD really contains this, that Marshall's the only thing to take it out. The spray as well. He's behind the wall. Segment as well. Oh no! Seconds now. Hayes is there just in time for TSM to win another force round. So it actually happens. They clap back after losing the pistol.
They almost did. That was very close from Nature. And really, it was this Levi flank that I think made matters even worse. If Levi had kind of joined TSM in the A side hold, they might have been able to survive here for G&G and maybe even fight back. We'll never know, but great flank there from Levi. And I'm imagining positioning mid is going to have to be a little bit more of a priority for Gen G to not let that happen again.
Nice pick from Wardell right off the bat, but don't forget anti-eco. One thing to note in the future rounds is I talked a lot about how they don't have Sky to punish the drone on the attacking side, or on the defensive side, TSM, that Mikhail was throwing every time in default positions. Look how Gen G will punish as we watch the rest of this round onto like Sabrosa, for example, when he goes for his drones. Just keep that in mind. What is this lineup? Is he lining up a default plant nade? It's actually cool. Sky nade. Ooh. They just funneled the orb over to Sabrosa and also the spike as well, so he can get his ult online while everybody else is farther away.
Oh, that's a little unfortunate. That's a little... Can Bang get it in time? Nice. Okay, so they at least carry that Phantom over. That's, you know, no love lost. But
that's ADS spray for you right there. You ever find yourself spraying an ADS? You're just like, oops, like I should not have done this.
You regret it before it even starts.
Yep.
Your brain and left clicks. Start spraying. 9-6. Gun round here for Gen G. He's some grouped up here around the mid. Kyle gonna take up post here quite consistently. No recon bolt to kind of follow him up.
Here.
It's so much slower down the B lane. Here it comes, very delayed. It's not like they're using it at the beginning, and also just slightly weaker here, the Trailblazer compared to the drone. Either way, they finally do get control, and they should be able to fight over this yellow control like we've seen over and over on Icebox. The big thing too is Gen G's committing a lot towards A, even though they've heard a Trailblazer out. The problem is no info anywhere else, so they can't really guess for this. And look at the turret too. Oh, there's a gap.
Oh, they can't quite. That's a weird wall. They can't quite get it, but still, Gusta falls through. Probably the toxic screen spray. Now Viper Spit to follow up. They had a lot of ultimates moving into this. Swing here from Hayes. Gonna find shot, but still dies to the Roomba anyway. Still though, man advantage for TSM. Nature gonna find Sabrosa, but of course they're stuck in the pit and they need to make sure that they can take out these members. GMD the last man standing, and it's a great conversion from TSM. Use a couple of ultimates. Get the round.
We're within 2 now. And so far, the ult funneling has been fantastic. The ones that they're getting up, the Viper's pick coming online during the gun rounds, very, very crucial. So Leviathan farming a little bit of the anti-eco frags in the previous rounds. Convert the gun round for them down the line. I mean, obviously they got the kill through the smoke as well, so there's that. Aggro from Gen G on all sides. Wow. Nice pick.
GMD though can be in a unique position. Several seconds. They can overwhelm this TSM combo down the middle. GMD does eventually find Wardell, and he was hoping that he could TP fast enough to try to catch this player kind of lurking about, but of course the spike's planted. They're grouped up together.
Is there not a gun for him to get?
Should be on Wardell.
Yeah. He got a Spectre from, I'm pretty sure, his teammate's body, so not quite sure what's... Does he... It looks like the way he's playing, it looks like he's playing for B, but no, he's just looking to see if there's anybody lurking in kitchen, so try to get exits. And Leviathan in maybe a pickable position, but that's also such a hard off angle against anybody coming screens. Big credit right now to TSM and how they're approaching the round. GMD finds Sabrosa, but that's not too much damage. That's pretty good. They're really starting to get a bankroll. That's the important part, right? These rounds are clean. Yeah. Even the gun round, the Viper's Pit round, was very, very clean. And so this is now doable in sense of they can take full control, full momentum in this game. But I question, how far away are they from more impactful ults like the Viper's Pit? Still quite a ways away. Leviathan not able to get super value on that round. Just the spike plant and a kill. There's going to be a quick dash from Ordell across the side. No, jump peek and
On the opposite side, though, Paula, a lot of momentum ending tools. Genji, Showstopper in particular, Hunter's Fury a point away. Something at least to work with. Stop TSM from these very fast hits. You're right. GMD is now in a really juicy position, but FaZe is a little bit wiser. Backstab.
That's gorgeous. That is really nice. Good, fantastic awareness. I actually think TSM, for the most part, like even when there's a Viper wall gap or something like that, they're just very aware, and they're also patient. There's good discipline right now. They know the Trailblazer can't get the vertical angle, so just looks for it. Is this another lineup? Is this a lineup right now for the Killjoy ult? It doesn't matter because they're going back towards A, but no, that's way too far. It's for the spike plant.
30 seconds
Oh, but Kusta's in such a good spot. The drop down from Levi. Now, of course, the spike carrier is starting to come through and unfortunately gives up the angle, but he'll re-peek here. FaZe has it down pat, but shot's good. Mikael, who notices FaZe trying to take out his turret, and of course, turret down, but so is Nature. 2v3 advantage now in favor of TSM, and the backstab from Sabrosa all onto the shoulders of Sean. And of course, who's down below? Oh my goodness! Sean! He does it for Gen G.
What is this parkour for Sean? Unbelievable. Showstopper onto the top of screens. What is that? That is movement unlike, I think that's an iconic round right there. That is just gorgeous. The Red Bull clutch. Showstopper off onto Wardell, who misses his knives and then lands on screen. Come on. Gorgeous movement.
That's got to be the Red Bull clutch of the tournament. That's the Red Bull clutch of the tournament, no doubt. No doubt. Sean.
I mean,
well, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Here's what happens, right? If Gen G wins, yes, there you go. If they don't win, then Bangs 1v2 is slightly better.
Take flight.
Big aggro again on Bulldogs.
Up, of course, here in the hand of Wardell, but look at this. Pretty aggressive from Gen G. I think Sean backed away just in the nick of time. Levi was definitely ready for him on the opposite end, but that's going to be a flank that we got to pay attention to. Gen G don't really have the utility. Their Sentinels, of course, Sage. They can't really place down a trip or, you know, an alarm bot. They don't really have any way to stop this other than Sean waiting in kitchen.
So making their approach. They've cleared a lot right now. What? Is Mikhail? I think Mikhail is watching mid right there. Oh no, Sabrosa with such a good angle, and now the leg shot as well. These are still.
Oh wow. That is crazy. And the res, of course, does come back to try to nullify that. Of course, the flank now starting to come through for Levi. Finds one, at least for the time being. Sean having to back away. Now the pinch from Kusta with the Bulldog. Trying to stop this as well, as Kusta is the last man standing, but Sabrosa is bloodthirsty as they start to trail Gen G by 1 round.
I'm getting scared here. As much as I liked what we just saw in Split, I'm getting scared. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting terrified. However, TSM is looking good right now. I feel like in terms of like how these rounds are going, TSM, every time they have something in their back pocket to be able to take this out. Right now, Gen G has not shown much. They just forced Bulldogs and light armor to push down mid and then kind of re-aggro back onto A. Nature still got immense value, way more than he should have, and TSM still end up winning.
I mean, I wonder how the round would have gone if they didn't res Sabrosa, because he just kept looking for more and he found even more value. That res was very valuable for TSM, just as that frag was. But of course, this is the eco round for Gen G. TSM looking to tie us up. Paint shells. Not going to quite find its mark. Nature, the last person standing. Look at the ultimates available for Gen G. Pit from the shadows, and of course the resurrection. Could play a factor in this upcoming round, particularly the Viper's Pit is what I'm looking at, Bala. The placement of it for Kusta is very key for Gen G to find a round. Like, ridiculously key.
I mean, you saw the impact. Everybody's watched Icebox at this point knows the impact that those Viper's Pit can have on defense, specifically on the A site, which is, you know, on top of pipes or on top of 410, which is that middle box in between the nest and the other nest, right? That's that middle little place. There's a attack timeout for Gen G, and they're going to decide exactly how to use that Viper's Pit. That's going to be one of the things that they look at. And could net them around. One of the things that's very important is look at the money. Look at the bank for TSM. There's potentially 4 rounds left. And based on how it goes, if it goes to 4 rounds, they're playing 2. So basically, they have 2 losses of bank already. So this should not be a problem for them. They should be able to play out the entire game, no matter what happens with Gen G. Meanwhile, on the other side, this is reset potential, right?
Yeah.
If Gen G ends up winning a round, and they especially if it's really, really low money, that's something they have to avoid. If they want to stay in this game, they need to win the round cleanly.
Not to mention that Levi, which doesn't have his ultimate, will likely get it within these 4 rounds. And these have been super impactful hits for TSM. So having another one of those as well in relation to all the credits that they have could really just, like, I think they could, they have the all the beginnings of a map closer, but NG is still in this. This ultimate very important for them to put up. TSM not even really going to send any players there.
Actually, that's a very new way to throw it. I'm specifically reminded of, you know, Nitro ending up not having that go off and teams specifically countering for it, but he's tossing it in the air so that he's not, you know, getting updrafted on and spammed by Wardell. So they don't do anything like that, so it's not really a big deal, but those are the type of details that really make teams fantastic down the line.
Oh, off angle from Mikhail, but he gets taken down. Very unfortunate. And now GMG just trying to hold off from these cabbages. Good paranoia, but of course he's going to be followed up by Hayes. That does not feel good. As Hayes does find another, and Sabrosa backside. This is slowly starting to fall apart. That ultimate that Kusta placed, not really going to have an effect on TSM, other than saying we're going to go B instead of A.
They're literally hunting this down, and this is for good reason. Again, this is for they're forcing an eco. They're basically giving themselves match point if they really, really close this out. Don't give them any guns. Kusta's the last person to find. This hunt is important for TSM. Rose is going to take the fight. He loses it, and this might be the escape for Kusta. So at least they have one Phantom with them, a hero rifle, into the round, preventing match point. There might be time to chase him. Look at Hayes. No, it's not going to happen.
10-11. Not as dominant of a first half as some of the other ones that we've witnessed. But TSM once again climbing back. May not be winning the pistols, but they're really close to closing out the series. See the force up here from Gen G. They just can't afford. They can't afford to let any rounds go to the wayside. And when they have a lot of ultimates to work with, Sean, Showstopper is a distant memory at this point. Gonna use it in the next round, depending on what he finds. Paint shells early. Levi has to push back, but they are just unloading on Gen G in the middle, bringing it down to 2.
Rotate around for nature. There's one gun that Leviathan dropped all the way over on the crate on the left, so they might be able to bring 2 guns into a 4 man situation that they have to fight against. TSM playing it slow, so they're aware. They know that potentially they want to take over these guns. Kusa's going to help with it. They've got a res too. You can see how long they're sitting in the back line. They want to fight back in mid. Look, they're starting to swing instantly. Bang's there. Sean gone.
Oh, once somebody re-peeks, but Kusta finds that frag onto Sabrosa. This might have been a little bit of a costly attempt at slowing down Gen G. Now they'll be together. Lockdown is well timed, but still they have to consider the safety of the lockdown is just for this plant.
Spike planted.
What do Gen G do? Nature's first, and just like that, blink, and we miss it. Good angle there from Wardell to look at screens, and of course Nature dealt with by Bang. And we're at match point for TSM. Match point for the series.
How they brought it back here is unbelievable. I'm very impressed with TSM. TSM look to be so strong right now, but hey, still rounds to play. Big obstacles for Gen G if they want to come back here. They need to win this round cleanly. Otherwise, they're basically on a full reset and eco round against full guns. Wardell's going to have off all abilities, everything the next round, because these rounds have been clean for TSM. They've been building a bank. Even tossing the Phantom off just so that they can't get it, because look at them. They actually all have Spectres. This could catch them off guard, because you already know GMD's ready with that run spray.
Trailblazer doesn't spot him out. Ooh, he's got to run to safety. Now he's in a little bit of trouble. The Paranoia finds one. That's the spike carrier. And Kusta's going to punch in from the back. 2-for-1 trade. Resurrection, though, available. TSM's been holding on to that one.
You will not kill my ally.
Resurrection comes in, and Sabrosa's going to buy some time to fight them where it hurts. Up close and personal. Can't quite control it, but finds it in the end. 5 HP. The shots from range from Mikael will be the nail in the coffin. Viper Spit, this is what they've been waiting for. The plant now ready. Sean does have a showstopper. This is what can be used to try to nullify this Viper Spit, but TSM still stuck.
They want to go back. They want to go back. They're working their way back. I think they know that Sean has this showstopper that they want to use, and here they go. They're going to cross. The poison orb is up. Cross with no information. The Sage didn't see, and they are second guessing. Leviathan goes through, and that might have costed them right now, because now it's a 2 versus 3. And like you said, Sean has already pulled off miracles with the showstopper. They will get the spike down though, but miracles also work on the other side. In Wardell's hands, he's got the op.
Gen G have to act fast. I know that the fear of Wardell can be quite daunting, and of course he's got the op here, but Mikael's first to peek. The cape does get spotted out. Now Wardell backs away. We're in an even fight, 2v2. Showstopper ready to go. Locked and loaded. Sean's going to pop in. Does Wardell have the shot? No, he doesn't, but he avoids the showstopper. Now backing away. Bang's got Nature just down to Sean. And TSM will move on to take on T1.
What a series from TSM from the beginning to end. They went down 0-1 on Bind, then 10-3 on Splits. If that was that's a team that all of a sudden we're looking at a TSM with resilience, right? Previously, when they played against Gen G in the stage 1, and they ended up going against them in the upper bracket quarterfinals like they did in here, they ended up just kind of skating through, right? It's just some easy games where Dell kind of pops off like a crazy man. That's how they eliminated them from open quals. But here it happens again. TSM in the VCT go 3-1 against Gen G, and they actually give themselves massive chances right now to go into Challengers playoffs. So they're still here for the road to Berlin, and they're still here for the chance at last chance qualifiers and champions at the end of the year. After both stages, everybody was writing them off left and right. TSM, they have no chance. This looks like a completely different TSM, and I have to say it, TSM is back. They're back.
Now, like Backstreet, they are also back. But I got to give credit to really, a player that I had enjoyed watching on Noble. Levi came in very clutch for TSM. And Hazed as well. I think that, especially when Cutler was on the roster, people like to give flack to players that are a little bit older. And Hayes does kind of fit within that same boat, but he had a phenomenal series. Hayes had a very, very good series. Playing around the Viper often on Bind, playing it very well. He had a great map on Split. Did a great job, and here on the Killjoy, very, very good in kind of combination in tandem with all these phenomenal players on TSM. But we also have to give a little bit of credit to Gen G. We saw some phenomenal set pieces, some great utilization. We saw their new KO on Split looking good. You know, of course, there's a lot still to work on, but this Gen G roster, you know, despite losing to TSM, isn't a pushover. They're here to fight too.
Yeah, and I think Gen G was the favorite going into the series. I honestly don't think that their stock has changed that much, to be honest. They looked good in this series. Maybe this last half on Icebox was probably the worst that we saw in this entire series, but hey, they just played. They literally just played 43 rounds of Valorant on Split, and they lost a game that they should have had in the bag, you know? So if that doesn't take a toll on physically, mentally, I don't know. So I'm not writing them off at all. GMD is fantastic. Nature looks so good slotted in this role. Gen G, my fear is that they have to go up against version 1 now.
Yeah.
And after playing such a series, version 1 obviously is waiting for them. So it's like kind of like they have a little bit of fatigue too, but they got the chance to watch them. So that hurts. And that's going to be in a long time. So who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, that's a scary sight. Of course, we do have something that might be a little bit more pleasant to your eyes. We've got the Credit Karma Instant Karma, and this is something that I think, you know, there was two kind of moments that you and I were both thinking about when we were thinking about the Instant Karma moment. I think we're going to be surprised by production by which one it is, but this series had a lot of kind of Instant Karma moments, and yes, this is what, 5th round of the series. So close for TSM, but Gen G did an amazing job of delaying that defuse.
Yeah, they played so good on short. This is the round that they had the Viper ult and showers that they were using, and Hayes so close, but one snake bite ends up delaying them enough, and they can't get on the spike. TSM wins, but honestly, I'm feeling like, you know, it's the other way around, because TSM ends up going through and taking the series, even though Gen G won this round. So it's like, hey, you won this with post plant? All right, that's a feeling Instant Karma. We're going to take the series, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was like the revenge. We're like, we're going to first in our plan of revenge, we're going to take you to 40 overtime rounds. Then we're going to demoralize you with that overtime, and we're going to go take it to Icebox, where we're going to let you have a good start. 8-4, we're going to make you feel good, and we're just going to come in with a knockout punch.
That's the form of torture for TSM Valorant. How to demoralize team by TSM.
Yeah, a WikiHow article. You just see Wardell and Hayes. And anyways, it's all good fun. It's all in a good time. And of course, we've got more series to cover. We've got the Kansas City Pioneers taking on Luminosity coming up next. And of course, before that, I'm sure the fans and all of us need a short little break. So we're going to take a little break. And when we come back, the next series on the docket.
Your purchase could be free when you use your Credit Karma Visa debit card. Free groceries, free gas, or even a free TV. It's called Instant Karma, and you can only win it from Credit Karma Money. Open your account for free in the Credit Karma app. Credit Karma Money. Progress starts here.
Mango invited some of the the CS:GO guys to see if they wanted to go to the casino with them, and I don't think anybody else went, but I decided to go. And I've never been to a casino before, and I definitely Mango's an expert, so I knew I could trust him. I went to the ATM. I tried to pull out $100, I think, but I pulled out 300 euros accidentally. And then we proceeded to play blackjack, and yeah, I lost like everything within 20 minutes.
Well, it's Marshall and it's tens.
Born, this is where Reynas are red. One more. Yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through with just trying to provide some additional ankle.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Challengers 2. We made it through that series together. Listen, you and I, we did it together as a team. Bala was here as well as the accomplice in that as well. We get to move on to a new series. But before that, we get to have a look at the bracket. Where did we come from? What are we looking at? Some matches, of course, have already finished. There's some matches that are even starting a lot faster than this series. But let's have a look. What do we got here for the bracket? Bala, Rise and FaZe already moving along with Rise taking a map.
Yeah, 13-2 as well. That's definitely a map. I've been excited about that. When I was telling you why, because it's Shanks versus Baby Bay, like it's a crazy battle, and then there's obviously FaZe coming back for the first time. They didn't make any of the main events for stage number 2. Now here on the road to Berlin, they're here, but look to be hitting a little bit of a roadblock. Same thing with V1 going up against a new and established T1. I mean, look at this upper bracket match that's going to happen tomorrow in the semifinals. TSM versus T1 is not what I would have expected the majority of people to put as their semifinal game.
Yeah, that one's an interesting one. And then of course we had earlier highlighted that version 1 versus Genji is going to be a heartbreaker for somebody. Either or to be quite honest. But that's really not what you and I have to worry about. We got to worry about Kansas City Pioneers versus Luminosity, which is going to be an interesting series. There's been some kind of developments that have happened live today. Let's have a look at the roster first of, let me guess, Kansas City Pioneers. Is that where we're going to first? I'm just going to mentally communicate with the production.
Throw it out there.
Yeah, let's go, baby. So the main thing to note, and this is very key, Bala, JMO out, Jammies in.
Yeah, JMO unfortunately has some health issues that he's dealing with, so Jammies is taking his place. Hey, perpetual sub. So he's got the version 1 jersey on. Today he's playing for the KCP. So the thing that we're going to be talking about is where does he slot in, right? How does he actually replace JMO? Because JMO's a jet opper, right? Jammies at Reykjavik, he was playing a Viper role, like, you know what I'm saying? So how is that going to play into the Kansas City Pioneers system? That's the big question, really.
Yeah, and you know, just because he's played a lot of controller before on Beast Coast, he did play the jet op, so it's not like he doesn't have experience with it. But you're right, there's protocols in place, there's set plays. Do they leave that in the hands of this new Jammies to try to kind of pick up some of those pieces? It's going to be challenging, and they already do play a lot of double controllers, so he can slot in if somebody else wants to kind of step up and knows the protocol better. I think this might be a little bit of a tougher series on Scourge because he's got to pick up a little bit more of that kind of duelist responsibility that JMO so happily filled. I mean, he already plays the duelist, but JMO was just kind of the shining jet light on this roster. So a lot to kind of consider. You and I are going to be picking that one up quite often throughout the series, but let's have a look at the Luminosity roster. Because this one's changed a lot. If you're just coming back to Challengers 2, you haven't been in looking at Valorant for a little while, this roster may look completely different to you.
Yeah, I mean, you haven't seen Luminosity for an entire stage, a couple months. So you're wondering, where did this happen? The only players that you might recognize are Proto and your boy Dre, you know? So, like, you don't know who Ben is, you don't know Tig, you don't know Dazzle. Of course, a lot of people know these guys from prior games, so Dazzle is definitely somebody who's up there. Tig is also a stand-in in reality because Moose, who's their normal IGL on LG, has a broken hand, so he's not able to play either. So yeah, this is kind of the battle of unfortunate circumstances for both, but like you're talking about, Jammies is important, and here it's Tig, who has been playing with them for a little bit longer because the entire stage Moose has had that issue.
And funny enough, that's our head-to-head. I mean, of course, there are a lot of other interesting matchups when it comes to the series, but having two stand-ins go head-to-head and see how they slot in is a very interesting kind of concept to wrap our head around, primarily because I think Tig kind of slot in a bit easier, and we've already seen what that looks like with the open qualifier. But Jammies is untested, unproven in the concept and in kind of the environment of this. He's a phenomenal player, and he's been, you know, he did a great job standing in for version 1, but in the context of this particular series, it might be difficult to fit him in.
Yeah, for sure. And to think about Tig, for example, he's been in the system for quite more time, right? So he doesn't have to slot into Moose's role, for example. Moose was playing a lot of Silver for LG back in the day, and now you know, he was playing Omen a little bit as well, so maybe that kind of helps a little bit, but he's playing a Viper for them, a completely different type of thing. So we'll have to see. I think the maps will be very important. Like, for example, if KCP wants to play, I mean, you can throw everything you know about KCP kind of out the window until we see the agent select and the map veto, to be honest, and that's what we're going to start with.
Well, the map veto is a little bit less, you know, I guess I'd say sexy than the last map veto that we had, because it's just two teams that are really good at one map and they ended up picking them. Icebox, really good for LG, playing a ton of it. Ascent, really good for KCP. And then it kind of ends on Split, which could be a little bit more of a toss-up than the prior two maps comparatively. The bans are Pioneers banning away Breeze, Luminosity banning away Haven. But the first two maps, kind of in the pocket of the teams that pick them. So we'll have to see if it, I think kind of the big map that we have to look at is going to be Ascent. We get a look at the Pioneers with this first map, but then the map that they are the most comfortable on, how Jammies slots into their best map. That is going to be a big question mark for me.
Yeah, for KCP, I think we casted a game on Ascent, right, where there definitely were flaws. However, I think LG on the other side picked Icebox to start, and that is a fantastic pick in my mind because, again, they're going at Jammies, who's going to be playing the Jet, right? And this is a map that JMO had so much impact on, and they still didn't manage to take out Gen G. So, Gen G was the team that they played against. So that is definitely a good strategy for LG, and this is also historically one of their really, really good maps.
Look at this, though. They're popping in. They're bringing in the Jet up here for Jammy, so he's slotting in fast. And you know, we kind of questioned what kind of role would he be filling in. That is a big role to fill. And I feel like in one of these scenarios, he's either going to decimate or he's going to really struggle. I don't know if there's going to be like a pretty easy to find in between. So we'll just have to see. We'll just have to see how this is interesting. I like this.
Yeah, it definitely is. I really, really like how it's gonna. Well, yeah, I mean, they didn't have any time. This is like a 2 days ago type of situation where they got Jammies. So it's like they literally had no time. Jammies has to do this. This probably should have been what we were expecting, but hey, uncertainty kind of drives our thoughts in this case. LG, man, I'm sorry, but they look so good on this map in specific situations. Individually, I think I'd say Dre, crazy. Ban playing Jet, I wasn't convinced in some of their Icebox maps, but I got convinced as time went on. And then the other thing is Tig. This guy is clutch on this map, and he has some really, really cool ideas with his Viper compared to everybody else.
Well, we'll get to see that right away as he is leading the charge. Toxic screen about to go up, I'm imagining, for the attack. Cut off the B split here. And LG ready to push on in. Shock dart for Physic, and the quick swing from Odorous. Shotgun straight to the dome. A Proto down, but Scourge's been lurking the whole time. Finds one early. Your boy Dre's got to go back to pick up the pieces while LG fights on both fronts. This is a challenge, and it's very easily dealt with. All started with Odorous on a shorty Ferrari swing.
Hey, he makes it work, and that also causes chaos, right? So instantly, honestly, that kind of felt like a counter strat from KCP. The way that they just kind of ran down mid. You saw how fast Scourge was on the flank. That honestly felt like they kind of felt this is going to be a fast-paced round, no matter what. So let's get this flank off very fast, and let's also just get a free kill on site. Because it's so formulaic. It's potential that was the case, because that was nice. That was nice.
Now LG will force up. Will force up. So hoping to really punch back here. And they're going to be moving fast over towards the A side. Meanwhile, ACP, we're thinking about that mid push once again. But really, the information gathered by Odorous is huge right now to say that it's going to be once again this moving push on the opposite site.
They use that drone right there, clearing a little bit, then slowly scaling up all the way into Nest. Dre's up here. Scoop is still playing the smoke, and Scourge finds one. Odorous too. Wow. Scourge flicks all the way to your boy Dre as well. It's all up to Tig. No mollies. And position's already gained from KCP. It's easy for them to wrap up.
Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. No, 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 no. They get the defuse. That was good from KCP. I like how fast they're... It's difficult to read, you know, with especially the maps that we just saw in a Icebox. It was a little bit slower at times just based on, you know, how the utility was being used. But KCP are really fast on the defensive end to kind of react to, okay, is it a heavy stack A? Okay, let's start slowly moving up down this B lane side. Let's slowly move up mid. And these pinches, so far we've seen it really hurt LG. Very, very painful.
Talk about things hurting LG. You're talking about how KCP kind of played against what they did. I think overconfidence can hurt them as well. In the fact that they just kind of send it on that force buy, for example, but also like playing so much Reyna. LG has always played Reyna. Previously with Steve, you know? Now it's Dre. And it's a very hit or miss agent, you know? You could live by it or you could die by it. I think that's how I go with it.
I'm sure a lot of people feel the same way too, since Agent has seen a little bit of pushback in the patch notes as we see KCP doing a little bit of pushback of their own, trying to deal with this pit, and now it's just up to Tig. Oh man, if he finds Scuba there, that's
you see what I'm
potentially
saying,
a different
man?
story, yeah.
This guy could definitely do some damage. But it's 3-0 now, and he already used his Viper's pit there in a round that they, you know, it obviously got close down the end, but they didn't have the possibility. Like at the beginning of the round, that's a very low percentage round to win. So he uses it there potentially to end up winning it. I'm fine with that. My thing is now that the situation didn't unfold how they wanted, it becomes awkward because he doesn't have that to use in post plans when they make it to B. He doesn't have that to use in situations like A when they actually have even guns. Tammy's already got the op too on the 4th round.
Ooh, a little bit late on the reaction there from Tig. Be a little bit problematic. Pit over towards B lane, and kind of wondering what telegraph was given to him to pop that pit. Maybe he's trying to keep up with Tig in terms of placement. I don't know. But he is going to be the lurk that is going to pinch LG from behind, and Scourge he doesn't really have time to lurk. They've got to play for this retake, and you see how tight LG are playing. Voidre is ready for this screen peek, and he finds one as a result. And this flank that has been developing from Odorous is also taken down from a patient ban.
Ooh.
Okay.
That round, that moment right there is exactly what we're expect. That all the entire time. You got a Proto, you got Ban, you got Scuba, you got Scourge. Like literally, this is what we're gonna be watching over and over and over. You're not gonna see them go for like low percentage rounds that can catch people off guard, like splitting mid, like we saw Gen G attempts against TSM. You're gonna see this all-out brawl, scrappy gameplay. And they actually forced KCP to save. And I think that's a nice decision from KCP. They could force in this round, given how many people have sheriffs and whatnot. But like I said with LG, going for that with confidence, just kind of trying to just battle your way through. Doesn't always work. And you also want Jammies to get the op online again, even though it didn't pan out this last round.
Drone gets a lot of value, and KCP are going to unfortunately have to play for the retake, and Ban in this position is going to be very unfortunate for KCP. First one's down, that's Jammies. And this should be a clean round from LG with how it's starting to develop. Scuba just trying to run away, increase his odds of finding a frag, and it ends up being a flawless. Couldn't ask for anything better on that gun round conversion, considering KCP were down to an eco, but here we sit. This would be one of our very first competitive rounds with full buys across the board.
I was wondering for a second, like how LG is going to deal with the flanks if they're really keeping this pace up as high as they are, as we saw in pistol round, how it didn't work out. But they're very aware. There was a player playing pipes. They had so much control down screens that he was just playing pipes on the defensive side, you know? And they still had somebody flanking the flanker. So, I'm liking what I'm seeing from LG. Nice pick, though, from Scourge. That's such a good spot. Like, on top of 410, not somewhere you're usually at. As long as you have coverage on belt, it's an easy pick, but the res brings it back to an even situation.
And the Empress has been popped as well. LG really committing a lot to try to secure this round. They need to make it onto the site first. Lots of angles to clear, lots of utility being spent to try to counteract their positioning. Scourge finds another, so res nullified, finds a second. 1 HP, can't go for that Devour. It's a little bit dangerous.
Oh,
now,
on target.
Oh,
good position from Dazzle. Will take out Scuba.
kind of stuck now, though.
Scourge in a really good angle. Recon bolt coming through. He's going to have to deal with a lot of potential angles, and this is starting to come back for LG. Dazzle finds 3 in a row. Jammies is the last player standing now, up in hand. Do I save it? Do I fight for the site?
As a viewer, absolutely not. Jammies go for this 1v2.
He drops it.
Yeah. Picks up a Phantom real quick. Mollies are already coming out. That's a little early, and he already decides he wants to save. Okay. Disappointed as a viewer. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a little disappointed.
Hey, the chat starts molding. Oh man. That was really well done though from Dazzle. Just very, very scrappy way to enter into the A site after already so many members had fallen. He was in an awkward position, a little bit of an off angle, which feels like a one and done, but he managed to get more than just the one.
Yeah. The nice thing there was actually I loved what KCP did, where they stacked up. Scourge gets these 2 kills, right? And then he plays on the backside of this little cubby here, and he has Tig directly above him. Obviously, this was a little scary, but you see, oh, it's Physic right above him. But Dazzle's dart actually forces Scourge to play back into that cubby rather than peeking with him. So it's no longer the stack that they wanted. So successfully breaking that setup was key for LG to take that. It goes all the way.
Ooh, what's the Marshall? Not the op. Finds its mark, but not the frag. And we'll take out Odorous, who's waiting patiently for clippable Reddit moment, as they would have funneled past him. Shock darts will find a proto, but the only thing that KCP really have here is the op to deal with, or rather to work with. Which again, I don't think they really want to let that go either.
Enemy down. One enemy remaining.
Oh, damn.
He's got a little dicey. It's still 3 players up, though, and Jammies will try to pull off a Wardell and save twice in a row. They're chasing him. A little damage, too, but most importantly, they've confirmed where he's at. So you actually have a Proto down underneath Kitchen who can cut off that space. Jammies has to be so patient.
No.
And eventually he
How
bites.
many times did he jiggle that? Like 5. How many times did he jiggle that? Jammies was... I'd be malding. Like,
You
okay,
already know.
6th time has to peak. Nope, couple more jiggles.
You already know NSG social media right now. They make a compilation. How many times do you jiggle? 1, 2, 3, and then some funny music on top of it. I got you, puns. So that, I mean, they buy a Marshall in that, basically buying what they can. They don't save the op though, and look at how that hurts. They don't have it this round. Jammies is on knives only. I say knives only, but that's so significant.
Yeah, it's just knives. A couple of knives. Bullets hurt way more, we know that. Ooh. A couple of taps for Scourge will find Dazzle. Information and the Hunter's Fury now gone. Yammy's waiting on top of screens. There's a player close right. It's your boy Dre. He's already on pipes. And Scourge is just trying to deal. Oh man, he's going quite athletic. Doesn't really matter. Scourge is doing all the work.
Spike down A.
And Ban will be the last player standing as a Proto ends up a little bit too deep. Potential round to tie us up here for
Oh.
KCP.
All right. Very surprised he popped knives there. Given that that's probably easier to peek with the op. The issue is if somebody's counter peeking, you need to have those knives out. But there's the taps, Scourge, and I love this. Updraft, dash. This gives Scourge the kills really, but it's because they're already changing their crosshair to take the Reyna flash out, and then Jammies all of a sudden appear, so they readjust to take out Jammies, and then Scourge is like, hello. Such a high flash too. Really, really nice. And the op's online now.
For both.
Mm-hmm.
Or both. Ban couldn't save it. And that was really a lot of value that came in for KCP as well. Taking down the Jet with an op and knives. That's got to hurt for the remainder of these 4 rounds. See if the knives come back. Regardless, double op in play.
Swung so far right now, and given the fact that LG's not taking any control past this cage here, back onto the top of the pipes, for example, this is value. However, it's dangerous given that he doesn't have control of that main area. There's nobody on top of pipes on their own side, so they can sneak into nest and end up coming with a nice big advantage on him, but they'll drone him first. So it's all up to Scourge and Sammy's right now. Scourge pop Empress too. Oh, that's a bit first frag. There's one on Jen, but he's already way past. Tig will also take him out. So Sammy's backs out and they play retake.
Counter Hunter's Fury though to deny the plant, at least for the time being. One more tap. Proto's waiting for it, but the tag does come through. He's going to try to heal things up. And with the op looking towards screens, this is a difficult peak here for KCP. Spike will now be planted. You see KCP considering the push fast. Op is going to miss, which means it's going to give them a lot of time to work with. And KCP working fast to deal with this play. Van now all on his lonesome, has the op in hand, gets lost in the maze, loses his life. KCP take the lead.
It looks like they haven't lost a step. I mean, since the last time, honestly, it looks like they've gained a step with Jammies' addition right now. They seem to have a clear plan in mind, and the way that Jammies and Scourge are playing together is so nice. So very nice. Of course, Scourge fell early in that round because he got one at least as he came around the generator. Jammies is able to back up and kind of be okay with giving up his life. That's very nice. They take the lead back, and they're firmly in control. LG gonna buy up, and they're gonna go for a quick mid split though. So first contact here is going to be where's Physic. The big execute a double for Jammies, and he dashes away. He gets away. Up through kitchen, they're gonna go, and Jammies is already there to cut it off.
Oh my goodness. There is a player close, so this op, see the lifeline of it. Oh, he tailwinds. Tailwinds up. A Proto still finds a frag, and at least Jammies is now aware. Will lose his life though.
Oh no.
And Tick finds another. This is falling apart. This was a beautiful start to the round. Resurrection for both. That's the op back in play, I believe. Yep. But a Proto finds the Sage. This is a disaster of a round. Still no spike planted. Odorous moving up, trying to flank on the opposite end. Jammies as well, pinching into kitchen. That's where they're all stuck. See your boy Dre just gonna watch back. Oh my god. Disgusting. Disgusting. 2 collats in 1 round. 2 collats. Man.
That was a roller coaster. How did it go? Like, instantly, it's a fast round. Jammies gets the double, and then he gets the next one, falls back, and whatever. And then they trade reses after it's going terribly because Jammies is getting way too aggressive. KCP's like, oh no, we're about to lose this round. And then they get the res off. The play is to walk through. I don't know if it's the play for everybody to walk through, because if they maintain control of the kitchen, that flank is not possible. But then, a comedy of errors in the last part is LG popped their Viper ults right before he gets that spray down, so completely wasted. What is happening? I just don't get it.
Before you even finish that round, another round starts, and it's craziness. This is the rougher buy though for LG, so finding a pick onto Jammies is helpful, but the op is really high up. be difficult to retrieve, and they've already committed onto A with the positioning of the Dre. Oh, they're pulling back. Ben's running away. Maybe he can updraft up and get that op. But, oh, they do pick it up. Oh, it didn't get stuck up there. It fell. So now 2v4. What to do?
Uh-oh.
Enemy remaining.
All right, cool.
Spike down.
Nothing to do in the 2v4. And it's really shaping up to be a fantastic half for KCP. Fantastic. Because you have to imagine the way they're playing on defense, they're going to carry this over. And look at it. 2 and 10 for your boy Dre. I was talking about the Reyna and how it definitely swings the performance of teams. Don't count this out. Of course, Dre has been on a heater. He has been on a heater. So he has the ability to turn this right back on. It's just the way that KCP is playing, he's getting shut down, unfortunately. How to activate him is the question that they're going to be asking themselves both on this last round and also in the next half.
How do they deal with jammies here? Oh, that's how you deal with jammies. Your boy Dre very low. I like how he took a different approach. They managed to deal with the op player, finding another one onto Scourge. That was one of the great anchors here of the A site. So already starting to develop, but Odorous on the flank. Look, he gets spotted out. I think he's already being fished out by 2 members here of LG. They're going to swing together and win together. Now rotating all the way over towards the B side. And it's red by KCP, at least by Scuba. Whoa. Okay, Scoobs. Okay.
That was nice. That was nice. And it all starts because of your boy Dre. Well, it's not over. Physics finds the angle on the bend. That's a really cheeky spot for him to take that duel. Dazzle's got the cross, but Dre's not that close. Doesn't matter though, because the 1v1 is 1 from Dazzle. LG take the 5th, and this is good. Hey, they needed to recover a little bit. 5 to 7 on the first half, and things are looking good on both sides, but Scourge looks good. The thing that LG needs is your boy Dre to heat up, and then from there, also better game plan going forward on this defensive side that's coming up next.
7-5 is where we finished in the first half. Moving on to the second. Still anybody's game, but now LG are on the defense. They'll be able to hold the A site down if that's where KCP decide to head. And that's where LG seem to head round after round. And it starts with this pistol, Bala. Starts with this pistol.
That it does. Last time was KCP coming out swinging with what looked to be an anti-strat, but obviously I can read into things that just aren't there. So how will they take this one? It's like a fast approach towards A, and it's a very aggressive push down mid for LG. With 3 players doing exactly what KCP did. So the flank is going to be fast. And this might work out exactly like it did for the first half.
Big completely giving up that space. Wall goes up. And they actually forego that mid push altogether. That kind of defeats the purpose, I would argue, since they're just going to go for the retake anyways. They could have sent maybe a player or two. They're moving fast, so make me eat my words, LG. The push comes in. Sprays are working out so far in KCP's favor, but they're starting to defuse. I like this wall up to half. That's a little bit scary. They can't break it with the pistols. This is working out so well for LG. Beautifully done with one piece of utility. And it all goes haywire. Great round from LG.
That was nice. You talk about counterproductive in terms of the push down mid where it kind of gets canceled, but reality, what it does, it gives, look how fast they were with 5 players. They were there. If they weren't pushing down mid and they weren't canceling, that protocol was very nice. They would have been very slow. They would have had to wait 10 seconds or so to come back for it. You don't expect that wall to come down so fast and the defuse to be starting that fast, because what KCP is doing is trying to get in position. Very nice strat from LG. They're just abusing that position, man. This is what I need. This is what I need, Dre. 2 kills to start things off. Dismiss out. We still have Ban playing very close, and Dre getting 3.
Enemy remaining. Spike down A.
Damn, Scuba. Why you gotta do him like that? 2 players end up falling. That's a pretty standard bonus round.
Yeah.
All things considered, if you were to count up every single second round in the world of Valorant, 3 players usually survive from the pistol winners. 3 players usually survive. So 7-7, all
you
tied
sound
up.
like you're playing Family Feud or something. Like if you were to count up, who has 100 Americans, how many players survive after the bonus round or after the anti-eco? Top answer: 3 players.
Tough little round here for LG, but 2 sheriffs and everything else they've got coming into this round. Definitely a possibility. Not as fast as they normally have been. Kind of punching back, or at least rather, sorry, KCP not normally as fast as they have been. Slowing things down, working those picks. Urge a little bit of a tough spot since that drone make things challenging for him to fight here.
The way they're playing, oh, nice pick from Dre. This is what I'm saying, right? The way they're playing gives the space for LG to do things like this, where they will punish you when you get into positions like that. And I was talking about Dre before the half, like him getting frags like that is so crucial. KCP need to not give him that space. I think the slow pace is going to help LG get into the game.
Toxin screen down.
KCP sold fake. Now they've got to deal with the post-plant position. They're moving fast. LG don't like to waste their time. Tig on the swing. He will sacrifice his life, no problem. They know somebody's on the box, and Jammies comes up with 2. Dismiss is going to help out so well to deal with Physic, but of course the snake bites are roaring through the sky. Your boy Dre, will he have time to defuse? He's up to half. Odorous needs to peek. He can't let this play out. Shot's good. The Red Bull clutch for Odorous.
Wow. That timing was perfect. A half a second more, and that would have been a defuse for Dre, so I like it. Just the jiggle peek, making sure that Dre is going to stick that defuse. I'm actually surprised that he full went for this. But pros don't fake, I guess, because he had time to go for the kill. Right? He could have been like, I don't know. Those mind games are so hard to play either way. So well done from Odorous to end up clutching it out. That's 8-7. They win the first gun round, and LG still have what money to buy, so everything is fine on that end.
Ooh. And in a little bit of a pushed up position, does end up getting punished by Odorous. Despite this slower style from KCP on the attack, that's a little bit troublesome. Proto somehow manages that, despite Scourge seeing him first. Now we're evened up.
Nice kill from Tig, but instantly the revive is coming in from Scuba on Heaven. They just wipe everything down. That was nasty, and they waste a Sage res on that as well up on Belt, so they really collapsed nicely. This is what I'm talking about. This pace kind of hurts. But I'm not even asking for them to like go crazy with the executes or anything like that and just like rush on the site. I'm just like take a little bit of this extra control to keep Dre out of positions where he can do stuff like this and get aggressive on the ropes.
Because they play so slow, like you're highlighting with how fast LG can react. It's almost as if LG are moving faster to the positions that they need than the speed that KCP can even react anything that LG throws their way, which makes it difficult because you're already playing slow to begin with.
Get out of my way.
Okay, a much deeper wall, horizontally splitting up the site. They can fight in front of it if they so desire, but they should be able to get the plant down. Sammy's aggressive, refreshes his knife and gets the kill on the dazzle, but Dig is playing this very well, delaying a lot. Proto gets shut down too. They have not gotten the spike down, but this is a big target for them. Ben. And is here.
He can pick up this weapon too. That would be great. He's just going to not let them have it. Oh, he's going to re-peek at the angle. Jammy's ready. Those knives are good. That's an upgrade that can be salvaged. This was a thrifty round, but they still need to get the spike planted just because they find all this success. Look at this. Scuba, 3 HP. Jammy's 4. You're going up against your boy Dre. Full utility.
Seconds left.
Split them up though, so this is difficult. All up to Tig on the site. Oh, what a shot from Jammies. Just through the sliver of that poison orb. But it gives an opportunity here for Dre to get over healed, and now the 1v3, and you said it, Scuba's very low. He has the heal coming online soon though.
How many angles to check? It's difficult for you, boy Dre. He's one. Nice little bait there for Scourge. He's like to play off of Scourge. And once again, KCP regained the lead. You know, I thought the momentum, based on how this half has kind of started out, does feel like LG have some of the momentum, but then you get rounds like these and you're just kind of scratching your head like, how is KCP bringing these together when, you know, start out so slow and LG have a pretty good idea of how to counter. And yet still we sit such a close half.
Oh, here's the ult for Tig. Off a pipe. Oh no! Oh no, that's tragic. A little too fast and it doesn't work. The ult is only for pipes. They have to completely ignore that possibility. It actually gives an opportunity here for KCP to push through it. Dre has to rotate all the way off of B because of this unfortunate situation. Slightly misaligned ult for Tig, and the execute's on for KCP.
Fast move here for your boy Dre. Finds a punch right back, but still KCP want to get this spike planted on A. They've got a Viper's Pit of their own, and they'll use it. Great effect. Scourge waiting for the drop down or potential push from screens. Boy Dre making sure that he can spot things out, and Empress for Empress. Boy Dre is the king. Odorous down below, finds one, pops right back in. He can hide in and out. Now the swing back. Hey, Proto's in a little bit of trouble, but where's your boy Dre? There he is! 3K on the round, but does he have enough time? He'll be fine. Tied up, 9-9.
That was so good from LG there. Instantly recognizing the ult fails, right? Tig is immediately commenting, hey, the ult failed. Dre peeked down B lane super early in that round, and instantly they know, hey, we messed up this ult. They're going to come here. They are going to hit through this because they know that we're kind of positioned poorly in this round. We expected that this pipe ult was going to be able to defend a lot better. So Dre books it down over towards the A site, and he's there to fight as the execute comes on. Also wondering, Scourge there inside a nest, right? Taking the fight against Dre, who is already fighting deep in the back of sight. Oh.
Ooh. Both players walked away from that one feeling not so great. Tig, we've seen him in this position before. It hasn't really been super valuable to him, but it's valuable because of the toxic screen. It's a very tight corner. He can sit in it. Does get punished regardless, so may not be trying that again. Scourge will get that one. An advantage for now.
Scourge is going to swing on this one, and they have a lot of control right now. Don't forget, this Viper wall is not able to be used because Tig fell.
I like that snake bite. Push your boy Dre off. Still finds a frag regardless through the toxic screen. Ridiculous. The plan is now going down. There are a lot of low members here on the side of KCP. And your boy Dre wants to go hunting. Almost catches the Sova on the retreat. And they'll repeat again. Jammies was a little worse for wear anyway. 3v4 with the advantage here in favor of LG. The defuse now starting. KCP don't really have the ways of pushing it back. And of course it does get diffused. Scuba almost wins the duel against your boy Dre, but eventually loses it to Dazzle. 10-9 as LG now lead.
And the crazy part about these rounds right now is that LG is starting off on the back foot. Don't forget, they just messed up that ult. Good adjustment to fix it, right? Here, so important. Tig, the second time you pointed out that he's trying to hide behind this little wall that is already off kilter a little bit because it's not angled to cut off yellow exactly. So the other side, it might look similar, but there's clearly a gap there, a little pocket for the Viper wall for him to sit in. However, it's him sitting in it. That's the crucial part, right? Like I said, they don't have the wall to retake or to block on this retake or prevent them from coming into the site. And they still are able to manage to bring us back, you know?
They still check Tig. Yeah, Tig's not going to be playing there anymore. I like this boost from Ban. Not going to find much value since LG at the moment aren't really playing towards... I thought initially they were developing a B hit, but now Ban has a really good angle.
Mm-hmm.
If LG had, if KCP had gone for B, then, you know, this wouldn't really have been super effective. They're actually going to use the smokes to cross through, and Jammies is gone.
Poison's off.
Very strong position. I like how at the beginning that wall is supposed to give you some angle, but because there's nothing there, he knows that they pressured B at the beginning of the round. He knows that they ran up B lane. He goes on top and gets over top of the poison orb that's supposed to cover the cross and make things uncertain.
30 seconds left.
Giant, of course, tempted. Scuba does get taken a little low, but will successfully plant it and now retreat. I did it. Now 4v4. The onus is on LG to retake this site. Scourge waiting on the opposite side of yellow. The resurrection comes through for take, but now the battle is about to commence. Ban finds one early. The defuse now coming through, but the post-plant mollies are soaring through the skies, and Odorous finds one. Scuba mows down two, completely unaware as they try to hunt down post-plant molly demon Odorous. KCP tie us up.
What is this, man? What is this? The rounds that LG start off with the first blood, they lose. The rounds that KCP get first blood, they lose. What's going on here? Like, what is going on here? When it looks disastrous at the beginning of the rounds, somehow, some way, these teams are clawing their way back in. They just are. And now, I have to wonder if KCP is really going to start taking massive advantage of this B site, because where Dre has been playing, they've been struggling. However, pushing over this B site has been working quite often to them. They're kind of abusing the fact that Tig is playing over on the site. But with that comes something else. Look at Dre's flank. It's fast. He's going to duel very fast with Odorous. He's already 5 HP. That duel's happening right now. It's only a Sheriff. Hiding all the way, though. The heal has been used, and the Sheriff won't cut it.
Dazzle's angle, though, was almost able to participate. Still, KCP kind of stuck around this B lane. They'll finally start to push forward. There's a flank being developed right now by Ban. They have to worry about potential frag. Scuba's like, hold the spike, hold the spike. Takes out Tig in the process. Now it's down to 2. Ban on the flank. Dazzle playing from Orange. Wow. Finds the duel, but still 2v4. And might be waiting for some of these exits. And Dazzle's actually going to be going for the defuse, or put himself in a position to defuse. They'll find one.
Ready.
And the post plan. Out.
Yeah. Just sending out the molly no matter what. It's only 1 he only spent, so these are still fine. He finds the kill, though, which kind of sketches everybody out a little bit. That's Viper's Pit online now for Odorous with that last kill, and those last 2 rounds, he kind of just got it in his bag. So possibility now for KCP to use that when they do get the spike down. They have been very successful. This time, though, they're switching towards A. And just as Dre switches towards B, so KCP might have the good reads right now. They might. The conditioning has been so that they're like, hey, LG's saying, hey, we need to have something different here at B because it's just getting worked over. Let me help you out, Tig. And they switch it.
There's 3 players there too. There's 3 players there too, right? Now your boy Dre's like, okay, something's different. They haven't exploded fast. They haven't droned early. I got to go back to A. And of course, now that we see the op come through and the Lear, Ban is being absolutely targeted. Or sorry, that's the Hunter Spears from the defense. Finally, Ban will fall, though, at the exchange of a frag onto the Sage. Pick goes down. Of course, there's a player below, and Scourge finds him, dismisses to safety. That's disastrous. 4v3 now with Jammies up above. Does get taken down by a Bulldog. He had the angle on an op. A little bit odd, but still 3v3. Right here from Odorous. Gets back to safety. Can afford to take those duels, but Aproto trying to pinch him in. There's going to be the fight. Oh, no. Notices him backing away. That's a little bit problematic. And now Scourge is in the best possible scenario ever existed. They do find him out, though. Can't do quite confused. Another shot comes in, but the Hunter's Fury finds one. Can he find one more? That's all he needs. Yes, Physic. The Red Bull clutch for match point for the Pioneers.
Match point.
There we go. That was a nice change of pace for sure. Instantly putting up that wall, going straight at the single operator on the safe site, and then playing the post plant to perfection. Physic just sitting back, man. Just sitting back, waiting for the round to be his. As it was locked up from the beginning. The shock darts were there, the Hunter's Fury was there, and his team delayed as much as they could. And got so much value in the back of that site. Scourge with a 2 early on.
Potentially the last round here.
Take flight.
Luminosity. Weapons are a little bit scattered. You have a Viper Spit they used over towards B lane, which I like. Still have to worry about this A hit. And, you know, fortunately for LG, ACP doesn't really have that same utility. They don't have the Hunter's Fury, which saved them last round. Odorous probably won't be playing so far forward because the pit's not available. Ooh, this is fast, and I like this. They wall right over, find Ban early. Still one more player. They smoke him off. The recon bolt's going to give him a lot of information. Dazzle's ready on the swing. They don't anticipate this because they thought they cleared it with the smoke, and now he's going to find just the one. But your boy Dre, here he comes with the Empress. Very low. Very low. Viper finds 2 kills. That was your boy Dre's moment. So unfortunate. They know where Tig is, and they're going to peek all together.
Attackers win.
And just like that, KCP take over that map and beat Luminosity at their own map pick.
That was really nice. That final round, I like it. I mean, they shut down every little peak. Jammies falls first, then Dre, who pops the Empress. They kind of bait the idea that, hey, there's possibility for a swing here, and we're gonna take the fight to you. KCP, they came out swinging with both pistols, and now, or on both pistol rounds, the strats were very, very good. They lost the second one, but still, like, I love it. I love how they played that entire game, and they switched it up and really made LG work to get any rounds, and at the end they end up taking it. So well done from KCP.
We had a lot of questions and now we got a lot of answers, but now we have to do a little bit of waiting. Got a little break coming up for that second map, so don't you go anywhere. We'll be right back with Ascent after this.
Hey guys, I'm Chad Oder Smeller. I play for the Kansas City Pioneers, and here's 5 questions to get to know me better. I started in Counter-Strike. I have 4 or 5 years playing Counter-Strike. I started when I was 15 or 16 years old, and then VALORANT was coming out, and I decided, you know, I'll play the beta, see how I like it, and I love the beta a lot. You know, the game was really enjoyable, and I felt like I should be playing this game. Counter-Strike was becoming stale for me, so I decided to make the switch really early on in the game. I look forward to playing against all the teams in playoffs. You know, more experience, the better for us. It's really, you know, incredible that we get to play against these teams and, you know, show what we got at the Pioneers. I think the most underrated player right now is Mako for me. I played with him for many years in Counter-Strike and in VALORANT, and he's really a selfless player, great teammate, and has a strong skill set. He is willing to do anything, you know, for the team. He's really selfless. I think if you want to go into VALORANT or esports in general, that, you know, if you're gonna go into it, give it your all. Don't be lazy. Make sure every single day you know what you're going to be getting better on. Game sense, aim, whatever it is, just make sure that you're actually trying to improve on it, and don't waste your day. I'll drink a coffee right before the match, drink some water. I'll go inside my bathroom, you know, wash my face with cold water, and you just sit there for a minute and really recognize the moment and be grateful that I'm going to be playing against the best teams in the world. And then, you know, I just game. And that's all, guys. I hope those 5 questions made you know me better. Thank you.
Show me what you got. Show me what you got. Down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God. Ain't no reason to back down, so step it up. God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back, up, God, down, up, back, God, down, up, back,
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back as we are diving into map 2 of our best of 3 series. But before we move any further, gotta give a shout out to Zowie. Exclusive technologies like dynamic accuracy and color vibrance. Zowie monitors make it easier than ever to track your enemies, control your weapon spray, and secure the site for your team. Check out zowie.benq.com for more information. If you'd like to learn more about how dynamic accuracy can affect your gameplay, just search what is Diac, skip right to the good stuff. And like I said last time, we're skipping right to the good stuff, Bala. Moving on to map 2. But, you know, at least in my opinion, there's a lot to unpack from map 1. There was a lot of scrappiness, like you highlighted, but there was a couple of set pieces that were very interesting from the Pioneers.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of different... I honestly, the pistol round to start things off, you know, everybody's been using this wall recently, and then there's just been some... I mean, that was probably the best rounds, like in terms of explosiveness and stuff like that. But some good sets. Odorous coming up clutch in multiple rounds. Honestly, I think this is the guy, the MVP of this match. We didn't talk about him at the end of the last game, but then also talking about unpacking things. Jammy's replacing a Jet Hopper and coming in swinging after replacing a Viper main. Like this guy really is the real deal in terms of the variety he can bring.
Yeah, I'm... Especially after, you know, let's imagine a world where KCP 2-0s LG here. How and they continue on through the bracket, etc. How would this guy not be signed? It's impossible. How is this guy not picked up already?
Everybody said that for V1 too, but it's really hard to slot in and fit and pick up a role that you know, the rest of the team is hoping for JMO's recovery and to come back and play, you know. So
no doubt. Doesn't mean he gets picked up by KCP. Just why isn't he on any other team? You know, that's what I mean to say.
Hey, you're right
looking
about that.
Looking at the stats here, though, KCP, a lot of frag wins that came through, and that kind of odes to your scrappy thesis of how this, the play style of how this map was going to go. Dazzle ended up coming up the MVP for LG. Your boy Dre started out slow, but then really started to come back up. Just couldn't quite get them over the finish line. But despite Scourge being the MVP, Odorous had a phenomenal game. I think I agree with you in him being one of the more impactful players, especially in that second half. He did a great job of really locking things down. And now we move on to a new map. Ascent is where we're going to be heading off to next. If we need it, there is another map in the pool. It's going to be split, but KCP might not need it. It's their map pick. They're the ones that picked Ascent. They're the ones that are comfortable with it. They have a ridiculous record on it over the course of Challengers 1.
Yep.
And now here we sit.
Yeah, and honestly, it's still a battle of Reyna's. Scourge has played it in the past, and Dre has definitely been playing on Ascent. So we'll see if there's any changes, because I think there should be, especially if I'm in the shoes of KCP, right? They came in with a little bit more time to prep for this specific event, whereas LG had to go through the open qualifier, and since then, they don't really have that much time to change, because it's basically like less than a week of time between then and now. So we'll have to see what KCP has in their hands. I think the Icebox meta has been getting a little stale in general, so nobody's really making sweeping changes to their agent comps or anything like that, because it's like you get the Sage, you get the Viper, you sometimes slot in an extra controller, otherwise you're just playing, you know, double duelist, and you go from there. But this map is definitely somewhere where teams can experiment a little bit, so maybe a KO thrown in the mix from KCP, that's a possibility.
It's definitely a possibility, and that's something that I would be excited for, because I think, you know, if you think about the nature of how a Killjoy affects a map like Ascent, I think KO could really come in and fit a very similar role that is not going to be countered by a Hunter's Fury, because that seems to always be the case. Save the Hunter's Fury for the lockdown, and, you know, we see that all the time. But to bring a KO in, you're not going to have that same success, and you get those 0 points a little bit more, you know, usable, and you can get a lot more information from them in regards to just Killjoy turret, where you're just body peeking off of it anyways. So a lot to kind of consider, a lot to kind of think about. Like you said, potential for KCP to bring something new, but with jammies, do you risk that? Lots of questions.
That's a big question for sure, right? It's like, okay, we had time maybe, but JMO's sick. We haven't got time to practice and whatnot. So yeah, definitely. I don't expect it from a team like KCP, but they pulled it out. It's a possibility. There's options there. We could talk about all that just, you know, when we actually see it, because there's a lot of stuff that might end up happening with that. LG, on the other hand, again, this is the Dre show in my mind on Ascent. It's the typical LG. I mean, the roster might have changed, right? But I don't think the team has changed. I don't think the organization has changed at all, because it feels like they just value this Reyna so much. And I will say that Dre did heat up at the end of that game, right? He was 2-something when we started talking about him, and he got 18 frags over he got up to 18 frags over the next half, and that's with not even playing the entire half out. So definitely starting to feel himself a little bit, and that might be a little bit more dangerous for KCP if Scourge is not matching that with improvement of his own.
A lot of interesting things as we wait for Agent Select, of course. To take a quick moment to mention what's going on the other side of the bracket. We've got Rise taking down FaZe 2-0. We talked about that first map, 13-2. Bind was a little bit more hard fought, but Rise, very, very surprising. A lot of work, kind of like a virtuoso vibe. They've just been grinding hard, grinding. And it's paid off. Beating FaZe is no easy feat. But, you know, that's for another time as we are ready for our match. Agent Select underway. Scourge hovering the Yoru.
Every time. It's going to be Reyna. We're chilling. Oh, Jammy's is playing Sage here, but I think JMO was playing that too. So he definitely is slotting in 1-to-1 for JMO. No problems there whatsoever. And once again, showing some flexibility here. Very nice from KCP. And on the other side, we do have to take on the Astra, ban on Sage. This is also what we expect. The crazy part is we might end up going, yeah, we're going to go for a mirror. What are these? You guys are just copying each other's comps, like, because we had a mirror on Icebox as well. Yeah, all up just left her Scourge to pick his Reyna.
Unless. Lame. Lame. I don't even really think Yoru would fit quite well on a map like this anyway, but you know, it's worth a shot. Just getting a little up, you know, a little angry, just, you know, manifesting the destiny of the Yoru.
Yeah, no, let's not do that. let's keep that in the realms of the pick face.
Fine, you know.
Yeah, exactly. Only Sentinels type beat.
Yeah.
So one thing to against, who was it they played? Envy. Against Envy, KCP looked really resilient on this map. However, they got picked apart on their attacking side by Envy, who was really working the map. We were casting that game, and the ideas for Envy was, so let's just take the extremities. Whichever side you're not, we're going to take a little bit more space. Sometimes they push down mid, and they got these crazy fast flanks off. That is something that KCP must have fixed. If they don't, they could be in trouble, because Dre likes to walk down mid. He just likes to walk down cat himself, and that could very much be the same type of situation.
Not that it's like relevant, but it's kind of interesting to see the lack of Jet or experience in Ascent map without Jet. See how that, of course, plays impact. A little bit of an interesting shock dart. Doesn't really find anything. You'll see a lot of LG pull back very fast. KCP will just take the mid side.
A shock dart trying to target the Killjoy utility, and also potentially somebody who's trying to close the door and break it on pistol round, which is something that people do by default. Doesn't find anything though, because Killjoy is on B, and everybody was pushing A main at that time, so he gets away from it. And nothing, no information exchanged by either side, honestly, outside of the fact that the wall was there and the shock dart went out. It's just a game of anti-information in this case. Star is being put down inside a tree that's a smoke, and they're going for it here.
Wow. Ball goes up though, and that's going to be very convenient, but your boy Dre finds one. He's healing up, so it's going to be difficult to take him down. He's a raid boss at this point, but I eat my words, as there's 2 players remaining now for LG, and they're kind of stuck outside the wall placed here by Jammy. Van going to drop down. There's turret up. First classic going to work out, and that's going to be the round for KCP. Another really good pistol. I thought your boy Dre was just going to slaughter them all, but he got stuffed real quick.
It felt like
that, yeah.
Off the beginning shots, right? Taking down Scourge, taking down Physic. The problem here is that all 3 players, there was one flank coming down from Cat, and that really worked out because the Protoss breaking the wall. and the other players that were there as well, and then the swing is coming in from Cat. So all 3 players who were at A died. In that situation, you want to get a couple kills maybe, and then you want to save at least 2 if you can for the rotate to come in. Then you can play a 4v3 potentially. That's the ideal situation. Dre swinging on that hurts.
Dazzle. Chase down. Turret's going to spot Odorous. This is going to be a little bit of an awkward engagement. Ig is coming to help out as well. And Odorous like, you know what? I want none of that. The team's over on A. I'm just really stalling at this point. Oh, this is dirty. This is a little bit unfortunate. And they'll double back because they're still sold on Odorous being here. That's very frustrating. You actually see Ban try to pinch him in, get more information towards tiles, finds nothing. The spike's been planted, lo and behold.
On the other side of the map, make this clean right now. Turret peek. Don't test the proto sheriff. I think Odor has realized he's like, oh, hold on, that's Killjoy, that's a proto. But it ends up costing because he runs into ban. They're gonna. So the idea right now, anti-eco, the reason why they kind of want to chase is that they want to feed somebody ult points.
Oh man.
So Tuba gets one. Ban has a gun. He's gonna dive it. Yeah, he doesn't want to keep this. No reason to stick around with this Spectre.
Damn, he's brought it a little too close there. Once he heard the shots from Ban trying to take down the door, he's like, uh-oh, could this be a defuse? You know, you always want to be a little bit safe, but the gun round coming in for LG now. Let's see what the default looks like. Your boy Dre down the middle. You highlighted that being a point of contention for him. He's going to give that spot up to a Proto and join his team on A.
Yeah, he likes to walk down Cat. Not directly from mid, although he is known to work through smokes if they put them down early. But either way, it's a lot of pressure over towards B main. With a flash and a turret, they've got control now, and nobody's going to be able to re-peek this easily, at least. And, oh, they're not feeding the orb to Odorous. I thought they were going to feed the orb to Odorous, get the lockdown up, and then use that for an execute. But instead, Odorous is walking down into mid with the Astra smoke there. They're going to go for a B split with a lurk on Odorous.
Oh, he places his own alarm bot so he can still play the lurk. Or to see if anybody swings on it. But he's going to go deeper than that. Boy Dre, oh, he spotted something. Yep. And they'll start to push in from the main. Jammy's on the boost, finding a lot of value, though. And still make it into sight. Doesn't have the wall anymore because he used it to boost. Starting to plant. Physic needs an upgrade. He's going to find one. 2v3 now.
There they are. Close to the spam. Oh, so close. And he's going to make his way around the sidewalk, too. Tig's watching, and he's made noise now, so they know what's going on. Yeah. Very difficult situation there. He wanted to get close with the dart as it came out, so he could peek market and kind of peek with his teammate. Physic, unfortunately, it's just kind of mistimed. And Physic doesn't get anything from it either. He almost did, and then the smoke fades, right? So he's like exposed. Caught out in the open. I don't quite understand the idea from Odorous lurking in mid like that, especially past his alarm bot after he gets that control, after he places that. I kind of expected him to fall back and join the execute coming through B main, but instead he just goes into Dre, and that is another player down.
Late. Or flank late, too,
maybe.
right? That's another option, too, because the alarm bot will trigger somebody going through market. Fast moves, though. Very fast here from KCP. Ban taking a lot of damage. The shock dart's trying to do some damage back, but it's only Odorous that ends up taking some of that damage. Great opening pick. Your boy Dre down is a problem. Considering he had Empress 2, he could have popped off in a retake. Lots of different options for him there, but he is down. And there's a lockdown available for Odorous, something you highlighted last round, but now it's actually up. This smoke ended up being so good for Odorous, but he does get shot and revealed by the turret. And unfortunately, Ban was already pushing down mid, so he was able to scoop that one up for free. So now we're at even 4v4. The alarm bot's going to spot another player, and of course, it's going to cook one player alive. Take in a lot of trouble, but now it's just down to Jammies.
I'm laughing because he's sitting in the mollies. His own teammates' mollies are just fragging out. And he just literally stays in the same position. Tig, Dazzle's there for swing if he needed it. But there you go, LG. And that's what I was talking about, right? The map control type of situation where Envy was taking advantage of KCP. Right there, bad. I don't know how he's in that position, but he's flanking in mid. That needs to be taken care of now for KCP, or this could get out of hand.
First time your boy Dre on Cat. Lost one, couple of shots, doesn't connect. Fight for B main has been so consistent.
Oh.
But they're fighting for A this time. Your boy Dre does find an answer. Back door's closing, and he's not really willing to wait. Breaks down the door immediately, wants to get that fight cooking. He's got first if he needs it.
Walls up and having to. Good cause issues from LG, especially if they're not breaking it. He's put the turret up, but the wall's there. Anyways, they're going to push this smoke. I get the idea. You want to go somewhere with your sheriff, but can't go very far with them through smoke into 3.
This is starting to look scary. 9 ultimates available. 9. Dazzle's not even too far away. This next round is going to be very explosive. These teams are going to be committing their ultimates to try to secure ground and secure the round.
Yeah. But the important thing is you said Dazzle is not that many orbs away either. Him being off, though, means that guess what? You have this lockdown.
Yeah.
Exactly. Meanwhile, the lockdown of a proto is responded with physics Hunter's Fury. So talk about explosive. Things could really be good for KCP if they actually end up using it. But so far they haven't in many rounds. This is like a bases loaded situation. Here's what I'm talking about. There it is. He's all the way up there. He's a shoulder peeking player, but there we go. Talk about getting a handle on it. Scuba's right there. He knows. Dre's going to walk up Cat sometimes, and you're going to be able to take him out for free.
Odorous has a very tall task ahead. He's got to deal with Dazzle. Initial swing, okay. Astra down. How many more can he find? Ow, Jammies taking solo. Finally, though, flank mid does get taken care of. Resurrection will bring a player back into the fray. Proto all on his lonesome, though, now. Almost could have been for Tig.
Spike planted.
Taps for Proto. He's gonna jump for it. Doesn't realize there's a player in hell though, and there it is. Jammies ties the game up at 3-3 off of a failed attempts. Had a flankeroo from your boy Dre very early in the round. Scuba put him down fast.
Down A. You will not kill one enemy remaining.
And this was unnoticed by us, Odorous mid. I mean, we highlighted him being there, but 2-piece. First onto Dazzle, then onto Ban. Which didn't really have visual of it. He was playing tight tiles. Timing couldn't have worked out better.
Still no ult online if they do opt to go for that lockdown. That was something to pay attention to. Instantly, this wall's being broken. It's not even the last second. It's not even blocking Cat. I mean, they're eventually going to break that too, but that wall spent by Ban early, punished because of Scourge and Odor is playing inside of tiles here.
This is about to get really tricky. Boydre, Empress pop. Good pop. Like another Empress popped. Okay. They're about to get a little sweaty. Swing through, but your boy Dre's already on the opposite side. Spray, though, not good enough. Judge locked and ready to go for Dazzle, but comes up empty-handed. You see here, Miami's elevated position. Shot's good for taking mid, but the battle still continues on B. Cosmic Divide's going to give them the space. Get the spike planted, and we're in an even footing. 3v3. Cosmic Divide for back sight. That's where they're going to plop the lockdown.
Doesn't use it. He's waiting for them to start to execute. Here it comes. Attacker lockdown out. So they have to wait for this. But they have to full commit to trying to take it out.
Resurrection even comes back as well for Dazzle. They're just going to swing off that. Of course they are. 2v2. Dazzle looking for an upgrade. Scuba ready for the swing. And Tig is unfortunately taken down as a result of that. And now it's just up to Dazzle, who is resurrected into this fight. And he can fight for these exits. He doesn't really need to worry about the defuse because he knows he's not really going to get him. But
wow,
a round for KCP. A lot of ultimates expended. That was the explosive round we were looking for, and it finally came.
On the B site too, which makes things for sure difficult to deal with. Lockdown, they actually back up res. I questioned that decision for a moment because I thought that the res was going to be inside the lockdown radius, and I was like, he's not going to get out of animation before he gets a chance to. Nice shot on the Scuba. We didn't see that, but that was a nice shot. So it will lead to attack timeout from LG as they're getting ready to eco. Dazzle's ult is now online, and so it could have been useful there, but still. I mean, that's because he died twice in that round, right?
Yeah.
KCP starting to be to I don't know, to solve the issues that could have preemptively been coming at them, right? They're being reactive. They're using their ults very, very nicely. I love that Cosmic Divide, for example. And they're shutting down the potential for LG to get in the game defensively because they're playing the defaults very well. And you pointed out Odorous and Tiles, the way that he's lurking in situations where they're attacking the A site, for example, has been working very nicely.
Eco round here for LG. Got some ultimates. They're a little bit late to the party. The ultimate round was last round. Roto, the wine cellar. That's not something that KCP generally clear. They don't really expend any utility to clear that. Really, they only have a shock dart or a nano swarm or the gravity well.
Calling my boss.
Same situation every round for KCP right here, which is the Leer fast from Scourge, and then the turret out from Odorous at the same time, wide, so they can control B main. They can spot if somebody crossed, and then they can quickly rotate off. This stops the ideas of flanks, for example, for LG. This drone, where's it gonna go? Into wine. Goodbye. A Brodo. Yep. Wow.
This is deep. You can even see Scourge. He's going to be making Dazzle second guess his position. And now in a lot of trouble. Shock dart's coming in. Okay, I'm going to heal myself up. They get that audio cue. He's slowed and he's down. As the remaining members of LG have to rotate back.
So every kill so far in this round, I mean, it is anti-eco, so it's not like they have a chance, but has been like, no, the utility has taken them out, or they've been flanked, or they haven't been looking, or whatever. This has been very nice from KCP. Execution is crisp. Very crisp. Look at that. A dart also that Dre has to take out? Like, come on, man. Into attack spawn. How is that a thing?
ACP finally picking up some steam. Lead by 2. Odorous once again looking good. Good last map, looking good this time. But Jammies also looking good as well. Particularly those boosts on B main have been very deadly. First time he used it, 2 kills. Second time he used it, just gathered the intel. Might be using it here again. Ban though with an op. That's going to be very crucial. This fast peek that you've been highlighting. Very, very key for Ban to find a pick here. And he doesn't get affected by the Leer. But look at this. KCP playing speed for save.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. Good wall to follow up. Hunter's Fury to make sure that it gets a little bit more damage. And it will. It'll find a lot of value. Good position, though, from Jammies. And then the res.
Oh, my goodness.
Just get your team back in action.
That is crazy. The situation to unfold there is Jammies has to get orb, then he has to get the kill. Now Scuba's back in the fight, and that's the Astra Stars here. I cannot believe they just brought this back so quickly with a pick on top of that too. Before this situation, you were saying the value on that pick is massive with the Hunter's Fury because it was the controller, it was Astra. They can't place the stars for executes. But Jammies knows the win condition here. And they're going to wait B main. Scourge is going to take potentially contact in towards A. Try to get out, maybe work a pick. And there are stars joining him as well. So he's going to Leer out. Meanwhile, the hit is going to be here. Dazzle has to receive, and he doesn't make it work.
Scourge finds a pick too. Huge. Massive. Because that's so frustrating for LG. You're just like, all right, let's corral. Let's go over towards B. Let's play the retake. Tig losing his life there too is even more detrimental. And then your boy Dre losing this battle down cat. It gets back down to a softer buy here for LG. And that means that KCP can continue to extend this lead. Once we get into the second half, things could be looking a little bit tricky for LG. They don't really have many tack timeouts left either. Kind of slow things down, think things through.
Yeah, one more to call. Gonna be difficult either way. KCP taking a very nice lead right now, 3 rounds that they've gotten. And since they've really gone on this streak, it definitely looks like LG's kind of out of ideas since that tack timeout didn't net anything. Shock dart on the door, just like the pistol round. They're going to go for a full exec here on A, changing the pace drastically against the Proto.
Oh, Tig comes up huge. A Proto still alive, and Man on the swing is able to find some success. Now it's boy Dre finding some success as well, but it's Dazzle that remains. 1v1 Sova v Sova. Shots are trying to connect as he is tagged up by the drone. He's gonna plant. Ooh, shock darts. Does he have the lineups for this? Oh, he avoids the damage. 1v1. Still an expensive round though for KCP. They do end up winning it. It was very, very pricey. Good positioning there from Ban, your boy Dre. A Proto particularly surviving for that long made it a complete nuisance and gave LG the information to swing.
It gave Tig the opportunity as well to swing through that smoke, right? As the shock darts landed on the door, he's in front of it. No damage taken. He gets the 2 Sheriff 1-taps. That's fantastic. Definitely very nice. And Dazzle's on the board now with the kill that he got this round as well. And they switch him over towards A. Potentially that's the adjustment that they were planning on getting to. Which makes Dre play over towards Market and a little bit more towards B. And they're also fighting a lot more for this B main control. That's twice now. They had the op train on it before. Now the slow orb as well. They're going into it, but setting up for a split. They've got to get the information here that the Killjoy utility is here.
Oh, but Odorous is in a good spot. He might overextend though. As your boy Dre sees the barrel of the weapon. Jammy's now swinging through. The dismiss going to make that even more frustrating for KCP. Losing Odorous is a little bit troublesome. Can't set up the post plant.
And losing the lurk pressure as well.
Yeah.
Ooh. Gravity well, but they're, oh my goodness, it actually hurts them a lot. And the combination too from their own Astra Tig makes this very painful for KCP. Physics got on the site. Sammy's way far away. And the round should be locked up. Yep. Oh. Physics though still has something to say about it. Shock dart through. There's 3 players fighting him right now. They're going to swing on him though. And Tig has also got the Astra Star to end up concussing him too, so that was not going to work out for him.
final round here, and there's a lot of ultimates available, but let's kind of unpack what happened there. I think this battle mid kind of decided the rest of the round. If Odorous wins the battle, they may not need to split up here through tree, because Odorous is going to find a lot of space back into defender spawn. He'll just keep lurking, keep lurking, keep lurking. And that doesn't mean that Scourge needs to push, because he feels the pressure. Your boy Dre taking a kill. I got to find some pressure somewhere else.
Ooh. We're going to see the Shock Dart actually get some value here. It's going to take out both the Alarm Bot and the Nanostorm on the door. Top right of the screen. Oh, actually, he uses it in towards Cat, and a second one, too. Hey, Alarm Bot gone. Nice.
Placing swarm grenade.
Now, a Proto doesn't have the timing to pop his Nanostorms, but he still has it, actually, because I look at the radar, and there's a turret in the exact same position, basically, getting the same information.
Boy Dre's in such a cheeky spot, and then he dismisses away. Nobody's bottom cat to retrieve him, receive him. And that's lockdown down. They played for that. They went for orb. They placed down the utility. They wanted that lockdown for the next engagement.
The wall is here, but Tig is still alive. And potentially, if they do pressure, they can end up Cosmic Dividing. But they're going to wall over themselves. Here it comes.
Tig finding one is huge. Still, they'll funnel in right down the lane. With one player tag, they'll slow things down. Good enough for Tig, as he knows it's a pretty good position. Empress pop. This is really where Reynas start to come alive, and he just dismisses at the perfect time. Surprise! And a great shot from Tig. 4K on the round, and the 5th one for LG.
That is fantastic from Tig. Pre-aiming the wall to come up. That was just so good from him, and he ends up getting the 4K for the round. That's definitely the best I've seen so far in this game, but there definitely is still more to play. I have to say, LG start to work their way back into that, but before that, KCP was firmly in control. Meanwhile, on Icebox, it was going back and forth.
We'll see if that back and forth continues after a short break. We'll be right back after this. Another half, another opportunity. One shot for both these teams, and KCP currently leading by 2, but that could change very quickly. A quick pistol, a quick bonus, and we're all tied up. So,
who was that? Simo was taken or Eminem right now?
I don't know. It was Seaman Seaman, Simo, and Eminem. I'm not even gonna attempt that. KCP. You know, we talk a little bit about that Envy matchup that you mentioned. Had pretty strong defense against Envy despite all odds. So things are definitely looking good for KCP, but Velocity is still here. Anything can happen.
JMO was a big part of that. So we'll see if Jamie's still be able to maintain. He's been playing so good though. I don't expect anybody to worry about it. No peek off of the alarm bots. They're actually going to get deep into market. They have Spike here, so this is a full commit. And Jamie's going to get the wall down late. So literally, it's only Dre and Ban right now, and they're fully committed almost.
Odorous is going to have to stop them from pushing forward. They'll actually have a wall of their own. Trade, and now, of course, as he's healing up Jammies. Very well done. In comes the flying A Proto. Spreading his wings and flying down. Now comes the Spike. The shock dart! Wow! 2v2. Scourge gonna heal back up, and Dazzle's now in a 1v2. Can't really reposition. Doesn't have utility as the recon bolt was just used. Was it? No. Still has it seems, but they don't quite know where he could be located. They have to move fast, though, as the Spike is ticking, and they need to get it defused, working together. Now they're officially on the site. Dazzle waiting for the swing, finds one. Okay, that's good, but Physic. Very well done. ACP winning the pistol. 8-5 is a good start to the second half.
Good patience there from Dazzle, actually. I love that he just waited that entire time, because you saw how the dart cleared the site, right? However, they didn't know whether he wrapped around, whether he could have gone lane, anything like that, because they both came from stairs. So that unsureness kind of maybe, hey, you could have dropped back in the site. You could have done any sort of thing. That dart we cannot trust whatsoever. But the timing good. They stuck together, hip to hip. And KCP takes the second pistol round of the game. And looking very, very good to capitalize on this. But once again, it's a force from LG. Every time they come out with this confidence, and that's because they got Spike down this time. And they're ready to roll. KCP has to be aware. They're going to listen for the shots. They already heard a Spectre fire off, I believe. So they know the force is in. And Scourge is already ready for it.
Backed away, though, but here comes Tig. Fortunate that the Guardian was not going to be able to really protect him a whole lot. And Physic is the last player remaining on the site. Scuba quite far away and detached by a smoke. Spray through, gonna find the Spike carrier and make things a little bit more difficult now on the site itself. Physic finds himself in the graveyard, 3v3. And KCP are already here trying to pick up the pieces, particularly Jammies. Proto on the opposite side, spots the shoulder, but a Proto has the jump. 2v3.
One enemy remaining.
Cuss around the bend. Now it's just down to Odorous, all on his lonesome. A solid force up coming in for LG, splitting right up the middle. Finding the round.
Really, really fast too. I'm actually surprised that we didn't see, who was that? Was it Scourge?
Yeah.
Who was inside a market trying to fall back. He had the Guardian, he got the first kill, but just not fast enough because LG was faster on the approach. Plus the running Spectres makes things very difficult. Physic then isolated in the site. So yeah, I like it. The quick mid to B split works out fantastic for LG. And they keep the gap to 2 for now. And they force KCP on an eco.
Deploying drone.
A Shiko. Is it Shiko?
What?
A Shiko, yeah. You
talking about like
Pansy high pot clip? Come on, man. It's a Sheriff Eco.
Oh, it's a Sheriff Eco. I thought you were talking about Shigo from like Kim Possible, bro. I was like, okay, all right.
Pansy will love you for that no matter what either, because I know she make her fair share of Kim Possible references.
Well, this round is going about as standard as it could go. Which means LG will trail by 1. Despite winning the pistol, KCP's probably a little bit upset that all their efforts into winning the pistol. Tough bonus to lose, and now they'll have their gun round to come back. We'll see what they've got cooking up because their default here is very important. LG are starting to build up momentum 2 rounds in a row, not really losing too many people. Slowly start to add up to the point that LG take the lead.
Mm-hmm. So big round. They're gonna look at the olds. I mean, they're farming. They really have everybody starting to get up online at the same time, but this is scary. I'm actually surprised. We didn't see any Odins from LG on their defensive side, and instantly we've got the Odin on physics' side.
Once again, playing up through mid. Ear in, smoke down to give them safe passage. Just a little bit of a frustrating play. Let's see how they adapt. Aldrone coming in low. They're spraying through all of these walls. The wall to let them in. This is challenging. Your boy Dre already finds one player, and Scourge gets pinched in from lane. So this mid hit is working so well for LG. Starts with the smoke, then the wall. Gives them complete safe passage into the site.
They're backing off already. They're not committing to this at all. Scuba is gone. He's low HP, so it's good that he crossed. Jammy's still going to take this fight. This might actually buy time for Dre to come swinging in. Dazzle as well, but it all gets punished. Scuba's the only person who makes it out of that alive. And all that time, they're fighting in mid, ends up costing them 2 weapons going into this next round. That could have basically been a gun round. But now, not so much. It's only Scuba with the hero rifle. And LG will tie it up.
This is a little tricky. The Pioneers, this is their half. This is a half that they have done quite well against a numerous amount of teams. And LG, not only have they caught up, but they're in the driver's seat. They're in complete control. Yeah, this is the perfect time for attack timeout. You're like, how do I deal with this mid push? The smoke center, then the wall to not let the defense participate. And anybody who's on the site itself, whether they're lane, whether they're boat, wherever they are, they get completely overwhelmed. Even if you trade, it's still positive for LG.
You know it's going to come out with, there's going to be a difference here for LG. They might go back into it later in the half, but they can't do it 3 times in a row. Like, because KCP's entire structure right now on what they're going to change is going to be surrounding potentially playing, 1-3-1, 1-2-1, play 1 in market, 1 in spawn, those types of situations. So that has to be a little bit of what the attack timeout is about. And also right now they're trying to preempt what is going to happen here for LG, because it could be a quick A, it could be a lot of different things. There's no guessing when they've already shown 3 times in a row that they're willing to go for a mid split. Or maybe there is, and it's just like, hey, they went for a mid B split multiple times. Okay, it's gonna be an A split now. Only Worm with the top hat can tell you.
Swing motorist. Let's take a lot of HP down, and player towards Cat does get taken care of. So KCP really got to hold on to the arches here. The hero rifle is positioned here. I wish they would close the door, but they're just going to push the smoke, find one at least. The crossfire was there. And now he's got to worry about the door. People coming in from both sides. So far alive. But of course, Dazzle pinching in was the inevitable end. Just down to Physic. They made it a little expensive, but the economy is just so good for LG. And they're holding on to all these ultimates, waiting for a moment, waiting for a round that is very, very contentious.
When is it going to come is the question. We might have all bases loaded like the last half. before these ults get spent. Because right now things are just working for LG. They get on the site without any need.
A fine day.
Nice shot from Physic. Won't be able to recover the Phantom either, so difficult. Yeah, like I said, like how to, right? Like there's not even really anything from KCP's side that will break what LG is doing, because number one, they're doing splits, right? So it's not like a lockdown will lock down all of what they're coming. Maybe they can use it for post plant, but even when you come in from splits, that means you take space, more space than you're usually doing if you come through the main areas. So they could just be in those spaces and maintain that. I don't see how some of these can really do much. Maybe the Cosmic Divide, they can get aggressive with the Hunter's Fury, something like that. Definitely in the cards. But on the other side too, they have the same responses.
Shock there for a Proto, and a Proto learned his lesson. Hunter's Fury aggression from LG to try to alley-oop into the A site. Does find one tag onto Scuba. They'll pull back from the lockdown because they just used the Hunter's Fury. They can safely place it. Oh, does Odorous get into a deeper position? Oh, this is tricky. Finds one, doubles back two. That is definitely worth it. Now the smokes to delay even further.
I thought that was going to go fantastic for LG, but Odorous did so well on the first map, and now he's trying to bring it back a little bit more. 2 kills to start that off is very good. Now they want to execute with the Empress, so it's going to be the A site, but there's a Molly here. No, this is Odorous' Molly, so he's already gone. Kuba's playing inside that tree. Is there a dart coming? He did send it out. I'm wondering when it's going to land. It's going to land on the site. No, those are just pings. Scourge is in head at the same time, and oh my
God, Scourge!
That is so nice.
One taps, just crazy. Was there anything else that was coming besides the gravity well to deal with Scourge? There was nothing, right? Because there was no shock dart. Dazzle was gone. Were you talking about shock dart?
I was thinking, I thought there was a Physic recon bolt coming in to help Scuba through tree at the same time. Remember, because he was playing through that smoke. So I thought that was a possibility. I saw it in his inventory and I saw it disappear, so I thought it went up in the air. Either way, Jammy's with the op now. This is different. With success, they go for a different look. He's gonna peek through. Just as a small fades, gets recalled from Tig, and Jammy's is gone.
They feel so confident to push in. I like that play, but 3 players on the opposite side. They were at least ready for at least one. 3v5 now, Scourge. All the way up to tiles.
He could have maybe taken the duel against Tig. I think that would have been favorable, honestly, but not knowing he's there, he doesn't peek all the way, doesn't clear the corner. LG in a very good situation. They've already got Heaven control on everything, and Tig knows that they're saving. He hears noise inside a B.
That's tough. That is very tough. And now he's being pinched from both sides. Can't just hold this down. But LG 10-9. Slowly inching their way forward to that third map. They can get it done. The momentum's in their favor. KCP on an eco. Likely 11-9. Possibilities here are very, very... Oh, maybe not the eco. Just one buy here for Scourge.
There was 2 opportunities there that I thought. I mean, you talked about Odorous' swing. Feels like hero plays are starting to happen, right? Because Jambies is pushing down. I think maybe there was an idea to play with that start very nicely, but it just doesn't quite work out, especially timing-wise. And then Odorous swinging in front of his utility kind of hurts a lot, right? Because the entire game plan is to play off of that and delay anything coming through Cat, which will work because they're going for so many splits. This time it's going to be in mid. Scourge has got the tap opportunity. Not quite finding the mark, though.
It's clear. And allow Scourge to re-peek. This is the drone. With their stack A. Not going to be fruitful for them. The B site's going to be the hit here for LG. The drone coming through. Turret broken. It's going to be a little bit more telling.
You should run.
And the lockdown as well. Is anyone going to follow that, though? Scourge is willing to kind of brute force the potential detain, and he does end up falling.
30 seconds left.
I think you're right on these hero plays.
Yeah, there it is again. The lockdown's going to detain him anyways. I mean, he's a hero buyer already, right? So he's the only player with a gun as they start to farm up the rest of these. Going through the Cosmic Divide as well. Basically a big smoke that you can't shoot through, and yeah, you can't hear through it either. But it all ends up working in LG's favor. Now they're on 11. They need to shore up these type of plays right now, because for sure it will end up costing them this game. Right now they're only 2 rounds behind. What is the idea? Let's start to play off of these utility items that they have, like Odorous' mollies that he sets up in specific positions. He's going to set it up in mid this time because that's been so key for your boy Dre very early to push the tempo up that area. And Jammy's going to peek tiles. With the star too, he can smoke that out and they can get out of position too. So this could be good.
Ready with the wall. Drone doesn't spot him. Great shot there onto Dre. Resurrection though. So now it's back to a 5v5. You like the play, you like everything that went into it, but boy Dre is back. And that's the only ultimate that's left too, the Empress.
So cool. I love that from a proto. Alarm bot out of the smoke to clear logs. Clears logs. And then also finds that Scourge is getting ready to get very, very close and personal with you. So very nice from a proto. And once again, they've starved KCP of information completely. However, has to be said something about Jammies' reposition here. He's playing the cinder blocks.
I have the spike.
A very, very committed position with the operator. One dart. Okay, he falls back. This is good. This gives him actual room to work with and also put those slows down.
Ooh, the boost up fast, but a reactive shot there from Jammies will take down Ban. Another slow orb laying in wait as Algier just waiting to pop out. Quick shot there from Jammies, and they've stuck this Archer's push, and one more through the smoke. Yes, sir. That's round number 10 for KCP.
And that's off of like pretty non-risky plays, right? The Jammies wall up is definitely something unexpected. Obviously, the drone didn't spot him because there's a player in mid that they're so focused on. They get that res off. Jammies falls back. He doesn't play that one and done angle that I was talking about. And we're down to 1 round in between these two teams that have been fighting tooth and nail since Icebox. And the beginning of this game, honestly, too. KCP came out a little bit strong in the first half, but they started to lose a little bit on the second. Oh, that's a big shock dart. Wasn't quite vulnerable yet, though, but if he was, Jammies might have been, honestly, gone from this round.
Hello. I see everybody. Early wall. Not let them in. Emmy's gonna potentially repeat cat. Drone is coming in from the opposite side. They're gonna break the wall.
Fed dazzled the orb, and now, oh, I like this. Scourge with the re-peek. Jammies is still opping here. Scourge is going to take the fight to Proto. Oh, he's so clean right now. All of a sudden, Proto showed up in big ways. Scuba's gone too. Physic trying to reclaim what they could have, and Jammy's still here though. One more fight.
Oh, close. Still a 2v2 though. And Odorous is moving fast. It's Dazzle that's planting. Oh, he spots one. At least sees the barrel. Nice. Good swing too. Very well played from Odorous. Very patient. And he's very happy about that
too. Hey man, when the pressure gets to you, you just gotta let off some steam at some point. And it's on the head of the LG members. And he picks up Jammy's op 2. Tied up once again. LG not quite managing to get towards match point. They should have some ults coming online as well that they have used very well in conjunction with the fast splitting that they've been doing. However, since that timeout, at least since the second gun round past that timeout, they've really slowed down the pace and started to starve information from KCP, which I think is still the right idea, just not quite working out when it comes down to the shots.
Take flight.
Oh, Jammy's is
what is that?
Boosted up in such an interesting position. Hunter's Fury used to push him off. I don't know if I like that, especially since now a Proto is gone. Can he find another? Nope. Dazzle will be able to just slow peek that. Still, there is a player there, Odorous. Oh no! That should have been a kill. Now Odorous is in a lot of trouble, and he gets sprayed through the smoke. That is brutal.
So recoverable, you can get over this wall. And that's actually dangerous because they're not watching right now. Never mind, they are watching this as well as they possibly could. All left to Physic, but Dre's already on the hunt. As he pops the Empress and takes down the last player, we're going to final round of regulation right now. LG finally finds match point.
We're having flashbacks right now. The split overtime. If KCP can bring us there. I don't think we're going to go to 40 rounds, but.
Imagine
5 ultimates.
We'd be here till 1 a.m.
5 ultimates. KCP can definitely take this to overtime with what they have. Definitely. But if your boy Dre goes unchecked, it's third map. Easy peasy.
I mean, one of the things, though, that has been the key for them has been Jammy's on the op. He's not on the op this time, but this could be massive. There's no res available. And that's on your boy Dre. So close, but he gets at least 3 tags. There's 1 heal. Uses it on your boy Dre. Now, no heal for Dazzle, no heal for Ban. Proto has gotten a lot of space in B main, but they're ready for this because there's a star down. The turret is there to play off the contact. Smoke is going to be popped momentarily. And this is where LG's coming. Do they make the read, though? Physic was here a little earlier on in the round, but he's actually backed off. And right now, they honestly might get a second heal before this execute comes. And all 3 are leaning over towards A rather than kind of playing over back towards this B site.
Deploying drone.
Lockdown.
Nice.
I was thinking about when that was going to end up being popped, and you could see Ban just trying to deal with it from the boost, and they have to back away. I like this. 30 seconds left, though. LG do not have a lot of time to act, and they're going to start sprinting over towards A. Physic is ready to catch them right here, and he's going to sit in the off angle right on the stairs. Boom! Easy peasy, but he only gets 1, and now it's up to Scuba. He's in a smoke. There's the concussed Bulldog in hand, and he's got to back away, play it a little bit safer. Jammy's on the site itself. If he can stall things out, there's the first player. 1 down. Jammy's now playing around the generator, just stalling, and it's a great round for KCP. Tig just trying to do some damage, find those frags on the way out, but they don't need to play within it. OT is where we go.
And that overtime locked up by the lockdown. Quick reaction from Odorous as they re-aggress. They start to drone. Boom, lockdown down. And the one thing they needed to pay attention to was the wall up from Ban. KCP's got their eyes peeled on that window. And instantly he's knocked down because if he was alive, he could have taken down that lockdown with him. And with the wall that he put up. So good adjustment. Way to recognize that that was a possibility. And that was the danger zone for them. KCP hold on and come back actually in the second half. They were down by 3 rounds at one point, and we're now even, and we switch sides. We'll talk. So both these halves were kind of, you know, what was it?
7-5
5 rounds,
and then
7-5, 7-5. So it's not really like there's any specific advantage here like there was in the TSM Gen G game, right? But KCP is starting on attack where they did better, I want to say. They had a bigger streak of rounds.
Ow. As you say that, 2 players see a shock dart in the corner of A main. You're right. A little bit more comfortable on the attack, despite what their record may suggest. Wall goes up, and Odorous looking to spray that down. He's still lurking up through mid. KCP, what they did a lot in that first half was fish for information. Kind of similar to how LG would fish for it too, but they denied KCP a lot of information in their attack.
Two stars put down here. And they're literally playing close off the turret contact too. This gravity well from TIG could be massive. Only 35 seconds too on this execute. It's starting now.
Oh, they survive it. Now they're going to start to push in. A great crossfire set up, and they're trying to deal with one more player, but Scourge manages to find some value. Of course, the overheal, masterful, but it's a 2v3, and the lurk is dead. Odorous is gone. Jammy's forcing the issue and pushing up. Your boy Dre's going to be the first to contact, but there is a crossfire, a little bit of teamwork set up there as it's just down to Scourge. He's got the Empress, so this could get deadly very quickly. Recon Bolt's going to make things even worse, and they just spray him down. LG bring around to start on the overtime rules.
LG with the advantage, and it's on defense too. We expected the attack to be the better side for overtime, so right now they could end this very, very early.
Switching sides.
They really could.
Match point.
But they've now got to do it on the attack. How to do it? Honestly, I think the idea, they have 2 things that's working really well for them. Right? It's the fast split, and it's also the information starving where you take basically every single spot on the map slowly and controlled. I think we're going to go fast for a B split. A lot of people up top mid. I think that's what's about to go down. And it could work out once again. Scourge playing around the market. They have 3 people here though. KCP does. And Jammies is set up to place a wall. Delay for a little bit, but not that much.
And they'll break it fast. He needs communication as well. Slow Orb's going to help. They can close the door if they want as well. Stop the split even further because they're going to keep pushing. They're not going to stop. And the door closes and they'll break it. This time they have at least Jammies here. And they have Physic to stop. A little bit of a Odin action. And they'll run away and split straight to A. But guess who's here? Odorous and Scuba as well to retrieve them. Lirin. Gravity will to stop them in the nano swarms. This has been great to delay. This is a completely different KCP.
We got the mid control to shut that flank down too. Proto's not going to get any value, and now Scuba's going to take contact, and we could swing here from Odorous on the tree, but the approach is actually towards Scuba.
Oh, it's unfortunate. Odorous down now a 3v3, but those players are low. Just needs to hold the spray. And that's Spike. The wall goes up fast. And they need to get this planted. That's exactly what they'll do. Boy Dre on the jump up, but he's pushing up too.
I didn't use either of them. Oh, Recon Bolt's coming out right now. They're going to swing the door with it. Dre's left up in heaven, and KCP hold on. Opportunity gone for LG. Really, really nicely done from Jammies to delay in mid. They stopped that. Then they got the kill on B main. And they got the dink as they all fell back. Everything was so readable for LG. Every time they were there, they were met with something from the side of KCP and their Astra.
I hate to be that guy, but I wish we saw some of that in the regulation half. That was really sound, stopping them at every push without ultimates.
The reason we didn't see it was because LG was playing differently, remember? I was talking about how they have the 2 options, right? They go for these splits. We didn't see that after they really got their hands on how to handle it. So that's why we didn't get to see so much of that. KCP back to the same old stuff that they're doing, breaking whatever utility there's being placed. But Killjoy's over towards B.
Concealment.
Both Sovas they just used all their shock darts, and neither side got any value whatsoever from it. You just hear chung, just the electricity sounds over and over and over.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough for KCP. Don't really see many avenues for them to break through. Like, they really got to pop onto A, and they've only. Yeah,
there's 2 stars there. That's what you're talking about, right? It's so difficult. But oh, he actually uses the gravity well instead on B. That's the cooldown wasted. So all they have is a Nova Pulse now, and he's used it early.
Big thing away your boy Dre now on the 50 to swing through, and it's a bloodbath in favor here for LG. Jammies drops down. He's going to pick up the spike and manage to back away, but he needed the kill on Dazzle to make it work. Scourge now on the chase, knows where he is. Run and gun, that's for fun. Picking up the spike, doesn't have a lot of time left. Will get it planted, but Ban is going to start to chase him down, and he doesn't really have a lot to work with. Will get taken down, and LG once again in the driver's seat here to close out this map.
Switching sides.
I wonder if that slight hesitation of going to get the spike could have actually won him the rounds. At least given them opportunity to plant. Talking about the delay here, I mean, we were showing basically how there was 2 stars put down there. How do you break through? They did exactly what they needed to do. It was Scourge pressuring over towards B. He got the gravity well used, but still the Nova Pulse was there, delayed enough for them not to be able to pop out of that with what they wanted, the dart and all the other combinations coming down, the smokes at the same time. So breaking up the timing so far has been the key for the defensive rounds on both sides.
Need that back.
I'm a little different though, less mid control, and that's a little bit concerning since already boy Dre is just slowly moving up alongside Ban. I have a Nano Swarm at the door here, but if Odorous dies, it's kind of the problem. He's really interested in swinging here off the gravity well, but it's just going to delay LG for the time being, and they actually pull off. Uh-oh. Scourge is in trouble, and he actually manages to make it out, but Take is now the one that is in trouble as they're being pinched in from the A split. Just waiting for Take to come through. That's the smokes down, and Scuba's still here on the site, which means he's just waiting for Scourge to swing in, but he gets slid on by the gravity well. Now 2v3 Odorous actually going to drop down into the site. Find one! Oh my goodness, find 2! And now a Protoss just wants to fight for this. Finds the one. Dammies. Now it's a 1v1. I think he spotted him at the last second there, but waiting for him to re-peek. This is the up. It is a glass cannon Sage. Now he's got the classic and a dirty one tap from a Proto. You should see Bala's face. He is absolutely disgusted. Let's have a quick look at the replay. Look at this. Hold on. Just quiet. Just quiet. Oh my God.
He just destroyed him. Like, what? For the win, too. Oh, my goodness. We're going to map 3, Steve. I don't even think we realized this situation because that's just speechless how he just ended up. 1 versus 2, by the way. You got to give the props where props are due because the Proto, hey, man, he's starting to hit those shots. That's the type of vintage of Proto I like to see. So map 2, it's going to be different for them. A lot of questions still, honestly, because both sides had some flaws in my mind on that map of Ascent, but the next map 3, is it going to be the same type of thing, or are we going to see the KCP that showed up on Icebox?
A lot of questions, and we'll get some of those answers after a short break. When we come back, the last and final map of this series. You don't want to miss it. Be right back. agree. Bala and I have gone the distance today, and for KCP and LG, they want to go the distance too. They don't want to be playing another best of 3 after this. They don't want to be doing that. They want to move on to tomorrow and think about the next day and think about their next opponent. So we move now on to Split. Split's going to be our last map of the pool, but it was, you know, to me there was some interesting things to unpack for that prior map, particularly the adaptations that I think took a while for KCP to get to on their defensive end. We saw a little bit of it during the overtime, kind of like choking out mid and choking out the control that LG have so easily found themselves in, and it just wasn't enough ultimately.
Yeah, I think for sure there's definitely some things to be said about that. However, I don't think it's that. I think some of those hero plays, I think we want to call them, at the end of the first half is what started to tilt the tides in LG's favor. And yeah, I'm still shook by that shot. How are you hitting that, Proto? How is that happening? I don't understand. This man is consistently hitting the most jaw-dropping shots out of any player in any, like, better, like, more than 10s in that regard. Like, it's just like, what? How did that happen? You know what I'm saying? I'm shook. I'm shook.
And that's the name that he built for himself, right? Those Sheriff crispy shots over the entirety of Luminosity's investment into Valorant. That's what he's been known for. And no surprise to see him pulling things off like that. But Tig having kind of a little bit of a sleeper game. We saw your boy Dre find a lot of presence, find a lot of space on the map on both halves. But it was Tig that was constantly in the forefront of making sure that things got done. Odorous had another great game, similar to the game before. Feels like he's just like 2 MVPs in a row. Jammies, we kind of questioned, or we asked the question how he would fit in. He's been fitting in fine. You know, I don't really, if I'm going to say like there's a problem, I don't think Jammies is the problem. Do I think that this would be done if JMO was here? I don't know. I don't really think it's like a good question to ask. But, you know,
I don't think
we're here now.
Either.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing great. I mean, they already took the first map. They're playing good. I think that there definitely is some things to shore up, but at the end of the day, you're playing to win and you're in the moment. So like, I expect some of these things as well. We're going to Split next. That scares me only because we just casted 43 rounds of Split. But other than that, I'm excited. I don't think I've seen either of these teams play on Split in recent times. So I think that this is going to be, honestly, if there's any map that's going to be one-sided, it could be this one. However, based on what we saw in the first two, I don't think that's a possibility. I think this will be played close. I fear right now, I think LG have a big opportunity given Dre in the past, how he's played on Split and how LG has played on Split. The thing is, it's a different team, and again, I haven't necessarily seen the Split game that they've played in the past either, so it's kind of new to me here.
Yeah, and of course, you know my favorite question. You already know what I'm gonna say, but the agent comps, man. I feel like that guy on the History Channel that says aliens, you know, agent comps. You know, what are we gonna see? What's gonna come out? What's Take comfortable playing? What's Jammy's comfortable playing? We've seen the Sage, we've seen the Jet, we've seen the controllers from Tig. What are we gonna see? And particularly, this seems to be kind of like the home map for KO now. That seems to be kind of what's been developing. This is the map that people play KO on because of kind of the way that you can use null command at the 0 point. And we saw it used earlier today to great effect, be able to shut down attacks very, very easily. But, you know, based on the compositions that both these teams kind of bring up, there's a bigger priority on something like Arena. I mean, we're not going to see that, maybe not here, maybe the Rays will come out instead, but there's a bigger priority on getting the duelists on something that they're a little bit more comfortable on, as opposed to saying like, oh, we should try this new thing, or we should try this, bring this into our compositional play.
Yeah. Again, we're talking about like time periods that these teams have played. Luminosity did play in the open bracket against a very early team split, and they weren't running KO, and they had the opportunity to do it. And since then, there's not been that much time. So we think the same thing. KCP, since Challengers won, is slightly different. And I don't think that many teams are I think that what we saw in the TSM game was that KO could be effective on this map. But I think that, yeah, okay, it's going to get locked in. So forgo any of the ideas I had about like KO's pick rate on this map. It definitely is lower than others, like Haven. but it's certainly somewhere where it can work out. Scourge is the player playing KO. He has to have a Nature-esque game. He has to. Scourge would have found value on both Reyna and Raze. He's played Raze in the past on this map. Now he's playing KO, and this literally, I think, relies on some prep. Some very important prep here from the defender who's going to start defenders. It's KCP.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting. It almost seems like every time I bring this up, I get so excited. And you're like, the statistics don't show it, and then boom,
push my glasses
picked.
up.
Yeah, I feel so hyped when I see it picked. I'm enjoying this agent. It's interesting what KO brings to the table, and now of course we get to see that. That is the major difference between the comps.
Yeah.
And the secondary difference is the difference in duelists. The Jet for the Raze. Jammy's gonna be picking that up.
Okay, so let's get into it a little bit. Scourge compared to Nature, right? We've already seen Nature in the main event. We've seen it on the mainstream. Nature is a little bit more of a cerebral player. Yes, he's played duelist in the past, but in recent times he's been playing Viper. He's been playing things like that. As we get into map number 3, the decider for LG and KCP, who goes to the semifinals? I think that Scourge is possibly going to be playing this more like, hey, this is going to be like a duelist-esque. Like that was an idea for a lot of people. Like KO can be self-sufficient in his flashes and whatnot. You've seen Scream, for example, pick up KO as a very powerful solo agent, but either way, here we go.
I mean, it's the self-flash, and speaking of flashes, we're already underway. Paranoia able to at least stop Physic for the time being. Now it's just down to Dazzle, who initiated, I think, that Paranoia, and ultimately, before we can even blink, KCP are able to stuff the push, and it's Scourge that finds the opening pick. So you're highlighting potential for this agent to be played like a duelist, the self-flash, the suppression, frags. There's a lot you can do and play by yourself. Just saw a very team-oriented KO probably earlier today.
Exactly. Definitely my point, right? You're really trying to hit the target knives and stuff like that. The other thing too is that you don't have a Jet player on the other side, right? So there definitely is things to suppress, but I've been most impressed with suppressing Jets.
No force up from LG. One thing that we saw quite often in the previous 2 maps. They're keeping it a little slow. Initial pick does go on to Dazzle, and a Proto trying to inch his way closer with these cages. Toxic Screen is going to make that challenging. Just because the cages are down does not mean you've got safe passage in. Physics going to be playing the close angle. Spray through. A Proto now in a little bit of trouble. Wow. That's the player to do that. Odorous now on the swing, finds 3 on the round. As the gravity well will suck the opposition in. Tig now waiting on the opposite side. Quick reaction. And we're in a 2v3.
Content plays. Going for the ace. Cost rounds. LG an opportunity. Jammy's in a great position. He's only got the ghost though. There's a Proto on the other side. And that's why I'm pointing it out. This guy is dirty.
30 seconds left.
Sheriff in hand, and a Proto will hit those shots, and Tig is confirming the rotate right now. A Proto's got to have the time though. Tig has got to buy it for him. He's got snake bites he could put down on that CT spawn. But how can a Proto pass this? No cage available for him, so he has to go by foot or go for the spam, or protect against the spam. Hold on a second. He's going to deny the plant. Scourge's going to go for it. No, he doesn't get it. It's all up to Tig now.
Gonna take the heaven route. Smokes are down, thinking maybe he's playing off site. Good shots in the back as it's down to Scuba. And Tig now can definitely play this and slow this down. Knowing he's in heaven, Scuba, how do you play this out? Another snake bite going in. He's gonna get it to half. Oh no, he's just going all the way. He doesn't care. Shot's good though for Tig as he does his homework. The Red Bull clutch for LG. Don't need the force up. Get the round anyway.
Yeah, these dangerous second rounds here. KCP felt like they were in control, but what did I tell you about this? Odorous trying to go for the content plays, go for the ace, pass his wall by himself, and this leads to situations where your teammates have to do very, very difficult things. How does Scuba win that round, I ask you? Does he go for half, get out of the molly, and then play for heaven? I mean, where the guy can head peek you and get right back away into cover? It's almost impossible in that situation. KCP forced to eco on themselves. Just the pistols.
Charges.
LG playing this very carefully. No idea what's on the other end. This control for mid is taking quite some time. LG. And they're not even really going to use it. A lot of utility spent. You just go through A main.
Cycling the Viper utility so often here from Tig. Really makes it difficult for KCP to recognize when they're going for it. The physic is here.
Good opening pick. Another answer back. Just like that. Suppressed or not, but the shorty for Jammies. And he repositions as well. He was looking for the knife. I love it. Odorous now going to be late to the party.
Spike planted.
For some reason I thought Tig was Odorous. Somebody was in screens just calming him out, like he's running back, but Jammies with that play, hilarious.
Jammies. Dude, like what? I guess in the corner. And just turns around with a knife. Look at it.
That is a
That
content
took you
play.
a little far for that. I mean, there's a difference though, right? I'll be serious here for a second. There's a difference between going for an ace when you're up when you're up 5 versus 2, right? To unwinnable situation, I have no more choices. Let's just go for a knife, you know?
Oh, this is fast. I like this from your boy Dre. The pit's down. Or rather, it was up, and now it's down. Your boy Dre with a fast move. And this is the gun round, of course, for KCP to try to keep the momentum built up, but they are losing players fast. The split, though, not as easy to execute on Ascent as the players in B main are stuck. Your boy Dre caught. Looking for Scourge. He's dealt with accordingly. Just down to Jammies, who's playing over towards the A side, likely going to be saving this up. But if there's anything we know about LG, that they are hunters.
Is that what they are? Hunters? Jammies?
Look at them. Look at them.
Yeah.
Look at them. Like a virus. Look at that. Just hunted, sprinting. They felt those white blood cells trying to fight off, and they're like, nope. Taking that off.
You went the biology route. I like it. I respect it. I thought you were going to go like, Jammies got some treasures, the op or something like that. You're right, though. They have been fast on the uptake for trying to get these saves. God, that ropes, man.
The ropes, man.
The ropes, man. Now I really feel like the aliens guy. I'm just getting flashbacks to Asuna on Icebox, like somebody.
Wonder what the coach of KCP Fraud has felt about some of these hero plays. He feels they can do it. He feels that they're a little more strategic. I don't know. 'Cause I wonder if Ascent could have been won by KCP if some of those kind of heroic plays didn't, like that swing on the drone.
Spike planted.
Sure. I mean,
Amy's
we
pushing
can
up
dissect
mid.
it all we want in VOD review.
Yeah.
Fraud's are going to do that too, I'm sure. But at the end of the day, you make a play, an opportunity for it, and they look like they would look literally like heroes in the other regard. This round just went by the way, with just like anti-eco frags left and right. I don't necessarily think that's like a full talking point here for KCP. Right now, LG is really playing fantastic. And sure, it's a little bit more disjointed here for KCP on the last map, but I also don't think that, like, I'm looking at the match history for Split, right? They played version 1, they lost that game, and other than that, they really haven't had that much experience. So this is somewhere where they also don't necessarily have the protocols, and maybe they have to rely on some of that individual prowess from Odorous, from Scourge.
Can't use this.
Maybe right. Question will slow things down a little bit. LG decides to go mid instead. They'll leave a Proto to kind of zone lurking devices, but the Cabbages will find their mark on some plotted land in the middle. A couple of players here up to no good. Oh, your boy Dre. It's the timing going to be more perfect for him because Physic is thinking about maybe crossing, or at least trying to support Odorous, but he's backing away. And now with Odorous spotting out your boy Dre, position and the timing on.
Rotate from LG over towards B. There's the ult, but it gets shut down. Tig also responds to the shutdown of his own, and Dow's in the back of sight right now. Proto's still fragging, still starting to turn up, but there's a pocket down in dark here for Odorous underneath Heaven.
Spike planted.
He's holding it off of Proto. They're going to back off. They've got to deal with the Viper's Pit now, though, and that seems very, very difficult. They've got a no command.
One enemy remaining.
Just down to Scuba. Pit will fall. Resurrection comes in to try to put your boy Dre back into the frame. Makes this a little bit more challenging. Now this is definitely doable because they're coming in from B main. One more player. It's your boy Dre, and the res works out. LG grab another round.
From the beginning of that execute, we already started getting trades going off. Dre was the first one to fall, but he's also the last one to hang on for LG there. So resilience in that round from beginning to end of Proto with the combination in mid as well. And then that Viper's Pit just holds on for too long for them to really, really do much more. It gives space for Ban to go back and get that res off. LG looking very good, but here's an aggressive play. Down mid, Jammies is there with a knife and shut down again. One thing is, KCP has not been finding any value that they did on Ascent, that they did on Icebox, on these on these eco rounds themselves. It's always been clean from LG in this case.
Remaining.
I just feel like they're in control. I mean, I like the idea of the play. You have the knives, you throw 0 point to not let them really react fast enough with what they want to react with. It just gets shut down completely. And there's a lot of membership there from LG. Even if there was a trade, a lot of support.
There it is.
To no surprise, the tack timeout for KCP.
Yeah. We've got to come up with ideas there, because I honestly, even that eco round kind of tells me, hey, Jammies might have an idea or something like that, and we're going to try to execute it, but there's no drill. I mean, obviously there's not going to be any drill anyways with Jammies, but at the very least, like, it's something that the rest of the core is kind of used to. So Fraud needs to definitely get some sort of idea, something that will be robust, which means to be like able to deal with a lot of different situations, right? No matter what LG is coming at you, let's get a new setup that's working here with, like, for example, Jammies opping screens or something like that. Not necessarily trying to go for these aggressive plays, but something where it's gonna be very difficult for LG to actually break into the sites themselves, or at least give you the opportunity to fall back after picks.
Yeah, it does feel like the execute just so seamless for LG. Hasn't been many attempts at thwarting it with utility particularly. have some options with the controllers, but even the Trailblazer.
Where's that poison orb going? Okay, this is the same one they've been using. Just seeing it from the start is very nice. Sentinels-esque, throwing it very early on to get a lot of control in towards B rather than saving it and using it for the execute itself. And they could work out of this wall. That's something that we saw actually on the prior split game, was working past it, but they're getting shut down. So good from Dazzle. And Scuba backs off too to 33 HP because of it.
Yeah, if Dazzle just held it for a little bit more, that would have been the 2-piece. Scuba now is just a meat ward. Unless he can get nice one and done position. That's exactly where he's located. Jammy's waiting for the push in from heaven, but he has to worry about them funneling in from the bottom. And actually, he's gonna come up with more than just being a ward. He comes up with 3. And we're all evened out. Where's that spike? There it is. The Proto coming into support. One player coming in.
Lineup. No command. Oh, just timed right before the Sage Orb comes down.
Good shot there from Ban. The op. Now Scourge is in a very tough spot. Angle's good. Almost had it onto a Proto, but yeah, for that null command, maybe Scourge goes first, or maybe they're just really utilizing it for the suppression instead of the the bigger picture. But
the suppression is the only thing they can get in that situation, especially given that they knew a Proto was close. Have to give flowers to Scuba here because he is starting to frag, but it's just not enough because the rest are not necessarily combined. They're not here fast enough. That hit comes with too much surprise. Jammies is in a position where he can't support Scuba, even though he's getting 3 frags of his own. And he's also fully committed to trying to help him, even though he can't. In that situation, if Jammies is alive in heaven, they can't get close with a Proto because he's stuck and zoned out in mid. Things are very different. 7-1.
I mean, you did say either this map was going to be a little bit closer, or this was be the only one in the series that felt a little bit more convincing. And it does feel like it's a little bit contingent on history that you highlighted here for KCP, or history on split.
Yep.
LG just a little bit more prepared, potentially.
This is slightly better here. They've been hitting this B site so many times. The setup that they got 3A. The physics is leaving it again. Jammies are going to come with him. This flash gets a lot of information. I think he needs to bail right now until Jammies gets here. Meanwhile, the hold on A will be good. There's going to be a flash though. Physics has to spray through. Jammies is here just in time, but the res also comes in. And Tig, somehow, someway, gets space.
Oh my God.
To escape, but they're on both sides, and Tig will just clean him up. No escape. And LG, do they have time?
Yeah, that's going to be the most important question. Scuba is stopped here by the snake bite. They are starting to plan. You see Tig. He's going to hold him off, and that should potentially be the round. It's Odorous against the world. And he's going through the most difficult route. Tig going to force the issue. Good reaction there from Odorous. That might be all that he wants. Makes his retreat.
You know he wants more.
It's Odorous. Of course I do. Of course I do. You know, we had
But the thing is, the hunters
little...
are hunting. Look at them. One's already down ropes. The others are through heaven. It's funny because actually staying close to the spike site is actually better here to escape from the hunters. You know?
Oh.
No. Oh no. Oh no. It's not. Oh gosh.
I know exactly.
I'm gonna look at the replay here. Tig little bit unnoticed in kind of the bigger picture of how this round unfolded. Lurking up through the middle, up to B Heaven. Finds Scourge, who's anticipating players pushing from B main, but he had a lot of angles to cover. And he finds Jammies, who's just sprinted out of the hellhole down there in ropes.
I'm speechless. But this time, not in the same way that a proto made me in the first map. Hit the train. I thought he was about to make it crazy again, but either way, there is an ult down in mid, and it's not like the end of the world. Odorous still has a weapon. Everybody has a weapon. It's a full buy round because of the bonus at this point. And he, you know, he got the Viper's Pit, so it's not like he was missing an ult torp or something.
TP backside does get dealt with by Jammies, but now he's like, oh, wait, what? Tig is here. That's strange. Scuba dropping down as well. Quick shot to deal with him. Tig just on fire. As they start to funnel out of B main, it's going to give Odorous a lot of potential. 3 kills coming fast. And now it's Tig against the world. Spike in hand. Suppression to try to buy a little bit of time, but time that he does not have enough of. The second round going to KCP. Odorous doing a phenomenal job.
Dude, that's what I like to see, man. I was worried for a second there. I didn't want to bring it up yet because I didn't want to jinx it, but Odorous, after dying to the spike with the Phantom in hand, hey, he might have done that. No, there's no chance. He had a Phantom in his hand. So, it's good, man. I was thinking that that might be a tilter for him and his team, but he comes out with a 4K. That's instantly that idea is wiped out. It made me second guess whether that was on purpose or not, because he just went with a 4K, right? It's not effective mentally, but when you think back to it, you're just like, no, there's no chance.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Good swing from Dazzle, timed with the Roomba. Get a little bit more space here. And LG have a lot of options. Wherever you go, odds are there's 2 players. So 5v2. Unless it's well read or information is gathered here by LG. The peek down ramp is going to give them a little bit more information. Or at least put Scourge in a position to play.
Jammies is calling the rotates over towards A, though.
Spike down A.
Oh, well done from Odorous, but he gets the one and tries to retreat. So now your boy Dre gets a lot of space. There is still going to be Scuba coming into elbow, and he's just going in dry. Boy Dre will punish that. Jammies, who is all the way over towards B main while this was happening, finds a pick and tailwinds out. So this is going to be a little bit more doable. Unless you've got your boy Dre at your hands, then impossible definitely is the route that ends up happening.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for sure. That was a good adjustment. I thought for a second that they were going to make the right calls, right? Force everybody off of B because Jammies was pushed up into B main. But the problem is that they didn't really have the information about whether there was something behind the Viper wall and also whether there was anything in mid, right? Taking control of Mel, taking control of ropes. And now the reset is actually in as well. So very low money here. And in the last round, because of it, they're going to go very aggressive and do something different completely.
Oh, Tigman just to escape. Showstopper up into heaven. Not going to quite find its mark. And the judge up for Jammies. This is looking like one they can inch back. Jammies going very, very vertical. Tig was the one player that was in A lobby just trying to escape and run away. So good round for KCP to answer back. A 10-2 would have been very, very deadly moving into the next one, but he runs out of time, can't pick up the spike. In a 9-3 half. This is, I think, the first half where LG have the big advantage. It was like 2 maps in a row where KCP were doing well. I think it was even the first map that it was a 9-3 or something like that. KCP have been doing really good, and now they are on the back foot. That can get scary.
Yeah, that it can. Like, this has been a fantastic half from LG entirely. There was really no control from KCP. There's no idea changes, and I think that kind of ends up being a follow-through from the last game. Don't forget, these guys are tired. Like, they had to wait 5-something hours because of the first game that went on between TSM and Gen G. So understandable that now that we get to map 3, it's kind of And at the same time, you bring in the history and whatnot that we've spoken about throughout the game. That kind of makes sense why we get a half like this.
Well, that'll be the break time now, ladies and gentlemen. When we come back, the second half of Split. It's been a long day, Bala. Been a very long day.
Yeah, yes, it has.
And we're in the
That's an
last half
understatement.
of the series. In a tech timeout, Split is where we ended up going 40 rounds deep.
Yep.
Right now, at least, it looks like LG are in pretty good control. However, we have seen signs of life from KCP in the last few rounds there, where we started to see them really light up, feel a little bit more confident in their play, a little bit more
sure
oriented as a team. And I wonder if that's going to impact the second half. If they feel just even a smidgen of momentum, they can carry themselves through.
So there's been shining lights, right? It's been Odorous with the 4K that one round after he ended up killing himself to the spike in game. And then there was the
Scuba. Yeah.
Scuba's been definitely throughout this entire time, but none of those rounds led to wins. And I actually think that, like, in terms of the team-orientated stuff, sure, I've seen glimpses of that where they're really trying to push that idea. Like Jammies, for example, again, when Scuba got that 3K in the back of sight, he's trying to be there for his team. And they're also doing things like Jammies dashing down mid with knives and whatnot. But that stuff isn't working, you know? And at a certain point, honestly, I'm thinking, hey, full send with this hero stuff. Let's get Odorous popping. Let's get Scuba full sending on certain things, and let's get Scourge into the game. If they can do that, they have a chance. That is a hard task, though, because what I've seen so far is KCP not necessarily being, I don't want to say prepped on this map, but I mean, that's what I'm going to say. It feels like Jammy's not necessarily in the same position that he was in the other two maps where it felt like he was slotting in very, very nicely. Here, I honestly think that KCP in general has been weaker on split. So that in combination with playing with a stand-in, Jammy's instead of JMO, makes this very difficult. And on top of that, long day. And you have to come in with the fact that, I mean, you just lost that game on Ascent.
Yeah.
Which was them in the lead. And then they end up going to overtime. They bring it to overtime, and then they end up losing in overtime anyways. Like, basically, in summary, that is why I think that we're good for now. I think we're not going to have any more of those overtimes, although I would love it. At this point, Simo, it's the last map. I want to see that. I want to see KCP come back because I think that really, really changes things, how everything looks in this bracket for the main event going forward, because this would be who would KCP LG play against FaZe Clan? That's a banger of a match if that happens. KCP against FaZe Clan definitely would also be very interesting. Just because I want to see the Corey versus Scourge show and all sorts of different things. But going forward, KCP having a good result here, especially showing that they have something on split, would be fantastic for the rest of the tournament. And also, we get to see that KCP versus Rise matchup that I actually have been interested in watching.
And not to mention, the winner of that faces off against TSM or T1 and really increases their chances to move off into the Challengers playoffs. So winning this is actually very, very important. Losing this, yeah, it's going to happen. You lose maps all the time.
Yeah.
But I feel like winning this, up against the 3 other teams that are in the upper semifinals, like TSM, T1, difficult opponents. Rise, still a difficult one, but I'd probably take Rise over TSM any day of the week, especially a TSM that is feeling themselves from what we saw earlier today. Winning here is you really increase your chances to move along.
Sure. Well, one thing that's cool too is if KCP bring this back somehow, even if not, all 4 of these teams that have made it to the upper semifinals, even at this point, we could already say, have massive, massive, massive implications for everybody waiting for last chance qualifiers. Why? Because all 4 of those teams are on the outside looking in terms of VCT points, right? Pioneers have 0, TSM have 0, T1 have 0. So far,
Rise,
they all have the opportunity. Rise has 0, exactly. Luminosity has 20 because of their Masters 1. But they're still on the outside looking in. They're in the last place in terms of the standings. If that happens, if all of these teams do well, that has massive implications on what we could see. That does bolster everybody's. It's like a rising tide raises all ships type of situation where TSM now has better chances, T1 now has better chances, and it's a battle between them once they get to Challengers playoffs. But that really, really makes a world of difference, I think, in terms of VCT standings. And I know nobody's really paying attention to that right now. I know we don't have no fancy graphics for it, but I'm looking at it in the background and I'm seeing some of this stuff. And this match still has massive implications on all of that.
Well, we are still trying to figure out what's going on with our tech boss. Could be a player, could be something. We are going to throw things to a quick little break. When we come back, we'll continue that second half. Okay, looks like we've got everything all sorted out. Players are ready to go, and it is the second half. KCP now on the attack, and see what that KO and Co can get done.
This is also one of the sides that, not to be the bearer of bad news for all KCP fans, but I also find difficulty in imagining how KO is going to find a lot of value here on this attacking side. We saw Nature have a lot of nice lineups, but if Scourge doesn't have those, and also they're not using it to target specific people, I think the best target here would be somebody like Tig, maybe Dazzle too, because then he can't paranoia as a reaction to things. But it's just going to be a lineup towards heaven with the Poison Orb, nothing for Scourge. And they also back off after they realize that there's a quick smoke down for Dazzle.
Said that point about KO a lot nicer than I was trying to think of a way to say it, but you just you worded it quite well. Speaking of wording things quite well, Odorous is wording his way into this A heaven. Could I say working? He's going to put himself in a really good position as Physics just going to clear the rest of the path. First contact point is going to be your boy Dre, who... Does he anticipate this? He's playing very passive here, and he's going to let him in. Very defensive, good read, but still ends up falling regardless. And they're going to blitz right onto B based off of Odorous's position. Still, nobody's fallen quite yet. Ban has already dropped down, finds one to start. Doesn't mean it's over quite yet. They're just going to pinch them all in one at a time, despite Odorous's success. It's a 3v2 in advantage here for LG.
A good opportunity to close out a pistol round that KCP's been very, very good at.
30 seconds left.
This one's just not quite working out. The flash is gonna be good though for Physic. Odorous is up top too, but Ban shuts him down.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
Yeah, it looks like Physic will take him out too though, and okay. We still have Tig and main right there, and he will take him out eventually. So there we go. LG 10-3, pistol round 1, and it's KCP who has to decide whether they want to force it or not, or whether they can actually pull out a thrifty round here, because LG's been pulling them out left and right.
Did a really good job. Despite their positions being a little awkward, like Ban low and Dazzle around the double stack, like, and the momentum that shifted from Odorous finding a pick and spawn, it's like, you know, chaos is about to ensue. And the fact that they even still exploded through B main and LG found all those picks, testament to how strong they've been on this map itself. Now we'll see the force up from KCP. You asked that question, well, it's been answered. Pig's waiting on the opposite side. This toxic screen, a little bit dangerous. And he's got the off angle here with your boy Dre, who can play off of that as well. Smoke's going to go down, but they're going to throw the paint shells in. Ban's going to need some help very quickly. Got the judge. A couple of shots off, backs away. Still this mid control. They're actually going to pop out with this toxic screen. Odorous down. Oh, good spray from a Proto. They'll rush in because they don't really have many choices. A flawless round from LG off of KCP's force up. Things are not looking good in the Pioneers camp.
Yeah, that one hurts. That one hurts. 11-3, the biggest deficit I think we've seen all day long here on the mainstream. And LG have an opportunity to put themselves on match point right now. It's another force for KCP, and I think it might be broken. The mental might be shot. It might be fatigued all the way through. They're going to play for the win instead of OT. And who knows, it could work out, but right now, LG is going to wall A even. No, but they missed it kind of, but it's actually a bait for them to go forward. Dre is here too.
Wow.
But KCP shut it down completely. They've got 4 and LG's only got 2.
Still possible. Well, maybe a lot less possible now. Fight going down. He's just looking for anything on his way out. The flash only benefiting a Proto there, but it came off of a flawless. They're going into a gun round. You know, LG very okay to take plays like that, take those risks and try to get those reads early. That was them trying to anticipate the A hit.
Yes, this should go. Oh, this is a nice spot. That...
with KCP, they stay alive for a little bit more. They've got weapons now to work with. Will they be changing anything? They will. Scourge and Jammies up to rifles. Every single round's got to be close to flawless now if they want to continue that momentum.
Back early for Scourge, and actually is perfect. Jammies follows it up too with a dash on the Dazzle. So full blind, they catch him. And now he's got the deep lurk into this A heaven. The wall is good to actually protect Tig from any harm from him coming from Jammies. But look at Band's positioning. He's stuck between a Jammies and then the other team, the rest of KCP, who's actually coming back in towards mid. So Jammies could be a late round lurk that could damage LG's structure fantastically.
I feel like Ban is going to be the first affected by it. He can't really keep an eye on both things at once. Drops down. There you go. Face full of lead. But now, Proto, how long can you hold on to the site? Was standing in the snake bite. Going to make things even more difficult. Now it's just Tig. Another good round from KCP. This was the round that they definitely needed to put something together, and they did so almost flawlessly. Based off of pretty much a smeeg from Jammies. Tail really just zipping right up the ramp. Followed up with a Sky Flash, I believe.
The cool part about that is Jammies doesn't have to dash until physics calms to him or he hears the flash actually flash somebody, right? Compared to Paranoia, which is kind of blind, no pun intended. That's clean. Hey, you said they need to get clean rounds. That was very clean. I think it all starts because of a good idea from Jammies. They also had the knife come in to 0 point, land directly on top of where Dazzle was playing, so he couldn't Paranoia in response and delay that. So Dazzle gets caught out. But the problem, as we go into this eco round for LG, is if that's how, okay, it's not necessarily a problem yet, but we could see down the line KCP having ideas of trying to catch people out. All LG really needs to do is play a little bit more passively, play a little bit farther back, and not in positions where they can get trapped. And all of a sudden you're playing in situations that you are very comfortable with, given how the first couple of rounds have gone.
Oh, Dazzle, this is tricky. Unfortunately, comes up empty-handed. And that was the quote-unquote hero shotgun out of the hands of Dazzle. Man,
people who buy shotguns are never heroes, Simo.
That's a hero play, though. A little sheriff action there for Ban, but now Odorous thinking about, okay, how do I drop down? A little bit of a tricky situation, but still a Proto. We trust him to land those. Uses the neural theft on this eco. He just go down. Looking for more onto Scuba. Finds it. Now just down to Tig. Definitely doable. 1v2, very, very doable.
Snakebite combos as well. If you can get, for example, Snakebite on the back of that monitor and then spam through, that could be vulnerability.
Oh, that's even better.
5 bullets.
Spots
only.
one? Oh no. It was out of ammo. Oh no. Almost takes down Physic. 8 HP. Look at that. If he had another
I don't know
bullet.
how he didn't. Like, the Vandal, right? That should have killed him. But I guess he hid behind the screen just at the perfect time. Either way, the trade was going to be coming in very fast from Scourge. So, an opportunity for Tig, but as soon as he cleared that right side, as soon as he cleared screens with a 0 point, he could be there for the swing if he needs to be to help his teammate. Clawing back slowly. Comeback's definitely very, very doable here in Valorant, given the fact that, yeah, it might have been a very large gap, and LG is almost on match point and all of that, but it's still not that many rounds to string together. Especially now. 5-round gap. No command coming in. Jammies are going to be on top of this too, but they're actually behind right now and playing very passively.
Oh, they're moving fast. Knives are good. It's Scourge that finds the frag. A Proto, though, will hold on, anchoring down the site. The Judge just trying to find its mark from Jammies. A 3v3. Things are evened out, and Spike still needs to be planted. Tig and your boy Dre working in from heaven. The snake bites and all the utility coming through, but Scuba's waiting for somebody to drop or at least a peek through. Your boy Dre does find a frag from utility, and it'll go down to the 2v2. Both members are on the site in the pit waiting for swings out. And now it's just down to Scuba versus Dazzle. Pit is down, and Dazzle's good for that. Match point for LG.
What a round from Dazzle. Everybody actually, I was pointing out that paint shell that got thrown with the snakebite combination. It actually landed on Scourge, vulnerability, and then boom, he's gone out of the round because paint shells double damage. So difficult for him to deal with. And then unfortunately for KCP, Odorous gets caught out with spray through the Viper's pit. And that's basically wraps on the ideas that they had on that attack post plant. Dazzle to come up huge as well, find a Proto, the final kill. And now it looks very difficult. It wasn't a full reset because they had money in the bank thanks to the last couple of rounds that KCP had. So they have utility, they have phantoms, everything. And ults as well.
Pit's already down here for Tig. And the showstopper's available for your boy Dre, whether for a retake, whatever he ends up deciding to use it for. But at least we've started with the pit. That means KCP probably have no interest in moving up the middle as long as this pit is up.
I've got your
It's
trail.
an unfortunate position. The cabbages do come through. The one and done comes fruit. Now they'll start to rotate around. Tig is down. Dazzle peeking in from the alleyway, and of course 0 Point is out, and the paint shells will delay the plant for the time being. Dazzle just trying to get close enough to take shots, and we'll find one at the expense of his life. Here comes the showstopper. It'll find its mark, but a Proto already found the frag. Now it's down to him. 40 seconds remaining. Gravity well to follow up with the smoke, and he's ready to pop on out. Find Scourge. Okay, 1v1. Not like this. Scuba trying to hold on. Not like this. LG close out the series at the hands of the masterful headshot apprentice, a Proto, a Red Bull clutch to seal the fate and end the series 2-1.
Are you kidding me? 2 times now, a Proto ends it with a 1 versus 2. Not necessarily the same fashion as Descent, because that shot on the jammies on Descent was crazy, but that was in overtime too. LG come up on top after losing that first one. Another back to a 0-1 comeback, a reverse sweep for the best of 3 in this mainstream day, and it has been a fantastic day. I have to give it up, and honestly, I'm blown. My mind is blown with the Proto, how often he is doing these things that you didn't really expect to see. It's been a while, I feel like, since we've seen this from a Proto.
Well, I think it's probably partially due to Reykjavik and how a lot of NA teams, they just kind of were quiet during that period of time, and that makes sense. But now that he's back, we're back into the full swing of things, and Challengers 2 is going on. We get to see the man that we know and love, and what a phenomenal series from both teams. We saw some moments of brilliance from both KCP and LG, moments where we thought one team was going to best the other, and then vice versa. And the fact that it went down to split was definitely a very interesting kind of circumstance for the series. Walk us through what you feel LG did so well on this map, because it really just did feel like KCP couldn't really get a handle on it. 6 rounds only versus the 13 of LG.
Yeah, I think the entire time it was shutting down mistakes from KCP for sure, but it's not necessarily mistakes in the grand, like it's not again, I won't go and say that the hero plays is what KCP is. They need to stop doing that, because maybe that's what they needed to do based on their game plan. However, LG was very good and decisive at shutting these down and winning the decisive rounds, controlling the money the entire time. I really like the way that they played on defense, keeping the throttle on the entire time. Even when they started losing a couple of rounds, they were there and buying shotguns, making it really hard for KCP to play into this.
Yeah, I do want to give a quick shout out to Jammies coming in, filling in the role of JMO, I think he did phenomenal. I think he did very well. This guy needs a team, man. Like, this guy needs to be somewhere. He stood in for V1, standing in here for KCP. It's like the Shanks effect. Remember when Shanks was just bouncing around, filling in for a lot of teams, and he did very well. It's the same vibe, and Jammies is doing well. Very, very happy to see him, you know, succeed in the context. Odorous, of course, having a great game, but man, oh man, a Proto shining like a bright star on Split, and it made for a spectacular performance.
Yeah, it did. The entire time. So good. I mean, I'm thinking back to Ascent as well. I definitely think that your boy Dre had massive moments as well, but he was more quiet. And the fact that a Proto stepped up and came through and was there for his teammates when they needed him most, that definitely speaks to a lot. And so far today, we're seeing comebacks of a lot of different teams, right? We're seeing T1, we're seeing TSM. Now LG seem to be back there in the upper semifinals. And it's gonna be a good main event the rest of this weekend. It's gonna be really, really fun to watch.
Well, we do have a interview currently being prepared with the coach of LG, Mac. Before that, of course, we need to have a look at our Credit Karma, Instant Karma moment of the series. I think this is going to be an interesting one. Let's have a look here.
So this is the quick wall. Remember, pistol round for LG, where they push quickly down and then they go for the wall and they get the defuse super fast, way faster than KCP expected it, because the game plan for them was they're just gonna, you know, play the post plant. But look at this, they're all fighting, the wall comes up, nobody's there to take it down, and they only have pistols, and that's not gonna come down fast.
Yeah, that's very tough, and that's actually probably one of the most interesting things about pistol rounds is we see the feeling of instant karma with that wall going up. That wall is so pivotal on pistol rounds. It's like you just highlighted, very difficult to break on a map like Ascent as well. The doors, when they come down, very difficult to deal with the pistol. A lot of interesting nuances when it comes to Sage and how she kind of works within the pistol world. I think our interview may be ready, Bala. We'll see if production will bless us with the presence of Mac. We've got Mac. Mac will appear on our screens magically. He'll poof up into dust, I'm imagining, or maybe, oh, there we go. There we go.
There
boom! Mac is in. Look at his beautiful face. Welcome, Mac. Welcome, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, first off, congratulations, man. That was a hard-fought series, to be honest. From the beginning to end, I was wondering. I was like, oh my goodness, KCP looked very good, especially with the, you know, they're playing with jammies. We were kind of talking up this point because obviously you guys are missing Moose right now, and the other team, KCP, had to sub in jammies for similar, you know, circumstances. I'm wondering how Tig is slotting in for Moose's position, and whether you guys are feeling really confident going forward with him.
Yeah, Tig has been slotting in very well for us. You know, we're using him on a controller, and we're having Dazzle play the Sova. You know, Tig's normally a Sova player, but I was actually a lot more surprised because I thought he was going to be not necessarily worse, but he's just been shocking me with how well he's been playing. He's like the perfect teammate. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty confident with everything being said, so yeah.
You know, it's obviously been a little bit quiet, you know, since Masters 2. You know, a lot of NA teams just kind of have to sit and wait for their next opportunity for VCT. What would you say is like the number one thing that you at Luminosity have been working on to like build this team up? Because now you have back in here, the Challengers 2, making it to playoffs. Like, what do you think is the biggest thing that you guys have worked on in kind of the off time?
Well, I mean, we've had to work on everything pretty much because we replaced Thief and Stellar, as everyone knows, and Stellar was our caller. We didn't really have an identity with the jet opping thing, and now with Ban, we brought in an op, so it's just a completely different kind of, you know, I guess play style with us, and so we really had to build everything from ground up. It's just really practicing, you know, building good habits. I feel like a lot of teams in NA use practice, they kind of waste it. They don't really like build good habits. They don't use it to like get the best practice quality as possible. They literally just run it down at you and just waste both their times. So yeah, it really just good practice quality, making sure we have the right match prep, you know, making sure my players are grinding. My players have all just been grinding so much since we made this change. So
And it shows, right?
Yeah.
Last week's game against Cloud9, this game right now, I mean, it shows. And you guys are going to the semifinals. You mentioned how you needed to solve a problem with the Jet op, for example, and Ban kind of solving some of those issues because it was Thief in the past, you know, opping on Jet on Icebox only, right? But that philosophy seems to kind of carried over because you're playing Ban on stage on some of these maps, and you're not necessarily playing with a Jet, which I think is a departure from the norm, right? Talk to me about that.
So with the Sage comps, we were running double duelist, but we didn't feel like it was that deep of an identity, I guess. So we kind of just, you know, after we played a few teams on Ascent, we kind of realized Sage was a little bit better. But yeah, we just figured like if Wardell can do it, then Ban can do it. He can just slot easily into that Sage. Yeah, you know. But yeah, it's just having an op is like super helpful. Like seriously, it's just night and day difference because I feel like teams would play a specific way against us before, knowing that we didn't have an op, and now I feel like they can't do that against us. They can't just run it down on us. They can't just dominate us with an op because we have our little mini Wardell just offing everyone down.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple of rounds where on Ascent it also came in key no matter what. But you're mentioning like a lot this identity that you guys are trying to form. What do you mean when you say that, right? Because a lot of people don't necessarily understand what you're trying to build in terms of like the cohesiveness of a comp or something like that. Because everybody sees double duelists, they're like, yeah, this is the standard. But when they see a Sage, it's slightly different. When you say identity, can you elaborate a little bit?
Honestly, just playing to all our strengths, especially right now since we have a Ringer and Tig. I think it's just playing to our strengths, and we're not really copying comps from other teams. We're not just doing ideas because they work. We're doing it based off of comfortability. So if a certain player likes to play a certain agent on a map, we're going to try to slot that in versus saying, oh no, this is good. Like Sky is good on split, so let's automatically run Sky, or like let's auto have someone run Sky. We're going to play based off of you know, comfortability. So I think a big that's pretty much just our identity right now. It's nothing too deep. Like we're just trying to play basically based off of comfortability.
Okay, well, last question here from me and from us. You know, you're going up against Rise tomorrow. What do you feel about that opponent? How do you feel you guys are going to do? I know that maybe, I don't know who you were anticipating on the other end, but Rise is your opponent. How do you guys feel?
No disrespect to FaZe, but we were anticipating Rise was going to make it through that match. So yeah, they're going to be a tough opponent. We're just going to play our game and just hopefully we're the stronger team that day. I think, yeah, Valorant's not that deep. It just comes down to if we're, you know, playing to our fundamentals and we're just hitting our shots, we'll come through with the W. But
well, thank you for your time, Mac. Congratulations on the victory. I know the job's not done yet, so you can at least celebrate for a micro moment and then move on to prepping for tomorrow. Any last words for your fans, viewers, and fans of LG? The floor is yours.
Thank you for the support, and I love my team.
Well, that's great. Love to hear it. Thanks again, Mac, and best of luck tomorrow.
All right, thank you.
Wow, what a day we've had, Bala. What a day we've had. And, you know, I think it might have even been better if we were on LAN, you know? The way to do that with LAN is, of course, making sure you get your vaccine. Riot Games and Valorant are teaming up with the White House to keep spreading awareness about COVID-19 vaccinations. If you are in the United States, the vaccine is free and available to everybody. Getting vaccinated is the quickest way possible for us to get back to normal. And in other words, get back to LAN. So if you're able, please consider getting vaccinated and help bring us one step closer to seeing you all in person again. I know I'd love to see Wardell jumping up and down when he hits those op shots. Man, I'd pay to see that. I probably can. I can Twitch sub, but you know what I mean. I'd love to see that in person. So, Bala, before we kind of close things out here, as we move on to our final series and pass the torch to Sully and Upmind, any thoughts you want to wrap up on the day?
Dude, I'm just, you know, we're going to follow it up by Sully and Upmind. I'm going to be tuning in. I'm going to be hyped just because I know they're going to be hyped. I mean, we've been kind of getting drained here on the mainstream, and now we get to watch some good old-fashioned elimination games going down. This is going to be fun. I definitely think you guys need to stay tuned and watch the masterminds of Valorant casting come up next.
Cool. Well, thank you, folks. And, of course, stay after this break for the last match of the day after this.
Money in the bank.
Welcome on back, folks. We've had our fair share of breaks, so we'll spare you the time. My name is Upmine, joined here by Sully. Welcome back to the VALORANT Champions Tour, and it is our final best of 3 of the night. We are slowly approaching it, but before we get there, let's talk about the bracket, because we've had a couple of things go down, not only on this stream, but also on the other stream. Currently, we have our losers bracket games going down right here, right now. Very, very important game happening on the side stream. It is version 1 against Gen G. What a path those two teams have had in the last few months, and it all culminates in one final map. And of course, the rest has already been told. Sully, any comments on the bracket thus far?
I think that this bracket, I mean, just today kind of speaks volumes to what the theme of stage 3 has been, and that's that tier 2 teams are catching up slowly to the top and the best of North America, right? You look at TSM just a couple weeks ago, they were struggling hard. They take a 2-1 win over Gen G. Same thing for T1 as well. I mean, if to me, this whole bracket encapsulates what stage 3 has been about, and it's that the gap is closing and teams need to find a way to stay ahead of the curve.
Which is going to be quite tough, especially when we start to talk about our next matchup. And that just so happens to feature the Kansas City Pioneers, the team that you guys just saw lose to Luminosity in what was a very long best of 3 once again. But it was well fought. It was almost everything that Kansas City Pioneers almost expected, because Sully, Kansas City Pioneers, just about a month ago, we didn't even talk about them or really look at them on the radar.
No, not at all. And I mean, Kansas City Pioneers are a team that it's like, okay, this is a strong team, and then they come out the woodwork as one of the tier 2 teams that made it from the first open qualifier. You're like, okay, this is a team we need to keep our eyes on. But moving into the first closed qualifier, you're like, okay, Kansas City Pioneers, you don't expect too much from them, and then somehow, some way, they find a way to beat out V1 to keep their dream alive. But unfortunately, they couldn't get that challengers playoff qualification spot. So looking at this roster, 5 names that are kind of familiar, some might be a little bit unfamiliar, but one of the big surprises is there's a slight roster change, Gus.
Whoa! All right, we're getting JMO? Wait, am I looking at this right? Because I know the graphic was different before. JMO as a substitute, Sully.
Well, he's not technically a substitute if we're being real here. So
technically not.
just this morning, JMO
subbing in for right now, yes.
Exactly.
In between the best of 3s.
Technically, he's subbing out, but JMO subbing back in for Jammies. Jammies was the technical substitution for JMO. So, I mean, JMO subbing back in. I guess Kansas City Pioneers feel a little bit more comfortable with him. Who's to say and what's to come? JMO, all I can say is there are definitely going to be a lot of high expectations for this guy.
And it's high expectations that is quite the opposite for the other team, or excuse me, that is quite the same for the team on the other side of the server. It is, of course, FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan came in to the very start of the VCT, Sully, with the utmost expectations. FaZe Clan have not been back to a close qualifier ever since Masters. It has been a very high rise to getting second in stage 1 to absolutely bombing almost every tournament that they've played. But Sully, the time is right, I think, for FaZe Clan now.
Yeah, I mean, you look at that lineup and you expect the likes of Baby Bay to really, really pop off. And unfortunately, in that 2-0 loss against Rise, you didn't see his presence there. You didn't feel his presence on the map. And key players like Baby Bay are kind of the factors that it takes for FaZe to feel, it feels like, to win series at times.
Yeah, Baby Bay is, of course, not the only proponent of FaZe Clan's success. Of course, let's talk about another player that has not exactly been at least having the best of times. Corey, who just so happens to be part of our head-to-head. Corey on one side is currently actually doing really well fragging wise, at least on paper, but Sully, FaZe needs a little bit more.
Yeah, I think definitely if we're talking about the star players that really need to step up, I think Corey has to be one of those highlight players. Statistically, he has always been one of the best for FaZe Clan, and when you need someone to step up, Corey is always going to be there. Yes, FaZe has 5 amazingly individual players, but Corey's just one of those standout guys. So to have him be lights out alongside Baby Bay, you expect nothing less. Now, on the other side, Scourge as well, being that Reyna, I kind of compare both these guys to be like the duelists that kind of play second fiddle, or not necessarily second fiddle, but right next to the Jet operator, and you're there to kind of provide the entries, provide the fragging power. That's what Scourge can do as well. So this is the big head-to-head for me to see which of these two duelists can really show themselves.
not only the two duelists, but where are both teams heading on to? Folks, the map select has already been done. We have our best of 3 laid out. And Sully, the first map is Ascent. Not exactly a big surprise, really, whatsoever. Pioneers is actually a pretty proficient team on this map alone. Not only have they won 5 times in this last month, but they have some pretty good wins. They've beaten Immortals on this map. They just beat version 1. And unfortunately, this is a big point for Luminosity and LG. They have to be really proud of it. It was LG with a big overtime win over Pioneers just an hour ago. But again, I said it, overtime. This team can really take Ascent far, but when it comes to FaZe Clan, Sully, I feel like that's a little bit different of a plan.
Yeah, Ascent is a super close map for them. They're currently 6-2, but I feel like that's the first map that could really decide the rest of this series. Now you go into buying both of these teams as well, exceptionally proficient on it. FaZe Clan, kind of similar to their Ascent map. They're very, very close on it. Most games go kind of 50-50 against Rise. They lost at 11-13. A couple of decisive 1vx's kind of decided how that game went. And then our third map of Haven. Now this is a little bit of a peculiar pick to me because FaZe Clan currently 0-2. Now on the flip side, Kansas City Pioneers, this is typically their insta-ban, right? They typically remove Haven, but they elected to decide to remove Breeze. I think that the main case being the fact that we've seen how FaZe can play on Breeze, and against Immortals, a quick 13-3 stomp, I'd be scared as well to play FaZe on Breeze. So KCP, that being their insta-ban. So our final map being of Haven, we know how strong both these teams can be, but as of recently, it's been kind of up in the air, I have to say.
Yeah, I mean, Haven is still very much it could be a confident pick for the team at KCP because their results aren't even that bad, Sully. I mean, they only faced 2 teams on this map. Yes, they lost to both, but it literally just so happens to be the 2 best teams in NA.
Exactly.
And it was like 13-9s. So Sentinels and Envy, by the way, folks. So yeah, I mean, yeah, KCP, we haven't seen film of them on this map outside of those 2 matches, but that was a lot of film. That was a great amount of film, and that was some high quality experience. FaZe Clan is still near that level. Again, Sully, you mentioned the LCQ earlier. FaZe Clan is still technically top 5 NA in terms of points, so more or less near the same tier. I don't know, but all I can assure you is that at least for maps 1 and 3, we're going to see a more or less confident Pioneers.
Yeah, I'd say the same thing for FaZe Clan as well. Specifically, we have to go to Haven. I mean, they're 3-0 at the moment. No team at the moment in the last month have gotten more than 4 rounds of them. This is where they were able to take down Dark 0, 13-4. So my expectations for FaZe Clan have never been higher. I'd say in this best of 3, obviously, that's placing a lot of pressure on those guys. And knowing how Kansas City Pioneers, how they just played against LG, this best of 3, it's not going to be easy for either of these sides. Now, FaZe Clan, they've had a little bit of a break, so maybe things have kind of cooled down a little bit, whereas Pioneers, they've made 1 substitution that could honestly like change up their whole dynamic, and who's to say what could happen.
Yeah, we actually don't really know what the effect is going to be like with JMO walking in, because this could have been their plan the entire time, Sully. Maybe they literally just tried to counter strat FaZe as much as possible, so they had JMO just as a specialist. We don't know. Like, we literally don't know. What has been the updates for this team throughout the last week and a half to 2 weeks? We don't exactly know. But what we do know is that this is the end of the line for potentially one of these teams. For Kansas City Pioneers, absolutely it is. If they lose this, they have no chance at a last chance qualifier. And of course, if you are FaZe Clan, who already have a decent amount of points just from, even having a deep run in the very first Masters, they have that cushion. Kansas City Pioneers, they're fighting for their lives, Sully.
Yeah, and the scary thing is for Kansas City Pioneers, it's like you need to gain some points here, right? You need to take down FaZe Clan. FaZe Clan, like you mentioned, had that cushion of last chance qualifier, but this is as well FaZe Clan's best shot at making champions right off the bat, right? It is still doable to be one of the 2 teams that directly qualify to champs. And so FaZe Clan, they need to step up their game, and they really need to show that they are here to compete. You hope that you see the glimpses, right? The shimmering, shining moments of FaZe Clan that we saw in stage 1, and you hope that they bring that fire just as KCP will hopefully bring their fire, and we have a best of 3 that is super exciting to witness.
Yeah, and I actually just want to talk about what would be that first map coming up first. Ascent, not too many, like hard expectations for it, purely because FaZe, they have been more or less spotting on even playing the map. Today, they haven't played it. Of course, they played it against Ghost Gaming and Immortals. Very, very decent wins. I'm just trying to look out to what might be any sort of changes, because FaZe have actually been quite the team to make drastic changes, not only, of course, to their roster, because they brought in Baby J, but also their composition.
100%. Yeah, I mean, FaZe, it feels like this is a team that's kind of like finding themselves on, I think it is 2 different maps. They have made 3 different comp changes in the last month, right?
Crazy.
That's kind of insane to say. Some of them have been like a little bit more minute than others, like a Reyna and a Raze switch, right? Implementation of Sky on here and there. But I mean, just having like those 3 comp changes in the last month kind of speaks that like FaZe Clan, they are cooking. Unfortunately, it hasn't come out the best way, but changes are imminent, and you can feel it with FaZe Clan, how these comp changes have been going. You can hope that there is that shining moment that we've seen from them in the past.
Gotcha. So, folks, I think at this point we are still waiting out for that first game, but until we actually get there, we have a very special piece of content. It is actually an interview with Odorous. Enjoy.
Hey guys, I'm Chad Odorous Meller. I play for the Kansas City Pioneers, and here's 5 questions to get to know me better. I started in Counter-Strike. I have 4 or 5 years playing Counter-Strike. I started when I was 15 or 16 years old, and then VALORANT was coming out, and I decided, you know, I'll play the beta, see how I like it, and I love the beta a lot. You know, the game was really enjoyable, and I felt like I should be playing this game. Counter-Strike was becoming stale for me, so I decided to make the switch really early on in the game. I look forward to playing against all the teams in playoffs. You know, more experience, the better for us. It's really, you know, incredible that we get to play against these teams and, you know, show what we got at the Pioneers. I think the most underrated player right now is Mako for me. I played with him for many years in Counter-Strike and in VALORANT, and he's really a selfless player, great teammate, and has a strong skill set. He is willing to do anything, you know, for the team. He's really selfless. I think if you want to go into VALORANT or esports in general, that, you know, if you're gonna go into it, give it your all. Don't be lazy. Make sure every single day you know what you're going to be getting better on. Game sense, aim, whatever it is, just make sure that you're actually trying to improve on it, and don't waste your day. I'll drink a coffee right before the match, drink some water. I'll go inside my bathroom, you know, wash my face with cold water, and you just sit there for a minute and really recognize the moment and be grateful that I'm going to be playing against the best teams in the world. And then, you know, I just game. And that's all, guys. I hope those 5 questions made you know me better. Thank you.
And welcome back. We are currently preparing for our final best of 3 of the night. It is the Kansas City Pioneers, who you just saw Odorous featured from, and of course FaZe Clan on the other side of the server. My name is Upmind, joined here by Sully. We are awaiting agent select in just a little bit, so grab a can of Red Bull and let's chill out a little bit, because it is starting to get a little bit late, and we are currently awaiting at least some of the players to get back up. Kind of expected. KCP just got done with a full BO3.
Yeah.
So it's not exactly that big of a surprise, but now that I mentioned the bracket a little bit and, you know, some of the prior results, Sully, do you want to just talk about the bracket in general? I already asked you for at least one of your highlights from the day, but one matchup that myself and yourself, we were looking at very intently was Gen G versus TSM earlier.
I feel like
what a matchup that was.
I feel like everyone had their eyes on one map in particular. I guess at this point, I like to call it 2 maps, because we played like 44 rounds in a single map, and that being split. So if your eyes were not watching TSM versus Gen G, I don't recommend you rewatch Split, because that took forever. Maybe watch on like 2 times playback or something like that. But
maybe 2 times playback might get you there. But
yeah,
I think even then it's like
it's still an hour long.
That's like a 13. That's like a 13-4, 13-5 duration.
Yeah.
So it's like it's still a decent amount of time, even if you're on 2x duration. All I can tell you is that game was pretty much a banger, and it was everything that we expected from the rivalry.
I have to say that TSM versus Gen G was like a match that I feel like a lot of people weren't necessarily rating TSM to be a really competent team going in. They were like, okay, TSM should be losing to Genji, we should see them in the lower bracket against like T1 or something. Well, surprise, surprise, TSM and T1 are advancing to the upper bracket semifinals. So in my opinion, that's like, okay, wow, that's proof that the kind of the theme of Stage 3, we go back to the first open qualifier where NRG and Immortals found themselves a spot sitting out TSM as well. Like, upsets were bound to happen, and they did happen. And that's due to the fact that I feel like after Ison, we've kind of had this post era where teams have just caught up to the curve, and these former tier 1 teams have kind of slowly fallen away and maybe slacked off just a little bit while these other teams are competing and grinding. And you see that growth here, I feel like, in this close qualifier, and this bracket in particular kind of resembles it all as well, with Rise having a very confident 2-0 over FaZe.
Which is kind of unfortunate because too little too late, I think, you know? It's good, though. It is good. Because the entirety of our VCT process, we have had what has been like a very much like a spotlight on really the top 10 to like top 13 teams in NA. And ever since the very beginning, we've been having very scattered side tournaments around for the rest of the community. I mean, Sully, the fact that we even have teams emerging as not exactly brand new rosters, but still new names to us, just kind of adds to the lore, but also, not just the lore, of course, but also just like kind of the stature of NA. I am very much enjoying play from teams like, of course, Kansas City Pioneers that we're about to go down and watch, but also it's Rise, who, again, they had the players, they had the assets to make it up to a tier 1 level. But it was all about just organizing those pieces and potentially just getting one good run out of it. But it's in that case, Sully, it's with that, you know, certain quote-unquote mix of players, the right mix of players, that we've had teams like V1 and Gen.G figure out, or at least that's what we thought. But now both of those teams are fighting for a spot in losers. Like, what is going down in NA?
Yeah, it feels like the teams that made it from the last closed qualifier to this point are the ones that are fighting for their lives, especially those two, like you mentioned, V1 and Gen.G. Wow, the growth has been insane from then and now. I think one of those teams in particular definitely being Luminosity. They were a team that we, like, if you want to talk about a team that was off the radar, LG have been off of a lot of people's radars as of recent. And now they come back. Draina's in play, right? Your boy Dre, as people call him, our boy Dre, because he's just popping off so hard. LG have come back to the forefront. There's some sort of fire about them right now, and tomorrow they play against Rise, and that's a matchup that I think a lot of people are excited to see. Two teams that have really come to the forefront and have really impressed a lot of people, and one of those teams, off of that win, will directly qualify into Challenger playoffs. So a lot of exciting stuff going down in this bracket, and only time will tell once we hit Challengers playoffs who will be our 3 teams representing NA.
I like how you laid that out. One of those 2 teams, like, again, like, imagine saying that before this stage started. Luminosity Gaming and Rise are going to be facing each other for a spot in Challengers playoffs. Yeah, that's crazy to me.
Yeah, I think the same thing with the T1 and TSM as well, right? It's like T1 just a couple weeks ago, like, what is going on with T1, right? Same thing with TSM. It's like, what is going on? And both of those teams look incredible so far.
Yeah, no, they absolutely do. Now that we're on the topic of it, T1, they look incredible, Sully.
Yeah, we got the privilege like just the week ago to commentate over T1 BBG, and I was like so excited because T1 looked like a whole different team under the IGL leadership of Curry. We were so excited to see what they could pull, and similar to how we have KCP, they were like one of the underdogs, I feel like, and they have really made a lot of improvements, and we're finding that, okay, give these teams a little bit of time. T1, people have been saying they have the flame, and they are certainly bringing it as of late.
Yeah, they are, and it's kind of, it is funny, because again, it might also be like double standard or maybe even hypocritical that we talk about, you know, like V1 and Gen.G, they found the right mix, but they aren't exactly able to kind of push themselves forward. But that's the fun of it. I think we're actually finding ourselves in a good, even playing field with a lot of the teams at NA. But Sully, what is going to happen from now on? Because we just, like, we've had the VCT, and now we just have this off season coming up after this. Are there any teams, and I'm asking you this question directly, is there any teams that you're looking out for that are quote unquote under the radar that could actually spark during the off season?
Well, I mean, it's super hard to tell because I feel like there aren't that many tournaments for like these teams to compete in. Obviously, Summer Champs is just around the corner. The last chance qualifier only includes the top 8 in North America that didn't qualify, so it's a big scare, I have to say, for this offseason. It's like, are we going to get the tournaments where we get to really see teams grind and prove? Obviously, NSG putting on those weeklies and those monthlies definitely helps for those teams. But if you're a team like maybe Immortals or NRG, you really need to hit the grind and you need to compete in these lower tier tournaments, or in quotes, lower tier tournaments, because people have been saying like you need to have match officials, you need to play officials to get experience, to get team chemistry. And so eyes on NRG in particular. I mean, they're a team that definitely is like, it's really risky. They just dropped out of the last chance qualifier with version 1 dropping the lower brackets, so they've really got a lot of work to do in this next coming couple of months and in preparation probably for 2022.
Yeah, don't really know if we even need to look like that far down the line, because we don't really know what the plans are for Valorant throughout like the next like half year. So you know, so things got to be cooking in the background. This isn't a tease, by the way. I'm not teasing anything. I legit don't know. I have no clue what's gonna go on for the rest of this year. But now that we actually have a little bit more time, by the way, folks, for those that are tuning in, no, you're not tuning in into yet another episode of the Upsully podcast. You are waiting for KCP versus FaZe Clan. We are currently waiting out for that first map to begin. Again, we needed to actually give the players a little bit of a break because KCP just got off of a full BO3 with Luminosity. So as soon as that game starts, we'll bring it to you guys. But Sully, you mentioned the last chance qualifier whole system, and I have the chart in front of me. I have the table in front of me. We're currently looking at only Sentinels at the moment, confirmed for champions. Everything else is the Wild West. Version 1 currently at that second spot. If they lose to Gen G, which again, we don't know, we're not actually watching, but if they lose to Gen G, Sully, version 1 spot in that top 2 is fully in jeopardy.
Yeah, it's a big risk as well, because if you are version 1, you know that this really matters, and you instantly fall out of that top 2 spot because just the other 2 teams, right? If the other 2 teams are Envy and 100 Thieves, they immediately jump up to take that spot if they qualify to Berlin alongside Sentinels. And the same thing is said for FaZe Clan, right? With that really great run in stage 1, if they were to qualify for Berlin here, they get an instant like 100+ points and they jump right over the likes of V1. And so these 2 lower bracket games mean a lot to, in particular, FaZe Clan and definitely V1, but it also matters to KCP and Gen G, who don't have those points just yet and aren't necessarily secure in the last chance qualifier yet.
Yeah, no, and it's not just those teams, that are at least fighting for it. What about the teams that just have to watch? Cloud9 is actually currently in a shaky spot.
Yeah.
They're currently in 70th with 50 points. And to put it into perspective, if Luminosity makes it through, they knock down C9 and Gen G from right above them. But of course, LG, that was the rival of KCP just in the game before. Folks, I told you we would be getting into the game. Kansas City Pioneers facing off against FaZe Clan, and we're starting off on Ascent.
I feel like Ascent, it's been a while since we talked at Ascent. It feels like this is the map where KCP, they are exceptionally strong. They only just lost their first map in the last month to Luminosity, that being in overtime. So you look at the composition, Scourge is the man to watch out for on that Reyna, running this single duelist, a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Now you bring back JMO into the lineup. He's got the Sage. We know he's on a slight injury, I think is the case, but him coming back in, that could honestly throw off FaZe Clan's whole plan, right? They were just watching the KCP LG game, prepping for James and how he plays. He looked really good, but now they've got to adjust for JMO. And on the side of FaZe Clan, we talked about him, our head-to-head being with Corey and Scourge. Eyes out for Corey, but definitely watch out for Baby. He's one of those players that you absolutely need to step up to the plate. If he can hit those op shots and win out his duels against JMO, FaZe Clan, it should be golden at least to have some sort of early start, to find some sort of early momentum.
And again, Sully, you mentioned the player change, but nothing has changed whatsoever about the comp. Indeed, Jammies has actually been removed, and that same Sage position, that same Sentinel position is going to be taken up by JMO, which is actually a little bit of a surprise. JMO is a little bit more used to still playing that primary duelist role from what I remember from FPLC and the United days. So it is kind of interesting that he has taken that back seat in general for the team. However, folks, there's 5 seconds remaining on this clock. Kansas City Pioneers on the defensive side, FaZe Clan on the attacking side. This best of 3 worth elimination.
And you can see already FaZe Clan have got an MTB bomb side. Zachary's going to take a lot of the pressure away, deal with these 3 players pushing. and he'll buy just a couple of seconds. And as Corey gets that information, they're like, okay, 3 players push down the likes of A main. We need to get going here on the B bomb side. And while this great Astra utility coming out from Scuba is causing a delay and allowing the rest of KCP to make quick rotations, wall goes up towards the cat side, but now FaZe can have barged away into the site against the grab well.
Yeah, both shock darts being expended, but not exactly a bad idea. Again, great job from Scuba, just delaying time of that util. Everyone from KCP is here, but not everyone from FaZe Clan is in the middle of sight. You still have Corey sitting around B main, and KCP waiting out for the recon ball to eventually make their take. Odorous with a spray, but it all goes awry. Baby in the middle of sight. It's a firing range for him as he gets 3, but still a 2-on-2. Corey now the last one remaining in a 1v2. Has a nade. It could kill both. JMO going down low, but still not dead. Down to 14 HP. He's finally down. Corey with a fake peek. Scourge is down to 17. One shot to the body will do it. Corey in a 1v2 Red Bull clutch.
That is what you expect from the 2 players we highlighted, right? Corey and Baby Bay. We said you got to watch out for these 2. When they are popping off, FaZe Clan can have the best game in the world, and that's what Baby Bay does here. A lovely 2K to almost get the 4th had it not been for JMO. And then Corey, his position he got this entire round was sitting in B main, playing that post plant with that nade, right? He can throw it through the windowsill in B main and play that post plant perfectly, and he does it there at the exact moment to strike. Now KCP, they're back to pistols, and granted, 3 of them have got sheriffs. This round could still be deadly. However, FaZe Clan will direct their attention to the A bomb site where there's a lot less presence shown by the Pioneers.
Yeah, the Pioneers, not too much utility either early on. It's just that one slow orb right in the middle of the choke point of the A main choke point that ends up getting dashed through. So yes, FaZe Clan, they have full control here. The A site, Corey still going to be searching around for a couple of frags. They ended up getting one on the other side of the site. Still JMO. Nothing but a classic cell going in. The shock dart from Raucus knocking down JMO. Odorous coming up from behind. Up into A main, but Zachary has the cross in. Yes, it is a 2-0 start for FaZe Clan. But of course, Sully, it's the bonus coming up next.
Yeah, nice clean round from FaZe, especially like you said, bonus round for them, keeping that Vandal intact for Baby Bay. Pioneers, they force up 3 sheriffs, so there's going to be some sacrifices. You can see already with Odorous, he's only gone for light shield. I don't know if he's gone for his full kit investment, but we'll see in a second. No, he actually hasn't. So he's not going to have the best utility. So Odorous investing into that sheriff has made him, or forced him to make a couple of sacrifices. And you can see that this B bomb site is definitely going to be a little bit weaker here. In FaZe Clan, that seems to be the narrative, is that, okay, let's focus on this B site. But JMO, we saw Jammies pull off this angle a little bit earlier, and with the smokes going down, you don't see this wall. Now, granted, Scuba's used both his nebulas, and JMO not going to be able to find much impact off that play regardless. In the meantime, Baby J, apology, is definitely taking up some space, but Odorous, however, is going to punish the first on Corey.
Repositions himself. He still has a turret, and he still has a nano swarm. He can individually hold down this B site. So at this point, it really is just contact for both Scuba and Scourge. They can focus up on spreading out their util. Like more specifically, Scourge. He's trying to fight up that mid side. He still has only a single eye, but good timing here could actually help them out. The Spike still thinking about rotation from the mid side. FaZe Clan almost still in a default with just about 45 seconds left.
Yeah, this is getting a little bit scary, but Baby Bay, bigger menace in this situation, is going to open us up with a first. JMO be obscured by the smokes. Now he's pivoted back to A main, but Zachary's fight here and these 2 players in B main, it's definitely looking like a B split in Baby Bay. It's one of the primary factors, but Odorous quick to punish. Scourge knocked down at 27. They shouldn't expect Zachary in this position, and they don't at all. He's good for 2, and that's opened up the B bomb site for a 3 versus 2. Site's been taken up. It's the bonus, like we said earlier, for FaZe Clan, and they're looking good to maybe close it out here.
And Baby J has that SMG, and he's an optimal angle to do so. Up close and personal right outside a garage. But it's Raucus that really has to watch out. He has to be that first contact for his teammate. Baby J, he is hidden right into market. They're going to check the angle. Baby J going to be able to get one. Now it's a crossfire for Scuba. Scuba has no clue what these players are, but he turns back. Great intuition from Scuba. Getting up that first shot to Raucus, but the spray wasn't enough. Scuba, he started to back out, and Baby J was still alive. 6 HP, and it pushes FaZe to a bonus round dub.
Literally one bullet in this situation is what makes a difference for that win coming out from KCP. Scuba literally needed one extra bullet. He sprays all 6 to bring Baby J down to 6 HP. And Baby J's positioning is fantastic. I mean, Baby J has got perfect positioning to find the first player to cross. And then with Boathouse, the way the spike was planted, he could get an easy wall bang if need be. And with Scuba already down at 60 HP, all it would have taken was a couple of Spectre bullets. So KCP, they lose out the bonus to FaZe Clan. Now they've reset themselves where they don't have the credits they were looking for. Scourge has had to work here with a Marshall, and the rest just upgraded pistols. Now, that's not to say it's not deadly. 4 Sheriffs and a Marshall, but FaZe Clan are definitely taking things a lot slower in this default.
And again, they're almost forced to. They really have nowhere really they can go. Slowly but surely, they end up posting up over on A main. And of course, A main being completely empty, they can take that. No issues whatsoever. Yes, Kansas City Pioneers still mostly with the Sheriffs. A couple of kills here would actually still help them out in at least keeping pace with the economy. I think more importantly, we're looking at an ult orb battle where KCP going into the next round, a very crucial one at that, has no ultimates. At this point, they're going to run on and they're going to try to fight. And indeed they are. Here comes Odorous coming up from behind over in A main. And he ends up getting the kill. Scuba with another one. 2 players over towards Heaven. Scuba with a second kill. J-Mo's caught in the crossfire. And it's actually Physic back with a kill. Corey now in a 1v2. Has the Phantom. And now Corey still has to fight up against a rifle. Corey wins out the 1v2, winning the round, yes, for FaZe, but KCP putting in a whole lot of damage.
Yeah, it's a Red Bull clutch for Corey, but it should never have been a clutch in the first place. When you're up against Sheriffs and it's the 1v2, you shouldn't expect this. Odorous' kill back towards A main is huge because it suddenly pivots everyone's attention. Suddenly, Raucus has to focus on A main as well as fighting the top Heaven as he's exposed in that archway. And KCP, they do damage. They get guns back, and like you were talking about, that ult point economy, they get so many kills. Odorous has got his KJ lockdown online. J-Mo's only one up the Resurrection. FaZe Clan, they themselves have ultimates, but have to play a little bit more, I'd say, reserved. As you can see already, another slow default to kick things off. They're just trying to feel out the map, spray back through from Baby B with that Odin. No contacts made just yet, and he's got the knives to play off of an entry, but lockdown available to play the post play, and you can already see kind of the way that KCP have adjusted. A lot more focus, I'd say, towards this B side, where these 2 players are kind of understanding this could be where the hit comes from.
But as this hit is more or less happening, there's control of A main back for KCP. Corey, unless he gets something through this Nebula, he's not going to be able to get a kill off the Showstopper, and indeed he won't. But it's a man advantage KCP as FaZe now have full control here of the A site, but maybe not the vicinity. Odorous coming out from Heaven. Scourge at the same time over towards A main. Multiple kills going down. Zachary and Baby Bay, they are sandwiched right into the middle of sight. And the Pioneers, their very first round is a flawless.
Yeah, so mix it up just a little bit. I meant to say that Odorous was definitely leading towards the A side, knowing they could play full retake on that B side. And well, with KCP getting so aggressive towards A main, I think that's where the understanding came from. Like, okay, they're going to go B, or they split back through the mid side. And with that full A main control, being on the offensive side or the attacking side, such as FaZe Clan, it's a lot more difficult to get the spike down and play the post plant when you know you're surrounded from A main and Heaven. And to focus on both those angles and only sitting in the middle of sight, it's extremely difficult. So FaZe Clan, they will drop the first round to KCP, a flawless for them, in fact, and they don't use a single ultimate. So 4 ults charged up here. That Rez online as well now, and FaZe Clan off of a very light buy, the Blade Storm to lead as they look to try and open things up. Scuba sitting in this smoke bomb.
Oh, and it's going to be Scuba that's caught out in the open. Corey
Scuba
has a great opportunity, but Scuba keeps going. He gets himself a second, and he's still alive, hugged up in the corner with 20 HP. Again, great attempt from FaZe, but again, bursting out right into the middle of sight. It is KCP with all the assets to work with. Scuba down to 1 HP. I think that shock dart barely hits Scuba, but it hits nonetheless. Raucus now the last one remaining in a 1v2. He's trying to escape out of A main. Don't think it's going to happen. Really don't think it's ever going to happen.
I don't think so either. Physic,
come on.
You know, if he gets his kill, it's 1 off the Hunter's Fury. He's like, okay, recon ball. You can't keep playing.
Oh my God. It's just so scary. How
you know
do
what's
you get
funny
out?
is Physic has a shock dart, so he could have just sent a shock dart to finish him off.
He could have. That would be dumb. You hold the cross with an Odin. The guy has like 10 HP.
Sure, and you don't have to waste those like 200 extra credits. Okay, fair enough.
Yeah. And also more time. You get it. Folks, of course, the credits are all lined up back in the hands of FaZe. Speaking of very good economic damage from FaZe, almost exactly what KCP did to them just a few rounds ago.
Yeah.
So now we're back with full rifles in both teams' hands, but FaZe Clan early on again playing a default.
Yeah, it's a lot different here from KCP as JMO's now got the operator outs. Again, you can kind of see the more lean towards the B side where they have the setup for Garden, and Odorous is kind of playing a retake setup over towards the A side. Here on B, though, JMO is good to find that first pick. Clearly, that injury not affecting him whatsoever. One player, though, Baby Bay, in a huge lurk. Might get caught off here by Odorous. The angle. Did he spawn him? I swear he spotted him. He's got to get this kill. He's definitely got to get this trade. Thank the Lord, Odorous. You finally get it done. I thought for sure he saw him off the first contact. And while Corey's going to be quick to explode, Scuba in the exact same angle puts it to a 4v2.
And he transitions back over towards Cat, where Raucus is thinking about peeking too. Out goes the recon. Scuba is pinged. He's exposed and trying to get the kill. But Odorous right from behind. His teammate watches his 6, and he gets the kill over an A main, which might have just blasted open the entire site. But again, Crossfire, very efficient. Good calls from KCP. And of course, a good round, a third.
Keeping things nice and clean. I think comment earlier that we were kind of concerned for the Pioneers' economy is definitely gone out the window, especially because their first run that they won was a flawless one. So economy worries not present just yet. JMO back to a Phantom. I think maybe they might have dropped him. They could definitely drop him an operator here, but it looks like he's going to stick to the Phantom for at least the time being. And again, a very aggressive take here. You see 3 bits of utility go out from KCP towards that A side. You've definitely won the util exchange, and while you're just on an eco, maybe try to explode up towards mid. You have that lockdown if you feel like you can win out the post plant, but 2 players sit, wait, and watch. They've got a lockdown themselves, and Scourge, who's been lights out today, playing exceptionally well, should be able to hold this back with his Vandal. However, 5 players starting to approach, and no rotations made immediately yet from KCP.
Odorous. He had a huge lineup, but I think the Vandal held him back from spraying even more, in complete honesty. But in goes Scourge. Over in the back lines. Exactly. 2 rifles back in the hands of FaZe Baby J with one of the picked up rifles. Ends up taking him down. So there you go. Lockdown in. Raucus. A massive kill as Physic. He was only 1 kill away from getting that Hunter's Fury. Could have potentially opened up the site off the lockdown. So Raucus almost guaranteeing the round back for FaZe. Sully, that's a Shiko round win. That's a thrifty W for FaZe.
There's just something whenever the last couple of days, when we cast, there's always a Shiko round somehow, some way. But this is FaZe Clan playing off the reservedness from KCP, right? I think the instant communication over from A main that, okay, there's a lot of util being dumped in A main. That means the B site should be where the weekend setup is, and allowing Baby to run up that mid side and create that opening, allow an open gate for players to flood in. It makes it so difficult for both Scourge and Odorous to lock down that B bomb site, and then Baby J using that lockdown just to seal off the round. FaZe Clan, a big eco round 1 here, and it puts KCP in an awkward position. We saw that JMO didn't have the best credits. I think Scuba, or was it Physic, that had just enough to drop a couple of players here or there. KCP for the rest of this half have kind of got to manage their economy a little bit better. And yeah, you can see Scourge not going to have the best of buys as you would have hoped that he could have.
Oh, not at all. What is he even going to go for? Oh, somebody had to drop him.
Yeah.
A Vandal. So we're fine. Honestly, it's really not bad at all. Well, look at this over towards mid. JMO on his return now to KCP. He picks up that op back. It's a trademark as is. It's the opping Sage. And early on, that Owl drone exposes both of their positions. JMO, he had the cheese, but he ends up getting destroyed back. Baby Bay from the top.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
And now he's still alive. It's a 3v3 as now Baby Bay, he has swept open this entire mid-side defense. However, the east side is not open just yet. There's still one person in the back line. It's Physic waiting out for his opportunity to start spraying. FaZe, they haven't made their approach just yet. They're still around. And finally, yeah, they can make the pop. There goes the ping. This site should be theirs. There's a cosmic divide in the back line. And my, oh my, it's such a confusing 3v3 because what do you do with Physic? They need to micromanage these two players, and indeed they are. Baby Bay with a big kill onto Odorous. Rock is finally catching up with Physic in the back line, and Scuba, oh man, it's a 1v3 and a hope. He could surely try. Baby Bay extremely, extremely low on HP. Just a body shot would do it, and indeed he gets it. Scuba, honestly, he doesn't even need to attempt for this, but of course he can. It's a 1v2, but he could play these exits pretty well.
Yeah.
Scuba waiting out for his opportunity. Could definitely not allow Zachary to make his way through, but Zachary gets the kill anyways. Yes, Sully, it is around back for FaZe, but yeah, what an awkward setup near the end, but it was FaZe that pushed that scenario.
Baby Bay, I was saying that kill that Baby Bay got with that operator towards mid side was huge because you remove Odorous, and Odorous had that lockdown, and he was coming from that market side to maybe get the lockdown down in front of Moat House. And yeah, that's the kill that I felt like gave a lot more confidence to FaZe Clan in this post plant, where that lockdown goes in. Now you're sandwiched between two players coming from the spawn side, coming from either Stairway or Speedway, and that one player locked up in the back. So FaZe Clan, huge props to Baby Bay to find those big opening kills and to essentially lock out that round by removing that lockdown from play. Now, it's a little bit more passive this time. You can definitely see Baby Bay playing on top of the hut here, just looking for an opening pick. If you can get one, there's a very small gap, and Zachary there as well, ready to punish if Baby Bay is only able to get a leg. The rest of KCP, 5 ults lined up. We're yet to see a single one in action, and this is the round. This is the changer, where if you were to win it, you can keep your economy going, and well, it's a very valuable round as you don't want to give FaZe Clan the upper hand moving into the second half.
Oh, in goes the contact immediately. Of course, that gravity well ready. He had a recon bolt ready for A main, but of course, that was in anticipation. Out goes, of course, FaZe Clan away from A main, back over towards B. About 50 seconds remaining. Odorous down to 36 HP.
What?
Of a spray through that smoke.
Does have that lockdown, and that's the big question. Is he going to use it here? Physic using that Hunter's Fury. And the rest of FaZe Clan, they seem a little bit lost. Corey's now called upon that showstopper to make more space and get all the way into the back. Looking to punish again. These players rotating in.
Wait, FaZe is really trying to fight out this back line. Big miss over towards Garage. Baby Bay gets a second opportunity for it. Now it's a crossfire. Baby J surprising Scuba as now Physic in a 1v3. A very possible one at that. Both Zachary and Baby Bay incredibly low on HP. Physic has nowhere to go. Stuck behind the Nebula. Baby Bay thinking about the peak. He goes down.
Standing ahead.
Physic with a recon bolt. He could still wait up a little bit of time. This Nebula should be going down soon, and indeed it goes down right as I mentioned it. Zachary still hasn't crossed, but Physic has an inkling that he has. Yes, it's going to be a save from Physic, but what a weird scenario once again. It is incredible to me that FaZe keeps trying to fight that back line.
In that situation, again, the threat is always going to be Odorous. You need to ensure that you can remove him from play before the lockdown goes in. And keep on, he's held on to this for like 6 or so rounds.
Oh, no, the op almost goes down, but it's alive.
Nearly pulls it out as well. If he's able to get that kill, you ruin the economy. You don't have that op to play off of for Jama. But as I was saying, the reason why FaZe kind of playing so aggressive into these back lines is when they realize KJ Util is not on the A side. KJ Util is on the B side. Odorous is going to be playing that rotation role. Baby Bay did it before where he had that operator on that crazy 2K dash. Punish Odorous before the lockdown and go into play. They get aggressive in towards defender spawn. Remove Odorous from the equation. Things become a lot more manageable on a post-note where that lockdown can be so dangerous on this map in particular. The A side and B side, easy to retake. Now, this one is definitely going to be a lot more difficult if you want to use the lockdown, given the fact that you really only have pistols.
It's quite the awkward battle for KCP. Again, they have nobody directly in a line of sight. FaZe Clan just keeps stacking smokes. But
Baby Bay!
Baby Bay doesn't get anything from it, but instead it is everyone else from FaZe Clan on the ground that ends up getting the kills. Jamo with a shoulder peek, he ends up getting the kill. Now Jamo going down disastrously in HP, but he has a lot of bodies next to him, Sully. And FaZe, they have almost completely backed out. Jamo, he's still aware about the danger of Zachary. He finds him. But Jamo, still not safe enough to go for a revive. He searches for the kill. And now Jamo, of course he doesn't know it, but he has space to make this a 2-on-1.
Yeah, he's got the res, and that's the big threat. Raucus in this position needs to get the spike down ASAP and try and create an advantage. In this situation, when you're down a man all alone, find a way to create an advantage, get aggressive, be the fighter, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to change up this post plant just a little bit, and he's trying to anticipate these rotations. Only a recon bolt, checks back to mid, sees nothing. This is the position where he could probably win this.
They would never expect Rockets to just be playing back B main in a 1v2, but they're going to find that out very quickly. And it's a lot faster than I had anticipated.
Wow.
J-Mo with the 4K on the round. Sully, this is technically a thrifty.
Yeah.
That is the hero rifle of J-Mo. The same up that was only milliseconds from going down. J-Mo, he pulls off the 1v2.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I was like, if J-Mo doesn't save, or apologies, if Physic doesn't save, yeah, we don't get this crazy Red Bull clutch. If Physic doesn't stay alive, milliseconds, and this would have never happened. J-Mo,
butterfly effect.
I guess there's a reason why they brought this guy back in. That is a nasty flick, by the way, to win out that round. If J-Mo goes down there, I mean, possibilities are endless for Rockets to clutch in that position. And KCP, technically a thrifty, but a great Red Bull clutch from J-Mo puts it now 7-4, still in favor of FaZe Camp. The last round in KCP, they've been sitting on that lockdown, waiting to use it.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's, I mean, as you talk about ultis, it's actually a
You should run.
little bit dry for FaZe outside of the lockdown. They're going to use it early. They're really aiming to go for a split with this, but they still got to watch out. The same opping Sage is in heaven on A, ready for that first contact over in mid. It is a crossfire. Physic takes down Zachary off the contact. There goes J-Mo. The lockdown goes down, and now FaZe, who had the ulti advantage, only has 3 men remaining.
Oh my, Odorous is coming in from a huge fun. You would expect Odorous to be coming in from like Garden to play the lockdown, but no. He's instead looking to use this lockdown for the back of A main. If not his team, we're going to close it out nonetheless. J-Mo, he sent out a couple of shots. He's not going to find the finisher just yet, but Odorous coming in from the back lines. That lockdown now coming into play.
Love it. It forces everyone to spread, and now Odorous, he ends up winning out the battle against Raucus. Corey with a double kill, but it's only going to be the 2 that he can garner. Oh, KCP, what a way to finish off the half. 2 incredible rounds back to back.
You know what's funny is I said, like, KCP have been sitting on that lockdown for the entirety of the half, and the lockdown doesn't even get any impact for the entirety of the half. And so them being able to 5 rounds against FaZe Clan, exceptional, especially when FaZe Clan were completely shutting down Odorous and his utility usage, and he has been a key component just in their last series, going 67 and 49. So this second half with side switching, things get a lot more exciting in my eyes with this battle between FaZe Clan and KCP.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned the other battles, of course. I just wanted to slip in there. Scuba's util usage has been pretty good thus far and actually delaying a lot of time from the opponents. So, you know, if anything, KCP, they're starting to heat up a little bit. FaZe Clan, they're the ones with the lead, a 2-point lead going into the second half. And folks, we're going to hit you with that 808. It is yet another break as we wait up for that second half. We'll see you guys in a little bit. And welcome on back in. It is the second half of Ascent going down between FaZe Clan and Kansas City Pioneers. My name is Upmind, joined here by Sully. Welcome on in to those that were tuning in to the mainstream game. I feel as if this one is going to go a little bit farther too, so enjoy some more Valorant. Sully, we are currently seeing KCP right outside of B, about to make their take.
Yeah, and look at this early engagement that FaZe Clan are certainly going to have, and it's going to have to be a very quick rotation. You only have 2 shock darts to try and slow down this push. No star presented in front of B main, so this quick play and Baby Bay going down instantly. Where's the response? Only, again, those shock darts to delay, and well, all of them are kind of falling apart here.
And the counter wall at the exact same time. That is JMO with an absolute plethora of damage. It is Raucus down to 5 HP. A running frenzy would do it. Raucus was just looking for a headshot and a hope, but otherwise, Kansas City Pioneers chilling here on the B site. Corey does have a little bit of utility. Zachary has almost none. He places 1 Nebula over towards B main. There's absolutely nobody there from KCP. Still gonna wait out for JMO. JMO actually wants to go for a little bit of an early peek. Zachary going out. Doesn't exactly have a lineup, but has the information post-mortem. It is Corey actually getting the kill onto Physic, but otherwise, it is a KCPW.
The worries subside. FaZe Clan with 3 players trying to take that early peek, and with 5 players, it's so difficult. Yeah, especially with there being not a lot of util. Those shock darts going very not finding as much damage as you would have hoped, and so KCP, after that boost goes in, and I think it's JMO that gets that instant dink. He's like, okay, just instantly push into the site. These are the 3 players that are here. Let's punish them, get the site on lockdown, and looks like FaZe Clan are going to do more or less the same. Granted, it is just their eco round formalities, essentially, but a quick push on in, and they might not know that Raucus has slipped through the cracks. Oh,
not Baby Bay. Still getting choked out. In comes Raucus from that back angle off the shorty. Scourge trying to survive. He actually resets a little bit. We could have seen Scourge potentially survive, but Baby J, great follow-up, and now it's a man advantage for FaZe, who once again are only down to pistols, at least when it comes down to the A defense. Corey going in, gonna be able to get one big one onto JMO. But it is now a 2v2 Spectres v Spectres.
And Baby Bay is here almost immediately. Where is the punch? Towards Jenny, Baby Bay. So clean with the double dink and Scuba. He can't even get the spike down. He doesn't know. Like you said, there's 1 A main. Here comes the swing, and somehow, someway, FaZe Clan have got another thrifty round.
Unreal. It happened again. This time on what is one of the most pivotal rounds for really any team that has the fortune of winning out that first round. You lost the second round conversion. Sully, that is going to essentially lead into a free L in that next round too. It's just going down in the dumps for KCP, who were just on such a high.
You know, I think the better way to phrase it is a free W for FaZe Clan, because KCP...
It's a free dub.
I guess it is a free L, but it's not an L that you really want to take.
It's a free L for KCP. It's a free W for FaZe.
Yep, and FaZe Clan are definitely looking to get to 9-6 already. They're running and gunning. This is the Smeek style you know and love. Baby Bay and Corey right in the back lines. You know, give them credit. It's an eco round. They want to get as many frags as possible, and here's the fight.
Yeah, no, Baby Bay gonna be able to get 1, make it 2, make it a 3rd. Still catching up with the knives. Corey up 2. And now only 2 ult points away from the showstopper. So not bad farming from both Baby Bay and Corey. Of course, Baby Bay's impact on the round is going to affect him, especially in the long run. He dies once, or he really does anything, he's going to be able to have that ulti back. That's cushion for the economy, etc., etc. So good win overall on the eco. It's what we expect from an anti-eco KCP, but still, jokes aside, yes, 9-6 scoreline coming up, Sully, and it's full rifles.
And it's Baby Bay who picks up the operator, and him getting a kill will give him those instant knives, and to have it in this round in particular is definitely going to be a big thing. And Baby Bay taking a spot towards Winery, the rest of KCP spreading themselves out, a little bit more of a default. Recon Bolt deep towards mid, clearing out that side, but right now FaZe Clan have got really good control. Baby Bay up close, he's got 2 storms to help him get away, but it's a difficult fight. Owl Drone back to clear out mid, and FaZe Clan 3 push stay main. The players are starting to shift. That Owl Drone has given them a little bit more confidence that the split is not coming to A or B. It's instead going to be a full focused hit. And Raucus with that Odin up close, is ready to spam them down. Is this a wallbang lineup? If it is, it's an amazing one.
Well, he does need a ping to actually do it. So if anything, he is just watching it over towards that mid side. Would have to see if Raucus has a recon bolt for this, but it's going to be a very quick take. And indeed it is. Oh, it's the lineup. It's the lineup over towards short. He's going to start spraying. Raucus can only... No, he's just going to be able to get a whole lot of damage. And dude, it's literally paper cuts.
I don't even know if he got any damage. I think it was all coming out from Baby
No, look at all the armor. Look at the armor.
It's tagged a little bit.
Like I said, paper cuts coming in from Raucus. So, lineup not exactly efficient. The rest of KCP in the middle of the site. Sully JMO watching the cross. A little bit of util being set up as FaZe has a whole lot of it to try to expend on the retake. No ultis whatsoever. So again, it is just dry. Are they planning on a crossfire though?
I really feel like FaZe kind of not attempting this retake. They just want to get exits here. And yeah, maybe FaZe already made a run. You don't want to lose that operator at any cost. And well, that's ult online for Corey, and he's got 2 kills at the head ready. They're looking for more. Look at Baby Bay's position. This is utterly perfect for Baby Bay. It's only one player standing. It's no one standing. FaZe could have just taken everyone out of the equation. And KCP, it's a full reinvestment.
Sully, that was KCP's one buy. They just got their economy reset. They just had their economy stabilized.
Oh, there's a wall. That's what it was.
Oh my God. The wall was what made the hits paper cuts. That is unbelievable. But still, going back, KCP are now in a tragic situation. It could be tragic, but of course, that would have to be in the result of a loss here. Look at the amount of sacrifices this KCP team has had to make. They barely have rifles in their hands. Almost nobody has full armor, and utility is scarce.
Oh, Corey! Odorous! He's somehow gonna punish for 2! Odorous coming up huge, and even for a third Odorous! Hey, he's got the lockdown, but I don't even think they're gonna need it. KCP, from a round that they won, losing all 5 players, might be walking out with a flawless. Fingers crossed. And KCP, they know they need it. And Odorous, he's not done hunting Gus.
Bro, I'm getting scared watching Odorous. This guy is just scary, dude. Odorous on his lonesome, going up towards Cats, and it is the entry KJ going absolutely nuts, and not only getting the all-important kills for this lineup, but also taking away a showstopper and saving an op at the very end of the round.
Wow. Honestly, great positioning from Odorous. He gets the first kill, and he adjusts that.
I mean, fortunate on the first, right?
And I mean, well played to Odorous. He's one of those guys that have been really playing well in KCP as the IGL as well, and to be able to find that impact. KCP, after a round where they lose again all 5 players, well, that round's going to be nothing but a distant memory, winning a flawless round to give themselves the 8th. FaZe Clan are the ones that have to deal with the economic pressure. Baby Bay no longer with that Blade Storm, as KCP 8 to 9, 3 ults, taking things slow, pressure towards a main, and presence showing towards mid, and Baby J, unfortunately not going to be able to punish. No tags even, so it's a decent start here for KCP as FaZe Clan look to take an advanced position. Scuba should be able to punish. That's the spike dropped, and presence has been shown. No way FaZe do it again.
No, Baby Bay over in Cap, point blank range. It is Odorous that falls victim to yet another Cap push. Again, last round, he straight up just should have been dead off of that showstopper. It is fortunate that he got the 4K after. He's a nutter anyways. But in we go. Mid is completely controlled by the defenders. Baby Bay with a spray.
I don't believe
Corey
it.
with a swing.
I don't believe it.
Corey keeps going and he gets a third. KCP left in the dust again.
How does this keep on happening? The Sheriffs. It's not a Sheikah round, but it may as well should be. Corey kicks us off with 1, and Baby Bay towards Cat as well. This is fantastic. Coming out again, the 2-star players finding all 5 kills. That is ridiculous coming out from Corey and Baby Bay. A second win for FaZe Clan after losing a perfect round against KCP. 10 to 8, 5 ults online. That was the difference here for the Pioneers, and you pray that they use it here as Corey was looking for an early peak, but man, FaZe Clan have found something in KCP. They need to find a way to switch it on as they're heading towards the A site, and well, it's not a full retake setup, but FaZe Clan have definitely got players in rotation.
So again, they were already going to have the loss bonus, so not only are they able to save up the rifles, but also their economy is insane. They can potentially have a little bit of help in holding off plays like this. Early Hunter's Fury looking to hold up a little bit over towards that heaven area. Zachary holding it back.
No.
There goes the boost, and 3 players getting essentially a bit of a piece of the pie when it comes to Zachary. Out goes that kill. Spike is currently down. Now only a man advantage is now KCP. Again, almost every ultimate that they have to expend.
Yeah, and they have stars stacked upon that spike. Swarms, I don't think just yet. No, never mind. Just the singular. Scourge underneath the heavens. It's a 4v5, and it's not out of the question yet. It's going to take one hell of a feat, and those are kills to kick it off.
And Baby Bay still continuing to hold off that A-main area. These defenders still almost with full control of this area, but out goes that detain. JMO gonna be able to get one. Baby Bay having to back on out. Physics still holding it back. It is unreal that lockdown held back FaZe for so long, and it felt like FaZe even had the advantage. KCP pulling back yet another one.
Yeah, and it takes 2 major ultimates. One to let yourself into the site, that Hunter's Fury, forcing the player from heaven out of position and allowing almost a free access for the rest of the Pioneers to push forward. And that post-plant util, 3 players were stuck in towards A-main, and in my head, I'm like, okay, there should be no way they're losing this. They've got a lockdown to play off of, and FaZe Clan, they just could not find a way back into that site. Scourge just scrounging around in the middle of a bomb site. Difficult for FaZe Clan, to say the least. And now KCP, a bigger investment towards the mid side. It looks like we're going to again see Baby Bay, who saved that up, find a push into the mid side, and Corey, not touched by the nanostorm, has found a little bit of a gap to slip through, and an easy kill to kick it off.
Hunter's Fury early on for Raucus too, and he scatters the mid side. At the same exact time, though, it is Scourge and JMO holding back on what was an attempt from FaZe of taking advantage of the Hunter's Fury. Baby Bay, however, the kill over towards the mid side onto Odorous. He could back out into B main. He still has that control, but FaZe's B site is just flimsy in general. You see util, but that is all dead. Baby J is down and out. He can't get revived or anything of the sort. So KCP, in all honesty, they would be seeing a more paper-thin B site, but they are going back to A, it seems.
Yeah, and it's only one person here, Zachary, who has just 2 stars posted up, so he can buy a little bit of time, but he really does have to do it all. The remaining 2 players are just too far out of the equation, and Scuba, he's got his 3 stars, so it's not difficult to flush him out, and well, he's even gonna get the heal as well. There goes the Cosmic Divide, stars to deploy as well, and well, everything falls onto Zachary.
They don't even know Zachary's here yet, but no! He starts to go for a wide swing, but he runs into the Cosmic Divide. He still gets one, but it's only going to be one. And it's simply just compensation for what was a good position anyways. It's KCP that has won this fair and square, and they're going to continue to fight it. That Owl Drone hanging out at least one. Wasn't able to spot the second, so they currently have no clue where Raucus is, but now they do. Raucus pulls out a shock dart. They can hold up over in main, but out goes a quick kill from Baby Bay. Double up trap from Baby Bay. He still has a player over in the corner to try to focus on, but Physic gets him. JMO off the crossfire in A main. If Baby Bay gets that kill, you could see FaZe Clan at least have a chance to win that round, but KCP, they make the crossfire work.
Exceptionally close again, though. I mean, KCP finding huge fight towards the mid side. It's a little bit overeager, I'd say, or a little bit overzealous coming out from FaZe. Going to be trying pressuring that much down towards mid, and there's a huge crowd. After the revive comes in, everyone in KCP's there, ready to find the frags, so the revive comes to fruition. And well, with those kills down towards the mid side, it opens up again that a bomb site with the weaken, like you said, Baby J going down, weaken the bomb site, and now KCP got a chance to pull to 11. But I'm a little bit tentative in saying that because, well, they're majority shares here, and Baby Bay.
Oh no, oh no.
Great chance, but he is forced away. The turret's pulling attention.
Whoa!
Oh,
the
no.
turret's not pinging anything. Baby J goes for a wide swing. He's gonna be able to get one. Nanostorm it out, and he doesn't even have a crossfire to try to help. It's everyone else from the KCP side that swarms and finally takes him down. But good stuff, Baby J.
Yeah,
that's really all you can take away from that. Good effort.
It's not too bad of a readjustment from FaZe Clan. You look at the ults that they have, particularly that showstopper from Corey, and well, they're hoping to maybe retrieve that rifle, but Odorous just sticking around, ensuring that it can't be picked up. And if anyone wants to try to, he will be there to punish. He's got the turret as well to back him up. But I think the idea here from KCP is take your time in clearing out these angles. You know FaZe Clan have loved to get aggressive towards A main, and well, they see nothing so far. Recon ult reveals the position of just Odorous, so I don't know if the shift will come in yet from FaZe Clan, as it's just, again, one player. That being Zachary, who again has to do it all on his own. He's dropped down to lower bomb sites. We'll see if he's able to do much in this position, and already instant hit.
Unfortunate.
Oh,
and now he's smoked. And now he's just absolute. Well, now he's running for the hills. Headless chicken in the middle of hell, it seems. As now we have FaZe, who could continue to at least plug away at what is the short-term economy, because that is almost literally what we're at. We're at very much a short-term.
Oh.
Not much of an opportunity for resets or economic damage to happen, but it certainly does help. Out goes Raucus taking down Odorous. JMO still watching it over towards Cat. Raucus waiting out for his opportunity, really waiting out for potentially a couple of exits. He's still trying to go for it. He goes in for the wide swing. Corey's still alive. Not for long. He goes down from the floor. I was starting to feel it a little bit. That showstopper was ready and raring to go. But yes, KCP, 11-10. FaZe Clan. This could be their final opportunity, Sully.
Yeah, it's a big scare for FaZe Clan, because you know the economy isn't going to be 100% there if they were to lose this round. KCP, on the other hand, decent bit of credits built up from the last few rounds. However, FaZe Clan in this position, 3 ultimates to play with, and it's a round that you know they need to win. You need to tie things up here in KCP. The only ult they've got on their side, that being Physics Hunter's Fury, as JMO's gone for a really hefty investment as well. So, operator to play with. What is he going to be looking to find? As a nice recon bolt, gets a good bit of information. Nanoswarm towards the Cat side is now dissipated, allowing players to poke their head. But the turret will be sure to dispel anyone in that position. Drone does get a light tag now. Baby Bay again pushed towards B main. He's again a really big threat, and he's been good at landing these shots as he takes once more a forward position, a chance to dash away, and with util to back him up as well for a rush. It's looking decent so far from FaZe Clan. However, KCP are taking their sweet time and taking the space back. 3 players lined up ready for the retake of B main, but Baby Bay should be able to strike first.
Yeah, Baby Bay still with that first contact, takes down Odorous, moves back into the B site, continue to get a second. We're seeing Hunter's Fury over towards the A side, but I think the spike was actually spotted. This isn't even a fake opportunity. This is really just FaZe playing time.
Corey Showstopper running out. He's still on top of this double stack, or at least the stone pile, and Zachary. His position's not even revealed yet. Still Corey in that prime position. Now the spike has 100% been revealed, and JMO suddenly left alone as FaZe Clan strike in 11th here. KCP with not much to do, as they really couldn't find any footing. That presence from Baby Bay giving full confidence that it was going to be an A hit, and as soon as he finds that first pick, like I mentioned, having that util to kind of just fall back on, ensuring that they can delay that push for as long as needed. Left. KCP were rerouted back to the A site where there was just waiting 2 players ready in perfect crossfire positions, and now FaZe Clan, they save their economy with 4 players alive. They have still 2 major ultimates to play with, and KCP are nearing completion on only just the one of Odorous.
But again, we have to start stressing out potentially about KCP and their current economic situation, because we simply don't know.
Yeah.
I'm still waiting to see what the current credit count is like.
Yeah, I think
for KCP.
Oh yeah,
wow.
It's a lot worse than I imagined. I was gonna say.
It is terrible. It is shambolic. It is absolutely horrible. 600 credits overall in KCP once they've bought. Sully, FaZe wins this round. They've essentially won the game.
I mean, KCP, exactly. They have no loss bonus. So FaZe Clan in a prime position. Again, lockdown ready. You see these 2 players posted up in Cat, trying to maintain this position so that if they need to, Baby J can, and 2 stars lined up. It's almost perfect here for FaZe Clan.
Oh, but Corey! He almost gets caught off guard. Throws in a nade. JMO! What is going on? What is going on? I am so confused. JMO goes out, gets a kill on top of the wall, double nade? Are you kidding me? KCP! No, with only 2 players remaining after the dust subsides. Make it only 1.
Scuba now the last one remaining in a 1v4, and he goes 6 feet under. It is now FaZe Clan with the map in the palm of their hands.
Dude, are we back in the beta days? Because Raze should only have 1 nade. Insta kill with 2, and next thing you know, Corey's got a second. How does he get this kill? That is utterly amazing. Corey to find the double as well. Both these players just stuck.
Like full HP.
And he gets an instant second. Baby Bay to lock it down at the very end with that operator. And well, FaZe Clan contingencies are set. The hold towards Garden, if they need to, can play the retake with Baby J's ultimate, that being the lockdown. And well, they hold on to it. And Gus, there is double up on this server. Surely Corey has got a rifle to play with, but man, oh man, FaZe Clan want to close this out, and they want to do it confident. You look at KCP's buy, like we said earlier, there is just simply no economy. Scourge has got to work with the Sheriff. The rest, what do you even buy in this situation?
What do you even buy? It has to be other Spectres, upgraded pistols, and a lot of armor, and a lot of utility.
You're sacrificing utility is the heavy.
Yeah, I know that's the typical sacrifice that we're seeing. But Sully, this is the type of economy that we see a team full save on.
Yeah, it feels like KCP. Like the only thing that's really in their favor is the fact that Otis is only 1 off that lockdown, and that's got to be the reason that they win this, right? Scourge can get a kill, get on the Empress, but other than that, it's grim for KCP to say the very least.
Look, this is not terrible. Odorous, they 1000% desperately need to get him an ult point. JMO, of course, it would absolutely help if he has the ultimate back. But they're fighting for A main currently, so you see at least utility from both FaZe and KCP deep into A main because they know how important that ult is.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. You can see the Odin setup as well from Baby J over towards B. This is so scary. You tap it, they're going to insta-spray. I mean, FaZe Clan have just assessed the danger, and they realize the only thing is Odorous. His lockdown could win them around, but man, they are prepared for it. FaZe Clan, Baby Bay's going to back off the first angle. That double up still on A site. Physic is going to clear to try and make it safe, but little do they know. Oh my gosh,
Sully, for somebody that desperately needs an ult point right now, it is funny that they're making Odorous entry at the moment.
Yeah.
But in they go. They don't even need the lockdown to make it go. And now Odorous, he gets the kill back onto Rockets. There's still one in the back of sight. Baby J booting up actually a lockdown very, very early on. Scourge not only going to be able to get the kill, but also take down the lockdown. Baby Bay has the angle. And now this post plant could surely be helped out. Physic still sitting around that corner. In comes the exec. The Cosmic Divide is going to cover up the back of sight. Out goes the wide swing from Scourge. Scourge, he counteracts Baby Bay. There's another person over towards short. It's Corey thinking about the peak. All 3 players from KCP out in the open, trying to hold off against 2 of FaZe. Zachary goes out. Going to go down to Scuba. 1 more remaining, and it's Corey. It's a thrifty round to push it into overtime.
Somehow, KCP, they didn't even need the lockdown. You question it. Why is Odor tensioning if he needs the ult? Well, he's looking for it, and even then, doesn't even get to use it. KCP have brought us to an OT when they literally had nothing to work with. They had 2,700 credits max on a single player, and KCP somehow get it done. What a miraculous round. FaZe Clan had all their cards out. They were playing it almost to perfection, denying the ult orb obtainees, and KCP funnel their way through the market side and pull out the round. FaZe Clan, now they're an OT. Now they're like, oh, we should have never have lost that. And well, KCP,
should have never.
2 players here on this B bomb side. I think maybe a third, unless my eyes deceive me. But FaZe Clan are going to have to battle against these players. And well, 4 players stacked up, 3 players going towards the link side. KCP are definitely looking for very early fights in both the major extremities.
Unreal that we've made it here. Let's see how far we can go. Folks, I think you guys were asking for more overtime. So,
yeah, you know,
of course, the VCT, Riot, NSG, Overlords, whatever you want to blame this on. Yes, more overtimes. It is time for more free Valorant. It is time for more frags. It is already an approach over towards that mid side. FaZe already has 2 already over towards Garage. Good fight from KCP. They have essentially abandoned the B site by going into
That's
B
the
main.
spike. That's the spike.
Whoa,
Scourge is here
wait,
as well.
wait, that's the
He's got a chance for a free kill here as well. 2 to come. No, Zachary there to deny.
Odorous, he could keep fighting this. What is going on? They had spike control. That call out should have been made. I mean, it is kind of just hindsight at this point. Again, it is still more or less an even battle, but it is very unfortunate that Odorous, alongside Scourge, weren't able to hold back that spike. Again, opportunity on a silver platter, but they got to keep going. 3 more players remaining for KCP. FaZe have control of the B site, and they can continue to take control of the B site as they get another kill. Scuba gonna go for a wide swing, gonna be able to get one. Zachary is the only representative here on site, but it is only a 1v3. Scuba, if he wide swings now, this Nebula goes down. He's getting flanked, and he knows it. Scuba's just taking this 1 by 1.
Now he knows where the last 2 are. That market door breaking, but the util is definitely making this a lot more contested. A crossfire being held from the stairway. There's one. Oh no! Scuba with 8 bullets. He's got a 1v1, but Zachary, the other Astra, takes the imposter down, and 13-12 FaZe Clan. Only 1 round away as KCP back on the offensive side. This is the side that they were able to bring us to OT.
Indeed it was. Indeed it was. It's, you know, I'm just trying to keep my expectations, you know, real with the rest of this game and expect nothing. I'm expecting the unexpected.
Yeah, exactly.
Really for the rest of this time, dude. Now I know how Simo and Bala feel.
Yeah, more. Okay, don't say that because I don't want to go 44 rounds on a first
okay. And not only 44 rounds, but also like a break in the middle, et cetera, et cetera. Folks, we might not have to do that. FaZe just got the first kill. It is Baby Bay over towards the mid side, getting a big kill. Back over towards at least the backside of B main, but still you got to watch out for the rest of KCP, still sitting over towards A main. They are waiting potentially for Physic to either make a contact over towards B or just make a little bit more space. KCP!
Oh my goodness!
No way! Not dedicated to this whatsoever, and it's FaZe finally getting their way through. And I mean, they went out the first map with what, like a 3-minute overtime, 4-minute overtime. We're done quick.
Yeah, thankfully we don't have to go 44 rounds, but man, that you blink and you miss it. Literally, you blink and you miss it. I was gonna say a nice setup is Ruckus in the backside behind Dice, sends an Aldrone up. That'll allow the contact to be made, right? You get the info, but they break it instantly, and boom, Zachary pops the smoke, and he's there right in front of them there for the spray down. Huge first map pickup for FaZe Clan in overtime.
Yeah, it is, to me at least, unreal that we even made it this far because FaZe, I mean, they were just looking good. They had the right momentum going for them. They had the rounds. They had the economy. Unbelievably, KCP, they repeat what FaZe did 3 times.
Yeah.
I mean, it is unreal. FaZe Clan got 3 thrifties throughout that game and almost not able to close it out as KCP did the exact same today. But as we move on, folks, of course, map number 2 coming up in just a little bit. I know that none of you want to miss it because it could be the very last match of our night. We'll be right back.
I'll just say straight up that people that think that we're playing or not playing tactically and we're just holding W, that's like bullshit because you're obviously not looking at like the little like fine print of how we play and the small details. You're just looking at surface level like, oh, like gun go burr, shoot heads. Like I like really you have to really like look at what we do, how we react together as a team, and then you'll realize why we've had so much success that we've had. And that's like one thing people don't notice, and like a lot of people in the community just like, oh, these guys are just like outskilling everyone, that's why they're winning. No, that's not it.
Well, it's Marshall and it's Tens.
Warren, this is where Reynas are bred. 1 more. Yep, now the duelist is starting to come through. Not quite there to help out. Now the swing starts to come through. Whippy just trying to provide some additional ankle.
And welcome on back. It is the second map of our best of 3 between KCP and FaZe Clan, starting off in just a little bit. But before we get to that, let's talk about map number 1. My name is Upmind, joined here by Sully. And actually, before we do that, I wanted to give a very big thank you. Actually, we'll talk about that later. Let's talk about the highlights first. We'll give a big thank you to one of our sponsors in just a little bit. But yes, Sully, map number 1. It was looking clear-cut for FaZe Clan, but that's what it was. It was looking like that until KCP really started to boot on.
Yeah, when that round was at 12-11 and they took that attack pause to sort out what the heck they were going to do with that buy. I mean, they figured out what they wanted to do for that whole entire round. And FaZe Clan, I have to say, they had almost the perfect read. Operator there to punish either the play from Lynx or either the play going towards a main from Corey. And then an Odin setup on that B bomb side. And well, I have no idea how we got to overtime, but it was a fiesta of frags coming out from both of these sides. FaZe Clan definitely, I'd say, had a little bit more of an upper hand. They looked a lot better this time around when in comparison. You look at that Rise game, they really didn't show themselves. But this is how close the game was. Despite FaZe winning, somehow the Pioneers had more damage done. That's how close this game got.
Yeah, it is kind of crazy how at some points it was actually util damage that made some of the rounds for FaZe. So you can kind of see that being in the favor of KCP, at least situationally. Again, it's not a lot. It was only 400 damage separating the two teams, but again, we digress. As we look into our MVPs for the last game, is it any surprise that with 32 kills, Baby Bay got it?
No, not at all, but we talked about in the pregame, right? We said the two players that have to pop off for FaZe Clan are Baby Bay and Corey, and they lead the server essentially in ACS. Only a 1 ACS difference between Corey and Odorous. So popping off was Baby Bay, and so was Corey, some of the most impactful players, but Odorous being one of them on the opposite side of the Pioneers. He at times was so scary to witness, and well, despite him holding on to a lockdown for 12 whole rounds on the defensive side, he was still able to find really good impact and be a really solid rock when it came to locking down sites and when it came to executing on sites.
Yeah, no, it is actually kind of weird to see KJ's being so proactive on an actual site take. But that's almost literally what we saw. We were seeing a lot of Sentinel action, period, throughout that whole game, which is always something very nice and refreshing to see, especially with JMO actually being one of the Sentinels and being a hard duelist. But in we go back with the map selection. Our best of 3 now lands on Bind, Sully, where at least for KCP, I'm not exactly going to say a better time because Ascent is good, but Bind is still trusty.
Yeah, Bind is like a nice middle ground for both of these teams. Ascent was always a close map for FaZe Clan, and Bind as well being one of those. They won 11-13. They lost 11-13 just to Rise in a best of 3. So this is a map where it's like, okay, FaZe Clan, they're a little bit iffy, but that's the same thing as well for the likes of KCP. Granted, the only loss they have to date is against Sentinels, 13-5, and well, Sentinels, they're the best team in the world, so you really can't take much away from the Pioneers. But landing ourselves in Bind, I kind of thought that the first map would be one of the deciding factors to how the rest of this best of 3 plays out. And the fact that FaZe Clan were able to take it in such close standards kind of tells to me that Bind might be very, very similar.
And it's Bind that we're heading on to, folks. Agent Select kicking off. And for those that don't watch KCP, we might get a pleasant surprise in one way or another. This KCP side does actually tend to play Yoru on this map, and indeed, we're going to see it.
Yeah, Yoru, I can tell. Sean Garris, if he's still watching, he is excited to see what Scourge has got
if he's
going.
Still watching.
I mean, he's played it a handful of times against Virtuoso. Scourge was able to get a lot of impact. Against Sentinels, didn't have the same impact. But the thing with Yoru is that you can use those fake footsteps, and it's kind of like the only map where people are like, okay, Yoru can really find impact. That's because fake footsteps in the TPs set up that gate crash to allow yourself to shift around the map. And the same thing can be said, I guess, with that pick of Raze as well as a compliment. You can use that util, toss it through teleporters as well. It's a nice duelist combination coming out from Pioneers. What I'm more interested in is definitely this double controller setup. Set up fakes. Having a Viper almost on every map is not necessarily a must, but it's definitely a nice bonus. And with Odors picking it up over a KJ or a Cypher, it's definitely a big switch up as you can use still Viper as a Sentinel.
Yeah, and it's not just going to be I guess you could say the defensive prowess of at least this composition, but also attacking wise, it's kind of insane. I was watching the Virtuoso game from KCP, and it wasn't exactly that bad. It was a 9-3 half, if I can remember that straight. So KCP might be having a fun time on the attacking side, but let's talk about FaZe a little bit, because they are actually introducing Breach into the mix. It's one of the only maps, if not the only map, that they actually use Breach.
You know, it's interesting because Breach is just like faded out of the meta, like almost completely. And the fact that FaZe Clan are still willing to implement it shows that they have probably something up their sleeve. They're running that single controller, that double duelist. You almost have to have a raise nowadays. Rock is sticking to that trusty Sova. But how Baby J plans to use the Breach, especially against a team that has has the screens where maybe a Sky's a lot more useful to pop flash between Viper walls. It's interesting because Baby J with the flashpoint is gonna have to be a really big crucial impact player when it comes to sending flashes, allowing Baby Bay into sites, allowing core to have open executions. Worse on the other side, KCP, them using that Viper as well could definitely be deadly. But here we go, the pistol round, FaZe Clan versus KCP, Gus. And they are sitting all outside of the A. Literally everyone on this server.
Yeah, almost literally everyone on the server sitting outside of A, except for really only 2 players, just JMO alongside Raucus. But again, KCP still trying to lock down what would be opportunities here in the A site. Baby J, alongside 3 other players, if I'm not mistaken, 2 other players at this point, have the crossfire going over in short. They actually back out, going over towards bathroom. So now the take from KCP starts a little bit, but it's never going to go into full effect until we see that Viper wall go down. Odorous has placed himself perfect. He uses the wall as a 50-50, and he's able to take down Zachary in the back line. But little do they know, again, it was a stack from FaZe. 2 players at the moment coming in from bathroom, 1 on the flank over towards short. Out goes the kill from Odorous in the back line. Baby Bay on that flank. He's able to get a little bit of damage, and now Baby J is starting to help. Everyone from FaZe is hounding, and now it's their time. Baby J from around the corner now in a 1v2, but he runs out of bullets. Scuba takes him down. KCP, they had the right setup. FaZe Clan had the right answer. At that point, it was anyone's game.
That came really, really close, and you said it. FaZe Clan, they had the stack ready on that A bomb site, and as soon as the contact came in towards the A short area, Baby Bay is so quick to find this flank, and it creates such a big opening here for the rest of FaZe Clan. However, down to the wire, no bullets for Baby J, and a frenzy that wins out with the fire rate. It comes so close. KCP with the first round, but FaZe not too far off. I wouldn't be surprised if we see those upgraded pistols, this poison orb finding itself a spot in the front of U-Haul, and no upgraded pistols except for just the 2 of Baby and Corey. A light buy, if you will, as the main focus, at least from both sides. Again, they're clashing, but in a different position out towards B-Wall.
Oh, it's so awkward for Raucus.
Yeah.
Is he alive? Ah, no, of course not. Odorous still watching up that cross from the TP. Taking out Raucus as he was discovered by the Aldrin over in B main. And Scourge actually backing on now. Out goes a TP. Baby J actually spots it, but I don't think KCP is going to take that back. Baby Bay for the 2nd round in a row, going for a bathroom peek, a bathroom flank. And Odorous only has a classic now, and he has to fight through 2. So that is at least 1 piece of firepower back for them, but
not a big deal.
Physics here, not a big deal. Not a big deal at all.
Just a clean up JMO, charging up that showstopper if anything. And Odorous, he's put himself only 1 off of the ultimate, so execution could be nice. Couple of extra kills, but again, I don't think it's going to hurt too much. You keep the Phantom intact, 3 players alive, only 2 reinvestments. I think if anything, KCP might be looking to do a full bonus in the fact that JMO probably won't invest too heavily. Same thing with Odorous, but if they want to go for a full buy, I think the focus is going to come from that Viper split, right? You get the ult online, you use it on an exec, and that's where those Spectres and post-range guns really come in handy. But FaZe Clan, Eco round is done and dusted. They'll have their buyback as well. KCP, like I mentioned earlier, the question is it a full bonus here? Do they want to invest? And if they don't invest, are they going to try and pivot off of that Viper spit for Motors? That's only 1 charge away right now.
I mean, it would be an incredible checkmate for KCP in what is a back-breaking round. FaZe loses this out, so I mean, yeah, you're absolutely right. Odorous, he's gonna be a man on the mission, and ultimately the kingpin for this entire take for KCP. As we wait up a little bit, It is going to be almost entirely KCP going right around this A site. It is a little bit faster of a take. They have short control very, very early on. Baby Bay still watching out over towards U-Haul. There are still 3 players here. J-Mo about to explode from outside the Viper wall, but Zachary is still there off the rotation. Scuba wants a little bit better of a vantage point. Baby J going for a big kill. Zachary with a crossfire. Baby Bay gets another one, and it is U-Haul in the middle of sight being completely cleared out by FaZe Clan as they finally collect up their first round.
Yeah, I love that. Great util from Baby J. He sends the Aftershock, the fault line, all to ensure that Baby Bay can maintain that position. That's the main point of attack. FaZe Clan, they sit back, they understand, okay, they've just rushed into the site. You hear a judge, you do not want to have to battle up against that close range. They find that first pick here, as you can see in the overhead. And well, with that control of U-Haul, a little bit of a flank coming out from Baby Bay to cause a whole lot of disruption and close out the round. FaZe Clan, sit, wait, watch. The perfect moment to strike appears to them. So, full buyback for both sides as KCP. They didn't go for a full bonus in the last minor reinvestments. Look at the position that Zachary's got. He's boosted himself up on top of Shroud, and I don't know if this is a position that'll be known, especially if both the Jet and Ray show positions elsewhere. Those being the only 2 that can self-boost themselves.
I don't really know if they're even going to try to attack.
Yeah, exactly. Not anymore.
Not anymore, right? But I mean, we've been we've been on the other end of a couple pretty unfortunate elevated scenarios. I think last week, what was it? I think there was just like a singular Vandal in like a classic round that was stuck on top of the boxes on B site Icebox. It was so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Happens to the best of us, folks, but of course that is not the central part of our round. What is focal, of course, I think it is going to be this B side, at least for now. There is only one contact, and it is a very deep contact at that. What is this position from Corey in top mid? Out goes Baby Bay. He does get the kill onto J-Mo, but
Scourge has done a double fake. He's done a complete double fake. He's done double footsteps, and he's even taken the TP, and now he's... Oh my gosh, he's dimensional drift. He's going in. It's literally pulled everyone away, and Corey, the only one on this flank. I mean, they have Viper's Pit to play the postman, and that's what they're doing. This is insane from Pioneers, and that's where the gimmick play comes in with those footsteps.
We'll recap what just happened in just a little bit, but now in we go. It is FaZe Clan
no way.
on the retake, and it is an absolute massacre of the Kansas City Pioneers for one reason, and one reason only, Sully. Everyone from KCP was around that Viper's Pit, Sully. There is much more to this B site than just that cubby corner.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it was a great exec from KCP leading up into it with a double footstep fake and the TP alongside that gate crash. And the instant pull that happens as soon as that play comes in. I mean, you can see it on the minimap. Baby J pulls, but like you said, everyone's just sitting here. Great util. Baby J finds a lovely opening. Corey already ready for that flank after pushing down towards B mid. FaZe Clan, they make that retake look so easy despite the crazy fake that KCP pulled in the use of the Viper's Pit.
Again, insane setup, and it is teleportation play that that Yoru does the absolute best with. Kind of an unfortunate lineup.
All good.
All good. All good. A finesse. All good. A finesse. So now just chilling out is the rest of KCP, who, of course, have lost out on a bit of potential off that take.
Oh, did he see
This is actually the same, almost the same exact setup from KCP here, except this time they are only allowing Odorous to make his way into U-Haul, and they know this. One person just peeped right over the wall. Now everyone else for this team is at the bottom of short. Baby J still going to be able to get 2 from behind Baby Bay with another one. And now, of course, Scoob, the last one remaining in a 1v5. And he goes down. TP is back in his favor. His ulti, that is. But again, you got to watch out for Kansas City Pioneers in this next round. Sully, we haven't seen too much spice from them at the very beginning of rounds.
No, not at all. KCP have definitely been taking this a lot slower. Now, one small thing in that last round is that Zachary, I think, revealed his position on top of Shroud. I mean, he could have easily let the kill go to Baby J, but him getting the kill might make that position not necessarily unplayable, but a play that they can't use just now. They're going to have to try and play the timing, as it doesn't look like they're going to use it at all this round because of the fact he gave the position away. But the focus, nonetheless, for KCP is going to go to the B side. So even if he were to use the boost, wouldn't have much impact. Now, Corey off of the showstopper. He's going to get deep space now. There's really nowhere for him to go, but he still finds 2 on 10 HP. He is snappy right now.
It really is. Corey was feeling so confident earlier too. I mean, he was playing B contact. He was playing solo B contact in right side of mid. And now look at this. It's a flank from Baby Bay, who's not only going to be able to get one, but only one. But out goes at least the rest of the hopes for KCP. Spike is down at the bottom of mid. Zachary has the control. Raucus has the kill. And FaZe, they have yet another easy breezy one.
I don't know what it is, but this is exciting to watch from FaZe Clan. The aggression, the willingness to push down these extremities. You didn't see it against Rise at all, and here they are feeling it, right? Corey, a lovely second headshot. Yeah, even slow-mo. Woo! Woo! That's what I'm thinking. Woo! Woo! Still, FaZe Clan, even with the nice light brown, they have full economy in their favor, and I mean, it's looking not necessarily perfect. It's looking really good for FaZe Clan as Baby Bay pulls out the operator. Recon bolt broken. A free punish as a flash does come in on Scourge, but Baby Bay is lights out right now, and he could have had the third and Zachary not taking it. 5v2 suddenly, and there was nothing really KCP could do in this round. Just maybe pull a couple rounds.
Hey, Baby Bay. Still with the third. He's actually 1 away from getting knives. Very... Ooh.
Nice shot.
Pretty decent timing.
Well done, Scuba.
Yeah. Good attempt.
No
Good
spike. No, really no chance, but good shot.
Good kill though. Not really much to fight for. Again, it is that economic damage that we love to mention.
Very slight.
And it is, of course, very slight. Only one person goes down in the round, and you can already see from the stat page. I mean, Baby Bay.
Yeah.
Banger of a game thus far. 11 kills. Baby J right below him. The breach at 8.
He was the key component that we were talking about. Is like if Baby Bay and Corey can play out of this world.
If those two are on FaZe, pretty much wins.
If they can click, they are the win conditions. You need Baby Bay and Corey to step up massively. At times it's just Corey, but today it's Baby Bay and Corey really popping off, and they're gonna do it here again. Look at the early fight. A showstopper. Most likely off of this contact. Well, Baby Bay's just gonna find the first regardless. I'm curious to see where this recon bolt goes, though.
Where is it going? It's gonna land. It's gonna land middle of B site, and not only that, not only just middle of B site, but also run in front of Tin Can. Great lineup for that recon bolt. We've seen that recon bolt a couple of times. Very, very good one at that. Now in comes Corey. He only has a singular satchel to use, but it's right through the smoke that Corey thrives. He ends up taking down JMO. The Hunter's Fury, however, a great trade as Physic barely taking down Corey. Corey was so close to surviving there. Now KCP, a decent start, and it could get a little bit better. Watch out over towards long, though. Baby Bay, he had the angle, and he has to back out. It's all the way back in elbow, and we're still getting more information. Raucus throws out a recon bolt over towards mid, and he gets information that KCP is still here. Now Raucus, I don't know if he's going to get baited by this, but there's a TP right next to him, and he's just keeping an eye on it. Baby Bay, however, popping out over towards short, over towards elbow. There goes a big kill. Physic now in a 1v4. The crossfires are all against him. FaZe Clan a 6th round, and they can continue to thrive, Sully. KCP down in the dumps again.
Yeah, perfectly set up in this round on the B-side execution, just because simply Raucus, or not Raucus, Baby J pushed all the way through the A site, and it's a lockdown again. Baby J with that operator can be so deadly at times, and he proves it there again. 6-2 for FaZe Clan. KCP, unfortunately, doesn't have the economy setup you were expecting.
Yeah, look at their money.
That's mainly because of the full loss bonus, but you know, that's
the
not
only
much to
reason
boast
why they're
about.
able to buy is because of that full loss bonus, which is why I actually thought that they were quote unquote down in the dumps. But
Down in the dumps.
no, they're up good. They're up out of the dumps, it seems. In we go though. Whoa! JMO through the smoke. Takes down Baby Bay. A great attempt at the showstopper at first, but I mean, that's kind of the secondary effect. That's one of the side effects of the showstopper. Literally everyone runs, everyone scatters, and that's exactly what they wanted here in the B side. There's nobody posted up for FaZe, or excuse me, posted up for KCP right outside of it, except for Odorous. Odorous is actually on a wild flank over towards mid. Corey. He does end up getting halted. He tries to go for it. Out goes the retake. Baby J and Zachary trying to help out, but they both go down a heap. Corey, who was spotted over in mid just a little bit ago, now has to approach in hookah. That nade perfectly placed. Scourge has gone over towards the other side, but my, oh my, Scourge does not go far away enough to try to survive. And yes, JMO, who has the crossfire and long, takes down Corey. Almost a disaster there, but KCP, they still survive.
Yeah, it definitely got really, really scary for KCP there for a second when the flashes went in and the fault line to stun. And those 2 opening kills went through for FaZe Clan. Things were definitely a little worrisome for KCP, but they do end up icing things out. FaZe Clan still with plenty of credits to reinvest. Ups from both sides. JMO taking the operator from the body of Baby Bay will use it here in this round. But again, the economy for KCP is not at its finest whatsoever. Only a single ult, that being the dimensional drift for KCP. And FaZe Clan have the Rolling Thunder to really cause a ruckus to this execution. And well, Corey again pushing so deep. I mean, Bay's got a perfect line of sight towards long that the rotations can come in almost for free. There's nobody to watch this flank except for Scuba. And even now, his attention's been pulled away. The timing and Corey, it's literally perfect.
It is so perfect for Corey. Trigger discipline is perfect, but no! Trigger discipline was all right for a quick second. Out goes at least the Rolling Thunder, and the Rolling Thunder is gonna help Corey try to help out. Out goes, oh no, in goes the Dimension Drift, but even then he comes back and he still gets a kill. Physic at the same time with 2 more kills coming out from the short side. Out of nowhere, FaZe Clan is now down 2 men.
It's just getting so hard to decipher how these rounds are going to pan out. You expect Corey with that crazy flank, but Scuba flipping his head last second gives the warning, allows his teammates to not all go down and said he's the only one to fall. And now that worthy sacrifice has put Raucus in a 1v3. And that fake footstep, I don't know if Raucus is wary of the fact that it was. I mean, JMO was playing in showers, so he might be wary of that fact. However, he's not watching his flank. He's not watching his back. And Raucus in a 1v3, only a recon bolt, everyone playing a post-plant crossfire. And even if these 2 players were to fall, there is JMO right behind. So, 4th round here. He is, going to get a couple of exits at the very least. You can maybe remove JMO's operator, but not much was to come from this, I think, nonetheless.
No, Raucus. Ooh. Slick little 180. Finding JMO at least, but a tough round in general. And I mean, you said it. It is just so unpredictable at this point now. I mean, especially because of that last round, to try to decipher what's about to go down. Again, I am just astonished at how much stuff, how much, significant action happened within the span of 5 seconds over towards that short area, because there was a wallbang short that happened right at the same time as a Rolling Thunder, and the flank got broken down. But then again, there were 3 kills at the same time. Crazy, crazy, crazy stuff. Valorant is a non-stop game, folks. You cannot blink for a single second. And KCP, they really can't stop either, because look at this type of situation. FaZe Clan is now within 1 round of resetting their economy, aka KCP. They're gonna find themselves with better firepower than FaZe. All they just need is this next round.
Oh, Zachary, the one way. I don't know if he sees the foot. Oh, it's so small, and he's gonna go into astral form. He's gonna get punished as he comes out of it. Hood comes off and he goes down. Baby J there at least for 1-for-1. Does remove at least JMO, the entry fragger. Is now Corey trying to reassess the danger, pushing down towards long, and a chance to take down another, but Scourge clicked to the trigger. 3 versus 4, Odorous and Physics still available with their ultimates. Baby Bay is going to be the lonesome on this A bomb site. As soon as that Viper wall goes up, there really isn't going to be much that he can do, but the focus hasn't really directed towards either site yet from the Pioneers. The spike leaning from A, now shifting back to the B site where 2 players do end up waiting. Raucus in the cubby. It's difficult to decipher how this round's going to play out, and it's up to these 2, and a lovely first headshot, now down to Raucus.
Raucus. Again, not exactly the most optimal gun for this type of scenario, but in we go. He's still going to try it. He does fumble the bag a little bit, but Baby Bay had the lineup, almost taking down Scuba. Barely any time remaining, and look at that TP away from Scuba. This establishes a crossfire. Baby Bay with that updraft. He hugs the wall. He's still alive, but Basic, great timing off the peak, and he's able to get a headshot onto Baby Bay right through the wall. Big round back for KCP as now FaZe are now grasping at straws.
Very difficult position to be put in if you're Raucus. He wanted to maybe use that recon bolt, get himself info to where the players were swinging from, but makes the wrong call, makes the wrong decision. Both teams with a full buy back. No operator, though, present for either. Unless Jamo wants to sacrifice. Actually, no, he could definitely buy the operator. He's got full util, he could go full shields, and he could definitely go with the operator. But that might not be the call, knowing the fact that there's a Viper's Pit, and it's not the most optimal gun to use in a Viper's Pit, certainly. So he's going to switch down to the Phantom. But FaZe Clan, the economy at its not necessarily max point, as obviously BAB is going to work with light shields, but 2 ultimates present for both sides. The Viper's Pit, the Hunter's Fury for KCP. The only switch up, it's the trade-off as Showstopper and Hunter's Fury are present for FaZe Clan. A tactical timeout called to discuss how they want to play out this last round. Is if they can tie things up here, Gus, you get to that defensive side, we've seen how powerful a Viper can be as a site anchor alone.
Yeah. And just as a side anchor, you know, but I still am quite, I am still a little bit concerned still with their defensive setup. FaZe, they have the better comp, I would like to think, in terms of defensive setups, but Odorous, he just has the advantage of being a little bit more widespread, and of course, actually being able to do damage. So if the cards are played right for KCP off the crossfires on the defensive side of things, I don't doubt that that dynamic that you mentioned, Sully, is really going to come true. But of course, folks, we are out of the tactical timeout. By the way, not a bad time to do a tac timeout. We are seeing still a tech timeout. I wish it was actually a tactical, because I'm like, you know what? Whoever called that for KCP, not a bad idea. That's a veteran move. But it might actually be a cover-up for a technical as we wait up for a little bit for this last round to start. Sully, we have a bit of time to discuss things, and I think NA changed while we've been here on broadcast. What I mean by that, the entirety of the LCQ and the entirety of our run for top 2 NA has been opened up. V1 is eliminated from Berlin contention.
That's a big loss for V1, because now the only way they can secure a spot is through the LCQ, with guaranteed 3 teams directly qualifying to Berlin, probably 2 teams to accompany Sentinel. Now, who those 2 teams are going to be is still yet to be known. It could even be a whole different 3 with Sentinels even out of the question. Who's to know? The Challenger playoffs will decide. So it's a lot on the line for FaZe Clan here. And we discussed it a little bit about how with V1 out of the running, at least for now in Berlin, FaZe Clan have a perfect opportunity to push into Challengers playoffs, get a guaranteed 40 points, and then possibly progress further to Berlin, where they get I think a guaranteed 125, I think is the
which
quota.
Would put them in top 2.
Exactly.
At least.
There's a lot on the line
Maybe.
for FaZe Clan, and they are performing so far.
Yeah, they really are. They really are, which is, you know, fun to see, because, you know, a lot of teams going into this last stage, they desperately needed results to get some points up. I mean, teams like Xset, who had 30 points. I mean, Xset has way less points than FaZe Clan, who's currently on 70. Xset only now is on 70 because they advanced to Challengers playoffs. So just to give you guys, again, yet another example of what's going on. Version 1, who currently has 200 points for their performance at Masters 2. Again, cannot improve on that. FaZe Clan at 70. Like you said, Sully, they could end up getting the 100-something for getting into Masters, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. What I'm trying to say is that teams like Envy, 100 Thieves, FaZe Clan, Xset, that is the second spot on the podium of NA that is completely wide open because of that matchup. And I think we just have to comment, period. I mean, disappointing for V1, but, you know, they'll come back even stronger, I think. The LCQ is still there for them.
Yeah, and I guess they're the only, like, the silver lining is V1 dropping out of contention just opens up the possibilities for the rest of these teams, and FaZe Clan definitely being one of those.
Yeah.
And
it makes that Challengers playoffs a lot more entertaining.
Yeah, exactly.
I will tell you that much.
There's a lot more on the line suddenly. We haven't even touched base on the fact that KCP aren't even in the running for LCQ.
No, but they definitely could be.
Yeah, they
definitely could be. They just have to advance. Folks, we are getting back into it. It is the final round of the half, and Corey immediately over towards short, pulling out the showstopper, getting a big kill. That owl drone has exposed the spike over towards long, and 3 players, FaZe Clan, with a textbook start.
Corey pushed all the way down just off of that showstopper alone. A huge battle going on in Hookah. What is this? Scourge striking for 3 and Jam to find the 4th on that lurk. Okay, FaZe Clan. A nice start with Odorous going down off the bat, and now suddenly it's a 1v4.
Sully, we said it before, but that was everything. They had everything. FaZe Clan, they had a man advantage, they had information, but more importantly, Sully, they had control. They had everything except for Long. One person goes down, and essentially the entire B site control is lost because everyone is just stuck in Hookah. I think more importantly, a great response from KCP in that last round to just boot on the Jets and flank right into Hookah. Again, great move from the Pioneers, and FaZe Clan now left scratching their heads for yet another round as we're tied going into the second half.
Yeah, it's as close as it can get. It feels, I mean, we said that Ascent definitely showed a little display of what's to come, and that was the map that I thought, okay, this could be the deciding map because these next 2 maps are going to be exceptionally close. And FaZe Clan, they brought the heat, they slowed down a whole lot. It felt like they were controlling this whole second map, and suddenly KCP, they flip the switch and they find some momentum back to tie up 6-6.
KCP, they have a lot of tricks up their sleeve, and as they move on to the other side of the map, I'm very much anticipating a lot more of what we saw in map number 1 in terms of those surprises. Folks, we're gonna have that second half in just a little bit. We'll be right back.
And welcome on back. The second half between the Kansas City Pioneers and FaZe is about to go down to lay out the battlefield. It is FaZe Clan only one map away from moving on in the lower bracket, but certainly not in safety. The Kansas City Pioneers fighting for a whole lot more than just survival, potentially prominence here in NA. Folks, we are heading right into the second half.
We're heading right in, and it is going to be explosive. 5 frenzies bought up for KCP.
Oh my word.
And there's a flash bot for Scuba, a paranoia ready, and a blast pack as well. This is going to be exciting. Let's see.
All right, let's go. There's 2 players over towards short. It's Raucus and Baby J. And a very, very early discombobulation of the defenders, of the rushing defenders, gets cut off. But out goes FaZe. They abandon, and they go all the way back into their own spawn as 2 players from FaZe, Baby Bay and Corey, the dynamic duo, head their way up into long. It is a disastrous scenario, not for KCP, where FaZe, they have counteracted that whole early take.
Yeah, it's a perfect counter as well. You send in literally just one fault line and the push just gets disrupted instantly. I don't know if that's a direct read from FaZe, but it worked out phenomenally. Now, a 4v3. Damage done onto Scourge, a little bit onto Raucus and Corey. Never mind, not a little bit. A whole lot onto Raucus and Corey, and one of them has already fallen. Fault line showed, and Zachary's there at least for a good cross. Last 2 players still fall. Zachary.
Nice.
Nice right clicks coming out. Gives FaZe the lead at 7-6.
Oh, nice little play there at the end. I mean, we can kind of just talk about how things ended up falling apart for KCP at the very beginning, because this retake again, very good stuff from FaZe Clan, even taking control of that back choke point over towards spawn, forcing that action over towards Hookah. But it is weird that KCP, they had such huge lines of contact over towards short and Hookah that's almost exactly it. They only had points of contact there.
4 shorties now, from 5 frenzies to 4 shorties. Let's see. I mean, 2 of them are Hookah, so there's a chance. One's even in the TP.
Hey!
Odorous.
No way.
Gonna get
He's
one.
still going.
Ooh. Nah, nothing more. Nothing more.
No, he was holding W. I got scared for a quick second.
I did too. I definitely did too. The shorty is so 50-50 at times. That either hit for 100 or it'll hit for 2.
Oh, it's totally RNG. For sure.
Spike planted.
Or at least has to be. At least in my hands. For sure.
We're just unlucky. That's all it is.
That's what we like to tell ourselves. Scuba, of course, this is just an unlucky scenario by proxy. Long range interaction with Raucus' Spectre. That's going to be the end of that round. FaZe, again, they find themselves in another bonus round scenario. We already know how FaZe can be in these types of moments. They won a 3rd round conversion twice already, Sully.
Yeah, and I think, especially for FaZe, given the comp that they have, the ability to kind of just close the gap so quickly. I mean, you've got grab wells and you've got the breach util that can disrupt, despite KCP having the better guns. The disruption from FaZe Clan, right? A fast take into U-Haul could definitely close the gap and close the gun distance, in the sense that while KCP have the better guns, up close, it really doesn't matter because they've got Spectre as well, and it looks like the attention from FaZe Clan is to the A site, and as expected, a quick jump in as Corey looking to close this gap. Scourge is going to bail using the gate crash to get out. However, a nice hold from Physic. Going to at least lock things into place for now. However, FaZe Clan slowed in their tracks and not much they can do to get out.
Oh no, but Sully, they're still playing contact.
Oh,
that's all they really needed to do. FaZe, they wait their opportunity to get some kills on the board, and it's really just KCP walking into their crosshairs still. Baby Bay with a massive dash, and he gets 2 kills in the back line, and now it's Odorous in a 1v4, making a 1v3, of course, and taking down Baby Bay.
Yeah. Oh no, Odorous. I mean, it's 1 kill and a death will get you the Viper's Pit charge, Gus, but that's really about it, and he'll be granted.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he'll be granted it at the very
Huge.
least.
No, that's actually massive. Odorous now can kind of play this last bit out in whatever way he wants. In my eyes, Sully, it is of course mission accomplished.
Yeah.
But well, okay, mission accomplished off the ulti.
Yeah.
But I said it earlier. FaZe just won another 3rd round conversion, resetting KCP.
Yeah, a full bonus. And I love the way that FaZe can kind of sort out the weapons. Both the Phantoms go into showers where they can take the long range fight. Corey with just a Spectre, double blast backing straight into U-Haul to close that distance and try and find a kill there. great utilization and great call from FaZe to split up the rifles and the Spectres in the way they did. Now, Pioneers, 5 Sheriffs. We have a theme on whenever we're on broadcast. It's the Shikos somehow find a way to convert. Now, I'm going to question it because I feel like the way that FaZe are playing in this round in particular, so slow, so tempered, looking for first picks. It shouldn't happen in this instance. Oh. Catching a mid-gate crash. All right, then.
Yeah. Not too bad of a start. It is still going to be KCP trying to scrap for positioning, where it does look like they are going to still commit to a 2-2 split. Not exactly a bad idea, but at least with pistols, you would like to think that combining their efforts might be worth it. And indeed they are, Sully. Look at the amount of information that they're getting. It's a flank over towards short as we speak. Physic is coming up from behind. Odorous at the same time gets the first contact. Now there's only 2 over towards B still. But this is quite good for KCP. Could get a little bit better though. JMO still looking out for a contact over in Hookah. Still 2 elbow. JMO, he actually gets a kill. Scuba the same thing. Trade back an elbow. 2 more players remaining out for FaZe. Baby J and Raucus with just about 25 seconds left. Have a little bit of time to try to act. And indeed, they're going to back on out of the B site with barely a little bit of time to spare. But I think they're going to make it before their opponents. Let's see it, though. That smoke going to go out early. Baby J has to wide swing. No, nobody is going to try to catch up on this transition. So instead, the rotation is just going to be allowed to happen. Watch out, though. JMO from behind. He ends up getting a big one. Rock is now in a 1v3. And the crossfires are set up. KCP have won a thrifty over FaZe.
I was joking. I was joking about the Sheikah round. I was joking, man. I'm sorry. FaZe Clan, they deliver Shikos, and KCP will deliver one right on back. A thrifty round for the Pioneers and FaZe Clan. That is not an instance where you should be losing at all. Pioneers pick up 3 rifles. The investments will be so minimized because of that round. And for the next couple rounds, they should have decent economy to make the buy happen. FaZe Clan, they will have ultimates to play with, but KCP have shocked them 100% off of that round. 9-7, only a 2-round difference. Still that Viper spit to play. And Scourge is only 1 off of the Dimensional's drift. So this is a big round for both sides. Baby Bay going with the knives. If KCP can keep this one flawless, they can reset FaZe right off of this.
It's more of a jolt rather than a shock to the system. We need to see it all break down. Now in comes FaZe, an explosive setup over on the A site. They dash their way on. It's going to be Scuba and Odorous trying to hold back the line. Viper's Pit set up right in the middle of the bathroom, but is going to break down. Zachary ends up getting the kill, dissipating it, but now the nade is going to force him away. Zachary is still alive. A 1-man advantage now for the Kansas City Pioneers as FaZe, they're still trying to head onto this A site. One of their players is isolated. He's smoked out in the middle of bathroom. Scourge and Scuba, they now have the crossfire. Scourge still staying quite chilling, and there you go. That's what they were waiting for. Waiting out for the flank from Physic, as now it's Corey and Zachary. Zachary starts off with a big one. Corey with another one. Oh, he's gonna be able to get a second. Amazing response from Corey. Scourge has it all. Oh my word, Scourge! No, he's not gonna get the kill at all. Are you kidding me? It was right there on the silver platter, but the trigger discipline gives FaZe the round.
How does FaZe pull that back? Corey from a 4v2 digs his team out of this hole. An amazing 3K. I mean, the last one is so unfortunate.
Look at this.
So unfortunate for Scourge. He had everything. Here's the showstopper. For whatever reason, Corey checked that corner, and thank goodness he did, because FaZe Clan could have lost it in the most heroic way from Scourge possible. 10-7. Baby Base picked up the judge for a fast play into Hookah, and my oh my, FaZe Clan, they're back on it. They found the gas, and they're pushing it to the metal.
It was everything for them, Sully. Now, the action continues. Yet another round where FaZe already starts off with a bit of early pressure, but no kill this time. Watch out for the nade. It's going to bounce quite deep into Hookah, scattering everyone from FaZe back over towards the mid side. But no action is being done by KCP just yet. They haven't taken control of short, as they did just a short time ago. No pun intended. Corey with a good dink. Back onto JMO, but JMO still chilling, still alive. Oh, it's a moment to decompress for the both of us, but we're just gonna have to keep on going, aren't we?
Yeah.
3 players in the back of B that have to face on 5. In comes the early ulti, making his way through. Baby Bay is gonna take that bait. Out goes JMO, still getting the kill into Baby Bay. Scourge, dimensional drift away. TP in the back of spawn. Wonderfully done in terms of a distraction that allows Scuba. Takes up that control over an elbow. Physic with the cross.
What?
Still right through the smoke. That's Baby J with a massive kill. Zachary now in a 1v2. Sees one around the corner. That's Scourge. Physic now down to 50 HP. Look at the angle. Zachary has no space for this. Scourge is going to make his way through and is going to keep KCP in this game.
Oh my goodness, KCP. Able to pull it back. Scuba delays the push for the kill into Hookah, and the players coming around. Scourge getting that info, taking that TP, biding time for the Pioneers to make that rotation. And FaZe Clan, it was a good exec. Baby Bay had no dash, so the entry potential just not there for FaZe Clan, and it puts them back on an eco where Pioneers have a very good shot of closing the gap to now just 1. Sheriff spot for the FaZe Clan side. I'm not going to say anything about Sheriffs because I don't want to jinx anything. Baby Bay's going to go for the Bucky instead. He'll use his dash to try and close the gap, and it is fast from FaZe. Up again, straight into showers. Zachary's holding this close angle. Owl Drone will give away the position of 1. Scourge to take the TP to not get punished, but the Hunter's Fury not finding any tags.
No, not at all. Scourge was still pinged. Unreal work as the Hunter's Fury is not able to get any damage. Out goes the Cosmic Divide. Baby Bay planting in the middle of his smoke, and not a bad idea whatsoever. It's in a totally non-default position. But that just means that FaZe, they need to have a massive focus here in U-Hall alongside Bathroom. And now that Cosmic Divide is going to fall, leading into the action. Baby J is going to be able to get that first one. KCP have a couple of players over towards short. Out goes the kill from Corey. He's able to get a second. Still not Baby J. Last one remaining in a 1v2. He has a Sheriff. Going to be able to get the kill. Baby J can play time. He has the angle. Look at that headshot position onto Scuba. Scuba. He's not defusing. He's still going for the wide swing. Are you
I don't
insane,
believe it!
What are you doing? He goes in long range with a shotgun, and he still gets the kill. 11-8.
A thrifty Red Bull clutch. What kind of combo is this? I'm flabbergasted at these Sheriff rounds. This is not real. Baby J with another 1v2 to give FaZe Clan in 11th round. This was their chance, Pioneers, to close it to just 1. Dude, Gus, there's something about us. We just deliver Shikos. We deliver ecos. We deliver ecos from nowhere. And KCP are going to be kicking themselves for that. FaZe Clan with the stronger buyback here. The Pioneers have held strong with weaker guns, and Corey's just going to go straight in. There are no regards given, and there's 2 quick openings.
Insanely quick openings as now FaZe dashing their way in right into sight. Good last ping off the Hunter's Fury to at least get some damage. Odorous, what a flick! Onto Baby J, and now he's gonna be able to get a second. Zachary! He's not looking out for his player model off the cross. So now this could actually be a massive chance for KCP to still catch up. That nade doing big damage. That satchel on top of the U-Haul was spotted, but no kill comes from it. Rock is now the last one remaining in a 1v3. He's gonna try to attempt it, but KCP, stay alive.
We are just trading blows back and forth. The Pioneers with the lesser gun still get it done. FaZe Clan 11-9, still with the lead. Man, this kill, dude, it's on his shoulder. If Baby J is an inch up, these kills do not happen, and FaZe Clan have a huge advantage in that post-lane situation, but that we do not know to be certain. Maybe there was more to come from the Pioneers, despite Odorous finding 2. Economy for both sides is definitely a big struggle. Baby Bay investing into the Operator, knowing guaranteed he'll have the knives, and the rest of FaZe, they're only just going to have pistols here. An aggressive take here, solo from Zachary to get control of Showers, but he's just going to peel away. And Gus, he's drawn attention, full focus into Showers suddenly as everyone starts to walk up the short side.
The cross is still being developed. You can see at least 2 players back in the middle of the A side trying to help out. Out goes Baby Bay. Baby Bay actually ends up getting that kill. That's crazy. Now in goes the Rolling Thunder in such an awkward angle that ends up knocking at least at least Scourge out. But look, the interdimensional drift, and he's able to make his way through. He stays alive at just about 50 HP. But again, everything has essentially flipped. FaZe have a lot of control of this A site. Everything except for the Radiant Knight box. Now all is calm, Sully. 50 seconds left in the round.
Raucus isn't passed back. That operator, Baby Bay, still with these knives. Flash on out. Fault line charge in another 30 seconds. But the spike cannot make a safe plant. There are 2 players still here. One has been pinged out. Scuba is going to be good to find Baby Bay trying to work his way back into showers. And now Baby J with this rifle. It's Raucus with Yop. Okay. 20 HP still formed. This operator needs to go big. They know the location of 2 here on this A bomb site, but that third still eludes them. Scourge forced into the open and a huge kill to give them the spike plant, but Scuba still remains.
And they have an inkling where Scuba is. Raucus has the angle. He's going to be able to spot him. And he finally gets the kill. Now it's a 1v2. And Odorous, he has to do it all. KCP, their hopes land on his shoulders, at least for this round. And we go, 20 HP on Baby J. Odorous gonna go for the wide swing, but the crossfire is there for FaZe. Raucus missed out on his shots, and no bullets hit the body of Baby J. FaZe Clan 3 map and match points.
Man, it's not a full thrifty round, but it's only one operator bought up from Baby Bay. He passes it over. Him getting that single kill to put him on knives and passing the operator to Raucus didn't necessarily win them around, but made it a whole lot easier in that 2 versus 3 situation where Baby J using a perfect aftershock to force out Scourge in the open, and now KCP, a very weakened buy, but that's not to say that they're done and dusted. We know what they can do. They can deliver, and with the judge, it's sitting directly into Hookah. It's not a free kill, but it's a chance to at least pick up 1, and well, he's got info as to where 1 could be. The push up towards long instead.
Oh, Scourge, point blank flash, goes right in, and he's only going to be able to get 1, but a massive one at that, as he spots out the spike.
Viper wall down, no toxins left, and JMO still in the back. You obviously have the Viper Odorous now here to reinforce, but it's only going to be a stinger as Baby Bay takes up the positioning. Crossfire being held by everyone here on FaZe as Odorous last in the back of sight. There's not much that Physic can do in a 2v3, HP low for 2 on FaZe. It is doable.
Oh, Physics jumping on through. He's going to be able to get a big one. They know that Scuba is over towards Hookah now. And this crossfire could finish it off. Raucus and Long. Zachary in the back of sight. No spot from Raucus just yet. Scuba is just playing this time. Will the peek even come in from Raucus? Zachary trying to push out the scenario. There goes the headshot angle. Scuba now playing out the other angle. Trying to go back into Long. He has a lot of decision making. It's a 50-50. Gets the headshot.
No way.
Gets another one. Scuba now in a 1v1 against Raucus. 16 HP combined between the last 2 players. This is for survival. Scuba escapes throughout that back line. Scuba!
Oh!
No! Goes through the smoke and the shock dart. Hits right on target. FaZe Clan survive.
What a gauntlet of a matchup, and it's down to 1 bullet, or I guess 1 shock dart to decide if KCP, the Pioneers, can stay alive in a Berlin or Champions run. That's the end for it, and FaZe Clan push on through. Yes, they had an LCQ spot, but now they've got a better chance at making the Challengers playoffs. What an insane best of 3, Gus, and what a way to close out day 1 for the closed qualifiers. KCP delivered, but FaZe came even harder, and they really wanted that W.
A late night cut off a little bit early. Folks. It is almost 1 a.m. here on the East Coast, and that's another thing that we haven't mentioned at all. The fatigue.
Dude.
Imagine how tired these players actually are. It has been a marathon day for both of these teams. And I mean, in all honesty, I mean, no matter who took away this game, you have to give respect for both of these teams for showing up, not only in this tournament and for qualifying to the closed qualifier, but also giving us a massive show. What a game.
Yeah, despite the fatigue, FaZe Clan and the Pioneers put on an amazing performance for us to witness, and that's what we wanted from these 2 teams. Despite the concerns with FaZe Clan, the worries for the Pioneers, and the fact that they could find elimination in this best of 3, they all delivered on all fronts. And well, honestly, I think the Pioneers have so much to be proud of. Yeah, this one in particular. I mean, Pioneers should be proud of, but that one's definitely a little bit awkward. But still, FaZe Clan moving on. The Pioneers, they do get eliminated, but like I've been saying, they should be immensely proud of the performance they put on throughout this entire stage 3.
Not just throughout stage 3, man, but it is unbelievable that, you know, the same team, the same United roster, almost that entire roster, they have landed on their feet with the Kansas City Pioneers, and they continue to frag out. They continue to make moves, and the tier 2 scene has to be proud of these guys for even making their way through. But as we look at these final few stats, you could see where the lines were drawn. Yes, of course, there was a lot more damage being done by FaZe, about 3,000 more, almost 3,000 more. But I just feel as if none of these stats could even tell the whole story.
Yeah.
It was really, really close.
Yeah, and you look at the MVP, Baby Bay. He was the guy that we were so focused on. We said if Baby Bay can play out of this world, if he can really find it, not even out of this world, just find his form, which we didn't see against Rise, FaZe Clan would have been played extremely well. Corey was there to back him up. Now on the other side, Odorous, both maps, he was the MVP for the Pioneers, and he played extremely, extremely well. But at the end of the day, FaZe Clan, those two key components of Corey and Baby Bay, they played exceptionally well, and that was not necessarily the key to winning, but a big factor in what played in their dub here.
And it is kind of funny that we ended up seeing Baby Bay as the MVP there. Yes, he did have a higher ACS, but KD was higher. I think it was Baby J that ended up having at least 5 kills, or I'm sorry, 5 deaths less than Baby Bay. So I mean, there are other things you know, in the stats that we could describe at least for impact. But at the end, yes, it is FaZe Clan moving on, and we could talk about our entire day here, folks, as the broadcast day is now over. Let's look at potentially a little bit of a moment of instant karma, because earlier on in this game, in this map, we had an insane moment in Hookah that, I mean, we were trying to explain ourselves, and we just couldn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, this play, I feel like it is a clear depiction of an impact duelist. The ult usage here from Scourge on the attacking side for KCP gets all this info, and he's like, dude, just shoot me, just shoot me, just shoot me. And amidst the confusion that Hunter Street creates and that Scourge generates, he is somehow able to find a 3K. There are a lot of really bright moments with the util from KCP throughout Ascent and Vine, and this has definitely got to be one of them. Baby Bay, mid-updraft, not able to punish Scourge, and well, that is exactly how instant karma feels. A great use of utility.
Yeah, an amazing use of not only just utility, but also just quick-wittedness. I mean, Scourge, midway through that take, he ends up canceling out, and not only that, but Baby Bay literally landed in front of him, literally on a silver platter. Folks, of course, we move on, as now we can actually talk about one of our favorite plays of the day. Of course, it is the Aim Lab flick of the day. What do we get today? What's our flick? Because I think it actually came from an earlier game. It was a proto from LG.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I was watching this game, and in my head, I'm like, oh, Proto on a 1v2? He's probably going to win this, but the way he won it, 8 bullets in the mag against an operator, he maneuvers around this generator so cleanly, and I mean, I'll let the play speak for itself.
Magical. How does he get that kill, dude? Like, at all. Like, I do appreciate the fact that everything just goes slow motion after, but a proto mid-flick gets the headshot onto jammies. That is the type of stuff that you would only see probably in a little bit of a montage or an accident oopsies clip on Twitter. but yeah, Sully, I think that is it, at least for everything that we have to do today for day 1. But I mean, any final thoughts before we go into that good old outro?
I think if there's anything to take from this entire day, folks, this is it. The final chance for these teams, and boy, everyone is delivering. Tier 2 is catching up to Tier 1. Eyes out for tomorrow, because it's Rise up against LG, T1 up against TSM, all in that upper bracket semifinal.
And it's going to be an absolute banger of a day, because, folks, again, he mentioned it. It is do or die. Tomorrow is the day that we decide all 8 representatives for Challengers playoffs. It's not Saturday. It's not Sunday. It is tomorrow. So, folks, you guys do not want to miss out. It is, if I'm not mistaken, a 5 p.m. EST start time. TSM versus T1. First up here on the mainstream. And, of course, FaZe over in that losers bracket, ready and raring to go. So you guys already know where to go. It is twitch.tv/nerdstreet and twitch.tv/nerdstreet2 to keep up with all the action tomorrow. But for now, my name is Upmind, joined here by Sully. Thank you so much for watching yet another day here at the VCT NA. We'll see you guys tomorrow.